Shaolin had never imagined that he would be summoned by Yu Taizhou, all because of a mysterious door. Inside the auditorium of Ningzhou University of Science and Technology, more than 1,000 people filled the sweltering room, the heat almost suffocating, yet it couldn't drown out Yu Taizhou's resonant voice on stage. On July 17th, a resurrection incident occurred at Renai Hospital in Ning City. The revived had all their skin peeled off, went into a frenzy, and devoured corpses. That hospital is only 5 kilometers from here. Those 5 kilometers mark the distance between you and a mysterious invasion. Our world is becoming strange. How do we respond? His steady, commanding tone carried an undercurrent of looming crisis. Sitting among the crowd, Shaolin remained calm, while Yang Qi beside him was visibly fervent, hanging on every word of Yu's modern mysticism, eyes shining with near-fanatic zeal. Yang Qi sighed. Professor Yu is the founder of modern mysticism, humanity's only hope against the mysterious invasion. Meeting him alone is worth dying for. Though Shaolin felt skeptical, he couldn't help but feel a quiet reverence for this vast, unknown enigma. The speech ended, sunlight spilled over the asphalt, and the campus grew tranquil, as if untouched by the world's chaos. Shaolin wandered down the steps aimlessly, his mind drifting to thoughts of lunch, when a sharp voice stopped him from behind. Shaolin, please wait. Turning around, he saw a young man in a suit, serious face. Jihai Sheng, Yu Taizhou's assistant. The professor wants to see you about that door. The words pierced him like ice, stirring a sudden chill deep within. That door, the faintly ajar crack from his dream, shimmering with radiant colors, was a secret he had never told anyone. Yet it seemed others already knew. Soon, he was led into a temporary office where Yu Taizhou was reviewing documents. Within thick reports lay a photo of Shaolin, as if you had already seen through him. The professor motioned silently for him to sit, speaking in a low but powerful voice. You must be wondering how I know about your dream. If you want answers, you must first answer 3 questions. The first question hit like a blow. What is behind the door? After careful thought, Shaolin said, an immensely powerful, ultimate existence. Yu's sharp gaze continued. Do you believe a single entity can shape worlds and influence civilization's course? Shaolin answered firmly, I'm an atheist. You did not rebuke Yi throughout the final question. Do you want to become extraordinary? To save the world? The question stabbed directly at his core. Unlike others who might respond with grand passion or tears, Shaolin curled into the shadow of despair, calm and restrained. No family, no dream. She was like a lone stray animal in the city, biting desperately at life's bare bones. Isn't saving the world a mission for those with more happiness? Sorry, Professor, I can't accept that. He stood slowly and bowed with detached composure. Yu Taizhou's eyes deepened, then dropped a final shock. Have you considered what refusal means? It means the chance to be the world's first moon astronaut in 1969 slipped through your fingers. Shaolin shuddered. Memories exploded in his mind. From afar came a broadcast playing David Bowie's Space Oddity, singing of a fate with 2 faces, Armstrong's glory and the mysterious disappearance of Captain Tom. To face the unknown is the supreme romance beyond life and death. Armstrong and Captain Tom, those 2 fates, I'm willing to accept. But what I cannot accept is that I never even set foot on that path. His voice was low, but resolute. In his mind, a rocket surged up in fiery flames, trailing long streaks of fire to the heavens, while he remained rooted on the ground, gazing upward. They'll see things no one else can even imagine, right? He sat down slowly, eyes steady. Yes, Yu Taizhou replied softly. It was 10 o'clock in the morning at the Tianyan Research Institute. When Shaolin pushed open the door, Yu Taizhou was leaning over his desk, holding an obscure local mythology book. His desk looked no different from that of a high school senior's, piled high with books, documents, and materials that formed towering walls, leaving only a narrow space for writing. Seeing Shaolin enter, Yu Taizhou closed the thin volume and looked up with a faint smile. How's it going? I heard you've been training with the gun lately. Are you adapting well? Tiring, but more fun than studying culture subjects, Shaolin said calmly as he took a seat opposite. Yu Taizhou nodded, then shifted the topic. All right, as long as you like it. But the training needs to be paused for now. Why? Shaolin frowned. Yesterday, 2 people from the selection team passed the transcendent training. Yu Taizhou raised an eyebrow, his tone implying deeper meaning. They exchanged a look for a moment. Shaolin was slightly taken aback. He wasn't the only one who had dreamed of the Stone Gate. 10 people in the institute shared the same dream, but he was the only one personally invited by Yu Taizhou. When Shaolin joined, the other 9 had already undergone nearly a year of transcendent training. The transcendent training took place entirely within dreams and was divided into 3 stages. 1. Establishing a complete self-awareness within the dream, staying lucid, and perceiving continuous time. 2. Materializing that awareness into a fully functional body capable of complex movements. 3. Reproducing personal belongings in the dream, not just matching their shapes, but also replicating their functions. When Shaolin joined, the others had reached the threshold of the 3rd stage. He assumed he would need to push himself to catch up. Yet, After 3 months, he was the first to complete all stages, while the others remained stuck on stage 3. Watching them practice hard, he even felt a twinge of guilt. Now, a year later, someone else had finally passed again. Does this mean we can move on to the next step? He asked. Yu Taizhou didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked back, haven't you always wondered how I know about your dreams? Xiao Lin had asked this question more than once, only to be met each time with Yu Taizhou's evasive "I'll tell you later." But now, it seemed the answer was finally at hand. 3 minutes later, they stood before a heavily guarded, fully enclosed elevator. Multiple security checks fingerprint, iris scan verified their identities, and then the heavy cabin began a deep, steady descent. There were no windows to the outside. The depth made it feel as if they had been cut off entirely from the surface world. When the elevator door slid open, a purely white corridor stretched quietly before them. The floor and walls were a calming white, and cold white lights were embedded in the ceiling, soft yet bright. At the end stood a matching snow-white metal sliding door, thick and spotless. This is actually where I first saw you, Yu Taizhou said, his voice low as he stared at the door. What do you mean? Xiaolin asked, puzzled. Go inside and you'll understand. The door's access light blinked. Xiaolin stepped forward and pressed his palm against the scanner. A soft beep followed, then the hiss of a valve releasing air. The metal door slowly slid open, revealing the scene behind it bit by bit. His fingertips began to tremble, his pupils contracted sharply, and his chest rose and fell violently as if a vast burst of white light had exploded inside his mind. He saw the door not in a dream, but right there in reality, standing tall inside the room, clear, majestic, and immense. Its stone surface was covered with reliefs and symbols, ancient and crude, like bubbles rising from the depths of time's river. The door was slightly ajar, and through the narrow crack, countless streams of glowing light poured out, colors both familiar and strange, mixed with unusual wavelengths humanity had never recorded. The gap was narrow, but the door itself was so enormous that the light looked like a vertical, eerie galaxy hanging in space. In his dreams, every time he tried to get closer, he would wake up startled. But now, all of this was happening in the waking world. Xiaolin, every time you enter the dream, you return here. I first saw you at this very door. A deep voice emerged from behind it. Was Yu Taizhou. Among all the extraordinary individuals, only you possess this gift. Your connection to this place is the closest. You will be the first to witness the world beyond the door. 3 days later, the mysterious expedition officially began. Time, 10:06 a.m. The Research Institute went into emergency lockdown. Coordinated observation centers around the globe came online one after another. Leaders from multiple countries sent their congratulations. The closer the departure time approached, the calmer Xiaolin became. His mind even wandered to trivial thoughts like, should I buy some new clothes first? And is the door properly locked? Yu Taizhou paced back and forth through the corridor, speaking so fast it seemed like he was afraid of missing any detail. Remember, this is humanity's first journey into another world. No risks allowed. Even if you just glimpse anything, return immediately, understood? His warnings repeated all morning. Once a learned professor, he now sounded more like a nagging grandfather. Xiaolin's phone vibrated. It was a message from Yang Qi. Xiaolin, when you get back, dinner is on whole roasted lamb. It might be nothing special to you, but don't turn it down, okay? Looking at the screen, Xiaolin felt a warmth in his chest. Over the past year of training, besides Professor Yu, Yang Qi had offered him the most encouragement, a true pillar of support. They'd been friends since their broke student days. Yang Qi, who rarely splurged on meat, was now inviting him to a feast, clearly going all out. Xiaolin replied with a smile, you're going to suffer a big loss then. Time, 11:40 a.m. Location, preparation chamber. Countdown began. Xiaolin put on a specially designed full environment protective suit, feeling awkward under its weight. His teammates, Yu Shuang and Ai Sheng, completed their gear checks as well. Yu Shuang was a bit older than Xiaolin, with dark skin and a slim build, not strikingly beautiful, but remarkably tough. At just 28, she had earned degrees in both geology and biology and had explored almost every dangerous corner of Earth. Now she was hurriedly adjusting the devices on her person, working with tense urgency. Xiaolin asked, nervous? Yu Shuang nodded, her gaze fixed on the door. I just hope the environment beyond isn't some cognition-defying extreme. You know, some carbon-rich planets have diamond layers thousands of kilometers deep, with temperatures that are terrifyingly high. Like 55 Cancri E, for instance. And those massive tidal waves be the way. Have you seen Interstellar? Waves like that could theoretically exist, though they'd be much more chaotic. Yu Shuang tilted her head, as if explaining something to Xiaolin, but it also felt like she was talking to herself. She always seemed to step right into her own swirling thoughts, shutting out the outside world behind layers of watery veils, making communication quite difficult. Xiaolin gently patted her shoulder and spoke softly to comfort her. Don't worry. We're just going to take a quick look. If there's any danger, we'll retreat immediately. Beside them, Ai Sheng tightened his protective gloves, the faint sound of rubber friction barely audible at his fingertips. Taking risks is necessary, he said firmly. The whole world is waiting for us to deliver results. If we fail, someone else will take our place. He looked up and fixed Shaolin with a steely gaze behind his visor. Shaolin, you're a prodigy who completed training in 3 months, but that doesn't mean you have command ability. I come from a military family and have participated in many exercises. It's best that I take charge of this operation. Shaolin met his stare calmly, but shook his head. We follow the plan exactly. No unauthorized risky moves. Inside the helmet, AI Sheng frowned, his breath fogging the filter faintly. He seemed about to argue, but clenched his teeth and swallowed his words. Time, 12 o'clock noon. Location, level 0. David Bowie's Space Oddity echoed over the research facility's loudspeakers. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control calling Captain Tom. Countdown to launch readiness. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. To the rhythm of the mechanical countdown, the heavy white alloy door slid open silently, and a rush of cold air poured out from the gap. Time, 12:06 noon. The first team of superhumans entered the dream. The three held each other's hands tightly as they stepped into the twisted, flowing colorful mist. The glow from the monitor reflected in Yu Taizhou's eyes as he stared at the fluctuating data, whispering under his breath, "May science protect you." 10 minutes passed, maybe 15. Shaolin entered the dream chamber alone, collapsing onto the cold floor, breathing heavily and unevenly. The warm breath condensed then quickly dispersed inside his mask. He was almost completely cut off from his surroundings. The world around him seemed twisted and crushed by some invisible thunderous force. Struggling to his feet, he staggered toward the exit. Yu Shuang was already dead. After encountering that terrifying presence, her nerves shattered and she lost control completely. Then her body began to grotesquely mutate, rapidly swelling and distorting until it filled the loose, heavy protective suit she wore. The environmental suit that was meant to safeguard her turned into a fatal cage she couldn't escape from. She was trapped, unable to remove it or break free, ultimately crushed to death by her own swelling form. Her corpse was deformed and strange, resembling a massive white chocolate ball, clumsy and oppressive. Shaolin pressed on toward the corridor beyond the door. AI Sheng was in slightly better shape. He hadn't lost his mind or mutated. But after seeing what lay beyond, he murmured, "Shaolin, we really are doomed, aren't we?" Before Shaolin could respond, AI Sheng pulled out his pistol, cold and resolute, pressed it to his temple, and pulled the trigger. Shaolin's grim assessment was exactly right behind the door stood that ultimate being. It was a towering silver giant thousands of kilometers tall, adorned with hundreds of dazzling, majestic wings. It was flawless and radiated a blinding light impossible to look at directly. This was a god, a creator, an incomprehensible supreme entity beyond all concepts. Everyone who witnessed it felt its absolute supremacy, as if they could hear the gusts unleashed by its thunderous wings and witness the divine might that shaped the entire world. Now it was dead. Its immense body collapsed on the continent like a towering mountain. Its head was swollen like a decaying fruit, eyes unfocused, mouth agape in human-like terror and fear. The body lay limp and rotting, covered with pustules from which tens of thousands of twisted, writhing worms crawled out. These parasites waved like seaweed in movement, forming a tide that flowed through the ocean of fluids around the divine corpse, slowly spreading outward and devouring hope itself. Shaolin could feel the all-encompassing greed and malice emanating from those parasites. They had sensed his presence. One day they would cross that stone door and invade the human world. That stone door had to be shut immediately. He had to warn Yu Taizhou at once. At that moment, Shaolin looked up as the white stone door before him slowly parted. The corridor outside was bright, but eerily silent. Utterly empty. No one waited to meet him. The only sound was the mechanical hum of the fresh air system, cold and impersonal. This unsettling silence tightened his chest with dread. Something was wrong. No one should be absent like this. He had no time to ponder. Dragging the bulky suit, he painfully crossed the long corridor and boarded an elevator. Pressing the button for the office floor, after a slow ascent, the elevator dinged open. The hallway remained deathly quiet, devoid of the usual hustle and footsteps. The once bustling area now felt as lifeless as the dream chamber. The only sound was the distant broadcast of space horror stories, drifting faintly through the still air. "Is anyone there? I need help," Shaolin shouted with all his might, his hoarse voice echoing down the corridor, but failing to break the deep, suffocating silence. The fluorescent lights crackled faintly with electrical hiss. The long hallway was empty, with only rows of door handles reflecting a cold, pale gleam in the stillness. It felt as if everyone at the research institute had vanished the moment he stepped into the building, as if it were an elaborate April Fool's prank designed to lure him inside, only for them to hide in the shadows, watching him panic and look around wildly, perhaps even clutching their stomachs laughing in the surveillance room right now. Unease churned in his chest as Shaolin quickened his pace toward the office at the hall's end. Under the dim light, the nameplate Yu Taizhou stood out sharply. Yu Taizhou had always been an odd man. Whenever Xiao Lin pushed open his door, he would find the professor seated behind mountains of stacked documents, as if fused with the desk itself. But now, the room was empty. The chair was vacant, the piles of papers remained neatly untouched, and even the obscure local mythology book the professor had been reading recently lay quietly in its place. The only difference was a worn notebook placed in the center of the desk. Its cover was faded, pages yellowed, corners curled like fragile leaves ready to crumble. It sat there perfectly aligned, as if patiently waiting to be found. At the bottom of the title page was a name: Yu Renqing, a psychic specialist at the Tianyan Research Institute. The handwriting was steady but betrayed a faint urgency. A strange chill crept up Xiao Lin's arm from his fingertips, but he took a deep breath and opened the notebook. Thick ink strokes on the title page pressed the paper into a slight dip. I record here the downfall of the Tianyan Research Institute. The following entries read like experimental logs or a doomsday countdown. Each cold line hammered onto the page. March 16, 2025. The first mysterious expedition ends in failure. First-generation psychic Xiao Lin, Yu Shuang, and AI Shen go missing. The Institute urgently activated the backup first-generation psychics, but they failed to enter. Professor Yu Taizhou immediately sent the blood samples of the first-generation psychics worldwide to accelerate the training of second-generation psychics. June. Second-generation psychics Yang Qi, Feng Zhe, Li Zongyi, and Jin Sheng, and others were deployed but still could not enter. August. Third attempt fails again. The door remains shut. October. Fourth attempt ends in failure. Psychic powers weakened significantly by generation. The door rejects us all. July 2028. Psychics have manifested overwhelmingly powerful abilities in the real world, contradicting the professor's prior expectations. They began intervening to contain the mysterious incidents, and at first, everyone firmly believed that things would improve, except for the professor, who remained cautious throughout. In January 2033, the most terrifying disaster suddenly struck. The superhumans were forced into the human battlefield, and the Third World War erupted amid endless destruction and chaos. This catastrophe swept across the globe like a devastating storm, sparing no one. Calmly, the professor said, "We must dedicate ourselves completely to the work until the very last moment before the world ends." In July 2035, Yang Qi betrayed them. He personally killed Professor Yu Taizhou and destroyed the research institute, wiping out all efforts to save the world. On his deathbed, he left behind a curse. "As I draw my last breath, I curse this world to perish in madness." Xiao Lin stared at the words, feeling as if he had fallen into an abyss. He realized he had not taken the great historic step forward like Armstrong did in 1969. Instead, he was lost in his own universe, with his hometown seemingly within reach, yet forever out of return. Over the speakers in the institute, that same song was still playing. "Ground control to Major Tom. Your circuit's dead. There's something wrong. Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me? I'm floating around my tin can, far above the moon. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do." Time seemed to stretch on for a century, yet the clock had barely moved half an hour. Gradually, Xiao Lin regained his composure. The research institute was eerily silent. The instruments on the lab bench still blinked their indicator lights steadily. There was no trace of smoke or blast damage on the walls. If the disaster described in the notebook had truly occurred, this place would have been reduced to ruins. But everything before him was exactly as it had been when he left, as if only minutes had passed. He slowly scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on the black landline phone on the desk. It was the private office phone of Yu Taizhou. Both the power and network lights were steadily on, like two faint stars in the dim room. A thought surged into his mind: maybe he should risk calling Yu Taizhou. Very few people knew Yu's private number, but by chance, he was one of them. Even if hope was slim, doing nothing was worse. Xiao Lin pressed speakerphone and quickly dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. The long, steady ringing echoed through the empty room without any sign of an answer. He exhaled softly. I hadn't really expected the call to get through this strange isolation. Leaning back in his swivel chair, the creak of the chair's hinges sounded oppressively loud. Suddenly, a distorted but familiar male voice came through the speaker. "Hello? Who is this? Didn't I tell you not to touch my office phone?" Xiao Lin's whole body trembled, tears nearly welling up. That was Yu Taizhou's voice. "Professor Yu, it's Xiao Lin. Where are you?" He forced his voice to remain steady. "Xiao Lin, I'm in a meeting right now. What's wrong? What happened?" Yu Taizhou's tone was thick with confusion and anxiety. Fear, bewilderment, and a suffocating loneliness surged through Xiao Lin's chest, threatening to overwhelm him. He clenched his fists to steady himself. The call might not last long. He had to get the information out first. He opened the dry, yellowed notebook and recited each key point in a low, clear voice. "Professor, please believe me. I came out of the Stone Gate, and I've traveled several decades into the future. I saw 3 critical dates in a diary. 1. July 2028, supers gain power in the real world. 2. January 2033, supers are deployed to the battlefield, and World War III breaks out. 3. July 2035, the Research Institute is destroyed by the second-generation Super Yangqi. On the other end, the sound of a chair scraping urgently was heard as Yu Taizhou pressed for answers. Wait, Shaolin, why are you telling me this? What exactly happened? Shaolin took a deep breath, his voice low but resolute despite the strain. Professor, I'm not sure if I can return, but I swear every word is true. You all must prepare. Also, the stone gate must be sealed shut by any means. Behind that door lies the burial place of a god. That world has been corrupted. Shaolin, where are you now? They'll come for you right away. Please don't. Bzzz, a sharp electric crackle suddenly exploded through the line like a nail gun fired against his temple. Pain flared through him, and he instinctively slammed down the handset, curling up in his chair. When he finally recovered, the phone was silent except for a hollow busy signal. Shaolin slammed one hand down on the desk and angrily redialed the number. But no matter how many times he tried, the call wouldn't go through again. The brief loss of contact made him silently grateful. During that fleeting call earlier, he hadn't let his emotions get the better of him and had made a rational choice. Yet that relief lasted barely a second before a chill crept deep into his bones. His last reliable link to the past was now completely severed. The office was so silent it felt like the air had been sucked out. The ticking of the clock in the corner echoed loudly, and he could almost hear the words fear and loneliness grinding against each other in the darkness. His chest felt gripped by an invisible hand, his heartbeat racing out of control, and the color drained from his face. He had to stay calm. Silently biting out the order in his mind, he forced himself to think. The time traveled through might not be long, the environment might not have completely changed, and there could still be people who recognize him. First, let the brain breathe. Suddenly rising, he went to the window and grabbed the cord of the blinds. Swish, the slats flipped open, and the outside world crashed onto his retinas without reservation. The sky was a solid sheet of dark red, like congealed blood, oppressive and suffocating. Below, the city was nothing but decayed ruins. Steel and concrete were coated with black grime, while veins of dark red, fleshy strands tangled chaotically through the blocks, wrapping cars, buildings, even a 100-meter-long battleship into a cocoon that swayed gently midair. At the center of the ruins stood a silent, spider-like shell hundreds of meters tall, like a wordless warning. This world had long since slipped beyond all his understanding. The last line of the notebook echoed in his mind, cursed this world doomed to perish in madness. Suddenly a piercing alarm shattered the silence, and Xiao Lin's heart tightened sharply. The Research Institute was under attack. By humans? Or something else? He didn't let panic chain him. In an instant, he made up his mind and dashed for the security room, the command center of the Tianyan Research Institute, housing full coverage monitoring and lethal weapons for extreme situations. He input the password and the metal door slid open. Facing him was a massive video wall made up of hundreds of screens. The cold light from the spotlights caught on his faceplate, casting a chilling reflection. The system had captured images of the intruders, 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed in black trench coats, armed but not pointing their guns, seemingly wandering the institute aimlessly. Shaolin took a deep breath, his mind racing, needed a way to take down these 5 quickly. His gaze shifted to the weapons cabinet. A row of automatic shotguns stood silently in formation, their barrels dark and reassuring. Each held a 12-shell capacity and could fire rapidly. As for recoil, the Stadioftart exoskeleton built into his protective suit was designed to absorb shocks and keep impact minimal. He grabbed a shotgun, checked the ammunition, and fitted a choke to suppress pellet spread while glancing at the monitor and comparing it with the research facility's map. On the surveillance screen, the 5 of them walked side by side. Since they didn't split up, he needed to find a corridor deep enough for an ambush at the end. Corridor 3 was perfect. It used to be the busiest passage, about 30 meters long, stretching straight through with ample depth. 12 rapid high-velocity shotgun rounds would shred anything in the corridor to pieces. Shaolin no longer hesitated. He crouched low and moved swiftly to the corner at the end of Corridor 3, pressing his back against the cold wall and holding his breath. Suddenly, he felt a bit ridiculous. Just moments ago he longed for human contact, and now that people had really come, he might have to kill these visitors himself. Everything went exactly as he anticipated. Soon, footsteps and voices echoed clearly down the empty corridor. Shaolin stayed perfectly still, patiently waiting for them to advance a few more steps, making sure they couldn't retreat in time. This is unbelievable. Not only has the building's exterior been restored, but even the internal systems are running, and there's electricity. The only girl in the group marveled. It's like it suddenly came back to life overnight. I've never seen anything like it, the team leader at the front replied. What puzzles me more is how advanced this place's facilities are. What exactly was this building used for before? Someone chimed in from behind. About the right distance. Shaolin calculated silently. Next second, he burst out from the corner, shotgun raised at an angle, aiming at the ceiling and pulling the trigger. Bang! The loud explosion rolled down the narrow corridor as concrete debris and shards of light fixtures rained down. With the smoke still lingering, Xiao Lin's muzzle was firmly fixed on the five, calmly confronting them. The girl was the first to react. She shrank back behind the team leader. It's a humanoid monster, and it can use firearms too. It's scary. My fight-or-flight response is kicking in. Her wavy hair framed a face behind thick glasses. She cradled a big book tightly, looking a bit nerdy and startled. I'm human, not a monster, Xiao Lin corrected firmly. Now I can talk too, the girl said, even more frightened. I said I'm not a monster. Xiao Lin lifted the visor of his protective suit to reveal his face. So it looks exactly like a human. She gasped, pale with shock. Xiao Lin rolled his eyes and looked at the team leader, who looked equally helpless. At that moment, an unspoken understanding passed among him, and the men present a shared sense of speechlessness. The leader turned back to the girl and asked, Lin Yin Yin, if a creature looks identical to a human, uses tools, and can speak human language, what do you think it is? Tilting her head, Lin Yin Yin answered, a human? Then is it possible that this person in front of us actually is human? The leader sighed. Oh, that makes sense. Lin Yin Yin nodded awkwardly. The leader then faced Xiao Lin again. Hello, we are the Satellite Town Law Enforcement Team, sent by the mayor to investigate this building that suddenly came back to life. We mean no harm. If you don't mind, could you tell us who you are? Xiao Lin studied them carefully, paused for a moment, then spoke. You've probably heard of me. My name is Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin. The name didn't spark any recognition within the five-person squad, only confusion. Should I know who that is? The captain asked cautiously. I'm actually pretty famous. I'm the one. Xiao Lin scratched his nose, looking a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Lin Yin Yin raised her hand high and blurted out. I remember now. You're the lead singer of the disaster metal band, right? I really love your song, Everyone Just Die. That's not. Xiao Lin started to explain. No, you must be the steamed bun lady I saw on Chuanqing Road 10 years ago. I loved your buns. Never thought I'd run into you here. But you've gotten so skinny and your chest gone. Xiao Lin. The captain coughed lightly, cutting off Lin Nianyan's nonsense. Nianyan, wouldn't it be easier if Mr. Xiao Lin just told us himself? He gave Xiao Lin an apologetic smile. Sorry about her. She has some mental illness, some kind of common sense disorder. Common sense disorder? What does that mean? Xiao Lin frowned. It's an extremely rare side effect of superpowers, the captain shrugged. Usually happens with mental-type psychics. They can't accumulate common knowledge in their brains, so they have to identify people versus trees based on shape, color, height, or whether they drop leaves. Xiao Lin picked up on a key word. She's a superpowered person? Actually, all of us are, the captain said, glancing at the shotgun in Xiao Lin's hand. So your weapon isn't very effective here. Can we talk? Xiao Lin hesitated a moment. The gun still pointed at the ground. Sorry, I can't fully trust you yet, but I'm willing to communicate. The captain didn't get annoyed. Instead, he nodded understandingly. Fair enough. Building trust that fast is tough. Let me introduce myself first. He straightened the bottom of his uniform and said formally, I'm Yin Jie, head of the Weixing Town Enforcement Squad. Male, 32 years old, extroverted personality, strong work ability. That's an awfully formal intro, Xiao Lin thought, but kept it to himself. Yin Jie got serious again. I have 3 questions. First, why did this building come back to life? Second, why are you here? Third, who exactly are you? The building came back to life? What does that mean? Xiao Lin blinked. What do you mean, what does that mean? Yin Jie asked, equally puzzled. They stared at each other for a few seconds before Xiao Lin suddenly realized. You mean this place used to be ruins? Not used to, but it always was. Until today, when it suddenly came back to life. So you were revived along with the building, correct? Wait, I think we've got quite a bit of information gap here. Xiao Lin raised his hand. How long ago was this lab destroyed? More than 200 years, Yin Jie answered bluntly. Xiao Lin fell silent. Captain, I'm sure Imride's not human, Lin Yin Yin muttered suddenly. Though he looks a lot like one. He's some kind of I can't even describe what he is. The atmosphere tightened immediately. A squad member raised a hand. His pupils glowed with a strange blue light, and the air around them seemed to freeze, the edges visibly solidifying. Another member quickly drew his gun, black muzzle aiming right at Xiao Lin. In that moment, Xiao Lin almost pulled the trigger. But just a moment before, Yin Jie raised his hand high and shouted, everyone stay calm. Lower your weapons. Xiao Lin didn't lower his weapon, and neither did the others, but both sides held back, preventing the situation from escalating further. In the dimly lit warehouse, the air was as tense as a tightened steel wire. 5 strangers stood scattered, their eyes locked on Xiao Lin. Cold sweat trickled down Yin Jie's temple as he wiped his forehead and was the first to speak. The first 2 questions have been answered. Now the third, Mr. Xiao Lin, who exactly are you? You really don't recognize me? Xiao Lin tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over each of them. No, we don't. The 5 spoke in unison. From Tianyan Research Institute, core member of the Mysterious Journey Project, first-generation supernatural Xiao Lin. He revealed his identity. Before he finished, the 5 faces paled in unison, struck as if by lightning. Xiao Lin had assumed they had at least heard of Tianyan Research Institute. or that infamous mysterious journey project. But suddenly Lin Yinyin shook her head, voice trembling. Impossible. None of the 7 first-generation supernaturals retain human form. They're the closest beings to gods. The brief standoff finally thawed after those words. The soft white lights of the Institute's cafe illuminated the 5 as they sat around the bar, while Xiao Lin stepped behind it, making coffee and carefully selecting what to share. He concealed core secrets like the stone gate, only recounting the exterior of his experiences. Yin Jie leaned on the counter with both elbows, amber coffee rippling gently. So, after participating in the mysterious journey, you ended up here? That's right. Xiao Lin handed over a cup of black coffee. Yin Jie glanced back at Lin Yinyin. Yinyin, do you have any records of the city Yinzhou? Lin Yinyin propped her chin on her hand, thinking before shaking her head. There's no record of that city in my database. It's either been destroyed or erased entirely from history. How is that possible? Xiao Lin frowned. 200 years isn't nearly enough to cause a historical gap. This was definitely Yinzhou once. Thinking like that is wrong. Yin Jie stared into his cup, voice low. History no longer exists. What do you mean by does not exist? Xiao Lin knit his brows. Literally. Yin Jie looked up. The world is growing unfamiliar, don't know its size or shape, or if the stars above are even real. History is being distorted. Abnormal things are forcibly inserted into the past. We can't tell fact from fiction. Over 200 years, the world has become a tangled, dark mess. These words made it hard for Xiao Lin, who had traveled through time, to relate. He set aside his questions and changed topics. By the way, are all of you supernaturals? Yin Jie waved a hand. No, we're just superpowered. Superpowered aren't the same as supernaturals? Xiao Lin pressed. Completely different concepts. Yin Jie explained. Superpowered individuals gain extraordinary abilities through various means. Supernaturals are born powerful, inherently divine. Superpowered can never match them. For some reason, Xiao Lin suddenly thought of Yang Qi and blurted out, do you know Yang Qi? Yin Jie's hand froze on his cup, eyes sharp. You come from 200 years ago, yet you know Yang Qi? How? He was my college classmate and friend. Xiao Lin answered truthfully. Yin Jie's face darkened, stiff for several seconds before speaking. Yang Qi, second-generation supernatural, Lord of Justice City, hailed as a demigod. Half a year ago, he single-handedly destroyed a city of 500,000. Xiao Lin was stunned, his ears buzzing. Just days ago, Yang Qi was complaining over comms about losing pay at the cafeteria's work-study program and promising to buy roast whole lamb when he got back. Now, after just a few hours and one meal, his friend had become a feared godlike figure who even killed his most trusted teacher. The world thundered on, crushing the familiar into dust, leaving only strange ashes. So, you still insist you're a first-generation supernatural? Yin Jie's voice snapped him back from his daze. I wouldn't say insist. Xiao Lin calmly refilled his coffee. I've always been one. Not just first generation, but the very first. Yin Jie took a deep breath, as if making a decision. Then I want to introduce you to someone, the mayor of Satellite Town. Is he a supernatural? Xiao Lin raised his eyes. No. Yin Jie shook his head. He's also superpowered, but very strong. His power comes from a real supernatural hacks as that supernatural's agent. Satellite Town is not an originally settled town. It emerged from mystery. Therefore, it isn't modern but steeped in a strong Victorian style. Pointed arch roofs connect seamlessly through the mist, and after rain, the bluestone streets reflect a dark green hue. Stained glass windows, delicate carvings, white stone columns, and distant coal factories with a church's deep bell chime all combine into a scene where the old era blends with shadow. From the 7th to the 14th day of every month, rain is inevitable, and the sky remains a perpetual gray-white, never allowing the sun to show. Clashing with this somber classical view is a massive figure lying near the government officia, crashed artificial satellite wreckage. Nearly 15 meters long, its silver-white shell is pocked with burn marks, and the 2 solar panels stretching lengthwise have long since snapped and twisted. Internal components have been stripped piece by scavengers, leaving only a shattered metal skeleton like a soulless technological corpse. This year marks Lan Shiyu's 3rd year as mayor. At this moment, he stands before the floor-to-ceiling window of the government office's 2nd floor, swirling an unfinished glass of wine in his hand. His gaze passes through the window panes across the empty street, resting on the satellite wreckage. Outside, ivy rustles in the oppressive wind, but his mind is elsewhere. The resurrection in the mysterious laboratory leaves him restless, and the town is already riddled with troubles. Knock knock. A knock sounds at the door. Lan Shiyu turns away from the window. Come in. The door opens to admit Zhou Zheng, a veteran officer from the law enforcement team, his face darker than the sky outside. Mayor, Captain Yin discovered a man at the research institute during investigation. A man? Lan Shiyu still faces away from the window, his tone calm, as always. From the town, or an outsider? Neither. Zhou Zheng stands tall. Captain Yin believes he was resurrected alongside the laboratory. Lan Shiyu hesitates, then sharply looks up. Resurrected together with the lab? Moreover, he claims to be the first-generation transcendent. Zhou adds, the first-generation transcendent was never human in form. This is nearly common knowledge. Lan Xiyu inwardly sneers at the absurdity, dismissing the possibility entirely. But with troubles piling up, he sighs and sets his glass on the windowsill. Let's go see for ourselves. In the Research Institute's temporary reception room, Yin Jie and the unfamiliar man Xiao Lin sit opposite each other. The air carries the bitter aroma of ground coffee. So all transcendent beings are very strong. Xiao Lin lightly swirls his cup, surprise in his tone. Yes, and the earlier generations are stronger. Yin Jie studies him, asking, I'm curious, why do you think transcendent beings are weak? Xiao Lin is momentarily speechless. As the formerly strongest transcendent with no abilities, his reasons are hard to admit aloud. Beside him, Lin Yinyin raises her glass. Her voice is clear. Xiao Lin, can I have another coffee? She has already drank 4 cups, each with 3 spoons of sugar. Xiao Lin picks up the coffee pot and refills her cup. As steam rises, the girl squints with satisfaction. Mr. Xiao Lin, you're not human, but your coffee is really good. Xiao Lin felt as if he had just been insulted, though he wasn't quite sure how to respond. He scratched his head and pressed on. So your town mayor, the guy you called Lan Xiyu, is really that powerful? Let's put it this way, Yin Jie said, slowly tracing the handle of his coffee cup with his fingertip, the porcelain gleaming faintly under his touch. He's the strongest person I've ever encountered. Even if he just stood there without moving, you'd still feel this overwhelming pressure radiating from him. Xiao Lin's hand stiffened as he bent down to refill his own cup. He glanced up cautiously and asked, so do I have that kind of aura you're talking about? Yin Jie sized him up from head to toe, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not even close. Xiao Lin shrugged helplessly. At that moment, the faint clink of metal echoed down the corridor, followed by a clear, rhythmic sound of footsteps growing louder as they approached. The steady tapping on the empty concrete floor was like the measured swing of a pendulum. Yin Jie and the law enforcement team at once rose to their feet, their eyes drawn instinctively toward the door. The mayor's here, Yin Jie whispered. As the footsteps drew nearer, the tension wound tighter in Xiao Lin's chest. Yin Jie's earlier description lingered in his mind, a guy you definitely wouldn't want to tangle with using just a shotgun. He could only hope the situation wouldn't escalate into a shootout right away. Click, the lock turned. The iron door swung open, and a tall, middle-aged man stepped inside. Around 50 years old, dressed in a dark, well-tailored suit, and wearing round glasses that gave him a gentle, refined appearance. Yet there was an invisible pressure emanating from him that contradicted his scholarly look. It clung to the air like moist vapor, forcing anyone nearby to hold their breath. Lan Shiyu's gaze was calm but penetrating. He quickly assessed Xiao Lin, his hair color, skin tone, muscle definition, posture. No detail escaped his scrutiny. By experience, this was just an ordinary human being, which brought a slight sense of relief and even cautious optimism for negotiation. As he stepped into the laboratory, he had already been impressed by the level of technology present. The gleaming precision instruments alone represented an immeasurable fortune. If his counterpart was only human, that was as good as it could get. Still, out of prudence, he activated his supernatural perception. In that instant, his pupils constricted like camera lenses, and the world around him drained of color, turning into shades of gray. Lan Xiyu fixed his gaze on Xiao Lin. Buzz. His mind felt as if struck by a hammer. His heartbeat spiraled into chaos. An incessant roar echoed deep inside his ears. A chill raced from his feet to the crown of his head, and the surroundings instantly dissolved into an endless abyss of darkness, as if he were being dragged into the unknown. The presence before him was bizarre, chaotic, utterly unfathomable, no longer human, only wearing a human skin. Mayor, this is Mr. Xiao Lin. From what I understand, he was somehow resurrected alongside the Research Institute. Yin Jie's introduction pulled Lan Xiyu back from the dizzying turmoil. Lan Xiyu clenched his lips and forced a polite smile. I've been briefed on the situation. Welcome, Mr. Xiao Lin. The formal greeting finally eased Xiao Lin's nerves. He returned the smile with equal courtesy. Thank you, Mayor. Would you like some coffee? Lan Xiyu inhaled the faint aroma of freshly roasted beans in the air and nodded. Of course. That's actually a rare luxury in our town. Lan Xiyu took a seat, his hands folded calmly on his lap. As Xiao Lin turned to fetch the coffee pot, Yin Jie's eyes locked onto the subtle shifts in the mayor's expression, a sudden unease growing inside him. Lan Xiyu was never harsh, but also never casual. Yet now, the warmth he displayed seemed carefully maintained, tinged with a guarded calmness, a subtle vigilance. Yin Jie sensed something was off. Mr. Lan, Xiao Lin might actually be someone from 200 years ago who traveled through time. That's incredibly rare. I even want to take a few slices of him back with me. Lin Yin said excitedly. Zhou already mentioned that to me, Lan Xiyu half-joked, raising an eyebrow. But don't forget, this world has gotten crazy enough already. People falling through time from 100 or 200 years ago isn't all that uncommon. Xiao Lin handed over the freshly brewed coffee. Steam curled up from the cup, blending with the bitter aroma of roasted beans. Lan Shiyu took a sip before looking up to ask, Mr. Shaolin, what are your plans from here? Are you thinking of leaving or staying here for a while? I don't have any other plans for now, Shaolin replied politely and steadily. I'd like to stay at the research institute for the time being. I hope I won't be a burden to you. While speaking, he quietly studied the expression on Lan's face. Lan Shiyu simply nodded, expression unchanged. All right, our town isn't far from here. He'll have Nian Yin bring over a map tomorrow. If you need anything, just reach out to me. Thank you, Mr. Lan, Shaolin nodded in return. Lin Yin Yin nearby could hardly contain herself and raised her hand eagerly. Mr. Shaolin, could you give me some coffee beans? I really need them. Lin Yin Yin, don't be so rude. Lan Shiyu scolded with a stern face, like reprimanding a naughty child. Lin Yin Yin bit her lip and shook her head. Just a little bit, please. Shaolin picked up a single coffee bean and handed it over. Here, just a little. Lin Yin Yin took it, but still pouted, looking grumpy enough to make everyone laugh. I'm not stingy, Shaolin chuckled. Even if I gave you more, you don't have the equipment to brew it. If you want coffee, just come to me anytime, you're always welcome. Yay, our town finally has a coffee shop. Lin Yin Yin cheered enthusiastically. In truth, Shaolin wasn't really being stingy. He hoped to use the coffee as a way to connect with the townsfolk. As a time traveler, he knew he couldn't survive alone forever. After some more casual conversation, the mayor and law enforcement members said their goodbyes and left. Pushing open the research institute's heavy metal door, they faced the pitch-dark, silent ruins of the city. Crumbling walls curled like monsters in the night, and faint black mist drifted through the air. The only bright spot was this three-story advanced building standing solitary, its lights shining through glass panels, looking utterly out of place. Not far off, the town silhouette was equally oddly wedged into the scene, like a puzzle piece put in the wrong spot. Mayor, is this Shaolin dangerous? Is he really some kind of extraordinary being? Law enforcer Yin Jia asked quietly. He noticed Lan Shiyu's careful approach, neither probing deeply nor pushing him away, a behavior uncharacteristic of their usual mayor. By rational judgment, he doesn't seem extraordinary. More like an ordinary person, Lan Shiyu replied calmly. And when you were looking him over just now, Lan's gaze darkened. My intuition and feelings tell me this person can't be understood. He's deeply unsettling. A heavy silence fell. Lin Yin Yin kicked her toes, muttering softly. But I think he's very friendly, and maybe even scared. If he really is powerful, maybe he's not so bad for us. Lan Shiyu gave no clear answer, only sighed deeply. Tomorrow I'll ask Mr. Bai to get his opinion. After Lan Shiyu and the law enforcement team left, the research institute returned to silence. Shaolin stayed in the water bar, still warm from earlier, contemplating what lay ahead. Self-sufficiency wasn't a problem. The supermarket and cafeteria downstairs were stocked with enough supplies to last him forever. But beyond mere survival, what else could he do? Search for a way to go back to the past. That was his deepest wish, yet he understood it was just wishful thinking. Strictly speaking, he hadn't traveled through time, but had simply endured 2 centuries of long, hard years. Since he hadn't truly crossed over, there was no way to cross back. What about revenge? Find Yang Qi to seek justice for Yu Taizhou? The thought stirred mixed emotions. On one hand, he couldn't bring himself to hate an old close friend. On the other, Yang Qi was a demigod capable of leveling cities, while he might not even stand a chance against a chicken in this era. The only sound in the late-night corridor was the hum of the air conditioner. His mind was foggy, and even coffee couldn't keep drowsiness at bay. Glancing up, the wall clock showed 10 o'clock. At this point, he needed rest first, then consideration. Shaolin locked the research institute's door, returned to his dorm as usual, washed up, changed into pajamas, and collapsed onto his bed. His tightly wound nerves finally snapped, and he fell into a sleep as heavy as a stone sinking in water. In his dream, he stood with Yang Qi in the bustling kitchen, sweat pouring down their faces. The scene shifted to Yu Taizhou celebrating his birthday, that first birthday of his life. The simple gathering buzzed with voices, as a cart slowly rolled in bearing a huge white, spherical cake. It was lopsided, like a giant chocolate ball magnified many times over. Everyone scrambled to cut it open, and dark red juice spilled, splattering the floor. A sudden unease gripped Shaolin. Circling to the front of the cake, cold dread rushed through him. Yu Shuang's face appeared inside the mask. No, it was Yu Shuang's corpse. Her swollen face filled the helmet, her distorted, bulging eyes fixed helplessly on him. Why are you the only one alive? Why? Shaolin jerked awake, sitting on the edge of his bed for a long while before realizing he no longer simply dreamed of that stone door. The dream had been unlocked. What did that mean? His scalp tingled. If the old professor in the institute were still around, maybe he could offer countless theories, but Shaolin couldn't even sit through cultural classes, let alone understand subconscious mind theory. Rubbing his throbbing head, he glanced at the mechanical flip clock on the desk. The hour hand pointed to 9 in the morning. The room was comfortably warm, with air lightly scented by the purifier's freshness, a silence that brought peace. Shaolin got out of bed, mechanically repeating his morning routine, washing up and changing clothes. Lin Yinyan had said she'd bring a map today, so he planned to ask her to act as his guide. With all that in mind, he opened the door and found himself face to face with the person outside, ready to knock. Qi Haisheng, a student and assistant to Yu Taizhou, was the first person Xiaolin met at the Tianyan Research Institute. You also traveled through time? Xiaolin stared at Qi Haisheng in disbelief. Are you not fully awake yet? Qi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiaolin's gaze drifted past Qi's shoulder. In the pristine white corridor, researchers hurried by, lab coats brushing shoulders, voices debating amid the sharp clicks of shoes on the floor. This routine morning scene felt like a distant world to him. Half an hour later, inside the office, Yu Taizhou closed the clipboard, speaking calmly yet firmly. Your memory is correct. You did agree to enter the stone gate, but you fainted in the preparation room. Fainted? Xiaolin touched his temple, bewildered. Vasovagal syncope, you explained simply. Too nervous and excited, plus difficulty adjusting to the oxygen tank breathing. Fortunately, it's a benign faint, so they sent you back to your room to rest. Xiaolin was stunned for a long moment. Could it be that everything he saw and experienced beyond the door last night was all a dream? Suddenly recalling that phone call, he anxiously asked, Professor, did you get a strange phone call? Yu Taizhou paused for a few seconds, then shook his head. No, only familiar contacts or official matters. That answer was like a sedative. Xiaolin exhaled deeply and slumped back into his chair, murmuring, Professor, I thought I'd never see you again. Yu was momentarily taken aback, then softened with a smile. You're my student and one of my finest protégés. I won't let you face this alone. Pouring a cup of red tea, he said, someone gave this to me. It's supposed to calm the nerves. The fragrant steam curled upward. Xiaolin took a few sips, feeling some tension ease. Yu raised his own cup and settled back in his chair. Want to talk about your dream? Changes in it are important to understanding the stone gate. Holding the cup, Xiaolin's voice was low but clear. I met the creator inside the stone gate. Yu's motion faltered slightly. He's dead. His corpse is poisoning the world. Ai Sheng and Yu Shuang are dead too. I escaped alone, but by then it was already 200 years later. The institute had fallen. There, I found a notebook. As he was about to continue, the door opened. Qi Haisheng peered in. Professor, there's a progress report meeting in 10 minutes. No matter what meeting, postpone it or delay it for an hour. You said instantly. Qi looked uncomfortable. We really can't postpone this one. Administrators, academics, and investors are all waiting. Progress report. Xiaolin's heart sank. He was about to be pressured again. Xiaolin's fainting had derailed their investigation, and investors would demand answers. But they were funding the project, so it was only natural they'd push for updates. Rubbing his forehead, Yu sighed. Fine, I'll attend. He looked up at Xiaolin. Do you know how to write reports? Yes, I've done internship reports in university. In that case, please put your dream into a written report before I get back. We'll discuss it in detail later. Agreed. Xiaolin nodded willingly. After Yu Taizhou left, Xiaolin headed straight to the cafe with his work notebook in hand. This was the very cafe where he had spoken with the enforcement team in his dream last night. But the atmosphere in reality was completely different. The dim silence was replaced by warm lighting, soft background music, and the lively chatter of interns discussing their work. Near the bar, young people sipped coffee while debating technical terms. Xiaolin had little understanding of those terms, yet that didn't stop him from settling nearby, opening his notebook to start writing his experiment report. The busy woman behind the bar was Zhao Ningyue. She wore a pale moon-white silk blouse with the collar slightly open, revealing the delicate curve of her collarbone faintly glowing in the soft light. A slender silver chain rested against her fair neck. At that moment, she leaned over to adjust the siphon brewer, the halogen lamp's flame steady under the glass pot, amber liquid swirling gently inside. Her focused movements resembled the careful handling of a precise, scientific experiment. Her waist-length black hair was casually tied at the ends with a satin ribbon, swaying lightly with each motion. Her presence was both gentle and striking, making it hard not to glance her way more than once. Noticing Xiaolin approaching, she looked up with a playful sparkle in her eyes. Oh, our cute little lab rat is working now? No running in the wheel today? Almost everyone at the institute knew Xiaolin, often teasing him as the little lab rat, and Zhao Ningyue was no exception. Life's tough. Even lab rats have to work hard to save the world, Xiaolin said with a smile, stretching lazily. The warm air from the air conditioner, mixed with the hum of voices, made him feel slightly drowsy. Since you're here, want to be a lab rat again? I'm testing a new blend and need someone to taste it. Zhao Ningyue tilted her head invitingly, her almond-shaped eyes naturally alluring, hard to refuse even if you wanted to. Figured I couldn't dodge you, Xiaolin said, eyes resting on the near-black liquid in the siphon pot, frowning slightly. Is it bitter? If it's too bitter, I'm not drinking. Don't worry, it's not bitter at all. Zhao Ningyue switched off the halogen lamp and wiped the pot's base with a damp cloth to cool it down. She watched the coffee slowly flow back into the lower chamber before pouring a small transparent cup and handing it to Xiaolin. He took a sip, his taste buds first hit by a strong bitterness, then soothed by a burst of floral and fruity notes much better than the bitter mess he had made on his own. "This can you teach me how to brew it?" he asked sincerely, looking up. Zhao Ningyue raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the request. "I thought you only studied world-saving tech, like shooting deadly laser beams from your eyes or something. I just want to be able to make a cup of coffee for myself if I'm ever alone someday," Shaolin said, then immediately noticed a strange unease clearly. The lingering shadow from his dream was still gnawing at him. Zhao Ningyue paused briefly, poured herself a half cup, sipped it, then discarded the rest into the waste container. As she cleaned up the equipment, her tone was calm, yet comforting. "The Tianyan Research Institute is pretty isolated, full of oddballs. Some stay here forever, some leave, but stay connected, like me, and like you. I heard about you fainting yesterday. Don't take it to heart. You're going to become someone important one day." Shaolin shook his head, speaking softly and steadily. "I'm not interested in becoming important. I just want to know what's waiting at the end of this path, nothing more." Zhao Ningyue didn't respond immediately, then said, "Coffee brewed with a siphon has a cleaner taste and more distinct layers. Although the process is a bit complicated and not ideal for beginners, I can teach you slowly." She blinked and added, "After you finish your work." Yu Taizhou sat at the long table during the research progress meeting. The air conditioner hummed behind him, but all he noticed was the ticking passage of time, something he despised most. The investors' nitpicking didn't bother him. He understood it was their job. What made him restless was that these meetings dragged on for hours. The quartz clock on the wall pointed to 4 p.m., and the investors' representatives on stage were still waving their arms, repeatedly demanding a second attempt as soon as possible. Yu Taizhou maintained a neutral expression, outwardly listening but inwardly replaying Xiao Lin's mention of the Driam transcendence gaining power in the real world. If true, transcendence could become the next generation of weapons. The sealed blood samples must never be leaked and should only be used to advance research. Knock knock. The meeting room door was tapped. The coordinator peeked in. "Professor Yu, it's your phone." Instant grumbles rose around the room, but Yu Taizhou was already standing and leaving. The corridor lights were dim as he took the phone. Furrowing his brow, the caller ID showed his own office landline. He had repeatedly warned that no one was to touch it. "Hello? Who is this? Didn't I tell everyone not to use my office phone?" "Professor Yu, it's me, Shaolin. Where are you now?" The familiar voice startled him. "Shaolin, I'm in a meeting. What's going on? Is something wrong?" Silence on the other end, then a sharp, urgent tone. "Professor Yu, you must believe what I say. I just came out of the Stone Gate. The time I'm in is decades after yours. I found a diary with 3 timestamps. July 2028, Transcendents gain powers in the real world. January 2033, Transcendents are deployed in battle, triggering World War III. July 2035, the Research Institute is destroyed by the second-generation Transcendent Yangqiji." "Wait, Shaolin, why are you telling me this? What's happened to you?" "Professor, I don't know if I'll make it back alive, but I swear everything I say is true. You must prepare in advance. Also, that stone gate, no matter what, it has to be sealed. Behind it lies the burial site of gods. That world is completely corrupted. Shaolin, where are you? I'm coming to get you now, don't move." Zi's a sudden, piercing electric buzz seemed to drill into Yu Taizhou's brain. Pain so sharp he nearly dropped the phone. Struggling to catch his breath, he realized the line had gone dead, replaced by silence. "Tell them the meeting is over." He snapped sharply at the coordinator, his voice booming down the hall. Then he turned and shouted, "Qi Haixing! Qi Haixing, come here now." Qi Haixing hurried over. "Professor, what's going on?" Yu Taizhou thrust a keycard into his hand, speaking rapidly. "Take people immediately to the 0 level right now. Understand?" After handing over the bound report to Yu Taizhou, the professor sat down behind his large walnut desk and leafed through the pages one by one. His gaze was calm, but heavy like lead in water. After reading it several times, he finally closed the report. "Professor, is there something wrong with the report?" Shaolin asked in a low voice from the chair opposite. Yu Taizhou didn't respond immediately. He carefully placed the documents on the desk and tapped his knuckles against the cover. Then, as if making up his mind, he stood up. "Shaolin, I want you to come with me somewhere." He took the lead, his white lab coat flaring slightly as he walked. Shaolin's heart churned with uneasy thoughts as he followed. Together, they took the elevator straight down. The soft yellow lights inside the metal elevator cast a dim glow, broken only by the faint hum of machinery. When they reached the lower level, the cold alloy door slid open, revealing a pitch-black but familiar corridor. At the end of the corridor was the same white metal door. Under the ceiling light, its coated surface glimmered softly. The security indicator on the lock flickered intermittently, as if silently watching. Yu Taizhou stared at the door, his gaze suddenly growing hazy. "Shaolin, I don't know if you can accept what's coming next, but I have to tell you, because you must face it." His words stirred an unnamed anxiety in Shaolin's chest. He took a deep breath and stepped toward the door. With each step, his restlessness grew stronger. When he reached the door, he raised his hand and pressed it against the cold, hard sensor panel. Beep, a clear sound rang out as the metal door slid open silently. Beyond the door was not the laboratory he had dreamt of again and again, but a primeval, shadowy karst cave. The cavern stretched wide, with stone pillars like a forest. Dangling stalactites shimmered with moisture overhead. Water trickled down the walls with a soft clinking sound. The once standing stone portal had vanished without a trace, and the transcendent, mysterious aura had evaporated as if it never existed. A terrifying thought churned and fermented in Xiao Lin's mind. He whispered hoarsely, "What does this mean?" Yu Taizhou didn't answer directly, but spoke slowly. "I spent most of today attending meetings in the conference room. And then, at 4:42 p.m., I received a call from the office landline." He looked at Xiao Lin. "It was you calling." Xiao Lin's heart jolted violently. He immediately understood where that call had come from. Yu Taizhou continued, "Apart from that, Yu Shuang and AI Xing disappeared. Not missing, but completely erased. There are no records of them anywhere in our lists or archives." Xiao Lin suppressed the flood of questions swirling in his mind and asked with difficulty, "Professor, do these changes relate to my dream? Did I cause the anomaly?" Yu Taizhou gazed deeply into his eyes, emotions tangled and profound. "Xiao Lin, you've got it backwards. That world is the real one. This one is your dream." Boom! A thunderous blast exploded inside Xiao Lin's mind, scorching his thoughts like a wildfire. Strangely, he didn't lose control. He remained unusually calm. Even Yu Taizhou's voice seemed like it was muffled behind fog. He had known things wouldn't be simple, but hadn't expected this outcome. He was still in the era more than 200 years later, utterly alone in a strange world. Yu Taizhou suddenly grabbed his shoulder, knuckles whitening with the strength of his grip. "Xiao Lin, I hope you can close that door and save our world. I know it's unbearably difficult and unfair to you, but now, you're all we have left." Silence began to spread. After silence hung in the air for over 10 seconds, Xiao Lin lowered his head and said, "Professor, I'm sorry." In his mind flashed the dim, fading image of Yu Shuang in her last moments. Then AI Sheng's whispered question before his suicide. "We will become extinct, won't we?" Thinking of the unknown presence behind the door, he didn't feel fairly an overwhelming helplessness so profound that even the dread and reverence for death had been worn away. I see Yu Taizhou's shoulders sagged slightly, his expression darkening instantly, yet he still forced a gentle smile. "But I understand. It's your freedom." His tone shifted as he fixed Xiao Lin with a piercing gaze. "No matter what, Xiao Lin, you must live well. I will do everything I can to help you." When Xiao Lin opened his eyes again from sleep, he was still in that cramped bedroom. The wall clock was frozen at 9 o'clock. Light slanted in through the blinds, hitting the pale gray door. The door stood silent and unyielding, like stone, offering no response. He threw back the covers and got out of bed, walked to the door, and grasped the cold handle, taking a deep breath. Click. The door creaked open slowly. The hallway was bright but empty. The huge research institute felt like a hollow shell, so quiet he could hear only his own heartbeat. Xiao Lin tugged at the corner of his mouth and muttered with a self-deprecating tone, "Welcome to the real world." Back in the bedroom, he began washing up and changing clothes with the ease of long habit. At precisely 10 o'clock, he set out for the cafeteria to follow Yu Taizhou's instruction and have breakfast. Then he headed to the 0 level. Just as expected, the stone door in reality had vanished. Yu Taizhou had said it was an immensely powerful entity, not easily sealed off. Now it seemed he was right, only a bare wall remained, as if the door had never existed. Xiao Lin called this phenomenon disappearance. Next, he went to the water bar. The leftover coffee grounds, the open bag of beans, the ceramic cup head used yesterday were all perfectly restored to their original places, packaging resealed. Not a trace of use. The institute seemed to be rewound by some invisible force. He labeled this effect reset. If resources could reliably reset like this, coffee beans would be infinite. But compared to the mysteries on his mind, this little bonus was minor. His third stop was Yu Taizhou's office. The note you left last night detailing the smart security system's port and password had been carefully placed on the corner of the desk, and Xiao Lin silently hoped to find it in the real world. Now, the note lay there quietly, its corner gently lifted by the air conditioning breeze. "Interference confirmed," Xiao Lin whispered. The dream and reality could affect each other, and he seemed able to intentionally guide this influence. Disappearance, reset, interference, these three supernatural traits verified Yu Taizhou's theory. The Institute's resurrection was linked to Xiao Lin's own power. But how this force operated, and where its limits lay, remained unknown. He recorded the phenomena in his notebook and took photos of the scenes, preparing to compile a formal report. At noon, halfway through writing, his phone suddenly vibrated. The smart security system sent an alert. Tapping the message switched the surveillance feed to the main entrance. Lin Yinyin stood there, clutching an absurdly thick book, tiptoeing and glancing around. Xiao Lin pressed the open door button and quickly went out to meet her in the lobby. Pushing up the round glasses perched on her nose, Lin Yinyin scrutinized him like a zoologist, murmuring, an animal with 4 limbs, hind legs upright, body covered with hand-woven fabric. Flipping through her book, she quickly compared notes. Ah, looks like a human. Then snapping the book shut, she beamed brightly. Hello, human. I'm here to deliver a map from Mr. Shaolin. Shaolin. Impossible. Mr. Shaolin isn't human. Shaolin's temple twitched never thought he'd have to prove him not non-human. So, should I mention you drank nearly half my coffee beans yesterday? Lin Yin suddenly froze, grinning awkwardly. Hee hee, good afternoon, Mr. Shaolin. I'm here to hand over the map. Shaolin took the map in his hands. It was drawn to scale, with neat lines. Though sparsely labeled, key points were clear at a glance. Lin Yin shuffled to the door, ready to sneak away. Well, if there's nothing else, they'll be going. Shaolin grabbed her collar. Busy today? If you don't mind, want to be my guide for half a day? I mind a lot. I'm a frail little girl, and I have to work today. They'll buy you coffee. Go, let's go. Lin Yin eagerly led the way ahead. The satellite town was small in scale, but this was the first time Shaolin had ever seen a Victorian-style town, so it felt quite novel. The damp, early spring air carried a mix of fresh grass and coal smoke. The wide stone-paved street shimmered with a blue-gray hue through the light mist. On both sides stood narrow, tall houses with pointed roofs, their window frames and eaves intricately carved with elaborate patterns. The street was nearly empty, with only the occasional passerby hurrying along with their head down. The whole town felt unusually desolate. From afar came the heavy, rhythmic thump-thump of giant hammers striking an anvil repeatedly, adding an industrial drone to the stillness. Shaolin and Lin Yin walked side by side along the smooth stone avenue. Yin acted like a tour guide as she spoke. Satellite town belongs to Blue Dragon Mining Company. 3 years ago, our mayor, Lan Xiu, was sent here to establish the town. Now, the permanent population is a little over 5,000. Coal mining is the main industry? Shaolin asked, following the source of the industrial noise. Yes, the coal mine is located in the industrial district just outside the town. We sell the coal exclusively to Blue Dragon. But, not all residents are miners. Mining is the officially designated main industry, but it's not as dominant as people think. There are also actuaries, grain merchants representatives, liaison offices for various small associations, plus some miscellaneous others, but I have to warn you, quite a few around here aren't exactly good people. If I wanted to live here long-term, would I have to pay taxes? Shaolin was concerned about his finances. In principle, yes, Yin winked at him. But Mr. Shaolin, you can work for us instead and pay taxes through labor. Working is out of the question, Shaolin said without hesitation. I still have quite a bit saved up. Nianian's eyes revealed a hint of unhidden pity at his words. Shaolin felt a pang. Why? What's wrong? The traditional currency system already collapsed, she shrugged. Banknotes are basically worthless now. The only currency still accepted is printed by the Financial Order Consortium, but they're no saints either. Shaolin fell silent. He had painstakingly saved nearly 10 million, thinking he'd live a worry-free life. Yet upon opening his eyes in this world, he instantly became broke. So what's used as currency now? Gold and silver? He asked. Exactly. Gold is used for major transactions, silver for everyday spending. 1 gram of gold equals 100 grams of silver. At this, Yin suddenly brightened. But Mr. Shaolin, your research institute is really valuable. It's almost enough to buy the entire satellite town. The mayor is quite envious. Shaolin's mouth twitched. Is it appropriate for you to sell out your mayor like that? I will never sell my institute. That place means a lot to me. I understand. Yin nodded, lowering her voice to warn him. But you have to watch out for the grave diggers. Grave diggers? Yeah, those who make a living by digging up ruins and tombs. Not exactly good people either. Not good people here. Not good people there. What's going on with this world? Shaolin was increasingly speechless. Just as he was about to ask more, Yin suddenly started jogging, her heels clicking crisply on the stone. She stopped in front of a patch of crumbling ruins. She tapped the low wall with a mysterious smile. Tada, welcome to Satellite Town's first spectacle, the Madman's Corpse. The Madman's Corpse? Shaolin stared, now noticing the massive figure slumped over the low wall. The corpse was 5 or 6 meters long, covered in dark gray scales, with membranous wings stretching from its sides and 4 limbs ending in thick, sharp claws. It looked like a dragon, yet not quite. Its arched spine and bone structure were almost humanoid, as if a fusion of human and dragon. But it had no head. Its thick neck bones ended abruptly in midair, the broken end shriveled and blackened, as if severed cleanly by a sharp blade. Scattered before the low wall were withered bouquets long dead, half-buried decomposed leaves in the moist earth, and a few drops of wax hardened into twisted white lumps, silently mourning what had been forgotten. What kind of monster's corpse is this? Shaolin frowned, surprise thick in his tone. It's not a monster. Lin Nianian's voice rang clear in the empty air. It's a transcendent bygone, very early stage 1. Shaolin bent down for a closer look. Hard scales covered desiccated muscles, claws sharp as blades, the bodice proportions precise, like a finely crafted war machine. Most bizarre of it had been dead for a long time, yet showed no signs of decay. Instead, it had transformed into a rock-like, gray-white texture, as if time had frozen on its surface. Shaolin raised his camera and clicked repeatedly, planning to take the photos home tonight for Yu Taizhou's identification. I heard he was crazy when alive, Lin Yinyan added suddenly. Crazy? Shaolin echoed. Yeah, some professor or something. He was convinced the mysterious invasion would destroy the world and desperately tried to stop it. But in the end, the world was fine and he died. Quite tragic. The shutter clicks abruptly stopped. Shaolin's fingertips froze on the camera, his gaze returning to the massive petrified corpse before him. In a flash, he understood this was Yu Taizhou's body. A cold, damp wind howled in from the end of the street, sweeping past his coat and down his suddenly shivering spine. Yu Taizhou's man chased by camera flashes, surrounded by reporters wherever he went. The one the world saw as the final hope to end the mysterious invasion and save humanity. And now, here he lay dead, without a tombstone, without a name, just the word madman drifting away on the wind. The world had long forgotten him. No one knew how close he had come to success. Yu Taizhou didn't deserve this ending. Shaolin whispered. He stepped forward and reached out, touching the black claw sharper than any blade. It's rough. Icy coldness climbed his arm. Memories surged. Back then, morning light blazed as Yu Taizhou stood bathed in golden shadows, his gaze calm and gentle. What if we fail? Shaolin had asked him once. We won't, Yu Taizhou said calmly. As long as we keep trying, it's not a failure. We'll fight on until the final hour before the world ends. The wind's soft murmur echoed like a whisper for the dead. Shaolin's eyes grew even firmer. The mission to save the world must not end here, not for this fragile world, but for those who stood together once. He would carry on Yu Taizhou's path himself. Mr. Shaolin, be careful. Although he's been dead for a long time, there might still be danger, Lin Yinyan whispered, pressing close to his side as a quiet warning. Her voice pulled Shaolin back from his wandering thoughts. He looked up and gave a faint smile. It's nothing. He wouldn't harm me. You look a little sad. Do I? Shaolin touched his cold cheek. At that moment, so many thoughts had flashed through his mind that he couldn't even tell if sadness was mixed in. Lin Yinyan, however, seriously began listing facial expressions. Eyebrows drawn together, corners of the mouth slightly downturned, orbicular muscles contracted. That's a typical human reaction to sadness. If you were a gorilla or a monkey, you might be excited right now. Shaolin pressed his lips shut, not wanting to respond. He really didn't understand how this ordinary girl could just keep talking nonstop. Mr. Xiao, did you know? I designed a way to identify human emotions through facial expressions. Later, Zhou Zheng drew a smiley face on the wall, and I actually talked to it for 2 whole hours, she said enthusiastically. It didn't say a word back. I thought maybe it only loved to smile, but wasn't interested in talking. Shaolin's mouth twitched. It didn't make you cry? Mr. Xiao, you're kind of dumb. A drawing can't change its expression. A drawing is just a drawing. Lin Yinyan retorted without mercy. He stayed silent for a long moment. Maybe this girl really was a bit clueless, but somehow he had been completely fooled by her. A wave of helplessness rose in his chest, and he sighed heavily, changing the subject. Aside from this spectacle, is there anything else worth seeing in town? Lin Yinyan bit her finger and thought for a moment. Mr. Xiao, can you guess why we call it Satellite Town? Because you depend on some large central city? He replied with a textbook answer. Nope, she shook her head. It can't really mean you have a satellite, can it? He half joked. Lin Yinyan blinked. Shaolin stood frozen. No way, seriously? You have a satellite? They walked along the gray old street toward the town administrative hall. The worn street signs were peeling and faded, and the wind made the power lines hum faintly. 2 blocks ahead, amid a cluster of collapsed buildings, a huge, blackened, twisted metal figure suddenly came into view. It was a satellite, charred all over, almost broken in two, just an empty shell left. Exposed wires and pipes hung down like scorched veins, the body tilted and stuck into the ground, leaning against the ruins of a battered house, surrounded by broken tiles and weeds growing wildly. Dim daylight filtered through the giant hole, casting a bleak and surreal still life. The eye of deep space, Shaolin almost uttered aloud. A top-tier observation satellite used by the Tianyan Research Institute, 15 meters long, 9 meters wide, weighing 20 tons, jointly built by over 20 countries. Its mission was to capture the so-called mysterious particles that may or may not exist. Equipped not only for surface mapping and seismic monitoring, but also with several particle detectors. He had witnessed the launch ceremony at the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center, seeing that massive rocket roar into the sky in flames, the emblems of 20 nations gleaming along its body, thousands cheering. Now, that glory was sealed in history, leaving only this wreckage lying silently here. Lin Yinyan turned to look at him, eyes shining with a mix of pride and sorrow. Pretty spectacular, right? I heard that at first. Some people tried to repair it, but they failed in the end, and then tomb raiders looted everything inside. At the center of the ruins lay the massive, silver-gray wreckage silently sprawled out. The cracked metal plates looked like bird wings stripped of feathers, with peeled-away circuits visible through the gaps. Lin Yinyan trotted over the rubble, acting as Xiao Lin's guide, speaking so fast, it was like a machine gun. But Xiao Lin seemed not to hear her. His gaze was fixed on that once spacefaring satellite, the rusted hull now, so worn, even its serial number was barely legible. He remembered reviving the Tianyin Research Institute. Psychic energy surging through his blood vessels, long dormant machines glowing back to life. If he could restart the institute, could he also bring this decommissioned satellite back online? After all, Tianyin was the satellite's ground control center. If he could awaken it, his understanding of this strange new world would instantly multiply. With that thought, he stepped over a collapsed brick wall. Dust kicked up beneath his shoes, drifting like tiny golden specks in the backlight. Xiao Lin stopped, pressed his hand against the cold metal shell, closed his eyes, and calmed his breathing as psychic energy stirred at his fingertips. He focused on sensing every subtle response deep within the wreckage. "Wake up, come back to this world," he whispered. Only the wind howled through the steel beams around him. Time seemed to stretch, until suddenly. "Mr. Xiao Lin, I've discovered one of your bad habits. You can't help but touch everything." Lin Nianian's lively voice popped into his ear. "First you touched the corpse, now this. This thing has been here for years, it's filthy, remember to wash your hands later." Xiao Lin twitched his eyelid. So it wasn't the satellite responding after all. He withdrew his hand, took a deep breath, and explained, "I wasn't touching it at random, I was making some attempts." "Attempts? Don't tell me you're planning to bring it back to life." Lin Yinyan mimicked him, circling her hand. "I saw your lips move just now, you said, 'Wake up, come back to this world,' haha. Mr. Xiao Lin, you're so childish." Xiao Lin's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He wanted to strangle this nagging girl. But in the end, he just said coldly, "Let's go see some other places." "Alrighty. How about the commercial street? I heard a new dessert shop just opened there." Lin Yinyan instantly perked up, as if refueled. "Are you sure you're showing me around, and not just going shopping?" "Well, it's both," she winked. As they stepped out of the ruins, a stark white paper plane fluttered down from the sky. It skillfully circled the alley twice before landing precisely in Lin Nianian's palm. The edges bore faint gold patterns, like an emblem. "Our mayor's ugly little paper plane," Lin Nianian exclaimed, immediately flattening the paper. Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" "It's a communication device called Yin Shu," she explained while unfolding the paper. "It can track specific targets within a limited range and is handy for short-distance messaging." For large characters were written boldly across the paper. "Still not back to work." Lin Nianian's expression froze like stone. "Oh no. I have something important this afternoon, I totally forgot. Help." Watching her spin around nervously, Xiao Lin felt an unexpected lift in his mood. It turns out, even in the superhuman era, people still have to clock in on time. "What's so urgent?" he asked casually. "I need to help the mayor contact Mr. Bai online," Lin Yinyan answered while tucking the paper into her pocket. "Internet? You have that here?" Xiao Lin was startled, but before he could ask more, she waved frantically. "Anyway, I have to go now. Mr. Xiao Lin, you can explore on your own." "Wait, I'll go with you." Lin Yinyan hesitated. "This is an internal matter. The mayor might not agree to bringing an outsider. I can vouch for you, prove you didn't slack off this morning. What if he docks your pay?" Xiao Lin hit the nail right on the head with no mercy. She paused to think for 3 seconds, then stopped thinking immediately. Suddenly, she raised her head with a bright spark in her eyes. "You're right. Brilliant. Mr. Xiao Lin, remember to compliment me later." After crossing 2 blocks, the town's government hall stood beside a main street. It was the busiest place Xiao Lin had seen so far that day. Pedestrians came and went at the entrance, while clerks bustled inside the hall stamping documents, filling the air with a sense of hustle and purpose. Xiao Lin noticed Vice Captain Zhou Zhengzheng of the law enforcement team leaning against the door with a cigarette between his fingers, quietly talking with 2 officers, his brow tightly furrowed. Lin Yinyan exchanged a few casual words with them before leading Xiao Lin straight up to the 3rd floor, to the town mayor's office. Pushing the door open, they found Captain Yan Jia already inside, hands clasped behind his back, speaking quietly with Mayor Lan Qiyu. "Has there been any change in the object retrieved from mine number 3? Lan Qiyu asked, his tone formally restrained. "No noticeable changes have been observed," Yan Jia replied crisply, standing at attention. "What about the miners who dug it up? They remain under supervision, no abnormalities reported so far." Lan Qiyu nodded, acknowledging the update, but moved on without pressing further. Just then, Lin Yinyan poked her head in with a playful smile. "Mayor, I'm here to work now." Lan Qiyu's gaze first shifted to Xiao Lin behind her and offered a polite greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Xiao." Then he turned back to Lin Yinyan with a faint smile. "Where were you this afternoon? You disappeared for 5 or 6 hours." "I wasn't slacking off," she said confidently, patting her chest. "Mr. Xiao here asked me to be his tour guide to get familiar with the town. And I did a great job, right, Mr. Xiao?" Hearing this, Lan Qiyu gave Xiao Lin a sympathetic look. "Mr. Xiao, I had actually planned to have either Zhou Zheng or Yan Jia accompany you around the town." Xiao Lin sighed. "You should have said earlier. I wouldn't have had to suffer so much." "How's the tour been so far?" Yan Jia interjected, like a hyperactive little dog on a leash. Yan Jia immediately straightened up, impressed. "Mr. Xiao, Your metaphor is truly remarkable. Lan Shiyu chuckled and shook his head. Clearly, Yin Jie's habit of speaking in complex sentences made him an unlikely tour guide. Then he gestured to a chair. Please sit, Mr. Xiao. What brings you here? It can't be just to back up Lin Nianian's words. Of course not. Xiao Lin sat down. I heard from Yin Yin that you have internet access here. Lan Shiyu and Yin Jie exchanged a glance, seemingly weighing their words. We do have the internet, Lan Shiyu said slowly, but it's probably nothing like what you're imagining. Nothing like it. What do you mean? It's hard to explain in words, he pondered. Maybe it's better if you experience it yourself. How exactly? Xiao Lin scanned the room, but saw no computers or routers. There isn't even a computer here. The equipment is right here. Lan Shiyu gestured as he gently pushed Lin Nianyan forward. She gave a sly smile. Xiao Lin twitched the corner of his mouth. So you're going to plug the network cable into her nose and press power? Lin Nianyan quickly covered her nose, blinking in mock protest. All right, Lan Shiyu cut off their bickering. Let me just demonstrate it to Mr. Xiao. Lin Nianyan finally got serious. Adjusting her glasses, she hugged the book in her arms and softly explained, Mr. Xiao, I'm going to connect our minds shortly. During the process, it's best to clear your thoughts and not think about anything distracting. My own processing power is limited. If you lose focus even a little, I might not be able to bring you in. As she spoke, a faint bluish glow emerged deep in her pupils. In the next moment, darkness began to surge and spread rapidly throughout the room, swallowing everything around. The walls, the furniture, even Yin Jie's figure vanished instantly, replaced by an abyssal, pitch-black void. Then, a city outlined in silver-white lines rose up from the ground. Hundreds, even thousands of skyscrapers shot upward one after another, piercing through the darkness like a forest of steel. Interlacing elevated highways and overpasses hovered in midair, their flashing light trails tracing the flow of traffic. Countless vehicles sped steadily along, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. A three-dimensional, immersive virtual world unfolded before them. So this is your internet. Xiao Lin was rendered speechless, a chill creeping into his heart from the astonishing sight. Impressive, isn't it? Only transcendent beings and psychic superhumans can enter here, Lin Yinyan said proudly, gesturing with her hand at the city. See those tall buildings? They're private databases. Data flows through these roads, some public lanes, some private passages. Following her gesture, Xiao Lin's eyes fixed on a slanting highway suspended in the dark sky. Countless cars became points of light, rushing back and forth at an unimaginable speed, too fast to discern their exact shapes. What exactly is this place used for? He looked around, unable to hold back another question. It's called Wisdom City, Lin Yinyan explained. They provide communication services, knowledge trading, and even paid memberships, and the like. Lan Shiyu interrupted her explanation abruptly. All right, business comes first. Has Mr. Bai logged in yet? Lin Yinyan tilted her head, concentrating briefly. He's online, right inside his database. How do we get there? Do you have a car, or do we take the bus? Xiaolin joked. Lin Yinyan smiled mysteriously, raising her hand and making a slow pulling back motion. As she moved, the entire line-drawn city seemed to be dragged by a giant hand, the scenery rushing past behind them. Their bodies passed like shadows through skyscrapers and highways, and in the blink of an eye, they stood inside a room. This space was the only area in the city not composed of lines. It was in full color and three-dimensional sound, indistinguishable from reality. In a neat office, a man in his early 40s sat behind a desk, his elbows resting on the surface, eyes fixed on the three of them. This is Mr. Bai, the main person in charge of Blue Dragon Mining Company. Lan Shiyu introduced him, then added, Mr. Bai, this is Mr. Xiaolin. He just moved to Satellite Town and is very interested in the internet, so we brought him to experience it firsthand. Mr. Bai appraised Xiaolin, scanning him up and down before offering a polite smile. Welcome to Satellite Town. I hope Shiyu hasn't neglected you. Not at all. Mayor Lan has been very responsible, Xiaolin replied earnestly. That's good. The meeting ahead might be a bit dull. Mr. Bai's tone softened, subtly signaling they should take their leave. Xiaolin understood the cue. He had already felt it a bit awkward sitting in on someone else's meeting. Actually, I've seen all the parts I'm interested in, so I won't disturb the rest of your meeting. After exchanging courteous farewells, Xiaolin noticed the surrounding darkness visibly dissolving at the speed of sight. Within moments, it vanished entirely. He found himself back in the quaint guest room. Lin Yinyan and Lan Shiyu stood quietly in their original spots, like they had fallen asleep. Mr. Xiaolin, you're back. Have some tea and rest for a while, Yin Jie said, looking up from his book. In the virtual space, Mr. Bai noticed Xiaolin logging off before he finally spoke. Tell me everything you know about his background. Yesterday, a research institute near Satellite Town was reactivated, Lan Shiyu replied. He came back to life along with the institute. He's a time traveler from 200 years ago and might be quite powerful. He didn't leave out a single detail, recounting everything that happened in the lab yesterday. How the institute abruptly powered on, the sharp sound of instruments self-testing, white mist gushing from cracked pipes, and his first encounter with Xiaolin, a young stranger standing in the hazy light. an eerie glow emanating from behind cold glass that instinctively sent a chill down the spine. Lan Xiu emphasized the terrifying alien aura he sensed from Shaolin, a strange and oppressive mental presence. When his story ended, the room fell into a brief silence. Mr. Bai lowered his head to think, then suddenly looked up. Nian Yan, have you had any contact with him? This morning I was his guide all morning. I took him to see the madman's corpse and the satellite wreckage, Lin Yin said thoughtfully, then added, he's a bit unhygienic and likes to touch things randomly. Mr. Bai ignored her complaint and quickly asked, what kind of person do you think he is? Biting her thumb, Lin Yin recalled the scene Shaolin standing in front of a giant corpse, his hand lightly touching sharp claws, his silhouette lonely, as if mourning the dead. She hesitated and said, he has empathy. He's a good person. After a pause, she raised her head and reaffirmed, I really think he's a good person. Mr. Bai stared at her for a moment, then looked away. He raised the conclusion you've been deceived. What? No way. Lin Nianian's eyes widened. First, a transcendent is a transcendent. They have very distinct traits. If you can't recognize them, then he's definitely not one. Second, unknown doesn't mean powerful. True power shows in ability and destructive force, both of which he lacks. As for the alien aura you sensed, it sounds like mental interferences, probably a psychic type, transcendent. Lan Xiu nodded, not surprised. Actually, once I calmed down, I suspected the same. But I actually like him. Lin Yinyan frowned. Why would he lie to us? Mr. Bai chuckled softly. A man from 2 centuries ago, facing a completely unfamiliar world deception, is almost the mildest tactic he could use. So what do we do with him? Lan Xiu asked. Lin Yinyan wanted to say something in Shaolin's defense, but dared not interrupt. She knew Mr. Bai was not only the owner of Blue Dragon Mining, but also the town's lifeline, as the 7th generation transcendent, far stronger than Lan Xiu. Silence enveloped the room again, only the cursor blinking. After a long pause, Mr. Bai spoke. Within our capacity, protect the weak as long as he's not a bad guy. Lan Xiu straightened up, understood. Lin Yinyan exhaled deeply and immediately opened up. Actually, Shaolin is really a good guy, and the coffee he makes is amazing. Yesterday, I kept drinking it at his place. He even said he wants to open a cafe in town. Ignoring Lin Nianian's constant chatter, Mr. Bai continued, you can gradually transfer the assets in your hands to us on a fair basis. Right now, he doesn't seem willing to sell, Lan Xiu replied. No problem, Mr. Bai gestured with his hand. Have him make a list first, and well by whatever parts he's willing to let go of. The rest, once he realizes he doesn't need them, he'll naturally be open to selling. Understood. They'll talk to him again when the time comes. The topic paused briefly. Mr. Bai rested his chin on his hand, eyes scanning the documents before him. The spacious conference room was quiet except for the ticking clock, the atmosphere like someone had pressed mute. Lin Yinyan bit back the urge to speak, waiting patiently with Lan Xiu. After a long while, Mr. Bai looked up, his tone suddenly shifting. How is the investigation at the mine? Any results yet? Today's main purpose is to report on that, Lan Xiu replied immediately, straightening up. The stone coffin unearthed 7 days ago in mine number 3 has been half cleared. We did find a quill pen imprint on the lid. He opened a record he carried with him. A quill pen. Mr. Bai's brow furrowed tightly. Is it really the writer's mark? He understood well what that implied. If it truly was connected to the writer, the trouble would be much bigger than expected. Lan Xiu added, we can't confirm authenticity yet. The miners who dug around the coffin are all stable, so it's possible the mark was forged. Mr. Bai pondered for a moment. And what about the writer's manuscript? We've searched all paper archives and old goods in town, but found nothing so far. Lan Xiu shook his head. If the manuscript doesn't exist, it might be a fake. But it could also still be locked inside the coffin. So Mr. Bai asked himself quietly, should we open the coffin? Do I give the order then? Not yet. He waved his hand. He'll personally go there in the next few days. We'll decide after I see it myself. Understood. He'll leave it to you, Mr. Bai. Lan Xiu stood and bowed respectfully. The mood softened slightly, and Mr. Bai suddenly asked, by the way, is there a gift you'd like? I do. Lin Yinyan suddenly raised her hand, eyes shining. I want those osmanthus cakes from the shop downstairs. Lan Xiu was about to stop her, but Mr. Bai had already smiled indulgently. All right, he'll get them for you before we leave. They've got some new flavors recently that are pretty good. Yay. Lin Yinyan happily made a fist to celebrate. Lan Xiu shook his head with quiet amusement. Then he remembered something else. Mr. Bai, I heard there was a clash between the government forces in Yunza City and the Crimson Legion? Mr. Bai leaned back in his chair, his tone unusually weary. That's right. It happened on the buffer plains outside Yunza City. They tried to ask for my help, but I refused. No objections? Yunza City is the main base for Blue Dragon Mining. Even without a formal agreement, they've always been eager to keep good relations, Mr. Bai said steadily. I'm only responsible for city defense. I don't get involved in retaliatory attacks. Besides, I hear the Crimson Legion has powerful supernaturals backing them. I don't want this conflict escalating that far. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, the sound crisp and deliberate. Xiu, the situation is getting more chaotic. Your troubles will only increase. Thank you for all your hard work. Shaolin sat by the tea table in his office, sipping tea as he waited. The liquid in the white porcelain cup rippled gently, with a faint heat rising, while his gaze kept drifting to the virtual pod across from him. About 20 minutes later, the doors of the pods for Lan Shiyu and Lin Yinyan opened simultaneously, and the two began to log off from the virtual world one after another. As soon as Lin Yinyan took off her headset, she exclaimed, "Oh my, I didn't expect Mr. Xiao Lin to actually be." Halfway through her sentence, she caught sight of Xiao Lin calmly holding his teacup by the table, silently watching her, and abruptly swallowed the rest of her words, covering her mouth with both hands. Actually be what? Xiao Lin put down his cup, his tone even. Be. Something like a hammerhead shark or something. Lin Yinyan gestured randomly, looking as embarrassed as a kitten hood just stepped on its own tail. Seeing Lin Yinyan almost start spinning in place from awkwardness, Lan Shiyu chuckled softly to ease the tension. I thought Mr. Xiao would just log off and leave right away. I actually stayed behind because I have some questions about psychics I wanted to ask. Xiao Lin turned to Lan Shiyu with a focused expression. What questions? Go ahead. Let's see if I can help. Leaning back against the edge of the desk with her hands supporting her behind, Lan Shiyu began. I remember Captain Yin mentioning that psychic powers are acquired rather than innate, right? That's right, Xiao Lin nodded. They come from drugs, special experiences, radiation mutations, that kind of thing. Lan Shiyu added. Agents are also psychics, but our powers come from supernaturals, so we're stronger. I'm an agent of Mr. Bai. That means all psychic-type supernaturals can access the internet? Xiao Lin pressed on. By now Lan Shiyu guessed his intent, and her eyes brightened with certainty. You want to become a psychic, don't you? Yes, Xiao Lin admitted openly. For him, the internet was the most convenient platform to fully understand this world. Ahem ahem. Lin Yinyan deliberately cleared her throat and tapped the table. Mr. Xiao Lin, actually all supernaturals are born with the ability to connect. Aren't you a first-generation supernatural? How could you not have it? That's strange. Xiao Lin looked at this sarcastic girl, utterly confused, but he was used to little energetic puppy-type madness, so it didn't bother him. I don't know either. Maybe I just haven't found the right way yet. Lin Yinyan squinted mischievously. When you talk to me, you don't blush at all? A vein twitched on Xiao Lin's temple. Maybe because you're not tempting enough. Hey. Their conversation started to veer off topic until Lan Shiyu stepped in promptly. Mr. Xiao Lin, actually, you're quite lucky. Xiao Lin was slightly surprised. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Because I happen to have here a drug used for developing psychic powers. Lan Shiyu smiled faintly. Yinjia, do we have that? Lin Yinyan looked confused. Huh, when did this happen? Lin Yinyan asked again, their expressions as if saying, look, the boss is lying. But Lan Shiyu remained calm, pulling a small glass vial wrapped in wire from the desk drawer. The pale blue liquid inside gleamed coldly under the light. Ah, isn't this the Lin Yinyan started, but was cut off by Lan Shiyu. Safe mental enhancement drug, or SMED for short. These three hadn't even compared notes on their stories, had they? Xiao Lin hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Well, I do want to buy it, but I don't have any money on me right now, so maybe not. Lan Shiyu raised his hand and shook the glass vial in his palm. The pale blue liquid rippled against the bottle's surface as his voice rang out clearly and confidently, because it costs nothing. Xiao Lin was briefly taken aback and instinctively took a half step back. Could this be poison? But then he thought, if the other party really wanted to kill him, why go through such elaborate steps? He decided to play along. So what's the catch? Lan Shiyu looked down at the vial, speaking evenly and deliberately. I know you're not planning to sell the research facility itself, but there's bound to be some items inside that can be traded. Give me a list of your goods available for sale, and as long as you're willing to trade with us, this vial of medicine is yours for free. That hit Xiao Lin right where it hurt. What he needed most at the moment was current currency. Now that someone was coming to him proactively, he couldn't be happier, especially since their goal was just to help him make money. I can offer half the water and food supplies, he answered without hesitation. After all, with the research facility's cause-and-effect reset phenomenon, anything sold would be restocked the next day. A glint of excitement flashed in Lan Shiyu's eyes. The town never lacked grain, but no one ever complained about extra basic supplies. As long as Xiao Lin had more demands later, they could leverage that to access pricier goods inside the institute. He stretched out his hand with a smile. Pleasure doing business. Thinking of the fully stocked supplies he would have the next day, Xiao Lin rubbed his hands together and shook the others with a smile of his own. Pleasure doing business. The two exchanged smiles, each thinking his own schemes, while Yin Jian nearby looked completely baffled. What exactly were these two calculating? And wasn't that vial supposed to be a calming tonic? When did it turn into a mind-enhancing drug? Lan Shiyu couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply passed the small bottle into Xiao Lin's palm. Mr. Xiao, wait downstairs for a bit. He'll have Lin Yinyan help you take inventory. Xiao Lin gripped the stopper and inspected the clear liquid carefully. How do you use this? Twist off the cap. Drink it straight, Lan Shiyu said bluntly. No side effects. Works in a few hours. Xiao Lin nodded on the surface, but inside he was already plotting. First, take it back to the institute for testing. If it's fake, no harm done. If real, it's perfect to have Professor Yu and the team analyze the formulas. As Xiao Lin's footsteps faded into the distance, Yin Jie finally couldn't hold back. Lan, you really believe this is a mind-enhancing drug? Lan Shiyu glanced at him coldly. Yin, you explain. Lin Yin immediately jumped in. It's a ruse within a ruse. Xiao Lin isn't an ordinary person. He's actually a psychic with real powers, just pretending to be normal to fool us. Yin Jie was even more confused. If he already has abilities, then why does he need the drug? To give his power a plausible source, Lin Yin said firmly. So Lan here just played along and let the act unfold. Whether the drug is real or not, it's real now because of perception. Xiao Lin thinks he's tricking us, but really, we're using his strength against him. Yin Jie pinched the bridge of his nose. This is a little mind-boggling. Downstairs, Xiao Lin sat on the sofa, flipping the vial in his hands again, and again the more he looked, the faker it seemed. Normally, a syphil-level drug would have floating specks or eyeball-like things inside, right? Chances were high Head been swindled. But that didn't matter. As long as he could use this scam to open up a sales channel, Head come out ahead. They thought they tricked him, but it was actually the other way around. The advantage was his. The town sky was always overcast, making nightfall come a little earlier. As dusk closed in, Xiao Lin prepared to head back to the lab, with Lin Yin stepping into the shadow he left behind, keeping pace beside him. The girl squinted slightly, a strange glint behind her glasses scanning him up and down, as if grading a rare specimen. Feeling his scalp prickle under her scrutiny, Xiao Lin finally stopped and turned his head, whispering, "Do you have something to say?" Lin Yin pushed up her black-framed glasses, her expression serious, but words surprising. "I'm really tight-lipped, so I definitely won't tell you." "Well, thank heaven for that." Xiao Lin feigned relief and immediately picked up his pace. But no sooner had he spoken than he heard Lin Nianyan's hurried footsteps behind him. She cleared her throat twice, and then came closer. "Actually, what I wanted to say is that Mr. Bai and Mr. Lan are both really nice people, and so is our team leader. So whether or not you're an overlord isn't really important. I know you probably don't understand. Just suspicious I'm not an overlord, right?" Xiao Lin cut in bluntly with a side eye. "I'm not that bored to be lying to you all about something like that." Lin Yin looked a little deflated at being called out, but still pulled a walnut out of her pocket. "Then help me crack this open. What are you trying to do? Use it to frame me or something?" Xiao Lin stared at the carved walnut, a vein popping on his temple. "I just want to see how tough your mouth really is." Lin Yin chuckled. Xiao Lin felt a sharp pulse in his temples and silently vowed to one day make this girl a specimen. But then Lin Yin suddenly changed tone. None of that really matters anyway. I just wanted to say, whether Xiao Lin is an overlord or not, you're our friend now. And well, that's all." "Oh," Xiao Lin replied softly. "That's such a flat response. I thought you'd be more touched." Lin Yin pouted. "Maybe you're just not tempting enough." Xiao Lin shrugged. "I don't need temptation. Knowledge is the greatest charm." She crossed her arms, her nose slightly raised. Though teasing her back, Xiao Lin felt a warm flicker inside, even if he was terrible at expressing it. The two of them joked as they walked to the outskirts of town. In the distance stood the closed-off, minimalist three-story research institute, surrounded by eerie ruins. Its windows glowed with light, offering a sense of security in the deepening night. The moment they stepped onto the stone stairs leading to the institute, Xiao Lin's phone vibrated softly in his pocket. The device reconnected to the building's local network. He glanced at the time. It was 7 p.m. Judging by the pace, the inventory check would stretch into the late night. After the inventory, "Why don't you stay overnight at the lab?" he said. "It's too dark to walk home alone." "Then I want coffee." Lin Yin immediately raised her hand, bargaining. Looking into her bright eyes, Xiao Lin quietly marveled. In a world this chaotic, there was still someone so pure. Luckily, she had zero temptation in her. He was about to slip his phone back in his pocket when a stream of notification sounds rang out. The screen filled with alert security system anomalies. The Institute's security module never sounded alarms without reason. Xiao Lin froze, quickly tapping on one of the alerts. The screen switched to a security camera feed. A few strangers stood outside the sealed research facility, seemingly trying to force the door open, but after a while, they gave up and left. Seeing this, Lin Yin couldn't help but turn her head and whisper, "Mr. Xiao Lin, what's going on?" Xiao Lin didn't answer. He quickly swiped through the terminal screen to the latest alert stamped just 5 minutes ago. His chest tightened suddenly as he looked up into the night. The city's ruined remains were like bones polished by a cold wind-exposed steel rebar and shattered concrete intertwined, resembling half-decayed corpses twisting in the dark. "Let's go." He suddenly grabbed Lin Nianyan's arm and turned, retreating toward an alley behind the lab. Mr. Xiao Lin." Lin Yin stumbled, her face full of confusion. Just a few steps away, a tall figure emerged from the ruins. Dressed in tight black clothing and gloves that gleamed with a cold sheen in the fading light, he brought 2 fingers to his lips. Whistle. The sharp note pierced the silence. Beyond broken concrete walls and beneath a half-collapsed overpass, a dozen figures slowly rose like awakened corpses, their firearms and cold weapons glinting faintly in the night as they closed in. Xiao Lin positioned himself in front of Lin Yinyan, eyes fixed on the whistleblower. The man smirked effortlessly. You must be the owner of this lab. We've been waiting a long time. What do you want with me? Xiao Lin raised an elbow to shield Lin Yinyan, his voice low. Buying your lab. The man's tone was teasing. Name your price. I'm not selling. Click. From the crowd behind, an old double-barreled shotgun safety was flipped off. The metallic click echoed with cold menace. The whistleblower's smile deepened. Don't be so quick to refuse. I'm willing to pay top dollar. He seized a silver coin between thumb and forefinger, letting the moonlight catch its cold, metallic texture. 1 silver coin. How about that? Laughter erupted all around. A standard silver coin weighed 20 grams. It was the most basic currency unit in this world, but hardly a high price. Before Xiao Lin could respond, Lin Yinyan suddenly gripped his arm firmly, straightening her back to face the man. I know you. You're Liang Yuan, the grave digger from the Yang gang. You came to trade in our town before. Liang Yuan's smirk stiffened slightly. Then he slipped back into a flirtatious expression. Miss Lin, you've got a good memory. Seen me once and already remember me. Do you have a thing for me? Cut it out. Lin Nianian's voice was cold. Let me warn you, mister. Xiao Lin is under the protection of Satellite Town. Liang Yuan shrugged. So what? If you dare lay a hand on him, you're declaring war on our entire town. Lin Yinyan spoke each word deliberately. From now on, we won't supply you with any water, food, or medical aid. And don't forget, our mayor is an agent of a supernatural being. You know what he's capable of. A brief explanation. The Gravediggers, like many survival groups wandering the ruins, rely heavily on trade with nearby towns for supplies, Yang Gang included. Satellite Town is one of their key supply hubs. Liang Yuan's eyes widened dramatically. Wow, that's really scary. Then his smile turned cold. But do you know when people go the craziest? When money's involved. He pointed toward the darkened lab. The equipment in there alone could buy an entire city, and compared to that, he paused, eyes sharp as he scanned Xiao Lin and Lin Yinyan, lips curling in mockery. Your satellite town doesn't amount to a damn thing. Liang Yuan's face twisted into a savage glare, his eyes fierce as if he was about to shatter all boundaries at any moment. Lin Yinyan trembled slightly, pale and wavering, unable to tell if she was more angry or terrified, struggling silently. Xiao Lin remained calm, his tone indifferent. I can help you open this door, but there are conditions. Liang Yuan sneered, his voice hoarse and sharp. Do you think you're in a position to negotiate terms with us now? Xiao Lin replied coolly. I'll give you 2 reasons. First, the door only opens with the correct password. Without my help, you can't crack it anytime soon. Second, the items in this research institute, you wouldn't even recognize their value without me. You'd probably sell them for scrap. He didn't actually mind them taking the equipment. The institute reset every night and everything restored by morning. His real concern was that they might renege on their promise. Xiao Lin's words cleaved through Liang Yuan's confidence. His face darkened, his hoarse voice near breaking. What conditions? Speak. Xiao Lin's gaze drifted toward Lin Yinyan. Let her leave here. Liang Yuan rejected firmly. No way. I won't let her go call for backup. Xiao Lin stared coldly at Lin Yinyan. Shoot her leg. Let her crawl back on her own. That'll buy you 5 or 6 hours. Enough time for you to do what you want. Lin Yinyan shuddered violently. Fear flooded her eyes. The next instant, without hesitation, Liang Yuan drew a pistol and fired at her right leg. Bang! The gunshot shattered the silence, a piercing sound that sent chills through the air. Agonizing pain exploded through her leg, burning followed by numbness spreading rapidly. She collapsed, her leg numb and useless. Yet she didn't scream or sob, biting her lip hard to hold back tears. Liang Yuan sneered at her. Lin Yinyan, if you want to hate, hate me. Now you can go. Don't move too fast. Lin Yinyan gritted her teeth, struggling to lift her upper body, dragging her bloodied right leg inch by painful inch towards Satellite Town. When her figure vanished from sight, Liang Yuan gave a contemptuous smile. Now we can open the door, right? Xiao Lin was silent as he took out his phone, verified with a fingerprint, then entered a password. Amid a harsh grinding noise, the heavy metal gate slowly lifted, revealing the passage beyond. Liang Yuan's breathing quickened, excitement flooding him as he stepped into the research institute. He glanced back at Xiao Lin. Time's tight. Let's get started. No tricks. Then suddenly came the clear sound of a gun being cocked. Bang! Pain shot through Xiao Lin's knee, forcing him to collapse to the ground. The shooter was a girl with a ponytail, holding a long knife. Her eyes were cold and full of disgust. Xiao Yu, what are you doing? Liang Yuan clearly didn't expect her sudden attack. The door's open. I'm going to kill him. Xiao Yu said icily. He still has value to you, but I don't care. Her blade suddenly plunged into Xiao Lin's abdomen, blood quickly staining his clothes. Her voice was icy and merciless. I hate fools who think they're heroes. Hero saving a damsel? As if you deserve it. She twisted the knife handle violently, the blade slicing through the air, dripping with venomous malice. Don't worry, we won't spare that bitch either. We'll catch her soon and kill you in front of her. Liang Yuan sighed helplessly, his tone calm but resigned. Xiao you really need to tone down your temper. Tone down. Xiao Yu sneered. Those hypocrites don't deserve to live. They all belong in hell. Liang Yuan shrugged and turned to Xiao Lin. Sorry, I tried. This girl's a bit unstable, I can't control her. Sorry for the trouble. He waved a hand. Let's move inside to collect the stuff. Xiao Yu, remember to keep Lin Yinyin as hostage. That depends on my mood. Xiao Yu replied coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade. The tension was thick and brutal, the air charged with murderous intent and unease. Lin Yinyin was running with all her strength, but her movements were awkward and her speed barely faster than a normal walk. The bullet was lodged deep in her leg bone, and every time her right foot touched the ground, the bullet's tip scraped against the bone like a scorching drill twisting inside her marrow. The searing pain spread with every step, but she had no time to care. Her mind was flooded with anxiety and regret. She had warned Xiao Lin to be careful of the grave diggers. She knew those people posed a potential threat, but under Mr. Land's protection, she had grown complacent, thinking they wouldn't dare to act merely a casual remark. If only she hadn't been so naive and foolish, none of this would have happened. Xiao Lin wouldn't be in such danger. Gritting her teeth, she pushed the last of her strength forward, almost dragging her injured leg with her. Blood trickled down her calf in a crimson line, dripping onto the dull ground. Bang! A sharp gunshot rang out behind her, the muzzle flashing toward the research institute. Lin Yinyin froze, struck as if by lightning, tears instantly blurring her vision. Liang Yuan and his group never fired recklessly, and they had no reason to waste bullets. This shot could only mean one thing. Xiao Lin was very likely in serious trouble. Her chest tightened with fear. She covered her mouth, forcing herself to remain silent. The next moment, she stumbled into a half-collapsed shack by the road and hid in its darkest corner. Drawing a dagger, she pressed the cold blade against her carotid artery. She knew that if Xiao Lin died, the grave diggers would capture her to use as leverage against Lan Xiyu. She would never let that happen. If they found her, she would immediately slit her own throat, leaving all the hatred for Mr. Lan to deal with. Pain and cold wrapped around her body. Her breath came in ragged gasps, and her knuckles went white from gripping the blade tightly. Then, another gunshot shattered the night, followed quickly by a third and fourth. The gunfire shifted from isolated bursts to a continuous chorus. Outside the ruins, someone yelled, "An extraordinary! He's an extraordinary!" At the research institute's entrance, real panic spread quickly among the grave diggers. At some point, Xiao Lin stood up, pinning little Yu to the ground. One hand clamped tightly around her neck, the other held high the long knife that had just pierced his own chest. Little Yu's face darkened purple from the strangling. Her limbs flailed weakly, growing more powerless by the second. She never could have imagined that a man stabbed through the abdomen wouldn't collapse, and that the wound had vanished without a trace. "Don't kill me, wait, don't kill me. I'm a girl too, you can't," she sobbed, tears mixed with saliva wetting her cheek. Xiao Lin's expression was cold, unmoved. A flash of steel, and the long knife slid from her mouth into the back of her neck with a shing, spraying a fountain of blood that curved grotesquely across the dim ground. "Shoot him! Shoot him dead!" Liang Yuan bellowed. All the grave diggers pulled their triggers. Muzzle flames erupted in unison. The hail of bullets rained down on Xiao Lin's body, neither deflected nor penetrating him. His body shook slightly from the impact, but like a stone sinking into deep water, he showed no sign of injury. This was absolutely not a physical or mental superpower. It was more like some even stranger state altogether. Xiao Lin bent down and picked up the long knife lying on the ground. Amidst the relentless hail of bullets, he quickly rose to his feet, his gaze locked fiercely onto the nearest burly man wielding a shotgun. Without hesitation, he dashed out from behind cover, cutting through the air like a striking serpent. The burly man cursed angrily but did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward, pressing the muzzle of his shotgun against Xiao Lin's head and pulling the trigger with a harsh bang. The pellets shot out mere inches from Xiao Lin's skull, forcing his head to snap sharply backward as if struck by a heavy hammer. Yet in the next moment, his body stabilized instantly, his face completely unmarked. The attacker was stunned, panic flickering in his eyes. Without missing a beat, Xiao Lin swung his blade downward, the edge striking the man's scalp. Blood exploded in a spray, running down his forehead. The man let out a gruesome scream and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Around them, gunfire still roared and terrified shouts pierced the chaos. How is he not dead? Why won't he die? A monster! He's a monster! But Xiao Lin ignored the uproar, bending to retrieve the shotgun. He turned and trained it on a tall, lanky young man nearby. He pulled the trigger. The pellets poured out like a violent storm, tearing into the young man's body, rending flesh and muscle as anguished screams tore from his lips. Though not yet completely dead, he teetered on the brink of life. Xiao Lin spun around and fired again. The shotgun blast was a grim death sentence. The second man's skull was shattered, blood spraying as he crumpled silently, breathing stilled forever. The scene had turned into a one-sided massacre. No one posed the slightest threat to Shaolin, nor could anyone stop his forward advance. As the fifth man fell, Shaolin abruptly swung the gun toward Liang Yuan, who stood not far away. Liang Yuan did not back down. Instead, he unleashed a deafening roar, his pupils suddenly glowing blood-red, radiating a fierce light. This red glow eerily resembled the blue aura of psychic powers. Shaolin had seen Liang Yuan was a psychic too. Liang Yuan bent low and drove his foot into the ground, lunging forward like a swift, fierce beast. Bang! The shotgun fired again, pellets raining down and nearly all striking Liang Yuan. Remarkably, none of the pellets caused him harm. They bounced off his skin as if it were encased in an incredibly tough armor, leaving no trace of damage as fragments scattered around him. Before Shaolin could fire again, a massive hand clamped down on the barrel. Under Liang Yuan's immense strength, the metal instantly dented and bent. Shaolin released the gun and swung a punch at Liang Yuan's face, but the blow was met with excruciating pain reverberating through his own fist. Before he could react, Liang Yuan delivered a powerful side kick to Shaolin's shoulder, the force so great it sent him flying several meters before slamming hard onto the ground. Without the protection of his special abilities, his bones would have shattered. As Shaolin struggled to regain his stance and prepare a counterattack, Liang Yuan snatched a long knife from the ground and recklessly drove it into his heart, pinning him to the cold earth. "I thought you were strong, but you're nothing," Liang Yuan sneered, pressing his knee into Shaolin's abdomen with crushing force, leaving him utterly immobilized. Liang Yuan drew a pistol and aimed it at Shaolin's forehead, pulling the trigger relentlessly. Bang! 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 5 shots rang out in quick succession, each bullet striking Shaolin's skull with perfect accuracy. Yet even then, Shaolin's face remained unscathed, showing not a trace of fatigue or injury. Liang Yuan's eyes grew wild with fury. Once out of bullets, he discarded the pistol and pummeled Shaolin with unrelenting fists, each blow as brutal as the last. "Not dead. Not dead. I refuse to believe you're truly immortal." Liang Yuan's laughter was cold and maniacal, his punches growing more savage. "Fine, you want die? Then I'll play my way and see if you survive that." But deep inside, Shaolin knew the truth. He wasn't immortal, only invulnerable. Hidden within him was a strange black, Korea silent, motionless sphere. Every attack wore down this core, and now, under Liang Yuan's furious onslaught, it was rapidly depleting. At the brink of despair, Shaolin suddenly sensed the presence of another core. Smaller, weaker, and several kilometers away. He seemed to have been there before. Lan Xiu had not rested. At this very moment, he was still poring over the reports on the mine incident. The rustling of the papers under his fingertips echoed quietly. This was the countless time he had read through them, yet he stubbornly sought to uncover any overlooked clues hidden within the dense lines of text. Suddenly, outside the window came a silent explosion. A dazzling blue beam tore through the night sky, shooting straight into the clouds. Lan Xiu sprang up and drew back the curtain, his pupils constricted sharply. The abandoned ruins, where the satellite had crashed years ago, now shone as brightly as a full moon. At the center, a blazing blue glow churned silently, like an icy moon resting on Earth, illuminating every detail of the town's core. He stared fixedly at the light. His heart nearly stopped within the ruins. The wreckage was rewinding. The damaged main structure visibly repaired itself. Broken metal plates returned to their original positions, rust turning into pure silvery white. The dormant signal lights flickered on one after another. Shattered solar panels creaked open like a giant bird reborn, shedding their dust. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the ground as the concrete rubble beneath the satellite was pulverized. The massive object shot upward with terrifying speed, whipping up a violent gale that swept across the entire town. After the storm passed, it was a silver-blue meteor streaking into the far distance. A giant hole split the dark clouds, briefly exposing the black night sky. Lan Xiu froze by the window, breath catching, his whole body trembling in shock. Suddenly, the door was flung open. Yin Jie barged in, panting hard. "Mr. Lan, the satellite. I saw it. So what exactly is this?" His voice trembled. Lan Xiu shook his head. A phrase suddenly flashed through his Minlanianian's words about Shaolin wanting to resurrect the satellite. In the next instant, a white mask appeared out of nowhere in his palm, its cold light flashing. He ordered in a low voice, "Immediately gather manpower and head to the research institute." "I'm going ahead." With that, he dashed out the door in a blur. Meanwhile, in another basement, Liang Yuan's fear was shredding his sanity. Shaolin, whom he had just suppressed single-handedly, now looked strange. His eyes had lost their sparkle, pupils pitch black, completely unresponsive to the outside world, as if his soul had been extracted. Liang Yuan sensed an indescribable chill. Shaolin was gone, leaving only an incomprehensible empty shell. "Die, die, die," Liang Yuan howled, swinging his blade wildly. Each strike met real resistance. Each time he saw the blade pierce flesh and bone. Yet when the blade withdrew, Xiao Lin's skin remained unscathed, not a drop of blood spilled. Despair consumed him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed the blade against Xiao Lin's neck and hacked fiercely. The cold metal nearly severed the neck completely, but the body remained intact, as if it defied all laws of nature. Die. Why won't you die? Why? His voice cracked, fear twisting into madness. He felt something terrifying approaching, something beyond comprehension. In fact, just as Liang Yuan sensed, Xiao Lin was no longer in the room. At this moment, he was breaking through the clouds, hurtling toward the heavens at an almost impossible speed. The thick clouds tore open behind him like a giant dragon, and the ground below shrank swiftly into a dark chessboard pattern. The earth grew more distant by the second. His vision expanded boundlessly, with a range so vast it seemed to reach from heaven to earth. He saw the dim lights of the small town, the strange creatures lurking within the ruins, and Lin Yinyan trembling quietly in a corner. Then his vision shifted to the research facility, to Liang Yuan, and to another version of himself. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the sky. Liang Yuan instinctively looked up. Clouds tore apart, like sizzling blades ripping through fabric, creating a massive hole. A blazing fireball, wrapped in a fierce windstorm, shot out as if instantly evaporating the surrounding moisture. His enhanced abilities magnified his sight. Unblinking, he fixed his gaze on the fiery orb until he understood its true nature. It was the wreckage of the defunct satellite hovering above Satellite Town. Though engulfed in roaring flames, it appeared cold and pristine, showing no signs of melting or disintegration even at its extreme speed. In the next instant, the satellite accelerated again, becoming a streak of red light. Against the pitch-black night sky, a thick crimson trail pierced from the clouds down to the earth. One thought consumed Liang Yuan's mind. Death was coming. Boom. The satellite crashed into the ground, ripping the earth apart. A mushroom cloud mixed with black smoke soared upward. A circular shockwave radiated outward, uprooting debris and raising a dense black dust several meters high. Pedestrians at the epicenter were instantly charred by the intense flames. Those farther away had their skin torn, muscles scorched, and bodily fluids drained. Liang Yuan stood at the very heart of the blast, colliding head-on with the satellite. His roar was swallowed by the inferno, and in the next moment, he was shattered completely. No remnants remained. At the impact site, a crater over 20 meters wide appeared. The satellite was lodged at an angle in the center, shimmering and razor-sharp like a colossal sword dropped from the heavens. High heat, scorched earth, and death churned at the pit's bottom. Around it, not a single sign of life remained. 2 minutes later, Xiao Lin's starlit gaze faded as he lay on the ground. He pushed himself up, eyes fixed on the still-burning crater and the flawless satellite engulfed in flames. The scorching air burned his lungs, suffocating and painful. This was the first time he had killed since arriving in this world, yet it stirred no sorrow or joy. The silent black core inside him resonated remotely with the core inside the satellite. At a faint thought in his mind, the satellite defied gravity and rose once more, leaving a long red trail across the night sky before vanishing into the depths of space. The 20-ton behemoth resumed its cold vigil in low Earth orbit, silently watching over the dust-covered world below. Xiao Lin closed his eyes and sensed the core within him, still pitch black and quiet, but noticeably dimmer, drained from Liang Yuan's attack as well as from controlling the satellite and withstanding the explosion. Fortunately, he was unscathed, feeling neither pain nor fatigue. He held his breath to test himself and found he could easily block out the scorching heat with no discomfort at all. No way, I think I'm getting kinda badass, he muttered under his breath. Then a thought struck him. Maybe next time he should sleep with his head under the covers, so even mosquitoes couldn't get near. Though, if a mosquito did sting him, would it suck blood or something stranger? Forcing himself to quiet his wandering mind, he resolved to find Lin Ninian first. She had been shot and was still in a dangerous area. He needed to bring her back quickly to treat her wounds. Tonight, he could help bandage her and let her rest safely under his care. Lin Ninian crouched in a corner of the rubble, clutching a dagger, her palm slightly sweaty. The deafening explosion just now had sent shockwaves rippling through the air, turning debris into sharp rain that pelted her back and shoulders with burning pain. Yet, it was as if her sense of pain had been numbed. Her mind remained consumed by that blazing red light and the earth-shaking tremor in an instant. There was no way that attack could have come from Liang Yuan. If Liang Yuan truly possessed such power, why would he stoop to being a gravedigger? Could Mr. Xiao Lin have been telling the truth that he was an extraordinary being? But if that were the case, why hadn't he revealed his strength earlier? This conflict wouldn't have escalated in the first place. What was even stranger was how the attack had fallen from the sky, almost like summoning a giant lurking at high altitude. This kind of summoning system belonged only to Wisdom City, and Xiao Lin couldn't possibly control it. Her mind swirled with questions, leaving her confused whether to return to the town or rush to find Xiao Lin. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth. She needed to find Xiao Lin first. The explosion was loud enough to alert the entire town. Shaolin might be in urgent need of help right now. Supporting herself against the broken wall, she was about to stand when steady footsteps sounded outside. Her heart clenched sharply. Holding her breath, she prayed the visitor wouldn't find her. But the footsteps seemed to be closing in on her hiding spot with purpose. Shaolin. The thought flashed briefly through her mind before she dismissed, there was no way he could have arrived so quickly after the fight. Taut with tension, she pressed the dagger's blade to her neck and rehearsed quick lines in her mind. Don't come closer, or you'll die right here. Or get lost, don't come near me. Which would be more intimidating? Lost in these anxious thoughts, the footsteps halted just outside the low wall. Lin Yinyan, come out. The hoarse, icy voice scratched like a dull blade on glass. She shuddered all over, then sagged back against the rubble not from despair, but pure relief. A voice that had carried the weight of 800 lives. She recognized it. Only Lan Xiu talked that way. She stepped out from behind the wall. In the center of the ruins stood a towering figure over 2 meters tall, clad in black leather, wearing a pale porcelain mask. A sharp hook gleamed coldly in his left hand, while the blood-stained axe in his right still dripped deep red. Looked every bit like the butcher who prowled stormy nights. This was Lan Xiu wielding the power he borrowed from Mr. Bai, the stormy night butcher. Lin Yinyan rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him, tears instantly flooding out. Lan Xiu quickly removed his mask, careful not to hurt her with the blade or weapon. As his power receded, his clothes, weapons, and body size all returned to normal. It's okay now, it's okay. He gently patted her back, eyes flicking to the wound on her leg torn by the rubble. Ninian, tell me everything that happened. She took a breath, voice choked but steady. The grave digger. The group of grave robbers from the Yang gang tried to raid Mr. Shaolin's research lab, and he agreed to it in order to save me. Lin Yinyan repeated this through tears, her shoulder trembling slightly as the sobs wouldn't stop. Ninian, take deep breaths. It's okay, Shaolin will be fine, Lan Xiu said softly, trying to comfort her while looking up toward the lab. Under the dim streetlight, the building's silhouette stood silent and still. But the Yonggang people. Lin Ninian barely started before Lan Xiu interrupted her. That satellite revived, Lan Xiu whispered the critical news. I came here because of that. That explosion earlier? It was probably caused by it. Lin Nianian's tears instantly stopped, and she stared at her blankly. Mr. Shaolin. Is he really a transcendent? Lan Xiu gave no direct answer, but let out a dry chuckle. Starting today, I declare this place no satellite town. Lin Yinyan cracked a smile through her tears, but her brow quickly furrowed again. I still want to go to the lab, in case Mr. Shaolin needs help. That's fine, but we have to go slow. Lan Xiu helped support her and moved toward the side of the road. Why? Lin Yinyan asked, puzzled. To give him time to clean things up so we don't see what we shouldn't. What if Mr. Shaolin is actually a bad guy? Then we definitely can't look at his stuff, Lan Xiu replied, ruffling Lin Nianian's hair playfully. In reality, Shaolin had nothing to hide. At that moment, he was making his way down the long street toward them. Minutes later, under the dim streetlights, the three of them collided face to face. Seeing Shaolin unharmed, Lin Yinyan, overwhelmed with emotion, broke free from Lan Xiu's support and called out Mr. Shaolin as she rushed forward only to fall with a thud, clutching her leg as she rolled on the ground. Shaolin glanced at Lan Xiu. She rubbed her temple and smiled helplessly. Cute moment, right? Should we help her up? Shaolin asked. Let her roll around a bit. We're off some energy. Shaolin. Lin Yinyan whimpered from the ground. Shaolin understood that Lan Xiu's reluctance to help was a silent way to keep an eye on him. Lan Xiu pulled out a metal cigarette case and offered a smoke. Want one? No, I don't smoke. Good for you, she said, lighting one herself. Then casually asked, what happened to those attackers at your place? They're all dead. You killed them? Yes, Shaolin answered calmly. What about the satellite? Did you blow it up again? Shaolin didn't answer, but tilted his head back to look at the night sky. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion broke through the clouds. A blazing red light, like a falling meteor, illuminated the entire street in an instant. At the center of the red glow hovered a metallic colossus about 15 meters long, suspended 20 meters above the ground. Its silver shell slowly spun, cold and silent like a steel monster quietly looming behind Shaolin. The savage wind lifted Lan Xiu's coat, leaving her stunned into speechlessness. Ah! Lin Nianian's scream pierced the air like a high-pitched whistle, making Lan Xiu's facial muscles twitch involuntarily. He had intended to stay serious and continue asking questions, but he could only watch helplessly as Lin Yinyan clawed at his body from the ground in a twisted, awkward scramble, desperately trying to stand up. It's a real satellite. So cool. Mr. Shaolin, you actually brought it to life. Can I touch it? Please let me touch it. She stared fixedly at the massive machine, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Lan Xiu quickly interjected, Ninian, don't offend Mr. Xiao. After all, Shaolin was a transcendent being, and provoking him could have unpredictable consequences. Before his words even faded, The huge satellite slowly lowered itself, like a docile giant bowing its head, stopping right in front of Lin Yinyan. She reached out eagerly, gently stroking the satellite's cold, metallic surface. Mr. Xiao, you're incredible. On the same level as Mr. Bai? By the way, can I ride it? Just for a little while. Lin Yinyan asked excitedly. The corner of Xiao Lin's mouth twitched. He had already expected not to be too polite with this girl. All right, just a few touches don't break it. No sooner had he spoken than he raised his hand, and the satellite shot upward, quickly reaching a safe altitude. Then, accompanied by howling wind, it shot toward the sky at an astonishing speed and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Yinyan frowned and muttered at Xiao Lin, so stingy, like someone who just drank cold water. Xiao Lin ignored her complaint and turned serious. Maybe next time you can play with it again, but now come back with me to the lab to treat your injury. Great. Lin Yinyan nearly jumped for joy. At that moment, Lan Xiu shook his head, objecting, Mr. Xiao, don't trouble yourself. They'll take her back to town for treatment. The lab is farther away, and I have all the necessary supplies and medicine there. It's better if we handle our own affairs, Lan Xiu said firmly. Xiao Lin clearly sensed a defensive edge in Lan Xiu's tone and understood perfectly. It was hard for an ordinary person to drop their guard when suddenly confronted with overwhelming power. He sighed and said, Mr. Lan, I know you don't fully trust me, but I have never lied to you. Lan Xiu's expression stiffened at once. Deep inside, he realized that Xiao Lin had been honest from the start about being a transcendent, but they couldn't accept it. Xiao Lin looked at him gently but firmly. You all are the first people I met in this world. You mean a lot to me, and I won't repay kindness with betrayal. Lan Xiu fell silent for a moment, then sighed. Thank you for your honesty, Mr. Xiao, but sadly, this world isn't very friendly. As you just saw, no matter what you do, there will always be people watching, waiting to take you down. That's the basic rule here. The strong prey on the weak. I have witnessed it, Xiao Lin replied calmly. Yet I uphold my own order and morals. In much of my life, I have been among the vulnerable. It is these established rules and ethics that have protected me. I won't abandon my beliefs just because this world is harsh. That would be like ceasing to exist. Lan Xiu said no more. He looked down at the cigarette in his hand, paused, then crushed it fiercely underfoot. Mr. Xiao, in truth, I do trust you. It's just that I have to respect you too, because you are a transcendent. He put the remaining half cigarette back into the pack. You're a lot like Mr. Bai. I think you two would get along well. Lin Yinyan tilted her head up, blinking rapidly as if submitting an application. So, does that mean I can? He'll go with you. Lan Xiu interrupted firmly. Ninian needs to treat her injury first, and he'll handle the inventory. Xiao Lin recalled the deal he had with Lan Xiu, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Fine. ITLL stop Ninian from wrecking my place. I'm not going to wreck Lin Nianian's protest was soft, but no one paid attention. The three walked side by side along the gray, faded street. The wind swept through the half-collapsed eaves, stirring up dust. Although limping, Lin Yinyan chattered nonstop. She told stories about how scared she was hiding in the ruins, and how dangerous it was when Lan Xiu found her. Details so vivid it was as if she wanted to fill the entire street. Suddenly the topic shifted to the town mayor. Xiao Lin couldn't help but ask, so how did you recognize your mayor at a glance? Patients with cognitive breakdowns have trouble even distinguishing human from not human, let alone identifying specific people. Lin Yinyan lifted her chin proudly like a cat who had just snatched a fruit. That's because you don't get it. It's the feature memory method. As long as I lock on to a unique trait, I can recognize someone no matter how strange their appearance. Xiao Lin nodded first, then frowned. Wait, how do you know that trait is unique and can't be faked? Traits can change or disappear. Can't be certain, Lin Yinyan said with a carefree shrug. Xiao Lin massaged his forehead. I really don't understand how you've survived this long. What a coincidence, I don't know either. She tilted her head and smiled. As Xiao Lin pondered her words, Lan Xiu spoke for her. Lin Yinyan has amnesia. That's not amnesia, it's memory encryption, Lin Yinyan corrected earnestly. Memory encryption? Xiao Lin was even more confused. Someone locked my memories and told me to wait here for them to come back. That's why I waited 5 years. 5 years. Xiao Lin inhaled sharply. Can you still recognize him? Lan Xiu seemed to expect the question and looked guarded. It shouldn't be hard. She says that person has 7 arms, 6 eyes, and a pair of chelae. Wait, are you sure that's human? Xiao Lin's voice rose in shock. Lin Yinyan nodded solemnly. I know he looks different from you, but he fits the academic definition of human and he's a good person. Maybe some rare human subspecies we've never seen, Lan Xiu speculated quietly. History's been distorted. It's normal for us not to understand everything. Absolutely not. Xiao Lin shook his head. Human evolution is recent, with a very high genetic similarity. Differences like that are impossible. Lan Xiu met his gaze quietly. Mr. Xiao Lin, how do you know the history you believe in is accurate and free from distortion? That question left Xiao Lin speechless for a moment. By the way, Mr. Xiao Lin, remember the internet? Lin Yinyan suddenly perked up. Of course I do. Can't forget it even if I wanted to, Xiao Lin replied. One of the core figures of the internet was used to reconstruct the true history. Lin Nianian's eyes lit up. The people of Wisdom City want to gather all human knowledge and use massive computing power to uncover the real history. Isn't that amazing? Wisdom City. Xiao Lin recalled the name mentioned during an online discussion last night. Yeah, a super city. Its leader is a second-generation transcendent with great power, but entry is extremely difficult. Either you have a huge knowledge base or a massive computing ability, basically intelligence. Xiao Lin looked at Lin Yinyan with pity. No chance for this girl. She's too dumb. Obviously, Lan Shiyu agreed dryly. You too. Lin Yinyan huffed indignantly. After returning to the research institute, the two men immediately divided the tasks. Lan Shiyu headed straight to the food storage room to start an inventory check, while Xiao Lin helped Lin Yinyan to the infirmary. Xiao Lin had trauma first aid training, and with the well-equipped medical room, he worked efficiently removing the bullet, rinsing the wound, stitching, and bandaging quickly in one smooth flow. Then he gave her some painkillers and made sure she was asleep comfortably before closing the door and going to find Lan Shiyu. Inside the storage room, stacks of boxes formed walls around Lan Shiyu. Holding a pen, he bent over the ledger, recording swiftly. Hearing footsteps, he didn't look up but recited the inventory: packaged food, cigarettes, liquor, and canned goods. Mr. Xiao, these would be considered precious supplies in our small town. But there's a slight problem. What problem? Xiao Lin asked. They're 200 years past their expiration date, Lan Shiyu added calmly. The air immediately grew heavy. After a moment, Xiao Lin cleared his throat and half-joked. Lin Yinyan, are you the Blue Mayor in disguise? Lan Shiyu's eye twitched. I was just trying to lighten the mood with a bad joke. Is that your version of adorable in contrast? Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow. Mr. Blue Mayor, you're kind of cute. Silence fell again, and they tacitly ended the subject. Lan Shiyu cleared his throat twice, tapping his pen against the ledger. The basic inventory is done. I've marked the supplies we need. Take a look. All right. Xiao Lin took the list. Lan Shiyu had crossed out the cigarettes and liquor, circling only the most abundant food and canned goods. Xiao Lin didn't mind that stuff could grow back by tomorrow. He glanced over it and nodded. No problem. How much can we trade for? 30 standard silver coins, each weighing 20 grams. If it's easier, I can exchange them for silver by the gram silver beans, but they're tricky to carry and need to be stored in boxes. Wait, all this food is only worth 600 grams of silver? Xiao Lin was surprised. I thought you said these were precious items. Lan Shiyu shrugged. Precious or not, it's still just rations, and we're not short on food. 30 coins is already a high price. Xiao Lin, seeing no sign of deceit, sighed. All right, 30 coins, no change needed. Deal. Lan Shiyu responded crisply and started removing the selected boxes from the shelves. Xiao Lin took them and piled them near the door. While moving the goods, Lan Shiyu said, Mr. Xiao, you actually have some misunderstandings about this world. Even though things are chaotic now, productivity has not declined, it's actually risen. Super cities like Justice City and Wisdom City have production capacities equal to whole countries. If you head north through the city ruins, you'll reach Yunza City, our Blue Dragon Mining Company's base. It's a typical large modern metropolis with developed transportation, convenient living, and you can even buy Mishua Bingcheng on the streets. Mishua Bingcheng, that familiar name, briefly threw Xiao Lin into a daze, yet it also helped him clear his thoughts a little. Although the world before him had descended into chaos and its order fractured, the apocalypse had not truly arrived. Perhaps he was the only one to have witnessed the dawn of the end times firsthand. Lin Yinyan opened her eyes and gasped at the sight before her. Not far from her hospital bed, several figures in blue surgical gowns and masks were intently dissecting something on an operating table. The tray beside them held scattered, bright red blood and shattered organs, a grisly scene that sent chills down her spine. But her cries went unanswered. Holding her breath to calm her mounting fear, Lin Yinyan whispered, Who are you? Where is Mr. Xiao Lin? They continued exchanging low murmurs without acknowledging her. To Lin Yinyan, their voices sounded like a confused buzzing she couldn't make out. She reached out to touch one of them and her hand passed straight through, as if they weren't solid, deepening her confusion. Studying them closely, she noticed that while their appearances resembled Xiao Lin's and most of their physiologies were human-like, there were distinct differences. They couldn't be touched and couldn't see their own reflections. Gradually, her fear gave way to intense curiosity. She quietly distanced herself from the group, pushed open the door to the medical room, and staggered out. Around her, people seemed oblivious to her presence, like she was completely invisible. The hallway was brightly lit and bustling with hurried passers-by. Bit by bit, Lin Yinyan realized this was the old scene of the research institute she remembered. Curious, but without direction, she wandered aimlessly, relying only on her memory. Walking past the living quarters, she suddenly spotted a familiar storefront, the beverage bar she had visited the night before. She gently pushed open the door and entered. Inside was quiet, with only a few customers scattered about. Behind the counter sat a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a bluish-purple classical Qixing Ruchuan gown, her long black hair neatly pinned back with a hairpin. Her fingers stroked an ancient guqin, the delicate music flowing softly, weaving gentle, elegant melodies. Lin Yinyan found herself drawn into the performance, sitting silently on a high stool by the counter, captivated by the haunting music. The owner exuded an extraordinary aura of grace and talent that held Lin Nianian's gaze fixed for a long time. After a while, the music gradually faded and finally stopped. Lifting her head, the woman met Lin Nianian's eyes and smiled faintly, stirring a flutter in her chest. How is it? Do you like it? Lin Nianian's cheeks flushed slightly. Very beautiful. A moment later, it suddenly dawned on her. You can see me? The woman's smile widened brilliantly. You're here, so of course I can see you. My name's Zhao Ningyue. I run this place. And you? Lin Yinyan. Zhao Ningyue watched him with keen interest, as if observing some curious little animal. You have psychic abilities, don't you? And not just ordinary ones, truly top tier, otherwise you wouldn't be able to sense this place. She lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, the amber surface rippling softly in the light. Across from her, Lin Yinyan shrank back into her chair, clutching the edges of her clothes nervously as she mumbled, I am pretty ordinary, really. I don't even know why I'm here. Under the steady gaze of the seemingly gentle young lady, Lin's heartbeat quickened, but she still mustered courage to ask, Miss Zhao, why can no one else see me? Zhao Ningyue set her cup down on the tray with a faint smile, her tone casual. Because you're only a passing visitor, not part of this story. Whose story? Shaolin's story. Hearing the familiar name made Lin Nianian's body tremble. Mr. Shaolin, but why can you see me? Zhao Ninji's eyes curved as she smiled warmly yet mysteriously. Maybe because I'm a little special too. The tea scent faded in the air, and their conversation fell silent for a moment. Zhao Ningyue propped her chin on one hand and resumed. So, what's your relationship with Shaolin? Lin Yinyan thought for a moment before answering seriously, friends, I guess. He just moved to our town recently, and I really like him. He's kind and amazing. It's good to like him. Zhao Ningyue smiled with narrowed eyes, but added softly, but be careful not to get too close. Why not? Lin looked up, puzzled. Zhao Ninji's gaze drifted past her to the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Her voice dropped low. He's chosen a very long Roada path that will never reach its destination. Lin Yinyan only half understood but felt a chill creep into her heart. After a moment, Zhao Ningyue seemed to remember something and turned back to look at her. Oh, one more thing, Lin Yinyan. Her smile softened into something almost like coaxing a child, her tone unbelievably gentle. Whatever we talked about today, you absolutely can't tell Shaolin. If you do, I will kill you and then destroy your whole town. That gentle threat sent a shiver down Lin's spine. Uneasy, she nodded quickly. Don't worry. Zhao Ningyue waved her hand lightly. Shaolin and I are old friends. I wouldn't hurt him. She winked slyly. By the way, want some coffee? It's really good. At that moment, in Yu Taizhou's office, Shaolin recounted the events of the previous day. Yu Taizhou listened with a mix of pain and helplessness in his eyes. The morning light streamed through the blinds, casting a soft glow on the pile of documents in the corner of the desk, highlighting the serious expressions on both their faces. Shaolin shrugged and gave a half smile, as if brushing off the weight of it all. No matter what, at least the outcome was good. But I really want to know, where exactly does this supernatural power come from? Yu Taizhou furrowed his brows slightly, adjusting his glasses with a careful, solemn tone. Immortality, consciousness transfer, and resurrection of things, those are the three fundamental traits of your ability, correct? Strictly speaking, it's not true immortality. When you're attacked, your core is diminished. He paused, then asked, how many cores have you split off now? 2. One on the orbiting satellite, and the other kept in the research lab, Shaolin answered succinctly. They don't consume much energy in daily operation, but if I remotely control them or transfer my consciousness directly, the drain becomes obvious. Luckily, the cores can slowly repair themselves. I see. Yu Taizhou's expression relaxed as he seemed to piece together the logic in his mind. This kind of instant insight wasn't surprising to him. Shaolin was used to it before others had fully grasped the puzzle. This elderly scholar often already had the answer. Resting his elbow on the desk edge, Yu Taizhou gazed deeply. Do you remember the 3-stage supernatural training? Of course, Shaolin nodded. Stage 1. Establish complete self-awareness. Stage 2. Build a complete physical body. Stage 3. Carry out material replication. The answer lies right there, Yu Taizhou explained slowly. The moment you entered the dream chamber, you abandoned your original body and replaced it with a form created within the dream realm. It is born from nothing, beyond the scope of ordinary life and matter. It cannot die or suffer injury. Any attack against you simply reduces your essence, or in other words, consumes your core reserves. Shaolin was stunned for quite a while before it finally clicked. So I'm basically like a game character? As long as my health bar doesn't drop to 0, even if it's just 1 HP, I keep on going? Exactly, Yu Taizhou nodded. Plus, extreme heat, freezing cold, radiation, vacuum, none of those can truly harm you, since they just cause a certain amount of wear. If you'd explained it that way earlier, I would have understood instantly, Shaolin teased with a smile. Yu Taizhou shot him a sharp look. You have to fully understand the principles involved. He'll write up a detailed analysis today. Take it home and study it carefully, got it? Got it. Shaolin immediately straightened up, serious now. Seeing his earnest attitude, Yu Taizhou loosened slightly, but stayed grave in tone. Remember, this power is incredibly strong. It must never be misused. Shaolin suddenly laughed. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Yu Taizhou added, I know that sounds a little cliché, but that's not why I'm laughing, Shaolin said, dabbing his face before handing over a dossier. Yu Taizhou flipped to the first page, and his voice caught off short. The photo showed the massive shell remnants of a gigantic spider-like creature occupying most of the frame, sending chills down the spine. Shaolin added casually, also, my friend Yang Qi can destroy a city of 500,000 people in 30 minutes. If I were to slash my way through with a blade, it'd probably take me a month so. This little supernatural ability of mine is, well, barely better than nothing. A twitch ran through Yu Taizhou's facial muscles. That world really that absurd? Upon hearing this, Yu Taizhou immediately pulled out the stack of documents. His gray-white hair trembled slightly with the movement. He adjusted his reading glasses and sank his gaze into the pages, as if shutting out all surrounding sounds, no longer speaking. Shaolin, used to this routine, secretly suspected the professor might suffer from some kind of reading addiction. He studied the focused profile, the silver streaks at the temples, the fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and then calmly reminded him in a tone as casual as chatting about the weather. By the way, Professor, I changed my mind. I'm going to go through with that thing I promised. Without looking up, Yu Taizhou casually asked, what thing? Saving the world. I want to try closing that stone gate. Click. The file folder snapped shut. Yu Taizhou suddenly looked up, his Adam's apple bobbing, pupils trembling slightly. Shaolin, he seemed about to say more, but then lowered his head in embarrassment. Shaolin, I truly appreciate your decision. It's just that I have nothing left to give you. I know. That's exactly why I want to help. Shaolin smiled softly. In truth, even if he had refused, Yu Taizhou would have still given all he had. Now that he had accepted, there was nothing left to repay something he had long anticipated. But Professor Yu, I can't promise how much I can achieve, only that I will try my best. That's enough. It really is. Yu Taizhou whispered barely audibly. For the next few hours, Yu Taizhou hurried between conference rooms, assigning tasks to various departments, while the bored Shaolin headed down to the basement's small cafe. Pushing open the door, he found only Zhao Ningyue behind the bar. She was dressed especially elegantly today, carefully placing an ancient guqin on a soft cushion and gently dusting it off. Why is everyone gone today? Shaolin asked casually. Zhao Ningyue smiled slyly, narrowing her eyes. Guess. How could I possibly guess? He muttered, sitting by the counter. Of course, your dear professor, you pulled all my guests away to work. Zhao Ningyue looked up with a playful pout. Now, I only have you left. A chill ran down Shaolin's spine. Don't do that, I'm weak in the knees already. Zhao Ningyue chuckled, then quickly changed the subject. Oh right, Professor, you explained our situation. He did? Yes, at the full team meeting. He told everyone we're basically ghosts now. Her tone was flat. Shaolin paused, then asked, how did everyone react? It was complicated. After all, sending a bunch of ghosts to save the world is ridiculous. But in the end, everyone compromised. Why? Shaolin was curious. They're not afraid of death, but they fear losing the ability to think and learn. Shaolin had expected this answer, but hearing it still left him speechless. Zhao Ningyue looked up with gentle eyes. You agreed to continue the salvation plan for Professor Yu in the end, right? How did you know? Imperceptive, just guessing. But I'm curious, why did you accept? You know better than anyone it's impossible to do it alone. In Shaolin's mind flashed the image of Yu Taizhou's twisted, cold corpse in the real world. His expression became distant. After a long moment, he whispered, honestly, I don't really know. Maybe I'm still young, still passionate. Someone or something inexplicably moved me. And I know very well this mission is almost impossible. I just want, if I have to die someday, let it be on this path. The next morning, Shaolin stared at the thick report in his hands, over 200 pages, and felt a chill run across his scalp. The stack of papers was as heavy as a brick. The first page bore the title, Preliminary Hypotheses and Applications of Extraordinary Abilities. After that came Satellite Interface Manual 1.0, so simple even a monkey can understand, and Fundamental Hypotheses on Internet Architecture. Sandwiched in the middle were two documents from the Medical Research Department, a test report on a calming potion, and preliminary autopsy records of individuals with superpowers. Flipping through a few pages, he marveled at how insanely brilliant these academics were. Luckily, Yu Taizhou had warned him early on. Understand as much as you can, but your top priority is to get the satellite operational. For most people, this step required a solid professional background. For Shaolin, it was just a matter of whether connected his consciousness directly to the Institute and forcefully pulled the satellite out of its geostationary orbit, defying gravity to achieve infinite hover. So he spent the entire morning in front of the computer, repeatedly refining commands that ordinary engineers would never dream of. At exactly 11, the door opened. Lan Xiu brushed the dust off her coat and surveyed the room before speaking. Mr. Shaolin, what about that big hole at the door? We get a lot of rain here, and if you don't fill it soon, it'll become a little pond. People will have to go around it to get out. Shaolin glanced back while typing. I want to fill it, but don't have the materials on hand. Should I send someone to haul some scrap stone from the quarry? It's just taking up space there anyway. Wouldn't that cause you trouble? Not at all. Without that hole, would have to haul the stones even farther. Then I really appreciate it, Shaolin said sincerely. Lan Xiu pulled a chair up to the table and sat down. She brought up another matter. By the way, that batch of goods we received yesterday? They're all gone this morning. Shaolin's heart skipped a beat. So the Institute's reset didn't just refresh internally. It even forced items scattered outside to be reclaimed? Such a system existed? Even worse, Lan Xiu wasn't stupid. She had probably linked this incident to him already. He awkwardly rubbed his hands. How about I return those 30 silver coins to you? Lan Xiu gave a small smile. Not blaming you. I just worried it might be related to one of your experiments, so I came to give you the report. Consider the coins a token of greeting. Shaolin silently breathed a sigh of relief and discarded the idea of making money by selling supplies. Then he thought, if Liang Yuanjun really stole the items last night and found his hands empty today, that would have been quite a scene, but those folks were long dead. He hurriedly refocused. Mr. Lan, is there anything else you needed to come by so early? Lin Yin wrote a letter. She asked me to escort her back. She's packing up. That soon? I thought she'd hang around for at least a few more days. I thought she might linger half a month, Lan Xiu said with a half-joking shrug. Right then, the device in front of Shaolin beeped and quickly jumped to 100. The screen displayed, satellite connection successful, awaiting confirmation. Lan Xiu leaned forward curiously. What have you been fiddling with? A satellite, Shaolin answered bluntly. A satellite. Lan Xiu raised an eyebrow. And it's already working, he said as he pressed the confirmation button. In the next moment, the main screen at the center of the satellite control room suddenly lit up, displaying a massive dynamic satellite map. The cold white light illuminated every control panel and piece of equipment in the room with sharp clarity. Lan Xiu stood beside Shaolin, holding a steaming cup of water. His gaze was almost glued to the screen, his fingertip trembling so slightly that the cup nearly tipped. This satellite map, he murmured to himself. Of course, he knew such technology existed, but seeing it fully realized right before his eyes still overwhelmed him in a way words couldn't capture. That's right, Shaolin said, casually tapping a virtual button with his fingertip. I connected the Eye of Deep Space satellite to the ground control room and restored its normal functions. His tone was neutral, but beneath it lay a subtle excitement. Professor Yu Taizhou had once dubbed this remote operation method essential manipulation, a name Shaolin found fitting and used on a whim. The image zoomed in rapidly, focusing on Satellite Town. The tightly packed buildings, crisscrossing roads, and even the drifting morning fog were rendered in exquisite detail. The camera pushed further to the entrance of the town's government building district there. The Blue Dragon mining flag fluttered in the wind. Faces filled the street, crystal clear enough to discern the lip movements of Yan Jie as he chatted with his colleagues. Oh my god, I always thought the satellite was just for bombing people, Lan Xiu said, his voice tight and eyes wide with astonishment mingled with fear. He fully understood what this meant. Total map visibility, absolute intelligence advantage, clear layouts of resource distribution, and enemy movements. This was a strategic capability that could decide the outcome of a war. Far more terrifying than mere orbital bombardment. Shaolin glanced at him with a hint of helplessness in his tone. It is a satellite, after all. Using it just to bomb people is the wrong way to go, you know? Although, I did use it for that yesterday. Too bad it has a limited range. It loses signal if it's too far away. Lan Xiu swallowed nervously, then a pressing urge took hold. Mr. Xiao, could I buy 2 satellite maps? One full coverage, one for the town. Whatever the price. Shaolin's gaze remained calm. We're neighbors. This stuff doesn't really cost much. They'll just print you 2 copies. Lan Xiu hesitated for a moment, then bowed deeply. Thank you so much. You don't know how important this is to us. High-precision maps were strategic resources vital for the town's defense and daily operations, and he knew that better than anyone. Just then, light but somewhat clumsy footsteps came from the doorway. Lin Yin hobbled in, leaning on a cane, only poking her head into the room. Mayor, I'm ready. Shaolin laughed at the little head peeking in. Why the rush to leave so early? I was worried you'd cling to me. Because I found out a huge secret about you, but am not telling. Lin Yin declared confidently. Oh well, thanks for not telling me, Shaolin shrugged. This time I'll hold back. But I still like you a lot, so we'll be coming by often, she said with determination. Do as you please, Shaolin said, half amused, half exasperated. Oh, I left you some swallow letters. Right if you have any questions. Lin Yin waved her cane and left with Lan Xiu. The door closed, leaving Shaolin alone in the control room. He looked at the main screen as it gradually dimmed, then sighed softly. Glancing down at the thick report on his desk, he thought to himself that the next few days were going to be very busy indeed. The city, shrouded beneath a giant web, lay in ruin dark and eerie, yet strangely magnificent in its own twisted way. Madman's Howl. The name of this wasteland echoed like a sharp, piercing scream through the empty streets. Long ago, a brutal battle erupted here among the supernaturally gifted, lasting for days with many falling in death. Their remains had long since been scavenged and burned, but the shadow of death still hung over the city's ruins. The landscape and ecosystem continued to mutate wildly, and this ongoing calamity was collectively known as the curse. Each source of supernatural power left its own mark on the curse, but Madman's Howl bore the most dangerous sign. If a companion suddenly grew uncharacteristically knowledgeable and sharp-minded, they had to be executed without hesitation. For the deranged scholar turned their knowledge into a venomous curse, damning anyone who dared step foot on this fractured land. Hence, the land earned the name Madman's Howl. Amid the vast ruins of the city, all sorts of grave robbers roamed, desperados, adventurers, and fervent free spirits, often blurring these categories. They formed small gangs, scavenging whatever remnants of the supernaturally gifted they could find, usually indifferent to whether their companions lived or died. Today, the wasteland welcomed a very unusual trespasser. He came from Satellite Town, dressed cleanly and neatly, traveling alone and carrying almost no weaponry. The only thing that could be considered a weapon was a roughly made Tang-style saber. Instead, his backpack was filled with oddly out-of-place items for an adventurer. A folding umbrella, cases of bottled water, compressed rations, a rolled-up sleeping bag, and a rather expensive-looking camera hanging from his neck. He walked along, stopping frequently to take photos, his expression one of delight, as if touring a scenic spot. How long do you think this kid will last? Perched on the broken ledge of a crumbling skyscraper, a chubby middle-aged man squatted, eyes locked tightly on the tourist below. He could still turn back and live, but if he keeps going, he'll be dead by noon tomorrow at the latest. The tall, lean man beside him squinted, gazing past the rubble toward the city's darkest depths. That camera looks like good gear, could fetch a decent price, huh? The fat man wiggled his body, smirking maliciously. We'll pick it up after he's dead, the tall man said coldly. The fat man licked his lips and added sinisterly, actually, there's another way too. By 6 in the evening, night spread like ink over the ruined city. Shaolin looked up at the twisted outline of high-rises in the distance and decided to camp right there. It was his first time conducting a field survey, had set out at 8 a.m., hiking for nearly 10 hours, but still had a ways to go before reaching his true goal. In theory, he didn't need sleep, but to enter the research institute in dreams, he maintained the habit of sleeping. He cleared a dry, flat patch of cement floor inside a half-collapsed building, pulled out fire sticks and dry wood, and soon lit a campfire. Digging through his backpack, he found a small iron pot, several bottles of mineral water, and instant noodles. As the water began to boil and bubble, just as he was about to cook, a voice came from behind him laughing. Wow, brother, living the good life, huh? Shaolin turned around to see two figures approaching, one fat, one thin. The one speaking was the fat man, his eyes squinting but his expression kind and gentle, though he held a revolver in his hand. The muzzle tilted toward the ground, just a slight lift, and it could fire at any moment. Shaolin wasn't surprised. He had already spotted these two on the dynamic satellite map. They weren't deliberately tailing him. It was just that his route happened to cross their patrol area. That was precisely why he had chosen to camp here. Wherever these guys dared move meant the surrounding area had no dangers they couldn't handle, which translated to safety for him as well. The fire crackled softly. Shaolin calmly tore open a package of instant noodles, dropping the block into a small pot, steam rising. He glanced up and asked evenly, "What's up?" "Nothing much. Saw you camping here. Figured I'd come over and say hi." The fat man smiled familiarly. "Planning to introduce yourself first?" Shaolin replied. "No need," he said, cracking an egg into the pot. "Introducing myself to the dead is pointless." The fat man shrugged, eyeing his reaction. Shaolin grabbed a handful of washed greens and bean sprouts, tossing them into the boiling water as the aroma spread. The fat man swallowed, then gently pressed the muzzle of his gun against Shaolin's leg. "Hey buddy, let's make a deal. I'm pretty interested in that camera of yours. It's for work, not for sale." Shaolin declined politely. "One camera for a life, isn't that worth it?" The fat man leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Luckily, I have plenty of lives." Shaolin shook his head. The fat man paused, then burst into laughter. "All right then, he'll just pick up your body tomorrow. When you're dead, toss that camera far away, don't break it." Shaolin poked the noodles with his chopsticks, adding a sausage to the pot, then looked up calmly. "Want some?" The fat man's smile faltered. After a long silence, the skinny man who hadn't spoken finally spoke up. "A few kilometers ahead is Huimo's territory. Don't want to die horribly? Don't go there." "Uft." The fat man grumbled. "We agreed to trade intel for stuff, and you just spill everything? How's that fair?" The skinny man glanced at him, but said no more. Shaolin nodded. "I know. I'm planning to hunt that guy." "Hunting Huimo?" The fat man was stunned. "Yeah, consider it a small experiment, and maybe clear out some trouble." The air thickened instantly. Then the fat man slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. "Brother, you're hilarious. I thought you were a rookie, Turns out you're just dumb. The skinny man coolly added, others have tried before. Better than you, better equipped, they're all dead. Even the supers at Satellite Town, like Lan Shiyu, don't dare touch Huema. Thanks for the heads up, but I'm confident. Xiao Lin's tone remained calm. The fat man scowled. Why? Just that little toy knife of yours? Xiao Lin looked at the tang, sword by his side. Enough. Cold weapons suited him better than guns. His essence could be sealed into the blade itself, whereas guns required spreading his essence into each bullet, which was troublesome and draining. The tang sword was for slashing, more natural and lethal, so he chose it. Forget it. Can't reason with a dead man. The fat man stood up impatiently, holstering his revolver. Want to go die? Have fun. Xiao Lin asked again. Really don't want to eat? We don't eat dead men's food. Bad luck. The fat man muttered. Then he and the skinny man melted into the night. Xiao Lin paid no mind to their departure. He quietly finished his noodles, cleaned up the pot, then slipped into his sleeping bag. No matter where he slept, he always managed to return to the research institute in his dreams. That night passed in a quiet, uneventful way. At 7 o'clock in the morning, as soon as the alarm rang, Xiao Lin sat up, quickly packed his sleeping bag and backpack, then grabbed the canned bread and cold water he had prepared the night before. He finished breakfast in a few bites. After double-checking that his supplies and weapons were all set, he slung his backpack over one shoulder and stepped out of his hidden building. If everything went smoothly, he hoped to find a creature called Huema before noon. No sooner had he set foot on the open ground among the crumbling ruins than two gravediggers from last night appeared again, standing on the rooftop of the ruined building across the way. The morning fog hadn't yet lifted. Their silhouettes merged with broken concrete pillars like shadows. Xiao Lin had no intention of exchanging pleasantries, just glanced back briefly before heading deeper into the city along the rubble-strewn street. Looks like he didn't listen to a word we said. We've made fools of ourselves, the fat one grumbled from beneath the eaves, watching Xiao Lin walk away, his tone dripping with annoyance. He's just on a path of self-destruction, the thin one answered, holding his binoculars with a voice as cold as the morning breeze. TCH. If I'd known he was going to be this stupid, I should have grabbed all his stuff last night. No water, no food. Maybe he'd have turned tail, the fat one muttered. Enough, the thin one said sharply, dropping the complaint and raising the binoculars again as if nothing had been said. An oppressive silence fell between them. They paced back and forth on the rooftop, keeping watch. Minutes later, the thin one furrowed his brows, turning the binocular lens eastward. Someone's coming from the east. The fat one lifted his binoculars too, spotting a group of 10 or so forming up in the dust. Leading them was a thin, middle-aged man around 40. Yang Jufeng, that's a Yang gang crew. Probably coming for us, he whispered. Yang gang. Weren't they badly beaten by Weishing Town a few days ago? And they're still wandering around? Don't they fear retaliation? The thin one snorted skeptically. Who knows? Looks like they're heading our way anyway. You stay on watch here. They'll go report to Boss Shin. Before he finished, the fat one leapt down, sliding over the rubble in a few quick bounds before disappearing into the shadows between buildings. The thin one remained silent, eyes flicking briefly toward where Xiao Lin had vanished, then focused fully on the approaching group. 2 hours later, Xiao Lin arrived at his destination, Block 13. The crooked blue street sign marked it clearly with the number 13, but the surrounding walls and pavement were smeared with scarlet graffiti like oozing wounds warnings carved in red. Keep away, dead end. The chill in the air crawled up one's neck. This was Huimo's lair. This terrifying corrupted creature had killed countless gravediggers, too many to count. For its victims, death was often the most merciful end. Even the most seasoned gravediggers dared not step foot here. But Xiao Lin pressed on. He pushed aside the wooden boards barring the street's entrance and stepped into the silent, empty block. Contrary to expectations, it wasn't a scene of corpses and flames. Instead, it was cleaner than outside. No gang tags marred the walls. No makeshift wooden walkways or scattered debris cluttered the streets. Just the wind whistling through shattered windows. The whole street felt unnaturally cold. He crouched against a wall and pulled out his phone, bringing up the dynamic satellite map. He scanned the flickering dots in search of where Huema might be hiding. Layer upon layer of buildings blocked the signals, while dangling steel cables and discarded wires crisscrossed overhead like a twisted spiderweb. His eyes stung as he stared at the tiny screen, but there was still no sign. He felt a bit helpless and decided to wander around the neighborhood first, hoping to catch the attention of the Hui demon and let it come to him on its own. 2 blocks away, a large domed building came into view. It stood taller than the surrounding drab buildings, with a dilapidated billboard hanging halfway in the air. Several rusty train carriages jutted diagonally into the dome like nails, firmly embedded in the ruins, creating an intense visual impact. Only then did Xiao Lin remember that he had been here before the trip Xinjiang department store in Yenzhou. On the first day he arrived in this city, he had bought clothes there. The mall's interior space was far larger than an ordinary residential building, making it an ideal place for a Hui demon to nest. Thinking this, he muttered to himself quietly and headed toward the mall. Turning the corner, Xiao Lin suddenly stopped. In the shadows, a person was crouching. The figure's shape and limbs matched that of a human perfectly, but it was completely naked, its entire body covered densely with numbers, symbols, and letters. Shaolin knew well that no normal person could appear here. Holding his breath, he carefully took a few steps closer, his spine suddenly chilling. That thing was not human at all. It had no genitalia, no hair anywhere on its skin. Even stranger, the symbols seemed to grow out of its flesh, leaving the skin pitted and ulcerated like scabs. It curled into a ball, facing a piece of reinforced concrete debris, repeatedly and mechanically banging its head against a roughly 10-centimeter-long steel rebar. Each time it struck, the rebar pierced deeper into its forehead with a wet scraping sound, but it felt no pain, only whispering softly. Don't think anymore, don't think anymore, don't think anymore, corrupted one. Lin Yin Yin's intel flashed through Xiao Lin's mind. Humans affected by the corruption effect gradually mutate and lose their sanity. Even prepared for this, seeing it made goosebumps rise on his arms. After a few deep breaths, he forced himself to stay calm and decided to take a few photos as evidence. He crouched down, set up his camera, turned off the flash, and put the shutter into silent mode. Click. The faint mechanical sound triggered and the image froze. The next second, the corrupted creature stopped hitting its head and slowly turned around. Its bloodshot eyes fixedly stared at Xiao Lin, a deep, cone-shaped wound in its forehead bleeding profusely, the inside filled with rotting flesh. Suddenly, it pulled into an extremely eerie smile, its lips quivering as it whispered rapidly. At first, Xiao Lin couldn't catch the words, but concentrating carefully, he finally heard it clearly. I saw him, I saw him, I saw him, I saw him, I saw him. Before the words finished, the corrupted body stiffened abruptly, its eyes rolling back, leaving only the whites visible. The wound on its forehead writhed, and an eye emerged from inside the hole, as if someone was peering through its body. That eye locked onto Xiao Lin, its pupil contracting slightly before retreating back. Immediately after, a withered hand suddenly shot out from the bloody hole. Something was using the wound on the corrupted creature's head to arrive here. Xiao Lin found it difficult to describe the sight before him. First, a withered, gray-black hand slowly emerged from a fist-sized bloodied hole, followed closely by a second. The knuckles gripped the edges, and the two hands pried open the bleeding flesh like crowbars. Then came the arms, shoulders. An incomprehensibly small creature, less than a meter tall, twisted and squeezed its way out of the narrow wound. The head came out first, then the shoulders and torso, followed by slender limbs so thin they looked almost skeletal, before finally dropping with a sharp thud to the ground. The creature resembled a human, draped in an oversized white coat, but its skin was a parched gray, like a specimen dried out over the years. More bizarrely, where its head should have been stood an upright crimson leather-bound book. The cover was flared open, the pages densely dotted with countless eyeballs, all of which now stared fixedly at Xiao Lin. No deduction was needed. Xiao Lin immediately recognized it, the Huimo. He had expected it would eventually find him, but had never imagined it would appear in such a twisted form. He dared not underestimate the threat, yet was equally cautious not to make a rash move. Xiao Lin unclasped his backpack straps, letting the bag drop heavily to the ground beside him, then slowly drew his Tang Dao from his waist. The nearly flawless white blade emitted a soft, shimmering glow. This sword was no traditional forged weapon. It had been fabricated just last night in the materials science lab via 2-photon polymerization nano 3D printing technology, produced as a single integrated piece. Its material was an advanced high-entropy ceramic with a hardness reaching 40 GPa. Though somewhat brittle, it was far sharper than most metal blades. Wait, why was he even thinking about this now? Xiao Lin suddenly raised his head. Instantly, all the sights around him, the collapsed buildings, overturned vehicles, the stubborn weeds pushing through cracks, flooded into his mind. Colors, shapes, textures, mechanical parameters, chemical formulas, all synchronized and fully rendered in his consciousness. He felt his intelligence surge. With a single glance, his mind spontaneously generated vast webs of information, multiplying exponentially, weaving new connections and insights. A sudden itch bloomed across the back of his hand. Looking down, he saw dense black symbols and numbers emerging beneath his skin, as if crawling out from his blood vessels. Numbers, compounds, entropy. His thoughts spiraled uncontrollably, unable to halt or choose his next line of reasoning. With every passing second, this torrent of data swelled, voraciously consuming his very essence. This was bad. Very bad. His sense of danger drowned out, yet he knew if this continued, he would collapse. He had to find a way to fight back. At that moment, a pair of gaunt but powerfully strong hands silently settled on his shoulders. Xiao Lin looked up, locking eyes with those countless eyeballs covering the book's pages. Somehow, without him noticing, the Huimo had appeared right in front of him. The pages atop its head tilted toward Xiao Lin, then flipped rapidly. Black symbols surged forth like a tidal wave of dark ink, cascading all over Xiao Lin's face. An overwhelming rush of information poured into his brain like scalding molten metal. His head thundered painfully. He couldn't even raise a hand to block it and froze in place. Within seconds, strands of his hair fell out, fine hairs on his skin stripped away, and dense numbers and symbols covered his exposed flesh. His eyes quickly dimmed, his entire appearance indistinguishable from the corrupted corpse he had been moments before. The Hui demon released its silky, tentacle-like pages and stepped back 2 paces. The massive eyeball embedded in the book's spine rolled swiftly, confirming that its prey was utterly consumed. After a moment, it turned, ready to depart. Suddenly, Shaolin moved. He lunged forward half a step, his ceramic Tang Dao slashing downward with blazing sharpness. The blade, honed to near miraculous edge through expert craftsmanship, met no resistance as it cleaved the Hui demon's head in two. The severed corrupted creature didn't collapse. It let out an ear-piercing screech, swung around violently, and more thick, ink-like symbol torrents gushed forth, aiming straight for Shaolin. Yet he charged into the black flood, gripping the hilt firmly with his right hand, pressing his left palm against the pommel, and drove the blade forward with all his strength, the tip instantly piercing the Hui demon's heart. The stab shattered the symbol flood, the demon's pupils contracted, terror flashing across its face. Shaolin drew his blade in a sweeping arc, the cold gleam flashing as the severed head dropped and the corpse toppled helplessly. Even after falling, the corpse twitched with an eerie mechanical rhythm. Shaolin stepped forward, planting one foot heavily on its chest. His Tang Dao sliced down again, pinning the heart firmly. Only then did the trembling cease. Is it dead? A flicker of caution crossed his mind, but a strange unease lingered. At that moment, a flash of red light appeared in the corner of his vision. The severed head, the leather-bound tome, suddenly snapped up and slapped forcefully against his face. The pages sealed tightly, cutting off his breath and beginning to fuse with his skin. Shaolin remained calm. He reversed his grip and stabbed the blade into his own forehead. With a sharp hiss, the blade pierced through his skin, the book, and the head, spraying blood, but none of it was his own. He reached up, tore the leather book away, and casually tossed it to the ground. Then he stood still, motionless like a statue. At that moment, his consciousness was not in this body but stationed on the Deep Space Eye satellite. Just as he teetered on the edge of losing control, he completed a last-moment mind transfer, remotely operating his body in third-person view. No matter how potent the Hui demon's mental corruption, it could not infect an empty shell. Still, the battle left him shaken. The core of his being had been eroded by nearly half. If this body were truly destroyed, death would still be inevitable. Gazing at the figure ravaged by symbols, Shaolin sighed silently. He wouldn't dare return anytime soon. All the damage Shaolin sustained ultimately transformed into essential energy consumption, and this consumption gradually repaired itself. As long as he was not killed on the spot, every wound would eventually fade away. About 3 hours later, the strange symbols on his skin had completely disappeared, and black hair began to regrow on his bald scalp. He carefully restored his awareness, still carrying a lingering haze of chaos and dizziness, but no longer torn apart by uncontrollable thoughts. Steadying his posture, he crouched beside the remains of the Hui demon. His fingertips slowly pressed down on its gaunt chest, sensing the structure beneath. The demon's flesh was withered and dry, completely dehydrated, its skin tough, like dried animal hide. Its skeleton resembled a human's, but felt like a mummy soaked in preserving fluids for years. After confirming nothing was missing, he turned his attention to the Hui demon's true form, the Crimson Book. The book's cover was dark brown leather, its spine stitched with pale bones, and its pages were thin slices of flesh. They felt cool and slimy to the touch. The earlier slash nearly split the entire book in two. Thick blood oozed from the tear, while countless empty eyes embedded in the pages opened wide, weeping blood tears that stained the fibers. Although the pages were filled with writing, Shaolin couldn't comprehend a single word. After the preliminary inspection, he stood and took several photos for documentation before the next test. Then, placing his palm on the book's surface, he let his essence slowly flow out and form a frozen imprint, the exact imprint he had previously used to awaken both the research institute and the satellite. Now, he aimed to awaken the Hui demon. Silent blue light burst from the pages, instantly illuminating the dim lab. Within the glow, the Hui demon's body gradually restored itself. Skin tightened, cracks closed, bones realigned. After more than 10 seconds, the blue light faded, and the eerie, corrupted creature quietly rose, resembling a cold, austere statue. This marked the real start of the experiment. A few days earlier, when talking with Taijo about getting stronger, you had asked him, "Have you read Story of Your Life?" "I have, and it was made into the movie Arrival." Shaolin nodded. You enthusiastically explained. That novel pushed the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis to the extreme. Language shapes thought. Different mother tongues create different thinking patterns. Chinese and English differ so much that they produce completely different mental frameworks. Shaolin shrugged, half joking. "Professor, are you saying I need to master English to get stronger?" "No." You raised a finger. There's a way more direct than language, and only you can do it experience. You don't have to learn the alien's language. You can become the alien yourself. What Shaolin was about to do now was exactly that, become the alien. Closing his eyes, his consciousness instantaneously shifted, diving into the essence imprint within the Hui demon's body. He was enveloped by emptiness, void, and near absolute calm. The next moment, he slowly opened over a dozen eyes. The world captured by these unfamiliar retinas was dizzying yet exhilarating. Above all, it was astonishingly clear, could see the delicate texture of individual grass blades from over 10 meters away. His field of vision expanded dramatically, reaching nearly 270 degrees. Next came color. The contrasts between shades became strikingly distinct. He could see hundreds, even thousands, of colors he had never been able to distinguish before. He even caught the color of the wind, a faint, almost transparent silver white. Then came information how many pebbles were in his field of vision, how many weeds. With a single glance, he absorbed it all. When his eyes landed on a strange plant, the length of its life and how much time it had left appeared vividly in his mind. Next was motion. A pebble rolled down the slope, leaving multiple clear afterimages, and in that brief instant, he saw the pebbles past. This was the maddeningly, overwhelming, all-information perspective. Paired with Huimo's strange way of thinking, Shaolin felt like a computer running at full speed. But when he turned this gaze inward, he couldn't perceive anything, was just standing quietly like a silent stone. For himself, the all-information perspective seemed to fail completely. Yet at this moment, he had no time to ponder it. Playing the role of Huima, his own essence was depleting at a terrifying rate, likely completely exhausted within half an hour. The experiment had only one step left, remaking himself. Yu Taizhou had said he was not an ordinary life form, but a transcendent existence capable, in theory, of transforming himself by changing his way of thinking. With that thought, Shaolin quickly exited Huimo's state and returned to his own body. His eyes closed tightly as he furiously recalled that unique experience. About 30 seconds later, he opened his eyes. Dozens of tiny pupils flickered faintly within his eyeballs, and the silver wind flowed quietly through his vision. The dark red sky concealed the sun, but as the crimson deepened, it signaled nightfall was approaching. In about an hour, darkness would come. Atop a skyscraper in the city, a chubby man squinted at the sky and casually said to the skinny man beside him, "A few days ago, those young gang guys set their sights on the satellite town, right?" The skinny man didn't answer but asked instead, "What do they want from Boss Shen?" The chubby man muttered, "They were half wiped out by Lan Shiyu's core forces. Looks like now they're begging us for help." The skinny man frowned deeply. "Boss Shen shouldn't help. They're just scum. My friend, everyone's just trying to make a living. They differ only in their methods," the chubby man said in a low, strange tone. "Besides, the pay they're offering is huge, almost half their savings." "Did the boss agree?" asked the skinny man. "We're still probing. This isn't a trivial matter. Going against Satellite Town would be unwise." The skinny man sighed and silently raised a telescope. Sweeping down a street deep in the city, thought he caught a glimpse of a figure from his peripheral vision a moment ago. Seconds passed, but nothing was there. "See something?" The chubby man leaned over. "Nothing, maybe I was mistaken." The skinny man said that, but didn't lower the telescope. At that moment, the figure appeared again. The skinny man's eyes narrowed, and when he finally saw the face, his complexion went pale. He whispered, "Impossible. What's wrong?" The chubby man pressed anxiously. "It's him. He's back." "Him?" The chubby man raised his telescope as well, and upon seeing the face, was struck dumb. No way. No one ever returns alive from Huimo's clutches unless he never even entered the 13th district. The skinny man clenched his teeth and thought for a moment. "We have to go ask." When Shaolin headed back, he looked much the same as when he arrived, carrying his camera, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a tang sword hanging from his waist. Night had once again fallen over the ruined city. As he weighed whether to rest where he was or press on through the night, he kept a careful eye on his surroundings. Just then, two figures emerged from the shadows, the same pair of grave diggers, one fat and one thin. They were leaning against an abandoned car, its rusty shell pocked with holes, broken glass glinting coldly in the moonlight. It was clear they had been waiting for some time. "Ah, it's you again. Didn't expect to run into you here," Shaolin said, pausing and nodding politely. The thin one, Shan Yi, pushed up his goggles on the bridge of his nose and spoke earnestly. "This area belongs to our Shen gang. We've been watching this road closely. If you try to pass through, there's no way we won't spot you." The fat one, Du Ju, toyed with a worn-out flashlight and scrutinized Shaolin from head to toe, as if trying to unravel him completely. "I thought you were done for. Didn't expect you to come back alive." "What? Chicken out at the gate?" "No, I went in. Took photos, too." Shaolin lifted his camera slightly. Du Ju clicked his tongue. "Huh, so you didn't run into the Hui demon? People that lucky are few and far between. I suggest you value your life a little more." Shaolin shrugged. "Actually, I did run into it." The air instantly went still. Shan Yi's brow twitched, and he asked shortly, "And then?" "I killed it," Shaolin said calmly. Shan Yi narrowed his eyes. "How do we know that?" "Got photos." "Want to see?" Shaolin opened his album and handed it over, only for Du Ju to snatch it away mid-turn. Du Ju flipped through the pictures. The first few showed empty streets, then a shot of a street sign reading Block 13, with peeling red graffiti nearby proof he had been inside. But entering didn't mean head killed the Hui demon. Du Ju kept flipping until he found the corrupted creature Shaolin had photographed, a twisted figure curled beneath rubble, its body covered with flickering distorted symbols. "You're wrong. That's not the Hui demon, just a regular corrupted monster, the least aggressive kind. When we encounter those, we usually ignore them. Sometimes we even mess with them for fun," Du Ju said with a casual tone, though his fingers moved faster across the photos. His hand froze on the next image, a desiccated gray corpse, lying on its back and so ravaged it was barely recognizable. Next to it lay a leather-bound book, cut almost in half. These two trophies were arranged neatly by Shaolin, the photos crisp and well composed. Du Ju's breath caught, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. "The Hui demon really dead? Done looking? Give me back my camera." Shaolin reached out. "Oh." Du Ju snapped out of his daze and hurriedly returned the camera, introducing himself awkwardly. "I'm Du Ju, and this is Shawnee. We're grave diggers with the Shin gang." Shaolin teased. "Didn't you say you wouldn't tell dead men's names?" Du Ju chuckled dryly. "Things change. Time passes. The tide turns." Shaolin couldn't help but smile. He didn't dislike these two. After all, they had warned him about the Hui demon yesterday, out of some kindness. "Well, want to come hang out with the Shin gang for a bit?" Du Ju asked, still hopeful. "No thanks. I need to get back as soon as possible. Sleeping on the streets is no fun," Shaolin replied. "Then you definitely have to come visit us. We have rooms where you can stay and showers to freshen up. Plus, our boss has an off-road vehicle, so he can give you a ride tomorrow." As soon as Du Ju finished speaking, Shaolin quietly clicked his tongue. This guy had piqued his interest in just a few words. As for safety, it wasn't a concern at all. Anyone trying to kill him would find it far from easy. "All right then. Thanks for the trouble," Shaolin said without hesitation. "Trouble? No trouble at all. Come on, come on. He'll introduce you to our boss, Shun," Du Ju said cheerfully, waving his hand. Shaolin had already heard about the Shun gang from Lin Yin. They were known for playing fair and avoiding trouble, never using dirty tricks. Their base was an abandoned menorah large courtyard, the main building old but kept spotlessly clean. About a dozen armed tomb raiders patrolled the yard steadily. The manor had its own generator, and since the space wasn't huge, electricity costs weren't too much. Du Ju and Shan led Shaolin to the banquet hall deep inside the manor. Just outside the door, loud voices drifted out. They seemed to be having a heated discussion. Du Ju didn't wait to announce their arrival. He pushed the door open. Inside, two long tables faced each other, with members clearly from opposing factions, each wearing different expressions. Two chairs stood side by side at the head of the room. One was occupied by Shun He, the Shun gang leader. Shun was in his 40s, with a broad face, a thick beard, and a long scar running down his left cheek. Though the scar was prominent, it didn't look menacing. Seeing the new arrivals, he frowned. "What's going on? Is it urgent?" "No emergency, but I've brought an important guest." Du Ju straightened up and said. Shun He's gaze scanned Shaolin up and down. Young, unfamiliar, but Du Ju's serious tone commanded respect. He wasn't about to underestimate him. "Fine. Get the guest settled. I still have matters to discuss with the Yang gang's guest." He gestured with his hand. Yang gang. That name caught Shaolin's attention. They had been the ones who recently raided his research institute. Du Ju cleared his throat lightly. "Boss Shun, why not have a word with Mr. Xiao first? It feels inappropriate to keep him waiting." Shun He immediately got the hint Du Ju was implying Shaolin mattered more than the Yang gang. The other side's representative, Yang Jufeng, instantly scowled. "Old Shun, your men have no respect for their elders. Do they know their place?" Shun He chuckled. "Brothers who've been through life and death together tend to speak bluntly. Please excuse them." He looked conflicted. Then, unexpectedly, Shaolin spoke up. "My business isn't urgent. But may I stay and listen in?" Everyone was taken aback. Yang Jufeng raised an eyebrow, half smiling with a trace of menace. "Listen in? Sure. But I don't hold back when I speak. If I say something you shouldn't hear, well, then you're as good as dead." Shaolin smiled calmly. "In that case, I can only wish myself good luck." As one of the top major gangs in Madman's Howl, Yang Jufeng didn't even bother to take rookie Shaolin seriously. He glanced coldly at him once, then went back to talking with Shun He. The dim oil lamp cast flickering shadows in the cramped meeting room, throwing half of Yang's face into shifting darkness, but his tone remained ice cold. "I've already explained the whole situation. In short, we have a bit of a conflict with Satellite Town. Now it's gotten pretty unpleasant." "Yeah, I'm aware of that," Shun He said calmly, nodding. "I've heard your Shun gang has a good reputation around here." Yang Jufeng withdrew his gaze and leaned in slightly. "So, my request is simple. You come forward as a mediator, help us negotiate peace. The payment is 50 gold coins." 50 gold coins. Shaolin calculated silently on the side. He recalled that in this world, the most common gold and silver coins each weighed 20 grams, with gold worth 100 times silver. That meant 100 gold coins equaled roughly 10,000 silver coins, or about 100 kilograms of silver. If silver was priced at 10 yuan per gram before he crossed over, 100 gold coins were roughly 1 million yuan. So 50 gold coins were about 500,000 yuan. These grave diggers were seriously flush. But it made sense. Who would risk their lives digging graves without a big payday? Yet Shun He didn't immediately agree to such a tempting offer. He leaned back, speaking calmly but with measured restraint. This won't be easy. You're in open conflict with Satellite Town and even hurt some of their people. That's never happened before. So what? Yang Jufeng's face darkened further. We need some time to investigate if 50 gold coins are worth taking this risk. Shen He smiled lightly, but didn't budge an inch. Then add 10 more gold coins. Yang's voice cut through the air like a knife, barely giving his opponent a moment to think. Shen He remained unmoved. Thanks, but we depend on Satellite Town to me, you, and other grave diggers. If things get worse because of us, we can't afford those losses. Before Shen He finished, Yang Jufeng's expression had already turned as dark as storm clouds before a tempest. 60 gold coins, that's the limit. If you still refuse, then we'll give up and go back to die quietly. But he tugged at the corner of his mouth in a sneer. I'm not the kind to die quietly. If it comes to that, he'll get crazy. What happens then, nobody knows. Shen He's smile faded. Yang Jufeng's words were laced with deadly intent. If Shun refused, the Yang gang would lash out in desperation, most likely at Shun's own gang first. And Yang Jufeng himself was a difficult superpowered foe. A refusal meant not only no money, but a possible total loss. After a moment's thought, Shun He shook his head softly, part reluctant, part resolved. This concerns the survival of the Yang gang. How could I refuse? After all, we're neighbors. Yang Jufeng's expression softened slightly on hearing this, but he still stared intently, as if trying to nail that promise into Shun's very bones. He raised his hand, signaling his men, who immediately passed him a glossy black wooden box. Opening the lid, 10 gleaming gold coins flashed sharply in the lamp's light. Yang pushed the box across the table. This is the deposit. The remaining 50 will be paid once things are settled. Shun He gestured for his men to carefully count the coins, then lifted a porcelain cup and sipped his tea leisurely, speaking lightly. I'm curious, though, how did you manage to provoke Lan Shiyu? He went so far as to leave no survivors. That's not like him. As his words fell, the temperature in the room seemed to drop suddenly. Murderous intent surged in Yang Jufeng's eyes. His face twisted with anger as he ground his teeth and growled. This won't blow over so easily. That bastard, sooner or later, I'm going to kill him, along with all his men. Let them know this clearly. Crossing me, Yang Jufeng, will end badly and the death will be gruesome. Shen He was not surprised by these words at all. From the very beginning, this guy never intended to negotiate sincerely. He was just stalling to save his own skin. In contrast, Lan Shiyu was far more difficult to deal with. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Shaolin, who had been silent all along, spoke up slowly. May I say a few words? Yang Jufeng was the first to stand, sneering coldly. You'd better sit down quietly and pretend you don't exist. If you don't listen, you'll regret it. No. What I have to say is very important, Shaolin said calmly and firmly, paying no mind to Yang Jufeng's threat. Lan Shiyu did not kill anyone, and neither did those tomb robbers from the Yang gang. Yang Jufeng was momentarily stunned, but his gaze grew increasingly meaningful. You actually dare to defend that bastard? Shaolin smiled faintly. I'm not defending him. I'm just stating the facts. Yang Jufeng sneered again, his expression darkening ominously, radiating danger. Then start talking. If you say I don't know, I'll cut out your tongue. I do know. Shaolin's smile didn't fade, his tone steady. Those people, I killed them. The conference room fell completely silent. Yang Jufeng's face twisted into a grimace, and a blood-red light flickered deep in his pupils, a sign that his physical superpower was about to unleash. Shen He's scalp went numb. They were utterly unprepared for a confrontation. If Yang Jufeng gave the order now, he could tear them all apart easily. Shen He hurriedly stood up, intending to calm things down, but Shaolin continued without hesitation. It was about 5 days ago. That night, Liang Yuan came with over a dozen Yang gang thugs looking to rob me. I tried to negotiate, but there was a girl called Zaya, stupid as she was. I had no choice but to kill them all. But don't worry, they didn't suffer only a momentary end. Tension exploded. Men from the Yang gang sprang to their feet and began drawing guns. Shun He and his men froze, unsure how to intervene in this sudden standoff. Shaolin went on. I never wanted to seek revenge on your Yang gang. I'm too busy, my schedule's packed. But after listening to your meeting today, sometimes it's necessary to cut the weed at the root. I just want a quiet life. Yang Jufeng suddenly leapt up, his eyes shooting blazing red light. Black scales rapidly burst out on his skin, and in an instant, he transformed into a beast-like humanoid. Planning to make a move here? Shaolin remained seated, his expression intrigued. Yang Jufeng growled low, no matter who you are or what identity you hold, today you'll suffer the most painful death. Perfect, that saves me the trouble of finding an excuse. Shaolin smiled, picked up a fruit knife from the table, and suddenly plunged it into his own forehead. Blood gushed out instantly. Everyone was stunned by the scene. What is this? Suicide? Is he crazy? Xiao Lin's arm fell limply. A deep, bloody hole remained in his forehead, straight through to his brain. He was clearly dead. Yet, inexplicably, Yang Jufeng felt a flicker of unease. His face twisted fiercely as he spun toward Shenhe. Shenhe, you owe me an explanation. Is this person something you arranged on purpose? Before anyone could respond, a cold, sinister gaze swept over them all. The air suddenly froze, and everyone looked simultaneously at Xiao Lin's corpse. From the deep hole in his forehead, a blood-red eye suddenly appeared, fixed on them unwaveringly. Then the strange creature slowly emerged from the wound. First a blood-red arm, then another, and finally its grotesque body, supported on its hands, gradually revealed itself. Huimo, it's a Huimo. Someone cried out in terror. Duju was 30 this year. He had faced life-and-death battles alongside Shun He for over a decade and encountered countless dangers. Fear was foreign to him, had always been fearless. Even when a gun was pressed to his temple, he could still crack a dirty joke with a grin. But this time, terror crept up like sharp nails climbing from his feet to his spinite, felt like his soul was being torn apart. The Hui demon. Xiao Lin had actually summoned it with his own life? Why? Was it really desperate enough to drag everyone down with him? His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, hands bracing himself as he scrambled backward while drawing his gun. Bang, 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 bang. A full magazine emptied in a hail of bullets, sparks exploding silently in the air, yet the Hui demon wasn't even scratched. Duju's heart clenched as if gripped by ice. Desperately, he scanned the room. The conference room had already descended into chaos. Screams, shoving, crashing sounds all merged into a tormenting din as people struggled toward the exit. Yang Jufeng was among them. His former arrogance and confidence shattered the moment the Hui demon appeared, and like a cornered dog, he fled in frantic terror. Get out of the way. Everyone, get out of my way. He violently shoved a subordinate who collapsed heavily onto the floor without a sound of pain. The eerie silence sent chills down Yang Jufeng's spine. Looking down, the man's eyes were unfocused, pupils trembling at an impossible frequency. His lips moved silently, rapidly reciting some incantation. Black symbols began surfacing on his skin, spreading thicker and thicker. Yang Jufeng suddenly looked up to find all his men eerily still, their eyes shaking and lips whispering under some invisible influence. In the next instant, his senses were ruthlessly amplified. Colors, shapes, smells, and sounds flooded his brain like a tsunami, multiplying without cease, forcing a relentless stream of associations and uncontrollable thoughts. Staring at his hands, he saw black symbols crawling madly beneath his skin. Cold sweat dripped from his temple, breath growing ragged. He wanted to run but was utterly overwhelmed by the storm of mental noise. Ultimately, he froze, paralyzed as his thoughts spiraled wildly out of control. By contrast, Shunbang's men were still in disarray, some screaming, some firing shots, others running about. Until Shun he shouted sharply, "Stop! Everyone stop! No shooting! We have not been attacked!" His commanding voice struck like a hammer, finally stilling the Shunbang members. They looked around in horror and realized only Yang Bang's men were mentally corrupted. Among their own, aside from some scratches in the panic, no one was affected. This isn't an indiscriminate attack. It's targeted. The Hui demon does not attack indiscriminately. Shun He's voice trembled. What did that mean? Du Ju swallowed hard, an incredible thought suddenly flashing through his mind. The Hui demon wasn't summoned casually. It's controlled, Shen He murmured. Hui demon controlled. Du Ju strained his imagination, but couldn't reconcile those two words. But Xiao Lin, who summoned the demon, was dead. Who was controlling it now? Just then, Xiao Lin, still seated, spoke slowly. Can you give me a gun? Those guys are out of their minds. Maybe killing them is actually doing them a favor. Duju's recently recovering thoughts were shattered once again. You're not dead? His throat tightened. He had just seen Xiao Lin carve a bleeding hole in his own forehead with a fruit knife fight. Should have been fatal. Xiao Lin shook his head calmly. I want to kill others, so killing myself first would be putting the cart before the horse. Under the light, there wasn't even a scratch on his forehead. Duju muttered. Huema, is it still controlling you? Yes. Xiao Lin's eyes were steady. It's harmless unless I command it to kill. Duju's chest pounded like a drum, his fingers trembling. Before he could speak, Shenhe at the door raised his hand and tossed a pistol over. Use this. The gun hit the floor with a sharp clink. Xiao Lin bent down to pick it up, pulled back the slide to check the chamber. Metallic clicks echoed under his fingertips. He walked steadily toward Yang Jufeng. Yang Jufeng was rooted to the spot, his pupils shrinking wildly, lips moving silently. The gun was pressed to his forehead. Bang! The bullet pierced his skull, exiting the back of his head. Yang's body stiffened, then crashed heavily to the floor. In that moment, Duju suddenly realized the powerful Yang gang leader had just been executed. Xiao Lin didn't pause. He turned and aimed at the next gang member. Bang! 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 The cramped conference room filled with muffled shots, steady as a pendulum's swing. No one stopped him. No one dared to make a sound. One body after another fell, the stench of blood quickly spreading. When the last man collapsed, Xiao Lin put away his gun, returned to the table, and handed the pistol back to Shen He. Thanks. Shen He took it silently, then turned to Shan Yi. There should still be a few Yang gang members outside. Take your men and finish them off, no survivors. Move fast. Once you're done, have your team clear out the bodies in this room. Yes. Shan Yi answered curtly and left with his men. Outside the camp, sporadic gunshots rang out, then fell silent. Shen He finally sat down, as if the massacre had been just a gust of wind. Mr. Shaolin, right? You've come to our Shen gang, what can we do for you? Nothing major, Du Ju spoke up quickly. Mr. Shaolin has dealt with Huema and was ready to head back. It's late, so I invited him to stay here tonight and send him off tomorrow. Shaolin nodded. Yes, that's right. Is that acceptable? Of course. Shen He replied promptly. We have plenty of rooms. Should I arrange one now? Please do. I'm feeling a bit exhausted. Shen He stood. All right. Du Ju, escort Mr. Shaolin there. Then he suddenly remembered something. He dragged over a wooden box containing 10 gold coins from the table and pushed it in front of Shaolin. This is yours. Shaolin opened the lid. The gold gleamed under the light. Wasn't this a deposit from the Yang gang? The Yang gang no longer exists. The deal is null. You wiped them out, so this is your spoils. All right, I'll accept it. He closed the box and added casually, by the way, keep the Yang gang's assets, you just owe me 30%. Of course. Once we finish the inventory, we'll deliver it to you. Shaolin nodded. The demon spirit beside him began to rapidly collapse until it shrank down into a small sphere and then vanished entirely. Let's go. They'll take you to your room. Du Ju stepped forward slightly and spoke quietly, leading Shaolin out of the blood-soaked meeting room. The door closed behind them, footsteps fading away. Shen He collapsed back into his chair like a deflated bellows, his entire body drained of strength, a deep ache spreading through his muscles. He raised a hand in a dismissal gesture, signaling the surviving subordinates to leave. Soon, the vast meeting room was left with only him and the scattered corpses. Fresh bullet holes cracked the walls, and shattered tables and chairs lay strewn about, a chilling reminder of the carnage moments ago. The oppressive scent of blood hung thick in the air, but Shen He simply sat silently, his pupils constricted, his mind roiling with an unshakable dread, that kind of terror that verged on hopelessness. Shaolin, who exactly is that young extraordinary? He repeatedly questioned himself inwardly. Such terrifying power, why did he suddenly appear at the madman's howl? Why wasn't there any warning? Why had he never even heard of him before? About 20 minutes later, the door pushed open and Du Ju returned. He casually lit a cigarette, the flickering glow throwing his excited yet fatigued face in a sharp relief under the dim light. He handed the cigarette to Shen He. Shen He accepted it and took a deep drag. The smoke mixed with the lingering blood scent filled his lungs as his tense shoulders slowly relaxed. Did you arrange for Mr. Shaolin to rest? He exhaled a wisp of white smoke. Yes. I asked if he wanted dinner. He refused, Du Ju replied. Shen He turned to look out the window. The sky was dark now, clouds hanging low like a grimy iron curtain over the city. The Yang gang, I thought they'd be tough to kill, but to be wiped out so quickly, the world is truly unpredictable. You're not happy? Du Ju cracked a grin, his laugh low and rough. Personally, I'm pretty pleased. Yang Jufeng claimed he was unbeatable, but this time he hit a wall and got smashed. Shen He didn't respond. Instead, he changed the subject. Tomorrow, send Shan Yi to escort Mr. Xiao. Pick a decent car and remind him not to ask any questions. What about me? Du Ju winked mischievously and leaned in. After pulling off a job this big, I deserve a reward, right? Of course. Shen He stood up, stretching his stiff shoulders. Your reward is no sleep tonight, work through the whole night. Use the cover of darkness to transfer all Yang gang's assets under our control. His gaze swept over the bodies again, but his tone grew colder and more composed. Don't expect to rest for the next week either. So far, only we know the demon spirits have been hunted. The resources in District 13 are abundant. Send several squads to grab the most valuable before anyone else wakes up to it. Let's hope I can survive the next few days without working myself to death. Du Ju complained theatrically, but his eyes gleamed with a predatory light. This time, the Shun gang would reap a tremendous fortune. Early the next morning, Shunbang's camp was noticeably emptier. For a moment, Shaolin wondered if they had fled overnight. But as soon as he stepped into the camp, he saw Shan Yi leaning against an off-road vehicle, wiping dust from his face. Seeing him, Shan Yi waved. He explained that the others had gone to scout Sector 13, leaving himself behind to guard the camp. He then handed over a heavy cloth bag 30 gold coins, Shaolin's share after they inventoried Yangbang's assets. The two quickly ate some steaming kin noodles in the mess tent. Shan Yi started up the off-roader, accelerating into a cloud of dust. What should have been a 7 or 8-hour mountain drive, he managed to cover in 2 hours, pulling up just outside Satellite Town. About 2 kilometers from the research institute, Shaolin told him to stop. Slinging his backpack, he set off on foot. The gravel cracked beneath his feet, and a faint smell of machine oil hung in the air. When the institute came into view, his phone suddenly regained signal. A security alert popped up on the screen. Shaolin tapped it open to watch the surveillance replay. Yan Jie appeared on camera, hesitantly waved at the lens, then slipped a letter into the mailbox by the entrance, gesturing towards it with a grave seriousness that made Shaolin smile quietly. He lifted the mailbox lid and pulled out the envelope. The handwriting was crooked but legible. Mr. Shaolin, Mr. Bai has arrived and comes to pay his respects. Unfortunately, you are out. Please reply when you return. Mr. Bai is here? The owner of Blue Dragon Mining, Bai Shiyu's boss, an extraordinary person Shaolin had crossed paths with on the neural network. Yu Taizhou had commissioned him to investigate whether this world has a promotion system, and Bai was undoubtedly the most knowledgeable source. Shaolin mentally mapped his plan. First meet with Bai to consolidate clues, then report to the professor. After settling on this, he returned to the institute, dropped his bag, washed off the dust, fried an egg to eat with canned meat for lunch, and changed into clean clothes before heading out. The government building was quiet. Only Su Guang from the enforcement team sat on a bench in the lobby. Around 1.7 meters tall with a clean-shaven youthful face, he looked approachable. Su Guang greeted him with a bright smile as he entered. Mr. Shaolin, I thought you were out. When did you get back? He awkwardly pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one. Thanks, but I don't smoke, Shaolin declined, waving his hand. I just got back an hour ago. I saw the note your captain left, so I came straight here. Wasn't that note terribly ugly? Su Guang scratched his head. Shaolin nodded silently. It really was. Su Guang shoved the cigarettes back in his pocket and shrugged. Too bad you're unlucky. They've all gone to the mine. No one knows when they'll return. Want to wait upstairs while I notify them? They'll go find them at the mine myself. Shaolin stood up. Do you know the way? I have satellite maps for navigation. Well, no need to trouble yourself then. They'll take you there, Su Guang chuckled. Wait here, I need to report inside first. Before he finished, he ducked into the office. Soon he came out wearing an enforcement jacket, his face carrying the serious look of someone who had just stubbed out a cigarette. They walked side by side toward the mine. Their footsteps echoed through the empty streets. Along the way, Shaolin casually asked, why did Mr. Bai suddenly come? Is it because of me? It's nothing related to you, just some matters concerning the mine. Su Guang shook his head honestly and said, I can't tell you about that matter just yet. Mr. Bai hasn't decided whether to involve you. After speaking, he added, the situation at the mine? Well, it's pretty serious. His voice was low but carried weight, making everyone instantly realize its gravity. Then, as if catching himself talking too much, he asked, by the way, where has Mr. Xiao been these past few days? He suddenly vanished. I went to Madman's Howl for some research, Shaolin said casually, adjusting his cuff. Madman's Howl? That place is dangerous, especially the 13th district. There's a cursed being called Huiyamo there. Su Guang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yes, I went specifically to investigate the Huiyamo and took care of it, Shaolin replied calmly. Su Guang immediately fell silent, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing his hesitation, Shaolin asked, what's wrong? Nothing, it's just that suddenly I feel there's a thick barrier between us, Su Guang said with a bitter smile, wiping away his cold sweat. It's not really that bad, Shaolin waved his hand. But you killed the Huiyamo, and even the town mayor couldn't handle the mental corruption it caused. Even if I killed it, it's not as serious as that, Shaolin responded briefly. They continued walking. The mine came into view gradually, vast expanses of bare gray earth dotted with wooden sheds, neat stacks of stone and coal rimming the area, with a faint smell of damp coal in the air. A group of people gathered at the center, busy with some task. Mr. Bai stood among them, looking exactly like his avatar in the mental internet, around 40, tall and upright, wearing a finely tailored white outfit, his gaze gentle but sharp. Mayor, Mr. Bai, Mr. Shaolin is here. Su Guang called out from a distance. Mr. Bai looked up, nodded politely to Shaolin, then returned his attention to the center. Lan Xiyu also greeted Shaolin with a smile. The crowd automatically parted to form a path. Approaching, Shaolin saw a stone coffin at the center, a grayish-white limestone sarcophagus with a strangely pristine surface. The lid bore the imprint of a feather quill. Though not new, the coffin showed no signs of weathering, standing out unnaturally. Mr. Shaolin, good to see you, but we're a bit busy right now. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Bai said softly, eyes fixed on the coffin. Shaolin shook his head, signaling it was fine, though inside he felt an invisible pressure as if the coffin was silently breathing. His pupils flickered to a liquid state, fine pores opening layer by layer, the Huiyamo's vision unfolding. He whispered, limestone, seemingly man-made but no traces of carving, more like a natural formation. It looks centuries old, but actually is very recent. The damage patterns don't match at all. This is a rainy town which should leave powdering or flaking, yet it only has cracks, completely illogical. This thing is something that shouldn't exist. A hush fell over the crowd, faces showing panic. Mr. Bai nodded. Thank you, Mr. Shaolin. It's basically confirmed to be that entity. So you know what it is? Shaolin pressed. The writer's coffin, Mr. Bai answered concisely. Before Xiao Lin could process this, Lin Yin Yin approached on her crutches. Can we just move the coffin somewhere else? Like drag it to Madman's Howl and bury it there? Her complexion was better, but still tired. Mr. Bai shook his head. No use. The moment the coffin appeared, we've all been under the writer's influence. Any action is just advancing the narrative. Then should we open it? Lan Shiyu asked gravely. Let's open it. If the manuscript wasn't found anywhere else, it's probably inside. Lan Shiyu raised a hand. His subordinate Yin Jia and several miners pried open the coffin's lid with iron bars. The heavy stone cover scraped loudly, echoing across the empty mine. Inside lay a completely dried corpse, hands folded over the chest, clutching several yellowed sheets of parchment. Xiao Lin caught at a glance that these pages radiated an unexplainable power. It really is Simon, are we doomed? Someone whispered fearfully. Don't worry, we have Mr. Bai here. Another tried to reassure, but lacked conviction. Mr. Bai raised his hand for silence. He bent down, drew out the manuscript, and quickly unfurled it. At the top of the first page, ink strokes remained clear. Everything began the day the coffin was unearthed. Since then, a terrible disaster has spread across the town. Mr. Bai paused, then snapped the manuscript shut. Mr. Bai Lan Shiyu started to speak, but was cut off. Back to the government center first. The miners were left behind to secure the stone coffin, while the others returned to the government center and gathered in the conference room. The room was small, its gray-white walls marked with fine cracks from the passage of time, yet the dark wooden table remained polished and smooth. High-backed chairs formed a semicircle around the table, and a fresh bouquet of daisies stood in the center, their subtle fragrance lingering in the air. Once everyone was seated, Mr. Bai, full name Bai Zion, extended his hand formally to Xiao Lin. Mr. Xiao, it's a pleasure to meet you. By the way, my name is Bai Xiaoyan. I don't think they mentioned that to you, did they? They only called you Mr. Bai, Xiao Lin replied, shaking his hand, though the name Bai Xiaoyan gave him a clearer, more tangible impression beneath the surface. Lan Shiyu, sitting nearby, appeared a bit tense. Xiao Lin glanced at him and smiled slightly. Xiao Lan and the others all say you're a good person. I'd like to talk with you more, but there's no time for small talk right now. Bai Xiaoyan shook the papers in his hand and sighed softly. Xiao Lin steered the conversation back on track. So tell me, what's the story behind that stone coffin? And who is Simon? Bai Zioyan's expression darkened immediately. He gestured to a chair, inviting Xiao Lin to sit, then lowered his voice to explain. There's a special custom in our red zone. To prevent grave robbing, the coffins are marked with quill pen symbols. That quill mark belongs to Simon. Why is that? Xiao Lin pressed. Because Simon brings disaster and death, Bai Xiaoyan said quietly, his voice dropping even lower. He's a horror writer and the 5th-generation supernatural. Every story he writes ends with the protagonist dying in despair. Seeing a coffin marked with the quill means you are already trapped inside Simon's story. That stone coffin we found was just the beginning. This time, he's written the entire satellite town into his story, which means he intends to. Bai Xiaoyan paused for a few seconds, seeming to weigh his words before finally saying two chilling words, destroy us. The air suddenly thickened, as if the wind outside had been cut off. The conference room fell into a heavy silence. A few young faces appeared frightened and confused. Xiao Lin drew in a sharp breath. One story alone could wipe out an entire town? It sounded insane. Mr. Bai, Lan Shiyu finally mustered some courage to speak. If we evacuate Satellite Town, can we avoid this disaster? Evacuate to where? How do you resettle over 5,000 people? Bai Xiaoyan countered, then added, even pulling out a few important individuals is a last resort. Besides, evacuation probably won't help. The moment you see the coffin, the story has already started. No matter what we do, we're still inside his narrative, and narrative means fate. Lan Shiyu lowered his head, speechless for a moment. Xiao Lin frowned. Why does he want to attack you? Is there a grudge? We don't know each other and have no vendettas. Bai Xiaoyan shook his head. From what I understand, a year ago, Simon was invited to join the House of Philosophers. He likely wanted to use that as a step toward crossing the gate of cognition. The unfamiliar terms didn't mean much to Xiao Lin, but the concept was hard to believe. No reason at all, and yet he was slaughtering an entire town? Over 5,000 people? He had always liked this town for its peace, unity, and order. After a long silence, Bai Xiaoyan looked up, his gaze sweeping over the group. Facing Simon Heaton now would be extremely unwise. The most viable option is negotiation. Then he'll try to find his contact info online. Nian Nian immediately volunteered. All right, I'm leaving this matter in your hands. But we also have to prepare for the possibility that negotiations might fail. Bai Zioyan's voice was low and steady. He then raised his hand to quiet the room and continued assigning tasks. Yin Jia, his gaze landed on the vigorous middle-aged man. Take a trip to Howl of the Madman and make contact with the grave diggers. Resupply weapons and ammunition, and see if we can secure any reinforcements. Also, have the law enforcement team elevate town patrols to the highest level. Report any unusual activity immediately. Understood. They'll get it done as quickly as possible. Yin Jie stood up without hesitation, his expression sharp and focused. Bai Xiaoyan turned his head toward Lan Xiyu standing nearby. Xiyu, go and greet the major factions in town. Give them an honest update on the situation. It would be best if they choose to stay, but we won't force anyone. Make sure they understand that fleeing alone won't do much good. Got it. Lan Xiyu nodded seriously, his fingers tightening slightly, as if already planning his route. After finishing the main arrangements, Bai Xiaoyan leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. A brief silence followed before he massaged the bridge of his nose and glanced at Xiao Lin, who had been quietly observing the meeting. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry to keep you busy right after you arrived. I hope I haven't been rude. Xiao Lin smiled. It's fine. I don't have anything else at the moment, just a few questions I'd like to ask. Questions? Bai Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Do you want to discuss them privately? No need. They're simple. I want to know if there's a promotion system in this world. The room fell silent. Bai Xiaoyan wiped away his weariness and sat upright with a faint smile. Mr. Xiao, how many days have you been here? About 7. Xiao Lin answered honestly. To get this far in just 7 days, your acuity exceeds what I expected. Bai Xiaoyan sighed lightly, then gave his answer. Strictly speaking, it's not exactly a system, but something similar does exist. As I mentioned earlier, Simon's attack on us was likely a move to prepare for crossing the gate of cognition. So the gate of cognition is a form of promotion? Simon is trying to advance? That's right. Bai Xiaoyan nodded and asked, have you heard of the 9-layer reality theory? Xiao Lin shook his head. Let me explain briefly. Bai Xiaoyan spread both hands, tracing overlapping arcs in the air. The world we live in is divided into 9 layers of reality. Most people, including us, currently inhabit the first layer. This world is incomplete. To see a more complete reality, one must cross the gate of cognition and reach a higher layer. The higher the layer, the broader the perspective, and the greater the supernatural powers. For example, at lower layers you might see only plains, but at higher layers a towering mountain might suddenly appear. What looks like an ocean below could reveal an entire continent above. What exactly is the gate of cognition? An abstract idea or a real place? Xiao Lin asked further. It's a real location, the intersection between 2 layers of reality. Bai Xiaoyan's tone grew serious. But most people are afraid to ascend recklessly. Safe gates of cognition are already controlled by major organizations. For instance, the philosopher's house Simon belongs to holds one. The rest of the gates are deadly traps. That's why he acted so urgently. Xiao Lin sighed inwardly. Humanity's instinct to fight for resources remains unchanged across eras. Mr. Xiao, any more questions? Bai Xiaoyan inquired. Not for now. Good. If anything comes up, come see me anytime. That will conclude today's meeting. Everyone, proceed according to plan. As the group began to disperse, Xiao Lin suddenly spoke up. Mr. Bai, please give me a heads up before your talks with Simon. Bai Xiaoyan looked at him calmly, but warned, I do welcome that. But remember, Simon's target is the town, not you. If you come along and negotiations fail, you might end up at odds with him. Xiao Lin smiled faintly. Don't worry. I'm just tagging along to help out a bit. I like it here and want to contribute. Bai Xiaoyan was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, I'll let you know when the time comes. The office was brightly lit and quiet, with only the sound of Yu Taizhou flipping through papers. A sturdy walnut desk dominated the center of the room. 2 reports titled Summary of Hui Demon Research and Analysis of Promotion Mechanisms spread open, their edges slightly curled from frequent handling. Leaning forward, Yu Taizhou read intently. The soft rustling of pages was especially clear in the silence. Standing straight before the desk, Xiao Lin kept his hands behind his back, eyes unconsciously fixed on the professor's knuckles and the gaps between the words, even holding his breath. Closing the last page, Yu Taizhou hummed thoughtfully and looked up. The direction is right. Role-playing is indeed your optimal enhancement path. His voice was steady, but his gaze was as deep as an abyss. Just remember 2 things. Don't form too many connections that dilutes your essence, and avoid linking with overwhelmingly powerful entities, or they'll drain you. As for the gate of cognition, wait until you push your system to its absolute limits. Got it. They'll keep that in mind. Xiao Lin nodded firmly. With the main discussion done, the sharpness in Yu Taizhou's expression softened, and a weary but gentle smile appeared. You've worked hard these past days. It's a pity I couldn't do more to help. Just trying to survive hardship doesn't really come into it. Xiao Lin clenched his fist, speaking casually, but then suddenly recalled something had overlooked. By the way, I wanted to get your opinion on something. Go ahead. Yu Taizhou interlaced his fingers and sat up straighter. The satellite town was attacked by a powerful supernormal individual. Xiao Lin detailed the encounter with the writer. From thousands of miles away, a piece of text could take lives. Near impossible to counter. His tone grew serious. After listening, Yu Taizhou stroked his chin thoughtfully. Killing with stories? That's quite original, right? And the strength is ridiculous. Xiao Lin sighed. It's not as unsolvable as you think. Yu Taizhou shook his head slightly. Xiao Lin froze. Professor, do you have a solution? Not yet, but I can break down the reasoning. Yu Taizhou's voice remained calm. Bai Xiaoyan said, narrative is destiny, correct? Exactly. The writer controls fate by controlling the narrative. Wrong. Yu Taizhou disagreed. A story is just one type of narrative, and it's a limited narrative. The unfamiliar term puzzled Shaolin. Yu Taizhou smiled and raised a finger. Let me start from the beginning. Consider unlimited narrative. For example, the town is destroyed. One sentence makes it true instantly, no process needed, no constraints. If Simon were that powerful, why not just write that directly? After a moment's thought, Shaolin's eyes lit up. Because that's just a sentence, not a story. Exactly. Yu Taizhou nodded with approval. To turn the town is destroyed into a story, you need characters, time, place, plot. Logic none can be missing. That's the shackles of story. Add the limits of the author's talent and imagination, and every story is inherently fragile, none perfect. Once again, Shaolin was struck by Yu Taizhou's way of thinking. Filled with respect, he silently absorbed the dense concepts. Suddenly, the terrifying transcendent being who made the entire red zone tremble at the mere mention of his name didn't seem quite so invincible when broken down through the lens of reason. Yu Taizhou watched Shaolin, who had fallen into thought, and let a relaxed smile curve his lips. Don't worry, there's no need to fear him. He's not as strong as you, not even close. The next morning, before the fog had lifted, Shaolin had already shifted into his wisdom demon form, wandering alone through the 13th block of Madman's Howl. The gray-black streets and dilapidated tin signs cast a gloomy silhouette of him. When Du Ju passed by, he nearly jumped out of his skin. Yu Taizhou had stressed repeatedly frequently, assuming the wisdom demon persona helps to unlock its hidden abilities faster and lowers the cost of the transformation. With Shaolin's current base strength, he could only sustain it for a maximum of 30 minutes. As the 30 minutes neared its end, Shaolin felt his soul being drained layer by layer. He disengaged from the form, returned to his original self, and leaned against the wall to catch his breath before heading to the restaurant. The steam rising from the hot porridge filled the air, and silently, he swallowed a few spoonfuls, gradually regaining warmth. At that moment, a crooked paper crane, trembling as if drunk, zipped through a gap in the window, tracing a wavering path around Shaolin a few times before plopping into his bowl with a splash. Soup spilled everywhere. He stared at the ridiculous sight for a couple seconds, then confirmed this absurd little thing was 100 from Lin Yinyan possessing the same strange, uncanny presence as herself. He picked up the soup-soaked crane carefully and unfolded it. On the paper was lively calligraphy inked with fluid strokes. Negotiation in virtual space at 4 p.m. today. Mr. Bai said he won't wait for you, so be sure to come early. Bai Xiaoyan remained conflicted, wanting to use Shaolin, yet hesitant to drag him deeper into the whirlpool. Shaolin pondered for a moment, then ate a few more bites of porridge, put on his jacket, and stepped out. Even if it weren't for Satellite Town, he wanted to meet the rumored killer writer Mr. Simon just to understand this world better. The Satellite Town government building was unusually quiet that morning. Shaolin passed through the corridors and found Lin Yinyan in a corner of the records room. The girl held a piece of osmanthus cake in one hand and a thick steel pen in the other, leaning over a book thicker than a dictionary and scribbling furiously. Her fingers and lips were stained with ink, and her hair, tousled from bowing so long, hardly gave off any so-called alluring vibe. She looked up and froze for 2 seconds upon seeing Shaolin, quickly closing the cake box and hiding it behind her back. Oh, Mr. Shaolin, why are you here so early? Thought I'd get a head start, so I dropped by to check things out. Shaolin nonchalantly circled to her side, lifted the lid, and in Lin Nianian's stunned gaze, grabbed a piece of the osmanthus cake and popped it into his mouth, chewing calmly. Mouth half full, he vaguely said, by the way, I have something I want your help with. Lin Yinyan hugged the cake box tight, her face full of mock sorrow. Too late. By the time you ate one of my osmanthus cakes, we're already totally estranged. Shaolin rolled his eyes. Serious matter. That writer Simon you mentioned, does he have any works? Of course. Public resources are online. Lin Yinyan shook her pen, flicking ink drops onto the page. Mr. Shaolin, you want to read his books? If he's a writer, it's only natural to get to know him through his work first. Shaolin glanced again at the cake box, which Lin Yinyan immediately guarded more tightly. But I'm too busy to help you go online right now. She slammed the thick book on the table, flipped to a page, and hurriedly jotted down a string of numbers. There's a huge pile of accounts to settle today, and it's really urgent. Shaolin shrugged. Well, that makes things tricky. Not really. Lin Yinyan blinked and grinned slyly. I can teach you how to get online. Since you're confirmed to be transcendent, you should pick it up pretty fast. Shaolin leaned back in his chair, arms resting on the armrests, his body relaxing like a drawn bow suddenly released, waiting for Lin Yinyan to give him a clear step-by-step instruction. Mr. Shaolin, are you familiar with the concept of the collective unconscious? Lin Yinyan asked in return. Shaolin nodded. It's a concept proposed by Jung, the deepest layer of the unconscious in the structure of personality. Exactly. Lin Yinyan picked up a piece of osmanthus cake from the table and bit off half gently. When Wisdom City built the psychic internet, to make it easy for all supernatural beings to use, they directly hooked the network into the collective unconscious of all humanity. She held up 2 fingers. To connect, you only need two things. 1. You must be a psychic or some other kind of supernatural. 2. You must know this network exists. The method is even simpler. Close your eyes, imagine that virtual world, and silently say connect. Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow. Just that simple? What else could it be? Lin Yinyan said matter-of-factly through a mouthful of cake. Xiao Lin shot her a suspicious glance. Don't tell me you're messing with me because I just ate your osmanthus cake? Try it yourself, and you'll see. Oh, by the way, the default login location is gathering point 3. Don't wander around once you're in. There are tons of people there. If you get lost, good luck finding your way. All right, I get it. Xiao Lin swallowed the last of his grumble, closed his eyes, and did as she said. Several seconds passed. The silence around him felt eerie and absolute, but he sensed nothing. To be honest, Lin Yinyan, are you? He opened his eyes, voice cutting off abruptly. Endless darkness stretched all around, except for the chessboard-patterned ground beneath his feet extending in shades of gray and white, seemingly without end. Most striking was the enormous black wall ahead, built from countless prisms, soaring into the sky. The wall rippled slowly, pulsating like a living creature. This definitely felt like the psychic internet. Yet something was off. It wasn't gathering point 3, nor the crowded place Lin Yinyan mentioned. Lin Yinyan, are you there? Xiao Lin called out. His voice echoed briefly before fading into the void. Exit, he muttered softly, but nothing happened. Can't exit? Really? Just over a piece of cake? He grumbled, then suddenly felt a chill shoot down his spine, every hair standing on end. Opposite the black wall, a massive cold pressure swept across the chessboard plane like a howling gale. Before he could think further, he saw a chaotic crimson mass, vast and overwhelming, filling almost his entire field of vision. Wherever it passed, the chessboard tiles shattered layer by layer, exposing raw darkness beneath, as if the entire world was being torn apart. A destructive force charged at him relentlessly, with no way around and no way back. Xiao Lin froze, feeling his chest bear down under a heavy hammer blow. Yet within the terrifying red tide, he caught a faint, inexplicable trace of familiarity. At the very moment the crimson wave bear down on him, a line of glowing blue text appeared before his eyes. You have received an invitation link from Lin Yinyan. Jump to gathering point 3? Xiao Lin paused for half a second, then nearly instinctively nodded. Yes. In that instant, the world twisted violently. Light and shadow reversed, and he was pulled through the immense black wall. Beyond the wall lay the city he knew so well. The city blurred as Xiao Lin moved swiftly, and in an instant, he found himself in a vast plaza. The square stretched endlessly like a grand white chessboard, with a dense network of lines on the ground outlining nearly 1,000,000 translucent human figures standing silently, as if waiting to be awakened. Above them floated a massive geometric crystal, its 6 mirrored faces reflecting everything. At its center, the number 3 glowed softly in pale white light, standing out starkly against the silent square. Xiao Lin hunched slightly, his chest rising and falling rapidly as earlier shock still roaring through his veins. Suddenly, a faint blue prompt appeared. New session. Lin Yinyan has requested a connection. Accept? Accept, he said without thinking. Next to him, a humanoid outline blurred like ink spreading, then gradually filled with vivid color from top to bottom. Neatly cropped hair, a white shirt, hands on hips. It was Lin Yinyan herself. Mr. Xiao Lin, why are you so mischievous? She frowned. Didn't I tell you to wait for me at meeting point 3? How come you disappeared as soon as you logged in? Xiao Lin's facial muscles twitched as he forced out, I just bugged out. Believe me or not, the spiritual internet was built by Zhihui City itself. There can't be bugs here. Mr. Xiao Lin, you really won't admit it, huh? Lin Yinyan pressed on relentlessly. Before he could explain, the entire virtual space shook violently. The crystal overhead shifted from white to red. The red light flashed wildly like a warning siren. What's going on? Xiao Lin looked up at the towering crystal as warning symbols flickered wildly across its geometric faces. The Millennium Bug attack. Lin Nianyan's gaze turned toward the city's edge. The Millennium Bug? Xiao Lin blinked in confusion. Yes, an ancient monster wandering the collective subconscious. It was confirmed in 1999. They say it can destroy humanity's collective consciousness, drive psychics insane, and cause severe mental damage to ordinary people. Zhihui City has always been on guard against it. Millennium Bug? In Xiao Lin's knowledge, it was just a famous date bug from 1999 that programmers worldwide fixed. How did it turn into a monster? Following Lin Nianyan's gaze, he saw at the city's far end a massive black wall silently rising like a dark curtain approaching. Then, boom, an indescribable force slammed into the wall. The virtual city was struck by an enormous hammer, space violently fractured. Buildings, ground, and air shattered into countless fragments. Even Lin Yinyan dissolved into shards of light. Yet, in an instant, time seemed to reverse. The fragments retraced their paths, reassembling perfectly, and Lin Yinyan reformed. From all directions, hundreds of humanoid figures shot skyward, trailing long streams of light, as they charged toward the black wall. On its surface, countless lines of massive code scrolled at a speed too fast to see clearly. Who are they? Shaolin asked. Zhihui City's Cybersecurity Legion, Lin Yinyin replied curtly. Boom. The wall was hit again. This time, half the city shattered, but like before, it was forcefully restored the next moment. Boom. A third strike. The shattered area shrank, though reconstruction lagged noticeably. It was like a battle of endurance between two parties down to their last cards. 4, 5, 6 by the seventh hit, all shaking abruptly stopped. The terrifying presence beyond the black wall seemed to recede quietly. Shaolin was certain that was the monster he had seen on the grid plane. Lin Yinyin waved her hand, as if brushing away annoying dust. All right, this is normal. The Millennium Bug's chances of breaking in are practically zero. Suddenly she remembered something. Oh right, you wanted Simon's work, didn't you? I brought it for you. She flipped her wrist, and several dark red-covered books appeared out of thin air, which she stuffed into Shaolin's arms. I'm logging off now. They'll contact you when negotiations start. Got lots to do today. With those words, she turned into flashes of light and vanished. Left alone on the bench at meeting point 3, Shaolin opened the books. Faint inked characters floated above the pages. Meanwhile, in the real world, the sleeping Shaolin lay quietly inside the cockpit. Through the cabin wall, Lin Yinyin smiled darkly. Finally, the trap has worked. Now it's time for revenge. She stepped closer, reaching into her pocket to take out a marker pen, pulled off the cap, and gently blew on it. Mr. Shaolin, do you prefer a beard or a turtle? For the next few hours, Shaolin sat on the bench at the meeting point, absorbed in reading. With the boost from the Insight Demon experience, his page turning was so fast it blurred, yet his mind clearly marked every plot point and foreshadowing. His memory and analytical skills were sharply heightened. Just as Bai Xiaoyan had said, every story Simon wrote ended without exception in everyone dying horribly. The foreshadowing was dense, the narrative malicious, like a web that was both gentle and merciless. At this moment, Shaolin had reached a novel titled Blood Abyss. The three protagonists in the book were powerful, trusted each other implicitly, and made almost no mistakes, lifting the entire work's tone to that of a heroic epic. But at the finale, Simon pulled a false release trick. The three believed they had escaped the Blood Abyss, but in reality had stepped into another layer of its illusion, ultimately all perishing. The abrupt twist made Shaolin frown in frustration. It felt forced and inconsistent with the earlier build-up. As he picked up the third book, two figures silently appeared beside him, Bai Xiaoyan and Lin Yinyin. Shaolin finally realized, it's already 5 o'clock? Just past 4:40, Bai Xiaoyan glanced at his watch, then at the book in Shaolin's hands, smiling as he asked, any insights from Simon's writing? Shaolin closed the book and sighed lightly. Whether it counts as harvest is hard to say, but his writing really isn't great. How are things on your end? Bai Xiaoyan shrugged and shook his head. Few people have even dealt with Simon. It's not easy for us to make contact, so we can only take it step by step. Then he looked toward Lin Yinyin. Let's go. Lin Yinyin closed her eyes and raised her hand as if tearing through the air. The whole virtual city seemed to be pulled onto a conveyor belt, with the background rapidly reversing. Within seconds, the three stood before a wooden Western-style house. The house was 2.5 stories tall, with an attic and a small courtyard, exuding a calm, elegant style. Outside the gate hung a wooden sign bearing the simple, steady inked characters, Simon. Bai Xiaoyan stepped forward first and pressed the doorbell. After about 10 seconds, the door creaked open. A woman in her early 20s stood there, wearing black-rimmed glasses and dressed simply but professionally. She scrutinized the three with wary eyes. What do you want? We are here to see Mr. Simon, Bai Xiaoyan said politely with a slight bow. She was unconvinced and coldly dismissed them. Mr. Simon is working. We have an appointment. Even with an appointment, you can't disturb him while he's working. Please leave. Her tone was tinged with displeasure and disdain. Her name was Lily. Lin Yinyin was ready to respond, her temper flaring, but then a calm, pleasant male voice came from inside. Lily, let them in. I was about to take a break anyway. Lily's expression faltered, and she stepped aside to let them enter. In the upstairs hallway, Simon leaned on the railing. His youthful face framed by tousled brown curls, his slender figure sharp-featured, with thin-framed gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Though the midday sun streamed bright, he wore only a loose cardigan over pajamas, his belt casually fastened. He looked quiet and relaxed, almost languid. I'm sorry, but I don't have a place to host you here. Please come to my studio instead. Simon spoke as he turned and started walking ahead. Lily rushed to the front, leading the group as they climbed the creaky wooden stairs step by step. Pushing open the door, they were met with a wall completely covered by towering bookshelves, while piles of books scattered on the floor made the spacious room feel cramped. Simon took his seat behind the desk, which was nearly buried under a mess of loose manuscripts, a worn typewriter, and a brass desk lamp. Not many people come here, so it tends to be a bit messy. Please don't mind, he said, waving his hand as if by magic 3 wooden chairs appeared opposite the desk. Please, have a seat. As the lead negotiator, Bai Xiaoyan sat in the middle and was the first to speak. Even facing a powerful fifth-generation transcendent, his voice remained steady. Mr. Simon, we're here regarding Satellite Town. I believe you know it well. Simon narrowed his eyes, as if searching his memory. After a few seconds he nodded. Yes, I'm familiar with that town. It's one of my creative inspirations. Are you planning to destroy Satellite Town? Bai Xiaoyan got straight to the point. Yes, I have prepared a very exciting story for it. Simon's smile was innocent, almost childlike. Lin Nianian's face went pale. Killing 5,000 people, he spoke of it so lightly, even with a hint of pride. The cruelty in his words ignited her fury. Bai Xiaoyan's expression darkened slightly, but still held control. Xiao Lin quietly observed, recalling what Yu Taizhou said last night. Stories are a limited narrative, constrained by the author's skills and imagination, and Simon's were mediocre at best. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Bai Xiaoyan's tone stayed calm. Mr. Simon, I am also a transcendent. Satellite Town is my property. I hope you will stop your assault on it. Simon was stunned, as if the ground beneath him had been pulled away. What? Spare Satellite Town? What about my promotion? I don't intend to block your advancement, only to protect Satellite Town. Bai Xiaoyan remained collected. We will compensate you for any losses caused. Silence stretched. 10 seconds later, Simon closed his eyes and shook his head. I'm sorry. Please leave. This involves 5,000 lives. We must discuss it seriously. Bai Xiaoyan's voice sharpened. But your hypocrisy makes me uncomfortable. Simon waved them off. Please go. Hypocrisy? Who are you to accuse us of hypocrisy? Lin Nianyan almost laughed in anger. Simon coldly glanced at her. Isn't it? If you spare Satellite Town, then I must use another town as my story's subject. Are the people of Satellite Town more precious than others? You save Satellite Town, but doom even more elsewhere. That is hypocrisy, isn't it? Those people were killed by you. How can you blame us? Lin Nianyan suddenly stood, fists clenched. Simon was unfazed. Miss, you cannot blame a tragedy or a disaster for destroying your life. And to him fate, disaster, natural selection. He pushed up his glasses, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I kill because it is fate's will. It is absolutely right. Lin Nianyan lost control of her emotions. Bai Xiaoyan quickly reached out to press her back into her chair. Simon cast a faintly contemptuous glance at them before waving his hand. If you don't mind, I need to get back to work. Please leave. Negotiations hit a deadlock, leaving Bai Xiaoyan trapped between advance and retreat. At that moment, Xiao Lin lightly tapped the desk, drawing everyone's attention. Mr. Simon, before coming here, I made a point to read some of your works. Simon's interest was instantly piqued. Which ones? The most popular ones, Blood Abyss, Calamity's Trick, and The Bear. And what did you think? Simon's eyes sparkled with expectation. Xiao Lin crossed his hands over his abdomen and met Simon's gaze steadily. In my opinion, you lack the talent to be a writer. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Bai Xiaoyan's face stiffened, while Simon's expression turned unusually dark. Xiao Lin paid no attention to the dark, brooding look in Simon's eyes. His tone was gentle, his face calm and smiling, and the entire studio was filled only with the steady, untroubled sound of his voice. I don't really read novels much, he said, tapping lightly on the wooden desk as if keeping rhythm with his words, but I have read some famous thrillers. Stephen King's Pet Sematary, Agatha Christie's, and Then There Were None, and Poe's The Black Cat. He paused, gazing through the window at the gloomy sky outside. If you've read them too, you'll notice that great thrillers usually share two things in common. Really? What are they? Simon's voice was hoarse, his eyes dark and heavy like thunderclouds full of storm, ready to burst. Xiao Lin remained calm. His voice was even and steady, but it cut through the room like a razor along the window frame, straight to the heart of the matter. Loss of control and self-destruction. The first comes from the outside world spinning out of its rails a daughter's death, the collapse of the boundary between life and death, even murder. The second is internal decay, the madness that comes from desperately wanting to bring someone back to life, the suspicion between people, madness driven by a cat. He looked Simon in the eye. But you've never really thought about these things. Your work has no loss of control, let alone self-destruction. When it comes to the relationship between people and their environment, you're an amateur. Take your proudest work, Blood Abyss. You never even scared the protagonist. You just killed them off. So, in my view, the story is utterly mediocre. Lily's anger nearly ignited the air. She slammed her hand on the table, her voice rising sharply. Nonsense. Who gave you permission to judge Mr. Simon? Xiao Lin shot her a sidelong glance. What? Mr. Simon can't stand criticism from a reader? Lily was about to argue again, but Simon suddenly grabbed her wrist. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply, his chest rising and falling like a beast struggling to breathe. He stared at Xiao Lin for a long moment before quietly asking, Who are you? My name is Xiao Lin. The man nonchalantly adjusted his sleeve. Just someone with extraordinary abilities who happens to live in Satellite Town. His tone shifted, a faint smile playing on his lips. By the way, I quite like that little town. If you intend to destroy ITI, we'll make sure you pay. Do you really think you have the power to take revenge on someone who controls fate? Simon narrowed his eyes. But this time, there was a hint of hesitation in his gaze. Shaolin shrugged. I don't know, but I can at least make you pay a price. When you think back on Satellite Town, you'll regret not agreeing to negotiate. The threat pressed down on the room like an invisible hand flattening the ceiling. The air grew so heavy, it almost froze. Anyone could perceive the sharp edge behind those words. Simon clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening as fury surged inside him. Yet in the blink of an eye, the tide receded, and he regained his composure. I'm not unwilling to help you. He spoke slowly. But you've already touched the manuscript. Once the story begins, it cannot be stopped. Standing nearby, Bygonian's voice was low but firm. Is there absolutely no way to turn back? Not completely. Simon's gaze settled on the old typewriter in the corner, the metal keys gleaming coldly under the dim light. If you want, I can withhold the ending to the Satellite Town story. Without an ending, fate remains in your own hands. He paused, allowing them a moment to digest his words. Provided, of course, that you can break through the dilemma I've set. Otherwise, destruction will still come. Bai Xiaoyan took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Very well, we accept. Thank you, Mr. Simon. Simon shook his head, his voice barely louder than turning pages. No thanks necessary. The fault was mine from the start. In any case, I hope you all survive this ordeal. There was little small talk between them. Soon, Bai Xiaoyan stood up and they exchanged polite farewells. Simon remained seated in his spacious studio, not rising to see them off. It wasn't until the heavy alloy door downstairs slammed shut with a resounding bang that the silent atmosphere shattered. Lily suddenly stomped her high heel, grinding her teeth and growling fiercely. How dare those lowlifes show such attitude toward you, sir? And that Shaolin, such a clueless fool, thinking he's untouchable. Mr. Simon, are we really going to just let them go like this? Simon raised a hand in a calming gesture, sinking back into the sturdy black leather chair. The light split his face into stark contrasts as he spoke calmly. They pose no real threat to me. What matters most is the promotion. That's all I care about. But, relax. They stand no chance against my story. Their fate is sealed. His eyes traced imaginary lines in the air like plotting a narrative, confident and cold. He left unspoken his deepest concern. The supernatural called Shaolin's true power was unclear, and the piercing remarks just now had given Simon the unsettling sense of being completely seen through, even causing a brief lapse. Yet that was the real reason he paused. Cautious to a fault, Simon never took risks. How about the other 6 locations? Simon asked casually. The story has already begun. Once everyone at all 7 sites is dead, the entire work will be complete. Lily lowered her voice to a whisper as she reported. Hearing this, Simon allowed a genuine smile of satisfaction to spread. Excellent. Once this colossal story involving tens of thousands is finished, my promotion will be secure. Less than 10 meters from the studio exit, Lin Yin could no longer contain her anger. She whirled around and cursed loudly. That bastard is insane. Looks decent, but his mind is completely twisted. All right, calm down. Bai Xiaoyan reached out and patted her head before turning seriously to Shaolin. Mr. Shaolin, we really owe you this time. Absolutely, Mr. Shaolin, you're amazing. Just a few words, and you had that lunatic raging. Truly impressive. Lin Nianian's eyes sparkled. How did you manage that? Shaolin shrugged and chuckled lightly. It's not me being amazing. It's just that his writing really isn't that good. In our era, even Tomato might not pass the review. The joke left by Xiaoyan and Lin Yin exchanging puzzled glances. They clearly didn't get the reference, but felt even more admiration. All right, let's log off for now. Bai Xiaoyan's expression grew serious. Though the biggest crisis is averted, Simon's methods won't just fail now. We still have to be prepared. One after another, they faded into points of light and logged out. Shaolin also readied the mental command to log off, but at that moment, the world before his eyes flickered like an old screen. The glitch lasted mere fractions of a second, but when the image returned, a pitch-black, matte patch appeared abruptly, like a tear, in reality dark and eerie. Then, a twisted line of crimson letters seeped onto the black surface. Who are you? The crimson question seemed to hum low and deep, piercing the eardrums. Shaolin stared at it for a long moment, frowning slightly before lifting his gaze to the city skyline. The giant black wall looming between heaven and earth still stood silently, indifferent. He ignored the message and chose to log off immediately. After coming to, Shaolin opened his eyes and realized that Lin Nianian's office was filled with people, though he had no idea when they had arrived. The light fell on each anxious or curious face. Bai Xiaoyan stood by the door, while Lan Xiyu and the other members of the enforcement team lined up in a row. The atmosphere was so heavy it was hard to breathe. A flicker of tension crossed Shaolin's brow, followed by a thick dizziness like a hand stirring his thoughts into a tangled mess. Just as he raised his hand to rub his temple, a slender white palm appeared before him, holding 2 white pills nestled in the palm, a cup of water beaded with droplets pressed against the side. What's this? His voice was slightly hoarse. Motion sickness medicine, Lin Yin said, pointing to the pills. Internet speed can be tough on the brain newbies, often get dizzy. She blinked, urging him to take them quickly. Bai Xiaoyan stepped forward with concern. Want to rest for a moment first? No need. It's nothing serious. Xiao Lin took a sip of water and swallowed the pills steadily. Then let's have a brief meeting, Bai Xiaoyan said, tapping the round table beside him and scanning the room. Let's start with the negotiation with Simon. At his words, Yin Jia couldn't help but lean forward. How did that go? Did it work out? Lin Yinyan stood beside Xiao Lin, hands on her hips, grinning brightly. You all don't know how impressive Mr. Xiao was during the negotiation. Shut that lunatic Simon down so thoroughly his face turned pale. Everyone's eyes snapped to Xiao Lin, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. Scold Simon? The guy whose name alone sent chills down spines in the red territory? Lan Xiu forced a smile, as if trying to ease the tension for everyone, including herself. It was expected we might not reach an agreement. We were just testing the waters. Before she could finish, Bai Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow and interrupted. Who said it was a failure? Confused looks circled the table. Could Simon secretly enjoy being scolded? Bai Xiaoyan shrugged. Mr. Xiao exchanged some professional insights with him. Apparently Simon got intimidated. Their eyes locked again as everyone collectively sucked in a breath. Xiao Lin just shrugged indifferently. Why blame me? His writing really wasn't up to par. In reality, all this was thanks to Yu Taizhou's theories, which gave Xiao Lin a framework to break down the source of Simon's fear. Though he hadn't completely grasped its root, the direction was clearly right. Rarely showing excitement, Yin Jia's voice was low but shaky. So the negotiation was successful? That's right. Bai Xiaoyan nodded with a smile in his eyes. Simon won't cancel interference with Satellite Town, but he's too afraid to continue writing. This is enough for us. Lan Xiu let out a long breath, her tense shoulders finally loosening. At least the situation is stable. Zhou Zheng still had doubts. What about the chance he breaks his promise? Very small. Bai Xiaoyan looked to Xiao Lin. The deterrent is still there. He won't dare cause trouble. At this point, Lin Yinyan seemed energized, pounding her fist on her chest. I hereby declare that from now on, Mr. Xiao Lin is my boss. Whatever he says, he'll do. Xiao Lin gave her a sidelong glance. Then give me a glass of water first. No way. My legs hurt. Lin Yinyan grinned and teased, but she turned to get the water anyway. Xiao Lin had expected this outcome all along and showed little expression. How's the manuscript analysis coming along? Bai Xiaoyan sat down at the edge of the table, folding his hands together. All the analysis was complete, and we had good news. The story's starting time was in May, and it was only March now. Those 2 months gave us plenty of time to prepare thoroughly. A brief meeting was quickly held, personally chaired by Bai Xiaoyan. He methodically laid out preparations, defense, medical support, and logistics, assigning leaders on the spot and finalizing timelines and supply lists. Everyone in the conference room could sense his clarity and efficiency. Xiao Lin did not interfere with any of the arrangement. She had made it clear from the start that he was only there as a negotiation representative. After the meeting, Bai Xiaoyan insisted on escorting Xiao Lin back. Xiao Lin wanted to politely decline, but Bai Xiaoyan said with a touch of boyish resignation, I haven't really taken a walk around my little town in a long time. Consider this my way to steal some leisure amid the chaos. This might be the last bit of free time I get. Reluctantly, Xiao Lin gave in. They walked side by side out of the administrative center. Bai Xiaoyan's black umbrella stood out against the quiet street. As they went, he looked around with fresh curiosity. Xiao Lin studied him and said, looks like you really love this place. Of course, Bai Xiaoyan smiled openly. Compared to Yunza City, this place is paradise. But I have to stay in Yunza City. That's the only way I can make this town better. Why do you like it here so much? It's just an ordinary small town, Xiao Lin asked. That's wrong. This is my town. Bai Xiaoyan stopped walking and looked down the empty bluestone main street. Mr. Xiao Lin, I want the world to be orderly, but I can't change the whole world. This town is the limit of what I can protect. He turned to the mist-shrouded administrative building, where the Blue Dragon Mining Company's headquarters stood solid and silent in the humid air. So I will give everything to defend it, even if it costs me my life. He almost whispered the last words, but Xiao Lin heard them clearly. The two stood at the street corner, their gazes crossing over the silent town against the backdrop of ruined, abandoned city walls in the distance. Peace and desolation blended into a strange scene. More people will come to live here in the future, right? Xiao Lin asked. They will. Bai Xiaoyan nodded, then suddenly added, oh, and in a few days, they'll give you an umbrella. Umbrella? I've got plenty in my lab, Xiao Lin replied. A very special umbrella. You'll understand when the time comes. Bai Xiaoyan teased. They chatted casually as they walked to the edge of town. Bai Xiaoyan stopped. They'll see you off here. Xiao Lin nodded. You get back to work. If you need anything, just contact me anytime. They'll try not to disturb your peace, Bai Xiaoyan said with a teasing smile. Xiao Lin turned to leave, but after a few steps he glanced back. Bai Xiaoyan was still standing there. The sky was clear, yet he slowly opened his black umbrella. Crack! Lightning tore through the clouds. The next moment, a sudden downpour flooded the town, the rain swallowing everything whole, while just beyond the rain's edge, the ground remained dry. This was a direct display of Bygonian's extraordinary power. He stood under the umbrella, slightly bowing toward Shaolin, then turned and walked into the curtain of rain. Over the next few days, Shaolin didn't leave his room, but became completely absorbed in the cyber world. The mental internet was strikingly similar in its structure to the traditional internet he remembered. Everyone was a user, and each uniquely shaped building functioned like a website, some private, others open to the public. The entire realm was tightly enclosed by an invisible black wall. All users resided inside it. Outside lay the so-called grid wasteland, where the millennium bugs lurked, monsters cloaked in greed and hatred. If these creatures ever broke through the blockade, they could destroy the entire mental internet and slaughter all psychics. The biggest difference from the old internet was the nearly indistinguishable immersion from reality. Because of this, many people chose to stay permanently within this virtual world rather than return to their physical bodies. At this moment, Shaolin sat on a metal bench in the recruitment center. The center was a massive circular, cake-shaped building with a towering dome. Inside, the vast hall seemed to stretch endlessly, filled with hundreds of thousands of job seekers converging into dense crowds beneath soft light curtains. Rising from the hall's center was a huge central pillar stretching to the roof. Surrounding it hung a ring of giant display screens continuously scrolling job postings already numbering over 1 million, with new projects generated every minute and others completed or abandoned. Shaolin casually browsed through the listings and found that nearly all of the top several hundred projects belonged to Wisdom City. Project 1. World History Simulation Program. Affiliation, Wisdom City. Description, gathering all human wisdom to simulate accurate history and guide civilization toward the correct path. Project 2. Millennium Bug Hunt Project. Affiliation, Wisdom City. Description, venture into the grid wasteland to hunt the rampaging millennium bugs, safeguarding human subconsciousness and psychic talents. Project 3. Network Black Wall Service Program. Affiliation, Wisdom City. Description, reinforce the network black wall, repel millennium bug invasions, and ensure the integrity and security of the mental internet. Show details for the World History Simulation Program. Shaolin commanded. The giant screen immediately expanded to a detailed page. He skipped the lengthy textual introduction of thousands of words and locked his gaze on the data at the bottom. Current participants, 702,565. Monthly salary, 500,000 credit points. Interview requirements, IQ 130 or expert-level historical knowledge. 500,000 credit points. To enormous sum made Shaolin's heart skip a beat. By comparison, Lin Yinyan currently held a steady job inside the mental internet as a computational operator for a mathematics society, but only earned 3,000 credit points a month. The gap was staggering enough to shake anyone. As a time traveler, Shaolin had an intimate knowledge of real history from 2 centuries ago, perhaps the only person alive who knew the correct answer. Yet he was wary of exposing himself to the watchful eyes of a colossal entity like Wisdom City. After pausing in thought, he opened the participant list. Names densely filled the display. He planned to find a proxy agent among the vast crowd to secretly provide information while collecting payment himself. His finger swiped on the virtual scroll wheel, sending the list endlessly upward. Suddenly, a strange unease crept over him. The orderly text seemed to warp slightly. He blinked and was shocked to see a small black dot at the very top of the participant list. Shaolin scrolled up again, but the black dot stubbornly clung to the screen. He looked elsewhere. It remained there, glaringly out of place, like a tiny dead pixel on a monitor. The black mass expanded as if devouring the surrounding space, silent, cold, and lifeless. It surged and swelled within moments to about half a meter in size, like a block of jet black ink jade swallowing the light, filling Shaolin's entire field of vision with a darkness so profound it sent chills deep into his bones. He remained composed, staring intently at the dark shape as he murmured a command. Delete the specified target. The underlying logic of the internet immediately responded, unseen permissions activating. Seconds later, a cold prompt appeared before him. No target detected for deletion. The shadows twisted, and rough, blood-red characters scrawled across the black surface. Revenge. Destruction. Shaolin quietly added, log out. In an instant, the world around him froze, then melted like glass under blazing flames, peeling away layer by layer. He pulled himself out of the virtual depths and back into the bright real-world study. This was the second time. The thing had bypassed system controls. Was it a virus? A deliberate attack? Or some lingering aftershock from the Millennium Bug disaster? The last time these black masses appeared was right after that catastrophe. A dull headache pressed down on him, so he sat at his desk and decided to write Lin Yinyan a letter. He took out a blank yen shu letter sheet, briefly described what had just happened, folded it into a paper airplane, and tossed it out the window. The paper wings fluttered as it carried his questions off into the night. In Satellite Town, rain poured down in torrents. Lin Yinyan leaned against the office window, her long hair falling nearly over her face. She bit her pen and tugged at her hair, with a thick stack of crumpled Yanshu letters piled beside her desk. Every few lines she wrote, Shed furiously crossed them out, balled them up, and tossed them into the trash can. The door opened, and Zhou Zheng came in carrying coffee. How's it going? Still no news? Lin Yinyan frowned. Maybe he's gone out of town. Zhou Zheng gently set the coffee down beside her. This is the ration Mr. Bai managed to get. I'm treating you. Thanks. She forced a smile. Zhou Zheng patted her shoulder. You've been working hard lately. Meanwhile, Xiao Lin didn't attempt to log back into the network. He got up and went to the dining room, where he kept ingredients he synced daily from the virtual world to reality. He quickly cooked 2 simple dishes and a soup. The vast dining room was empty except for the crisp sound of his silver fork tapping the plate. As he ate, he pondered the recent events. In recent days, his control over the wisdom demon had become increasingly skilled and more efficient, with greatly reduced energy consumption. He was also mastering the terrifying mental pollution ability, though lacking the wisdom demon's physical structure. Its power was significantly diminished. Yu Taizhou was researching this, aiming to help Xiao Lin surpass the wisdom demon's strength completely, smoothing his path to improvement. Yu Taizhou also warned him not to travel too far for now, though going to Yunza City would be acceptable. After the satellite town crisis resolved, Xiao Lin could go there with Bai Xiaoyan to familiarize himself with the outside world and prepare for his next target. Suddenly, a paper airplane skimmed over the windowsill, drifting lightly through the rain and mist, spinning as it fell onto the dining table. Lin Nianian's reply? He raised an eyebrow. That girl usually preferred crumpled paper cranes today, a paper plane? Xiao Lin picked it up. The paper was still damp, but something felt wrong. This was the very Yanshu letter he had sent out. It had come back to him, failing to find Lin Yinyan. Yanshu paper was waterproof and fireproof. If the recipient couldn't be located, would it return? Rain and heat weren't the problem. So the only conclusion was the Yanshu couldn't find Lin Yinyan. For some reason, a sense of unease settled deep in Xiao Lin's heart. Xiao Lin logged back into the mental internet and left a message for Lin Yinyan, hoping for an immediate reply. But 40 minutes passed, and still no response came. Unease churned in his chest. Deciding to investigate in person, he stepped out of the research facility only to freeze on the spot. The direction of Satellite Town was already swallowed by a rolling gray fog, obscuring even the rooftops. Is this Bai Xiaoyan's new barrier? Xiao Lin's heart tightened. He closed his eyes and linked his consciousness to the satellite deep space eye. Suddenly, his view zoomed out. The entire Satellite Town was sealed under a thick, seamless layer of fog. Its curved edges were perfectly sharp, like a slice with a knife, definitely unnatural. He turned back immediately, grabbed his Tang Dao and pistol, tucked a dagger into his belt, and hastened on his way. 20 minutes later, the fog stretched before him like a solid wall. Xiao Lin's pupils dilated as he switched to his demon hunting site to investigate carefully. The mist neither spilled out nor thinned. Its density was perfectly uniform, dry to the touch. The strangest part was that although he could see it, he couldn't touch any substance at all. Definitely not normal. He grew wary. Extending a hand into the fog, he confirmed that his essence remained uncorrupted. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. Within the fog, all sound vanished. The world was torn into a chaotic expanse of monotonous gray. He tried to gather information with his demon hunting site, but detected nothing. The eerie sense of disconnection from reality grew stronger as he moved forward. Time slipped by unknowingly, 5 minutes or longer, when suddenly, dripping water echoed at his ears, and the air grew damp. The sound of rain intensified rapidly. In the next instant, Xiao Lin stepped out of the fog's barrier. Under a gloomy sky streaked with lightning, a torrential downpour pounded the bluestone streets, splashing great arcs of water into the air. Satellite Town was deserted. No signs of life remained. Even trace sense of living creatures seemed washed away, as if the place had been dead for years. Xiao Lin drew his Tang Dao tightly, stepping slowly into the storm. His clothes clung instantly to his skin, a chilling cold sinking deep into his bones. The heavy rain disrupted his demon hunting vision. The chaotic water trails obscured details. Occasionally, he caught fleeting shadows resembling human figures, but whenever he looked up, nothing was there. Pushing aside distractions, he pressed on. At a crossroads, he halted. There, planted firmly in the center, were 5 or 6 thick wooden posts, each nailed with a bloodied corpse. The bodies were mutilated, flesh and bone blurred together. Dark red and black fluids mixed with rainwater, dripping down the posts in a grotesque display. Among the corpses, Xiao Lin's eyes caught a familiar face: Zhou Zheng, the most veteran member of the law enforcement team. He was still alive, his chest rising and falling faintly, lips twitching slightly, yet his entire body was grotesquely twisted and deformed. Both legs had long since vanished, his flesh covered with repulsive tumors, and a swollen belly stretched tight from the accumulated acidic fluid in his abdomen. Xiao Lin instinctively wanted to move closer, but his gaze froze instantly. No, Zhou Zheng was already dead. The faint chest movements and lip twitches were just illusions created by writhing tumors, insidious elaborate trap designed to deceive the heart. Suddenly, amid the downpour, the sound of many feet splashing in water erupted. He whirled around and saw a group of people standing behind him. Men and women alike, clad in filthy gray robes, barefoot, their gaunt faces sunken like skeletal shells, eyes sunk deep into dark hollows, skin stretched tight over their bones. Most striking were the enormous, semi-transparent tumors bulging from their backs, within which some creatures seemed to wriggle and pulse. They whispered low among themselves. "Another fool. Easy prey, utterly stupid, grab him. Don't let him escape, chop off his legs, skin him alive, hang the hide as bait." As they spoke, they slowly advanced, clutching crude weapons, wooden sticks tipped with black bone-made spearheads. Shaolin remained silent, gripping his tang sword tightly. Rainwater streamed swiftly down the blade without pause, like a thin mountain brook flowing clean and cold. The prey tries to resist, but prey always becomes the god's feast. The whispered words pierced the rain, burrowing into Shaolin's ears, stirring a wave of nausea. He glanced at the bodies hanging high above and thought grimly that maybe he should end it all with his own hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall, draped head to toe in black leather, wearing a top hat and mask, brandishing a sharp axe in the left hand and a cruel iron hook in the right. The unholy apparition lunged toward him without warning. Without hesitation, Shaolin swung his sword to meet the attack, always aggressive and never defensive. His blade cut through the rainstorm, gleaming with deadly cold. The giant hesitated, raising the haft of his axe to block the strike. The two weapons collided, sparks briefly flaring in the storm. In that moment, Shaolin sensed no malice in the giant's eyes, only a strange familiarity. Two pieces of prey will return to the gods. The whispering crowd grew louder, transforming into a synchronized chant. Multiple throwing spears tore through the air, slicing the wind and rain with sharp, black streaks. Shaolin and the giant twisted almost simultaneously, weapons striking out. Though their skills were crude, Shaolin's demonic insight tracked the spear's trajectories precisely, easily blocking several. The giant's mighty axe deflected the rest, sending swirling gusts of rain and wind roaring. Shaolin prepared to surge into the enemy ranks, but an iron hook suddenly snagged his sword arm. "Don't fight them, Heaton. We retreat." The giant's voice was deep and oppressive. Shaolin frowned, but chose to pull back. The strange crowd seemed intent on closing in again, but the rain suddenly intensified, the downpour separating them in an instant. The eerie group vanished from sight, as if swallowed by the storm. "It's not safe to stay here. Come with me." The giant figure grabbed Shaolin's arm in a firm grip and dragged him sprinting down the street, raindrops shattering beneath their rushing steps. Amid his pounding heart, Shaolin vaguely recognized the owner of that deep voice, Mayor Lan. "Mayor Lan, what's going on? Who are those people?" he asked urgently while running. "We'll talk once we're inside the safe zone," Lan Shiyu replied tersely. They burst through the rain, entering a gray and white 3-story building by the street. The door shut behind them, blocking the storm outside, leaving only a muted thrum of rain overhead. Panting, Shaolin glanced around and spotted Lin Yin Yin inside, along with several unfamiliar law enforcement officers who stood alert by the windows. Seeing him, Lin Yin Yin's eyes instantly brightened. She hurried over in a few steps and anxiously checked his sleeves and collar. "Mr. Shaolin, are you hurt? Did you get any of their blood on you?" Halfway through, her shoulders sagged and the corner of her mouth twitched as tears slipped down. "You've been gone so long." She was so worried. "I thought Simon had taken revenge on you." Lan Shiyu had already removed his mask. Within seconds, his broad shoulders shrank back to normal size. The giant guys faded like a receding tide, revealing the gentle, responsible mayor beneath. He slipped past Lin Yin Yin, pulled out a small glass vial no longer than a knuckle from his coat pocket, poured a clear liquid into his palm, then pressed it steadily to Shaolin's forehead, whispering a prayer. "Invisible rain, wash away his traces, protect him from danger." The cool liquid seeped into Shaolin's skin, sending a faint prickling sensation across his forehead. Then a gray mark appeared, as if wrapped in a cloud and storm. His pupils cleared at once. "What is this?" "Invisible rain," Lan Shiyu said, drawing back his hand. "If you're stained with it, the storm hides you. They won't see you." Shaolin recalled the strange, empty streets since Eraving, no people in sight, yet faint gazes always grazing past him. Suddenly understanding, he pressed again. "What's really going on in town? Who are those people?" "That's a long story," Lan Shiyu sighed. "After we split last time, we began dealing with Simon. But progress stalled. For 2 months, our distress signals were met with silence. None of the people we sent out returned, and your research institute remained locked tight." 2 months? Shaolin's heart jumped. "Wait, say that again." 2 full months since we last met," Lan Shiyu nodded gravely. "No, that can't be." Shaolin clenched his fists. "Our last meeting was just days ago, the day the negotiation with Simon ended." He inhaled the damp scent of rain still clinging to the air. "Mayor Lan, what month is it now?" "May," Lan Shiyu answered, puzzled by the question but honest nonetheless. "I entered the town on March 15th. Shaolin's face turned pale. Simon tricked us with his narrative never gave us time to prepare. The room fell silent in stunned disbelief. Lan Shiyu's eyes flickered as his Adam's apple moved. He spoke quietly. So, are we out of sync with the outside world's time? Lin Yinyan murmured, exactly. That explains why we haven't received a single reply or seen anyone return in 2 whole months. Listening to her, Xiao Lin felt a chill run through him. The outside world had only passed a few days, yet Satellite Town had quietly slipped through an entire 2 months. Maybe if he had been late by even a few more hours, this town would have been wiped from existence. Is this what they mean by the power of a fictional narrative? Everyone was still reeling from shock and fear when suddenly there was a loud crash. Several glass panes near the door shattered at once, sharp shards spraying everywhere. Then came the sound of rapid, hurried footsteps outside, along with damp, low whispers. Livestock here surround them, don't let them escape. They must die by the holy blade, become the god's feast. Lan Shiyu immediately tensed, eyes fixed on the door. They've realized we're inside. Xiao Lin followed the sound but saw only empty air and quietly asked, so we can't see them either? That's right, Lan Shiyu nodded. Mr. Bei's invisible rain works both ways. They can't see us, and we can't see them. But if we get too close or come into contact physically, the invisible rain fails. Be careful. His rare display of nervousness puzzled Xiaolin. Despite their strange appearance and clumsy movements, the creatures carried only primitive cold weapons and spoke in broken fragments. They looked like uncivilized savages. Why was Lan Shiyu being so cautious? They don't seem strong, why not just wipe them out? Xiaolin blurted. Lan Shiyu shook his head. They're weak, yes. But if we kill them, the consequences will be worse. As soon as he said this, Lin Nianian's eyes welled with tears. Uncle Zhou Zheng could have survived, but because we couldn't harm them, he was caught and tortured to death. The whispered voices outside grew louder and more chaotic, the creatures clearly drawing near. Squinting, Xiaolin focused and activated his enlightened demon vision. In the foggy, mist-like sight, he finally caught faint humanoid shapes, forms made of swirling mist, linked hand in hand, forming an impenetrable human wall moving slowly from the far end of the room. Beneath their frantic and sluggish exterior lurked a terrifying pack-hunting instinct. Anyway, retreat, first head upstairs. Lan Shiyu had already anticipated this, pointing to the staircase behind them. Without hesitation, the group sprinted up the stairs. Pushing open the balcony door, the wind and rain hit them hard. Lan Shiyu scooped up Lin Yinyan and lightly leapt down. Xiao Lin followed silently. Stepping onto the street, he finally noticed the scattered, expressionless townsfolk standing blankly in the torrential rain. Law enforcement officers were stationed across rooftops, gripping blades and pistols, eyes sharply scanning the surroundings. Further away, black pillars rose from the ground, each impaled with a freshly bloodied corpse. Against the bleak sky and relentless downpour, the whole town looked like it was holding a silent, eerie funeral. Where are we going? Back to the government office? Xiaolin whispered. That place is already taken. Our stronghold now is the church. Let's head there first. The church was located in the northeastern district of the small town, an area dominated by churches, schools, parks, and cemeteries. Since the satellite town had not yet developed enough to require religious services, it was usually deserted and unsuitable for permanent residents. But tonight, beneath the pouring rain, people crowded along the narrow stone-paved street, holding umbrellas of all colors, restless and panicked emotions hanging heavy in the downpour. Most people believe staying close to Mr. Bai will strengthen the protection of the invisible rain, but in reality, it doesn't help much, Lan Shiyu explained as she pushed through the crowd, speaking quietly to Xiao Lin behind her. Is the situation still under control? Xiao Lin quickened his pace, lowering his voice to ask. We can't say for sure yet. Lan Shiyu's eyes were steady. These next few days will be tough. First, let me take you to see Mr. Bai. We can discuss the details after. As they spoke, the three of them reached the church's entrance. The large Gothic building, second in size only to the administrative center, was drenched by the torrential rain. Its intricate spires, carvings, and towering bell tower looked even more somber in the gray-white daylight. The heavy wooden doors stood open, revealing the vast and solemn nave inside, sparsely occupied by a dozen or so staff members. No sooner had Lan Shiyu stepped inside than someone rushed over. Mayor Lan, our scouts have confirmed 33 pillars across the town, which means there are at least 33 victims, if not more. Personnel count is into over 50 missing so far. New intelligence from the environmental monitoring and supply protection teams just arrived. Voices clamored, reports pouring out to fill the air. Lan Shiyu frowned and roughly pulled Lin Yinyan out from behind. You report the situation to her first. Thrust into the spotlight, Lin Yinyan hunched her shoulders, squinting as she called out. Take it slow. One at a time, there are too many people. Calm down. While they all clustered around Lin Yinyan, Lan Shiyu led Xiao Lin through the temporary offices, winding up a spiral staircase to the second floor. In a spacious, elegantly furnished office, Bai Xiaoyan stood by the window with his back to them. Though indoors, he still held his black umbrella, its canopy and his dark robe blending seamlessly and shielding the chaotic sheets of rain beating against the glass outside. By Xiaoyun, the embodiment of the storm, the world's only extraordinary being to command the power of the deluge. When he turned, lines of fatigue framed his gaze more starkly than when they last met, but he still offered Xiao Lin a gentle smile. Sorry I couldn't entertain you properly again. You have to maintain your spell. Forget about entertaining. Xiao Lin forced a smile. Thank you for understanding. When this is all over, it'll make up for any neglect, Bai Xiaoyan said in a low voice. Lan Shiyu softly reminded them, Mr. Bai needs to focus fully. Let's talk next door. They moved into the adjoining sitting room. The furnishings were simple, with only faint red embers glowing in the fireplace. Lan Shiyu poured a cup of hot tea and handed it over. Resources are tight, and there's no change of clothes yet. Warm yourself up first. Xiao Lin took the cup. The aroma and heat spread from his fingertips to his whole body. Setting it down, he got straight to the point. When did the attacks begin? Around 10 yesterday morning, Lan Shiyu replied solemnly. Exactly as that manuscript described. First, the heavy fog cut off the entire town. Then a steam train stopped on the abandoned tracks to the west. Those creatures came straight off the train. Simon referred to them as the Tumor Clan in his manuscript. Lan Shiyu recalled the scene from early morning. The train doors opened, and a group of monsters, their spines bowed under huge fleshy tumors, staggered into the town, swinging their limbs. Fortunately, Mr. Bai had prepared an invisible rain spell in advance, and the townsfolk hid inside a thin, mist-like barrier, which prevented any large-scale casualties. Xiao Lin imagined the long row of massive tumors clinging tightly to their spines and felt his stomach churn. Still, he pressed on. They don't seem particularly strong. Why can't we just kill them outright? Lan Shiyu frowned, as if this question had plagued him many times before. That's exactly our biggest problem. The Tumor Clan comes to Satellite Town to offer all corpses as sacrifices to a deity called the Lord of the Frenzy Feast. A deity? Is it real, or just something Simon made up? Xiao Lin picked up his teacup, tapping the rim lightly with his finger. It was probably his invention, but we don't dare take that risk. Lan Shiyu lowered his voice. The Lord of the Frenzy Feast governs infection, food, corpses, and skinning. As long as enough sacrifices are made, it will be awakened and come here. He paused briefly before adding, and it's not only our corpses that count. Their own dead bodies also serve as offerings. Xiao Lin's chest tightened as he finally understood why the town had never dared launch a large-scale elimination. The more they wounded them, the faster the sacrifices accumulated. What if we only seriously injure them without killing? He persisted. Lan Shiyu shook his head. They don't fight among themselves, but if one is badly hurt, the others finish it off immediately. What's worse, their blood is highly infectious. Even Mr. Bai can't resist it. Just a little contact turns people into what Zhou Zheng became. A gruesome image of Zhou Zheng's corpse, nailed to a wooden post with flesh bursting and covered in tumors, flashed in Xiao Lin's mind, like a horrific statue. He pressed his lips tight, fingers tracing the teacup, lost in thought for a moment. After a pause, he looked up. So your plan is to hold out for 7 days? Exactly, Lan Shiyu nodded. The manuscript only goes up to the 7th day. We assume that if we can just make it to the 8th, Simon's influence will fade on its own. Thanks to Mr. Bai's invisible rain, we only need to hide ourselves and minimize casualties to survive that long. Xiao Lin thought it over and, seeing no better option, nodded. For now, that seems to be the safest approach. Lan Shiyu exhaled with relief and gave a faint smile. Since you've already come to the town, Mr. Xiao Lin, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave for a few days. I'll arrange a room for you to stay in. Sure, Xiao Lin agreed readily. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. That would be a huge help. Lan Shiyu stood up, gratitude written all over his face. Just don't send me on anything too exhausting, Xiao Lin joked. Before the words finished, the door to the reception room suddenly burst open. Lin Yinyin rushed in, leaning on the doorframe and gasping for breath. Without even pausing to catch her breath, she stammered out, Town Mayor, Yin Jie. Captain Yin Jie is in trouble. He's surrounded by the Tumor Clan in the commercial district. There are a lot of them. The torrential rain in Satellite Town stretched endlessly. Through the sheets of rain, Lan Shiyu suddenly expanded into his giant Rain Knight Butcher form, each heavy footfall pounding the submerged streets like a drum. Xiaolin struggled to keep up behind him. Although Lan Shiyu's lightning speed could have sliced through the rain curtain, he deliberately slowed down to look out for his companion. After about 10 minutes, the two arrived at a building in the commercial district marked with a special insignia. Inside, the room was already packed with law enforcers and combat personnel, water dripping steadily from the edges of their armor and raincoats. When they spotted Lan Shiyu, the crowd immediately gathered around him. What happened? Lan Shiyu's voice was low and direct, cutting straight to the point. Qi Jinyuan, one of the 5 core members of the enforcement team, answered first. This morning, Inchi from Tianhong Grain Company sent us to move supplies, but as soon as we arrived, those Ilio tribe folks showed up like they were waiting for us. No sooner had he finished speaking than a slightly overweight middle-aged man nearby cursed loudly. Don't talk such stupid nonsense, like I tricked you all into coming. That was Yin Qi himself. Yin Qi's outburst ignited the fury of Xu Guang, one of the enforcers. Handsome, but now twisted with rage, Xu Guang grabbed Yin Qi by the collar. Stop dodging responsibility. If not you, then who else? F off. Yin Qi shot back defiantly. I'm responsible for providing supplies. He's responsible for protecting me. What's wrong with that? Why should I care if he's unlucky? Tensions between the two flared dangerously. That's enough. Quiet. Lan Shiyu's rough voice silenced the room. Let's get upstairs and see for ourselves. The group rushed up the stairs and onto the rooftop. The cold wind mixed with rain whipped across their faces. At the distant intersection, Yin Jie knelt alone, soaked in the downpour. Blood mingled with mud trickled from his horrific wounds. His invisible rain protective veil had been torn apart, leaving him exposed to the watchful eyes of both town residents and the Ilio tribe. Around him lay 4 or 5 corpses, law enforcers and employees from the grain company, equally stripped of their protective invisible rain. They're using our invisible rain against us to hunt us down, Xiaolin suddenly realized, his heart tightening. Lan Shiyu ignored the comment and asked Xu Guang, is he infected? No. Xu Guang replied urgently. I checked multiple times. The wounds are clean, no signs of infection whatsoever. This meant that as long as they could save him, Yin Jie still had a chance. But Xiaolin was puzzled. Why isn't he infected? Yin Qi sneered, isn't it obvious? They know we don't rescue the infected, so they deliberately kept him infection-free. It's obviously a trap. I told you, don't try to save him. Say that one more time. Xu Guang's blood boiled again as anger surged. Whoever goes dies. Yin Qi shot back. Stop pretending there's hope. Don't send others to their deaths. I'm saying it again enough. Lan Shiyu cut off the bickering a second time. He'll decide what to do. As by Zioyan's proxy, with abilities derived from him enabling him to pierce the invisible rain, Lan Shiyu stepped forward several paces. The cold glare from his eyes behind the mask reflected a hard, resolute light. Rainwater streamed down his armor and muscular frame, obscuring his expression, but he stood there for a very long time, unmoving and unyielding. 5 minutes later, Lan Shiyu spoke softly, there's no saving him. Prepare to withdraw. Qi Jianyuan and Su Guang instantly panicked. Mr. Lan, there has to be some way. Lan Shiyu raised a hand to cut them off, his voice low but resolute. There's no way. Withdraw. Mr. Yin Qi is right. This is a trap set by the Ilio clan. No one can save him. Yin Qi didn't mock them, only crossing his arms and letting out a cold snort. Rain poured down like a flood, heavy drops striking the ruined street, scattering tiny splashes. Yin Jie's silhouette looked even more fragile behind the rain, as if the next moment he would be washed away completely. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. From afar, he lifted his head, the blood streaked across his face, darkening as the rain washed over it. His chest heaved violently several times before he took a deep breath and shouted hoarsely. Mayor, I know you're here. Don't bother trying to save me, I'm done for. There are too many. His roar sliced through the rain, shattering everyone's defenses, the air freezing instantly. Listen to Mefter gone. Qi Jianyuan should take over as captain of the law enforcement team. He's excellent, capable of the responsibility. Qi Jianyuan trembled sharply, knuckles whitening as he gripped tightly, drawing a breath he couldn't release. Let Su Guang succeed Zhou Zheng as vice captain, and remind him to tone down his quick temper. Su Guang crouched, covering his face with both hands, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. My work log is in the second drawer of the desk. Qi Jianyuan must read it from start to finish. It's all very important. If there's truly a problem no one can solve, find Mr. Xiaolin. He's really skilled. Rain dripped from Yan Jie's chin as he struggled to lift his head, his voice still strong. And lastly, Lin Nianian, make sure she's taken care of. She can't leave Satellite Town. You're the only family she has left. Before he could finish, his neck snapped back suddenly. A grayish, withered hand grabbed his hair and yanked his face upward. It was a taller Ilio clan member, a hunched back supporting a writhing, massive tumor, limbs too long and bent like those of an arthropod. Its other arm clutched a thick wooden pole nearly 5 meters long, a tool for execution. More Ilio emerged from the storm immediately. They smeared Yin Jie's blood across their bodies to reveal themselves through the invisible rain. Bone spears struck the ground as low voices whispered through the rain's roar. This beast has been abandoned. It's no longer bait, kill it, skin it, offer it as a sacrifice to our gods. Despair seeped into everyone's chest like cold fog, making each breath heavy. Is there really nothing we can do? Yin Jie has devoted himself to Satellite Town all these years. Are we just going to watch him die like this? Su Guang growled, seething with fury. Lan Shiyu said nothing more, simply lowering his eyes and murmuring, there are too many. At this moment, Xiaolin activated his demon wit vision, peering through the invisible rain to observe the battlefield. Bai Zioyan's concealment spell was nearly perfect, but he caught faint silhouettes like black mist-dense figures lurking in the buildings around the intersection, some guarding dark eaves, others wandering in the rain, almost 100 in total. The facts matched Lan Shiyu's judgment. Under such an ambush of this scale, Yin Jie's chances of survival were almost zero. Yet moments later, Xiao Lin spoke quietly. We'll try. Maybe there is a way. Mr. Xiao Lin, don't act on impulse. Lan Xiu almost blurted out her refusal to Xiao Lin's proposal. Xiao Lin froze for a moment, confused. What do you mean? You don't even trust me, a transcendent being? It's not that I don't trust you, but even Mr. Bai couldn't resist the infection from the streaked tumor tribe. Lan Xiu hurriedly explained, lowering her voice to a whisper. And besides what? I don't mean to belittle you, but from what I've observed, your constitution and combat skills aren't much different from an ordinary person's. In this situation, you don't have any advantage. If you get surrounded, it'll be dangerous. Xiao Lin was at a loss for words. Indeed, his fighting ability probably wasn't as good as Yin Jie's. Still, he gently patted Lan Xiu's arm and half-jokingly reassured her, don't worry, I'll try first. If it doesn't work, he'll run. I'm good at running. Mr. Xiao Lin. Lan Xiu was about to persuade him again, but he had already leapt down from the second-floor balcony. Rainwater splashed around him. Lan Xiu rushed to the window, calling anxiously, but all she could see was his figure running through the puddles toward the crossroads. The street was shrouded in misty rain. The grotesque ritual of the streaked tumor tribe was reaching its end. Their leader slowly raised a pillar stained with dark red runes. At that moment, Xiao Lin wiped the invisible rain concealment mark from his forehead. In the eyes of the townsfolk, he looked like a shadow swallowed by the wind, vanishing instantly. Only Lan Xiu still saw him. At the same time, over 100 of the streaked tumor tribe lurking around the street corners saw the suddenly appearing prey. Yin Jie suddenly looked up, his voice hoarse and low. Mr. Xiao Lin, don't come closer. It's a trap. Xiao Lin seemed not to hear him. His gaze swept over the densely packed monsters with their rotting flesh. Instead, he increased his pace. The streaked tumor tribe emitted harsh, guttural roars. Dragging their misshapen limbs, they slowly but steadily closed the circle. Spears were raised in unison. From the cracks of the dilapidated buildings, new figures crawled out and surged towards him like a tide. In a matter of moments, Xiao Lin was completely surrounded. Swollen figures pressed in from all sides, their bloodshot eyes filled with hunger and madness, whispering incomprehensible words. Another beast is caught. These beasts are so foolish. Lowly beasts, perfect sacrifices for the gods. Lan Xiu's chest pounded fiercely. Her breath grew heavy. For Xiao Lin, killing them would only summon the Lord of the Wild Feast. But if even one spear's scratch broke his skin or a drop of their infected blood splattered on him, he would surely die. Her mind went blank. She couldn't think of any way to get him out. Seeing Lan Xiu trembling, Qi Jianyuan hurriedly asked, Mayor, how's the situation? Mr. Xiao Lin he surrounded. Lan Xiu struggled to keep her voice calm. There are a lot of them, nearly 200. The moment she finished speaking, the atmosphere inside the room instantly froze, as if the air had solidified. I told you it was a trap, yet he insisted on marching to his death. In Kai's face went pale, and he shouted angrily, I just don't understand. In Qi, watch your words. Su Guang's expression darkened. Watch my words? Am I wrong? How many times have I said this? He can't be saved. We have to evacuate now. Did you hear me? Do you think I want to watch you die? Do you really think I want to watch him die? Shut up. Lan Xiu yelled harshly. No sooner had he finished speaking than the mutant tribe members below surged toward Xiao Lin, launching their attack. Over a dozen black spears pierced the air, cutting through the rain with a low whoosh, splintering the raindrops into chaotic streaks. Xiao Lin's face remained expressionless. His dark pupils suddenly fragmented, splitting into multiple tiny points of light. He murmured 2 words, think. A low hum swept outward from him like an invisible psychic shockwave, stirring dust from the ground beneath. The charging mutants seemed to freeze mid-motion, as if hit by a pause button. Their spears dropped, clinking sharply against the rocks, and their wide-open eyes trembled violently. Strange streams of foreign information concepts, formulas, even memories were forcibly poured into their minds, pushing them into frantic contemplation and wiping out their original intent to attack. The mutant leader's resistance was somewhat stronger. He kept his hostile gaze locked onto Xiao Lin, but seemed trapped in chains, unable to act. His brain too was flooded by the endless torrent of information, logic unraveling completely. On the high platform, Lan Xiu stared in shock at the sudden change, frozen like a statue. She clearly saw these fierce creatures suddenly falter mid-leap, as if their souls had been ripped away. After a long moment, she stammered out 4 words. Damn, that's awesome. Excellent. Caught them all in one net, Xiao Lin thought, glancing around. This was the exact ability he had learned from Hui Mop's psychic contamination. Because he couldn't precisely gauge its range and feared excessive energy consumption, he had deliberately drawn the mutants close first. It turned out to be an overcautious move. The psychic flood easily washed over the entire area. Raindrops fell steadily as Xiao Lin paced calmly between the frozen wall of figures, like walking through an exhibit of still life. He stopped in front of Yin Jie and bent to reach out. By the way, what did you say just now? A trap? Yin Jie remained on his knees, dazed for a moment before suddenly gripping Shaolin's wrist, his voice trembling. Mr. Shaolin, has anyone ever told you that sometimes you really seem fake? Shaolin grinned, showing a hint of canines. Just admit it, I'm handsome. Absolutely handsome. Yin Jia nodded vigorously. I won't forget today's life-saving favori. Yin Jia, will do everything I can to repay you. Shaolin yanked him up. If you really want to repay me, start by ditching that weird, stiff way you speak. All right. Turning back to the motionless mutant leader, Shaolin asked calmly. According to the Simon manuscript, when the number of corpses in the town reaches a certain level, the Lord of the Frenzy will appear, right? Yin Jia paused, then nodded. That's right. So one extra body probably won't make much difference? Yin Jia immediately caught his meaning and waved his hands anxiously. Don't worry, we've kept casualty rates tightly controlled. That's good. Shaolin drew his Tang-style sword. Its sharp blade flickered coldly through the rain as he pierced the leader's throat without hesitation, then slowly withdrew. No spray of blood erupted, just faint gurgling sounds blending with the falling raindrops onto the ground. The leader collapsed with a loud crash, the blood on the blade quickly washed away by the rain. Shaolin looped Yin Jia's arm over his shoulder and smiled sideways. Come on, he'll take you back. Otherwise, Lin Yin Yin, that girl will be worried sick. Yin Jia was badly injured, limping heavily as he walked. But Shaolin stayed calm. With one arm hooked around his companion's shoulder and his other hand gripping his knife's hilt, he moved cautiously and alertly. They weaved through the scorched earth and crumbled walls, steering clear of the remnants of the mutated enemy soldiers who crouched, clutching their heads as if lost in thought about their own existence. Slowly, step by step, they approached the prearranged rally point. The thick smoke from the battlefield still hung in the air, a nauseating mix of burning flesh and gunpowder, yet their footsteps remained steady and unwavering. From a distant rooftop, Lan Xiu, who had been watching silently, suddenly snapped awake and yelled hoarsely, "Quick, get ready to extract them." His voice was rough and urgent, but beneath that low, coarse tone was an unmistakable thrill. The unexpected order left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Qi Jinyuan instinctively looked back. Extract? Extract what? Shaolin and the others weren't they? They made it out alive. Without a scratch. Lan Xiu waved his arms excitedly, his excitement warping his voice. But the team didn't instantly feel uplifted. Instead, confused looks passed between them. Yin Qi spoke first. Wait, I don't get it. 2 minutes ago, didn't you say Shaolin was surrounded? That's right. And now, 2 minutes later, you say they both came out unharmed? Exactly. So what happened in those 2 minutes? Lan Xiu offered a dry smile and shrugged helplessly. Honestly, I didn't fully see it myself. But the bottom line is, they came out alive and without injuries. The group stared at each other speechless. Lan Xiu, equally at a loss for explanation, waved them to stay put. Wait here. I'm going down to pick them up. We need to get them back inside the invisible rain base quickly. With that, he leapt off the roof edge, his coat fluttering through the lingering smoke. The moment his feet touched ground, he rushed toward Shaolin and Yin Jia, but inside was an unsettled thought. Shaolin had actually managed to bring Yin Jia back so easily? He had almost feared losing a comrade who had served alongside him for nearly a decade. As for that cryptic try-it-out comment from Shaolin, Lan Xiu guessed it was probably just meant to rile him. Yet just as he surged forward, a sinister shadow flickered in his peripheral vision, tightening his chest. Reflexively, he turned his Hiata, a mutated enemy appeared. The creature was clearly a leader figure, tall but gaunt like an ancient, withered tree. Its back and arms bulged with fist-sized grotesque tumors, its gray-brown skin cracked open, and its arms nearly dragged on the ground. It hadn't come to the bloody front line, but lurked in a narrow alley behind Shaolin, silently gripping a bone spear as if considering its next move. Lan Xiu's eyes locked onto the creature, which then slowly lifted the eerie spear streaked with black veins. The bone tip pointed skyward while a gnarled claw ominously aimed at Shaolin, its precise movements like a seasoned javelin thrower preparing to strike. A suffocating wave of danger crashed down. Lan Xiu's chest thundered as he screamed, "Shaolin, watch out." But it was too slow. The mutant reared back, muscles taut, and hurled the spear. The obsidian-like tip gleamed coldly rough and primal, but coated with deadly pathogens and toxins. It sliced through the smoky, gunpowder-tainted air, sailing hundreds of meters as if fate itself guided its flight. Thud! The spear pierced deep into Shaolin's back, exiting through his chest. Blood exploded in a crimson mist. His heart was utterly pierced. Lan Xiu felt his mind shatter. Shaolin right before his eyes was killed? He froze on the spot, eyes snapping up to the spear thrower. The mutant remained standing, its emaciated frame trembling in the breeze. Its blood-red vertical pupils brimmed with scorn and delight, lips curling into a sinister grin. What kind of creature was that? What the hell is that thing? It's definitely not one of the mutants, absolutely not. It wields a power completely beyond anything in this story. But damn it all, this monster has to die. Rage surged through Lan Xiu's nerves like wildfire. Kill it. Suddenly, his eyes flashed a fierce crimson. Pushing off with his foot, his massive body leapt onto the rooftop, shards of tile breaking and scattering beneath his steps. The next moment, he transformed into a silent, frenzied giant bear, sprinting wildly along the roof at a speed so fast he was barely more than a blur. Just as he closed in on his target, his figure evaporated from the rooftop like smoke. The night darkened abruptly, and a torrential downpour intensified instantly, the rain falling in thick lines like an invisible watery curtain cutting off all sight and sound. Within that watery veil, the clang of metal and heavy footsteps echoed from all directions, as if countless ghosts were dancing among the shadows. Crack thunder ripped across the sky. Lightning illuminated a towering silhouette, the glint of a sharp axe raised high before crashing down. Lan Shiyu's signature skill assassinity activated instantly. Darkness bred fear. The rain dulled his senses, the echoing sounds ringing like pests gnawing on his bones. The more terrified his target, the stronger he became. But the mutant showed no fear at all. It shifted its body with ease, avoiding the deadly axe strike as if it were a graceful dance. Then, it clenched its fist and struck a textbook-perfect fighting pose before delivering a thunderous blow to Lan Shiyu's abdomen. Bang! The immense force, impossible to come from such a slender frame, sent Lan Shiyu flying nearly 5 meters, crashing heavily onto the street below. How could this be? Coughing up blood, he pushed himself upright, staring at his opponent in shock. Step by step, it advanced, moving with a strange, seductive rhythm. Did you really think you could beat me? It sneered, lips curving into a contemptuous smile. How foolish and pathetic. Too bad for you. The crucial turning point has already passed. I'm no longer allowed to kill key characters otherwise. It would take me just 1 second to kill a creature like you. Lan Shiyu's gaze sharpened. He vanished again instantly, launching Assassinate once more, this time choosing to strike from behind. The mutant seemed to anticipate this perfectly. It stepped back swiftly and slammed its elbow into Lan Shiyu's chest, sending him flying again. Third time. Just as he was about to appear, a cold hand grabbed his throat, hurling him into a nearby building. Fourth time. Still no luck. Fifth time. Again, a precise counterattack. More than 10 relentless attacks, each anticipated and suppressed with brutal efficiency. Finally, Lan Shiyu knelt on one knee, clutching his heavy breathing chest on the ground, his axe propping him up. This monster could perfectly lock onto the origin point of his Assassinate skill and instantly deliver the optimal counter. Bored, the mutant toyed with its fingertips. You're an idiot with 0 brains. Did I make myself clear? Or do you just like being toyed with by a girl? Disgusting. That sentence reignited the fire in Lan Shiyu. He gritted his teeth, ready to rise. But suddenly his head spun violently, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, a warning sign of severe psychic overuse. The mutant sneered coldly. Looks like you've had enough. I'm leaving. Tell your comrades to pick up the pieces. I hope you all sober up and stop wasting your time struggling. With a careless wave, it turned and headed toward the end of the long street. Rain pounded its shoulders, yet it remained calm and unbothered. Suddenly, a shadow streaked through the air. A black bone spear clanged into the flagstones right at its feet. The mutant looked back to see Shaolin standing in the alley entrance. He flexed his wrist and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I wanted to return the favor properly, but didn't expect this thing to be so hard to throw. He leaned forward slightly, grin still in place. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be one of those who don't die even if stabbed through the heart, would you? Seeing Shaolin standing unharmed in the pouring rain, the strange Tumor clan member finally lost some of its composure. The downpour was like a waterfall, icy water dripping from Shaolin's hair strands. He stood quietly in the middle of the street, his black trench coat billowing in the wind without a trace of disarray. Across from him, the Tumor clan figure, cloaked in a gray-white shell, suddenly narrowed its eyes in shock and blurted out, "How is this possible? You were dead. The rain's heavy. It's easy to mistake things," Shaolin replied with a faint, ambiguous smile, his gaze sizing up the other. He had taken a detour to ensure the safety of the yin boundary. Standing this close, he could almost smell the strange, aura mixture of agility, sharp intellect, and a terrifying power. That bone spear he had just thrown tore through the air and nearly drained half his essence energy. No ordinary attack could achieve that. The Tumor clan said nothing but lowered its stance, crossing its arms into a professional fighting pose. If a non-human creature studies human combat, there's only one explanation, Shaolin thought. It used to be human. So what's your plan? Shaolin raised his chin, voice casual but challenging. To kill you again, the Tumor clan's hoarse voice replied. Really? Are you sure you want to get close? Shaolin gestured toward the intersection. There, the clan members affected by the mental contamination stood motionless in the rain like a row of broken statues. The Tumor clan's gaze flickered in hesitation, clearly aware of the deadly consequences of reckless advance. After a brief pause, it abruptly sliced its palm with a claw. Blackish red blood welled out and dripped from its finger. If infection worked on me, I wouldn't still be standing here, Shaolin said coldly. Indeed, despite the bone spear piercing his chest with poison, Not a trace of infection remained in his body. The standoff froze. Suddenly, the tumor clan turned its head to look into the distance. Trying to run? Let me remind you it's pointless. Before Xiao Lin finished speaking, the clan's muscles exploded, launching it up onto the eaves of a nearby building. Lan Xiu instinctively raised his gun to pursue, but Xiao Lin raised a hand to stop him. In just a breath, the tumor clan performed a second leap, clearing the rooftop across the street and rapidly vanishing into the rain's depths. We can't let that thing live. It's too big a threat, Lan Xiu said urgently. I know, Xiao Lin said, lifting his head. The rain blurred his eyelashes, and his pupils turned pitch black, as if the entire sky had been folded into them. Exhausted from the extreme jump, the tumor clan crashed onto the cobblestone street 2 blocks away, its chest heaving heavily. That spear should have been fat also. Why was Xiao Lin completely unharmed? Confusion surged. As it tried to steady its breathing, a thunderous roar echoed overhead. Looking up, it saw a massive object hovering above the Victorian town, trailing flames from its tail. Is that a satellite? It murmured in disbelief. The next moment, the artificial satellite tilted slightly, aimed itself at the ground, then accelerated suddenly like a falling meteorite. Enormous in size and terrifying in speed, it dragged a blazing white-hot trail as it dove. By the time the tumor clan reacted, it was already almost upon it. Instinct as a warrior made him instinctively brace the massive creature with both hands, but there was no way he could withstand such a colossal force. The tremendous impact still knocked him and that strange body over. The towering bluestone ground shattered into fragments under the crushing weight, stones and screams blending into a chaotic mess. The momentum carried by the giant pinned him firmly beneath it, dragging him all the way until the heavy mass finally came to a halt at the end of the street. There, the mutant was already crushed into a sticky, bloody pulp, blood mixing with rainwater and spreading outward like a crimson river cutting across the street. At that same moment, inside Simon's residence in Honghe City's West District, Lily suddenly shot up from the sofa, her chest heaving violently before curling into a ball and letting out a heart-wrenching wail. The avatar she inhabited in the story had been pulverized into pieces. The intense realism of dying was etched deep into her nerves. Soft torn flesh, shattered bones, consciousness squeezed out little by little. The phantom pain lasted for minutes before she collapsed weakly to the floor, drenched in cold sweat, her breathing shaky and interrupted by sobs. It was her first death in Simon's story, and cruelly, the fatal strike meant for Xiao Lin had backfired onto her instead. When her strength slightly returned, she staggered to her feet, leaning against the wall, and headed toward the stairs to find Simon. Just reaching the second floor, she caught sight through the slightly open door of Simon speaking with a visitor. Today was the day visitors from the House of Philosophers came. The envoy was an older man with graying hair, a square face, wearing a black eye patch over his right eye, and a neat short haircut. He clearly noticed Lily standing outside the door, but didn't pause, continuing to speak. How is the preparation for the promotion coming along? The man's voice was deep. It's progressing steadily. It shouldn't take much longer, Simon replied, bowing his head slightly with respect. Simon, you know well enough that by qualification alone, you had no chance to enter the House of Philosophers. It's only because your abilities fit our needs that don't let us down. Rest assured, Simon took a deep breath. Within a month, I will complete all preparations. The envoy sipped his tea, eyes sharp as ever. How many people will this promotion affect? Simon hesitated briefly. The old man raised an eyebrow. What? Did you think we didn't know? Of course not. Simon exhaled slowly. About 30,000. They will all die for the mission of the House of Philosophers. In a sense, it is a worthy death. Killing is killing. The envoy shook his head calmly. That is the reality. No need to sugarcoat it. Just accept it. A silence fell over the room. Then the old man leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking faintly. But this will be the last time you take such action. Once you enter the House of Philosophers, your path will change. What will I do then? Simon looked up, a complicated light shining in his eyes. Keep writing stories, the envoy said slowly, but no longer horror tales. Instead, fables that guide human life like the Seuss ship or Sisyphus. Your talent is enough to build experimental grounds, create laws, have people survive under set conditions to validate our ideals. You will become a bridge between thought and reality. We aim to guide the progress of civilization, and you will be forever remembered as that writer. Simon stood stunned for a moment before nodding eagerly. I will do my utmost. The envoy smiled gently and nodded. That will be all for today. I look forward to your good news. He stood, walked to the door, nodded at Lily who remained outside, then calmly left the room. After the envoy left, Simon still hadn't come down from his earlier excitement. His face was flushed with enthusiasm as he gripped Lily's shoulders. Lily, did you hear that? I'm going to become a writer immortalized in history. His voice trembled, breath quickened, as if any moment he might dive onto his manuscript and start crafting his legend. Lily forced a small smile. Actually, I believed in your talent from the very beginning. Simon couldn't sit still. His boots struck the wooden floor in rapid clacks as he paced back and forth in the room. Suddenly, he spun around. How are things going? Is the plan to destroy all 7 locations on track? Lily hesitated briefly, then answered carefully, stories for 6 of the locations have progressed beyond 40. We have full control, but there's one place that's difficult to move forward. Where? Simon raised an eyebrow. Satellite Town. The mention of that name darkened Simon's gaze instantly. He no longer thought of the Victoria town hit by a meteor. Instead, his mind went to Xiao Lin, the enigmatic, extraordinary individual. He said, I don't have what it takes to be a writer. He was wrong, Simon muttered. Then he looked up, his tone solemn and fiery. I will be immortalized, remembered by all humanity. After a few silent seconds, he lowered his voice. We have a bet with Satellite Town won't write their story's ending. That's right, Lily nodded. But the bet never said we can't steer the story's direction. Simon's eyes burned with intensity. Lily, I want you to intervene personally, and then destroy them. A chill ran down Lily's spine. She couldn't shake the memory of that brief but real brush with death just now. She had planned to assassinate Xiao Lin as a surprise for Simon, but ended up the one who fell instead. Simon noticed her stiffness and asked gently, what's wrong? Nothing. They'll follow your orders. Lily lowered her head respectfully. In her mind, she was already strategizing. Since Xiao Lin is so difficult to deal with, bypass him and push Satellite Town straight toward collapse. One person can't stop the ruin of an entire town. Satellite Town, temporary medical bay. Yin Jie was laid out on a hospital bed, his wounds severe but uninfected. After bandaging, he slipped into a heavy sleep. When word came that Xiao Lin was also injured, a stubborn doctor insisted on examining him. Xiao Lin reluctantly sat on a stool and complied. Half an hour later, the doctor crouched in a corner, holding his head, muttering non-stop. Medicine doesn't exist anymore. Biology doesn't exist anymore. None of it exists anymore. He couldn't understand Xiao Lin's physiology at all because it simply wasn't human biology. Xiao Lin patted his back to soothe him. It's all right, it's just not working today. Calm down. Finally calming the doctor, Xiao Lin left the medical bay. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, the entire enforcement team formed an impenetrable human wall. Before he could speak, Qi Jinyuan suddenly bellowed, "Salute to Mr. Xiao Lin." The deafening shout nearly made Xiao Lin's heart skip a beat. In the next instant, the team members all bowed sharply at 90 degrees in unison. At that moment, he felt like he should be framed and hung on a wall for everyone to admire. Pressing a hand to his racing chest, he took 2 steps back. Why do I feel like I'm about to die? Qi Jianyuan's expression changed, and he quickly steadied Xiao Lin. His voice rushed out, Mr. Xiao Lin, are you all right? Could it be the infection flaring up? No, it's more like being socially mortified, completely embarrassed to death. Xiao Lin's face twisted in frustration. Qi Jianyuan scratched the back of his head and awkwardly added, actually, we just wanted to thank you for saving our captain. All right, got it. Let's wrap this up. Xiao Lin's voice was hoarse as he leaned against the wall, limping away from the crowd. Qi Jianyuan didn't follow. Instead, he watched Xiao Lin's retreating figure helplessly, then turned back to the others and muttered quietly, I told you, don't be so showy. See, now we're being disliked. The group exchanged uneasy glances, not daring to say a word. Rounding the corner at the end of the corridor, Xiao Lin stopped walking. In the narrow, dim stairwell, the light stretched out a long shadow of another figure, a slightly overweight man leaning against the wall, separated from the noisy hallway by a thin barrier, looking especially isolated. This was Yin Shi, the grain merchant representative from Tianhong Grain Industry. Yin Shi looked down in thought before raising his eyes to meet Xiao Lin's. Emotions flickered in his gaze. After a brief moment of silence, he whispered, I miscalculated. I didn't expect you'd really manage to pull Yin Jie out of such a desperate situation. Just happened to have the ability, Xiao Lin said flatly. He didn't think Yin Jie's plight was entirely Yin Kai's fault, so his tone was still somewhat friendly. But Yin Shi furrowed his brow and lowered his voice further. But now they all hate me. Thanks to you. I might not even be able to stay here anymore. So you're here to blame me? Xiao Lin found the idea somewhat amusing. Do you think I wanted Yin Jie dead? Yin Shi lost control of his emotions, raising his hands helplessly. At that time, I just thought he was hopeless. I didn't want those foolish enforcement team members chasing false hope, walking to their deaths one by one, wrecking everything. I'm not as capable as you. I could only choose the best option. Is that wrong? His voice echoed against the walls as hurried footsteps sounded from the other end. Lan Xiyu approached, his gaze flickering between Yin Shi and Xiao Lin. Mr. Yin, Mr. Xiao and I have some matters to discuss, Lan Xiyu said calmly, but firmly. Yin Shi snorted and turned sharply, striding off. Lan Xiyu watched him leave and then explained to Xiao Lin, he clashed with the enforcement team and is in a bad mood. Don't read too much into it. I understand. Xiao Lin nodded, then fixed his eyes on Lan Xiyu. As for you, that rescue operation today was too reckless. Lan Xiyu didn't regret it, just shook his head. I had my reasons. That special individual is extremely dangerous and must be eliminated no matter what. He paused for a moment. But something interesting happened during the confrontation. Interesting? Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow. The opponent said it could kill me instantly but could not kill me and identified as female. Shaolin paused. A girl who had always accompanied Simon Lilla flashing through his mind. If it was really her, then Simon had already intervened in the situation. If she wasn't the only one, the situation would be very complicated indeed. Lan Shiyu's expression darkened. If there are others like her, it's going to be a huge problem for us. Xiao Lin reflected. If she truly had the power to intervene in the story, why not just wipe out all the aberrant creatures and let the Lord of the Frenzy descend directly? He looked up and asked firmly, Chief Lan, did she say anything else? Especially why she didn't kill you? Yes, Lan Shiyu said. She mentioned a crucial turning point. Dong 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 dong. The church bells rang out, cutting through the rain and echoing down every street and alley. The deadline for the next day had officially expired, and Lily's power reset with it. She lowered her voice, as if speaking to an unseen audience. Let's name this chapter the Night of Betrayal. At the same moment, In Chi curled up in a cramped dormitory crowded with a dozen people, wrapped in a threadbare blanket that did little to keep the cold away. Suddenly, the grand bell's booming sound exploded inside his mind. He jerked awake, muttering under his breath, what the hell? Can a guy get some sleep around here? Before he could finish, he realized he was no longer in that cramped room. Beneath his feet stretched rough stone slabs about a meter wide, extending endlessly into the distance. 2 rows of giant stone columns pierced the vaulted ceiling, their capitals roaring with flame, casting light across the vast surroundings like an ancient temple. In Chi raised his hand to shield his eyes from the fierce glow, but still couldn't suppress his irritation. What kind of place is this? Amid the fiery light, a figure stood quietly, draped in a pure white cloak and hood that shadowed her face. Only a pleasant yet mocking female voice could be heard. Can't you tell who I am? This is a dream, isn't it? In Chi frowned. Cut the theatrics. As he was about to step forward, he noticed the dark golden feather quill emblem embroidered on the cloak's hem. His chest tightened sharply. Are you with Simon? The woman didn't answer directly, but calmly said, let's get straight to the point. Satellite Town is doomed to be destroyed. None of you can escape. But Mr. Simon is willing to offer you a way out if you give him a little help. She paused. So, what do you say? In Chi was stunned. You want me to betray Satellite Town and become a spy? Betrayal? The woman laughed softly. Did you forget what happened during the day? You have judgment, a big picture view, leadership skills, but they all bow to a clown. Are you really prepared to die with these people? In Kai's breath caught. Scenes from the daytime conflict flashed in his mind. After the rescue, several young law enforcement officers accused him of trying to kill Yin Jie and nearly beat him up. If not for Lin Yinyan stopping them, things would have gotten worse. He knew he was right and believed he still was. What do you want me to do? His voice was hoarse. Help us break the invisible ring. You can hide where I specify. The mutant tribe won't attack you there. What's the method? In Chi pressed on. It's simple, the messenger replied calmly. Just infect by Xiaoyun. As for the details, I won't say anything more until you tell me your decision. In Chi sneered, his chest heaving with rage. Suddenly, he raised his hand and flipped the bird fiercely. My decision is fuck you. Yeah, there are bastards among them, but don't ever forget you're the root of all this. All the pain I've suffered is because of you, and now you have the nerve to beg me? Scumbag, bitch, get lost. His harsh curses exploded across the empty square, but the messenger simply stood silently, expression unreadable, not even raising an eyebrow. In Chi cursed until he was breathless, his chest heaving like a bellows. In that case, the messenger said evenly, perhaps someone else will be willing to help me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the air trembled lightly, and 400 or 500 figures appeared silently around In Chi. Each face was obscured by a layer of distorted energy, their voices warped and unrecognizable, but In Chi knew them all as the residents of Satellite Town. The messenger surveyed the crowd and continued, I've just spoken privately to each person here. Now it's your turn to decide. Mr. Simon only needs 20 people. Only these 20 will live, the rest will die. Anyone willing to help Mr. Simon can come to me. Cut the crap. In Kai's voice was hoarse as he shouted at the crowd. Do you really believe her? He waited for someone to agree, but only silence answered him. The stillness chilled him to the bone. Suddenly, a trembling voice from the crowd asked, if we help you, will we really survive? Yes, the messenger replied flatly. Fools. In Chi shouted desperately. Can't you see she's lying? Besides, we have 2 supernaturals who are not afraid of them. But Simon is one of the top supernaturals in the entire Red Territory, the voice argued quietly. Then, slowly, the person stepped forward and stood beside the messenger. Sorry, I just want to live. The messenger said nothing more, only raised his eyes to signal, 19 more. Silence fell again. After a moment, another stepped forward. You're insane. In Kai's voice cracked. The Satellite Town law enforcement risks their lives for you, and this is how you betray them? But his roars couldn't stop the tide. One by one, figures gathered around the messenger. 18, the messenger counted. 17, 16. The numbers kept shrinking in the cold air. 11, 10, 9. As the spots dwindled, the betrayals grew faster. The crowd stirred, breaths coming faster and louder. Kai's heart pounded fiercely, sweat dripping down his temple. Doubt not at him. Was joining them the only way to survive? The slots were disappearing if he didn't seize the chance soon. Was he really doomed to die? 7, 6, 5. The numbers grew smaller, and the available spots dwindled. Fear of death and a desperate will to survive made the crowd increasingly chaotic. Amid the crushing mass of people, Chi began to waver. His mind felt like it was being shredded. He swallowed nervously and edged his way forward in the line. The cloaked messenger noticed the subtle movement and curled a mocking smile at the corner of his lips. Come on, grab your chance. If you don't, you won't live to regret it. That sneer was like a spark falling on a dry tinder, igniting an indescribable fury inside Kai's chest. Gritting his teeth, he growled under his breath, "Screw you." His curse halted his own steps, but it couldn't curb the other's frenzy. Before his words even ended, the front line erupted into a scramble, and in the blink of an eye, every spot was filled. The 20th spot is mine. He shoved me away. Can you add a few more? Please. I'm strong, and he'll definitely contribute. Shouts rose one after another, the scene descending into utter chaos. Chi snapped, unleashing a fierce roar. A bunch of useless cowards. You think I don't recognize you? Wait and see tomorrow morning. They'll hand all your names over to Shaolin. You're dead men walking. His roar sounded like a thunderclap, abruptly silencing the noisy crowd. Then, a light voice floated through the gathered mass. Shaolin. In Mr. Simon's eyes, he isn't worth more than a rat. And the eyes beneath the cloak gleamed with mockery. Mr. Chi, do you really think you can survive tonight? Kai's mind thundered. His true identity had been exposed. He knew all too well that meant someone could slip into his room anytime and slit his throat. You scum, even if I die, I will never be a traitor. He growled through clenched teeth. Is that so? Very well. The woman's smile deepened. One more spot whoever kills, Chi claims it. All eyes turned to him at once. Icy fear pouring straight into his bones. He knew that anyone wanting to live would see him as prey. He stood frozen, shoulders trembling slightly. The crowd quietly edged away, hostile gazes flickering like shadows. True terror began to crawl into his heart. He wanted to shout again, but found no strength, only wild heartbeat. We can't do this. We can't betray them. His voice was hoarse. Silence was all he received in reply. Then, a hand gently tapped his shoulder, and a low voice whispered in his ear, "Don't worry. You'll be fine. I guarantee your safety." Chi froze, turning to see the face, but couldn't make it out, only a vague sense of familiarity. The man had also been dragged into this nightmare, yet remained calm, composed. Who are you? Chi blurted. Haven't we met already today? The man glanced around at the 20 chosen ones. I am Shaolin. The 4 words dropped like a bombshell, as if all the air vanished at once. The crowd fell silent, the 20 pale with fear. Simon was thousands of miles away, but Shaolin was close enough to kill them all with ease. The cloaked messenger finally spoke lazily. Relax. This is a dream built by Mr. Simon. He can't harm you here. He couldn't recognize who you were, nor could he harm Yoha, could only watch helplessly. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Shaolin's mouth as his gaze landed on the silver-haired girl before him. So, Miss Li, how did it feel to be crushed during the day? Was it enjoyable? At those words, Li stiffened instantly. Shock from having her identity exposed, and the terror of her brutal death flooded her mind. Her knuckles whitened as she clenched her fists, but forcing herself to relax, she sneered. What's the use of bragging? You're already finished. Tomorrow, these so-called traitors will personally dismantle the defenses of Satellite Town. You'll just have to watch helplessly, completely powerless, resigned to waiting for death. Shaolin shifted his gaze to the 20 or so pale-faced people standing behind her. Betrayal? They haven't betrayed anyone. They just happen to be standing here. Before he could finish, he raised his voice and challenged, everyone here, who truly wants to betray Satellite Town not just out of fear. The crowd fell utterly silent, no one daring to answer. Even Li's breathing faltered slightly. Shaolin's eyes returned to her, calm and steady. Li, they're just scared of you. It's the human instinct to survive. It doesn't reflect where they stand. So what? Li scoffed. They'll still follow me. Maybe for now. But if I prove right in front of them that you're nothing, they won't be afraid anymore. Li looked at him with disdain. Oh, and how do you plan to prove that? It's simple. Shaolin lifted his eyes, a cold gleam flashing within them. I'm going to do something you think I can't kill you again, right here in front of them. Hearing this, Li's head tilted up, a mocking smile shaping her sharp features. I already told you, this is Mr. Simon's dream. Opposing me is only inviting humiliation. She slowly spread her arms wide, and the surrounding light instantly dimmed. A massive quill pen imprint appeared floating in the air, while blood surged like a crimson tide. From the blood waterfall, a colossal shadow emerged, blood red all over, pale-skinned, covered in a sticky armor of blood, eyes shut tight, sitting serenely like a monk, a terrifying blend of menace and sanctity. This was the Lord of the Blood Abyss. Shaolin had read about it in Simon's Blood Abyss, the source of catastrophe, the strongest being in the entire book. Legend said anyone who met its gaze would be trapped in an endless nightmare of despair. So it seems that within the dream Simon created, you can summon all his creations? Shaolin asked with a smile. You don't deserve to know the answer, Lily replied coldly. But Shaolin stared at the imposing monster and suddenly chuckled quietly to himself. A dream he had stepped through the gate of transcendence using this very method 200 years ago. Seeing Lily make such a fuss now just amused him. Lily, I have to correct you, this isn't Simon's dream. It's mine. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Snap! The space shattered like glass breaking. The grand scene collapsed in an instant. Blood waves, the quill mark, the gigantic beast all vanished like smoke. Everyone suddenly realized they were standing in a spacious white room. Cold white light poured from the ceiling, casting shadowless brightness on the walls. This was Xiao Lin's dream, the Tianyan Research Institute. Just minutes ago, Xiao Lin sensed something was invading his dream. First, he noticed the edges of his dream being torn apart by an unfamiliar presence. Then he realized Lily had dragged everyone who was asleep into her dream. Since his sleep schedule was regular, he was caught in the overlap. The two dream worlds collided and began to erode each other, until one ultimately swallowed the other. Unfortunately, Lily was not the true master of that dream and had no idea about the strange changes happening. Suddenly, cold white walls surrounded them, and Lily was jolted awake. Wake up, she whispered repeatedly like chanting a spell, but no matter how many times she tried, there was no response. No use. Stop trying. Xiao Lin's voice was as calm and still as a stagnant pool. Lily clenched her fists, eyes blazing fiercely, her arms trembling slightly. The next moment, she drew a dagger from her waist and without hesitation, plunged it toward her own neck, but the blade vanished before touching her skin. A tremendous force slammed down, forcing her onto her knees. I said, I'm in control now. Including your life and death, Xiao Lin said quietly from above, his tone utterly unruffled. Lily gasped a few times, then burst into a bitter laugh of rage. So what? What can you do? You don't know my powers, and you can't stop me. Even if you kill me 100 times in this dream, I won't really die. When tomorrow comes, all of you will die. No one escapes. Her sharp taunt made everyone present catch their breath. Indeed, killing her inside the dream would only cause her to wake up unharmed in reality, doing nothing to break their predicament. After speaking, she sneered provocatively at the traitors. My word still counts. Want to survive? Then cooperate with us. Xiao Lin ignored her shrill defiance and turned to the door. Professor, what do you think? The seemingly ordinary alloy door was pushed open from outside. Yu Taizhou came in slowly, eyes lowered as if weighing something. After a moment, he approached Lily, bent down, and gripped her chin to force her gaze upward. First question, Yu Taizhou said calmly. Your power is called the fuse, right? It guides the story's development and triggers major turning points? Lily's disdain instantly vanished, her pupils shrinking sharply as shock and fear exploded within her. That ability name was her most closely guarded secret, known only to Simon and herself, yet Yu Taizhou pronounced it perfectly. Judging by your reaction, that's correct. Yu Taizhou observed her pupils further. There are many restrictions. It can't be used continuously. It can't defy logic. It must align with the story's flow, and two major events can't happen in the same turning point, right? Another hit. Lily's panic shifted into terror. In the story, you die, but your body remains unharmed and you can re-enter the plot. You consider this your ultimate trump card, don't you? Yu Taizhou paused briefly before nodding again. Looks like I'm right once more. Lily's expression twisted into madness as she shrieked. So what if you're right? The power Mr. Simon has granted me is beyond anything you can resist. Tomorrow, every one of you will die. Yu Taizhou shook his head gently, his fingertips brushing softly over Lily's cheek, his voice tinged with both helplessness and cold resolve. Poor girl, you won't see tomorrow. Lily shuddered violently as a chill spread through her heart. In that moment, she couldn't understand why the pity in Yu Taizhou's eyes made her feel even more terrified. What do you mean? Her voice trembled as she clenched her fists. Do you really think we can't kill you? Yu Taizhou slowly lifted his head, his gaze deep and unyielding, and asked back, do you really believe we can't kill you? Lily froze. Then her expression twisted into a wild frenzy. Impossible, impossible. You can't kill me. Yu Taizhou straightened up, his eyes landing calmly on Xiao Lin as he gave an order. Xiao Lin, my judgment was right. It's time to deal with her. With that, he turned and walked out of the room. As Xiao Lin brushed past him, a dagger swiftly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he plunged it into Lily's forehead. Blood instantly gushed out, carving a deep wound. At that moment, the Hui demon was summoned in response. It was the first time Yu Taizhou had summoned that power in a dream, something theoretically possible, just as he could bring external things into the dream. But it also meant carrying the dual burden of controlling the Hui demon while maintaining the Dream Research Institute itself. A withered, veiny hand slowly emerged from the blood-soaked wound, followed by the Hui demon descending into the dream, shocking the residents of Weixing Town. Meanwhile, Lily's fear reached its peak. Her voice shook urgently. No, wait, please, Mr. Simon, save me. Before she could finish, her consciousness began to fracture, speech faltered, and she crouched on the ground, her eyes gradually losing all light and emotion. Black pages from a book wildly flipped above the Hui demon's head. Countless jet-black runes poured out like a tide, swallowing her entire body in an instant. Far away, in Red Saint City, Lily sat motionless in a pitch-dark room. Her fingers trembled slightly, her hair began to fall out, and her feminine features faded away. Countless words and symbols appeared on the surface of her skin like living creatures, quickly covering her whole body. Her mind churned with thoughts, endlessly analyzing. The last shred of reason deep inside fought desperately to stop it all, but was powerless to change the outcome. Unable even to cry out in despair, all she could do was sit silently, her gaze vacant. Shaolin pushed the door open and stepped out. Yu Taizhou stood against the wall, arms crossed, expression calm. Done? Shaolin asked. Done, but uncertain if they have anyone capable of breaking through the mental corruption, Yu Taizhou replied lightly. Shaolin shook his head. No point worrying about that. Thinking won't change anything. Yu Taizhou sighed with resignation. I've come to accept it. Shaolin nodded, then suddenly smiled. Actually, there was one thing that made me nervous earlier. Did you soften and consider letting her go? Yu Taizhou raised an eyebrow. You guessed that? He didn't answer directly, just patted Shaolin on the shoulder. Shaolin, surviving is what matters most. Even if it means using inhumane means, you have to persist. Shaolin paused for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. As expected, experience is king. Professor, you're way tougher than me. Yu Taizhou gave him a side-eyed look. By the way, Professor, how exactly did you figure out her ability? Figure out? Yu Taizhou smiled slightly. Her ability was written all over her face. If you look back from the reader's perspective, it becomes clear. The moment she attacked you was a highly dramatic peak. That's when she wielded absolute lethal power. But later, in her fight against Lan Shiyu, that power vanished. And tonight as well, she's pushing a dramatic betrayal, trying to drive the story forward. So her power is to trigger plot twists, like the death of key characters or sudden reversals. Academically, it's called the ignition spark of a narrative. Shaolin marveled. Impressive, but since she's dead now, knowing this seems pointless. Yu Taizhou shook his head. No, it's crucial. For example, why does Simon need a living spark to push his scheme forward? Perhaps through that, we can deduce his weakness. Thump, 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 thump. A heavy, rhythmic pounding echoed through the cramped room of less than 20 square meters. Simon stood by the doorway, his gaze fixed unblinkingly ahead. By the coffee table, Lily knelt on both knees, her head repeatedly smashing into the sharp corner of the square table. Blood traced the wood grain in twisting rivulets, soaking into the carpet, spreading deep crimson among the pale fibers. Her forehead was a gore-smeared ruin, sunken into a horrifying crater. Mr. Simon, please save me. Lily murmured mechanically, over and over, as if completely blind to Simon standing before her. At Simon's side, an envoy from the House of Sages lowered his eyes and assessed quietly. This is intense mental contamination, fast-acting and lethally potent, designed to utterly destroy the mind. Such a technique is rarely used by humans. She was most likely attacked by some form of cursed object. A cold glint flashed in Simon's eyes as he leaned down, voice low. Is there a cure? The corporeal manifestation is severe. Judging by the marks, she's been exposed for over 10 minutes. Cases like this are uncommon. She can be saved, but it will come at a very high cost. No matter the cost, I must save her. Simon's teeth clenched tightly. The envoy added calmly, but even if treatment succeeds, her distorted appearance will be beyond repair. Simon's body stiffened. Looking at Lily's now grotesquely twisted face, his anger instantly flipped to disgust. He was unwilling to give up such a capable agent, but the thought of facing that horrifying visage left him momentarily at a loss. With a faint, almost mocking smile, the envoy glanced at him. Mr. Simon, best focus on the task assigned by the House of Sages for now. The rest can be dealt with later. Simon exhaled quietly as if relieved from a mild sentence, and nodded. Understood. Thank you for the reminder. The envoy continued deliberately. However, Miss Lily's assault implies trouble again in Satellite Town. Are you certain everything there remains under control? A brief pallor crossed Simon's face before he regained composure. Rest assured, Satellite Town is the most perilous narrative I've ever constructed. The 7th day is the climax. He turned aside. Go attend to your matters. I will uncover what really happened to her. The envoy raised a hand, motioning towards Lily. I may need to damage her a bit. You don't mind, do you? Simon opened his mouth, but only shook his head. No objections. Please proceed, envoy. The envoy pushed open the door, then closed it behind him with a fluid motion, fingertips pressing a switch. Warm yellow light instantly filled the room. The soft dark gray carpet lay perfectly smooth, and a faint scent of sandalwood hung in the air. Beside the coffee table, a framed photo showed Simon partially turned, looking up towards the sky amid a crowd. The change in light failed to interrupt Lily's movements. She kept banging her head until the envoy reached out and pressed his palm gently against her bloodied forehead. The pounding stopped abruptly. Lily lifted her head, staring vacantly and blankly at him. The envoy sighed softly, then traced a finger along her eye socket, whispering an arcane, obscure incantation. In that instant, Lily's pupils writhed. Fine cracks appeared in the whites of her eyes, from which sprouted forth thin, pointed legs. Her eyeball metamorphosed into a beetle, trembling as it stood. It scuttled swiftly up the envoy's sleeve, onto his shoulder. The envoy lifted his eye patch, revealing a hollow black socket. The legged eyeball crawled right into it. All right, let's see exactly what you witnessed yesterday. The envoy's eyeballs trembled rapidly in their sockets, like a fast-forwarded film, each frame flashing across his retina. That was precisely Lily's dream from last night. Everything she did in that dream was vivid and clear. A faint smile curved his lips as he chuckled softly. Poor girl, you really don't deserve any sympathy. Then, Shaolin appeared. This unfamiliar supernatural being took control of the situation almost effortlessly, swallowing Lily's carefully constructed dream whole. Watching this unfold, the envoy offered his assessment. It seemed this expert in psychic powers was the very reason Lily ended up like this, contaminated mentally as a natural consequence. With that thought, his initial cold interest began to wane, ready to conclude the investigation when suddenly, the metal door in the dream creaked open. At the doorway stood someone whose presence made the envoy's pupils dilate, as if something had exploded deep in his mind. Recognized this person. Yu Taizhou, the pioneer and founder of the supernatural world. Rumor had it he was murdered long ago, before the modern era of the supernatural, and the culprit was the current city lord of Justice City. Very few alive even knew the name, and more than half regarded it as legend. Some said he knew the secret to turning ordinary humans into supernaturals. Others claimed he alone knew the whereabouts of Zero, the world's very first supernatural being and true forerunner. The vision faded. The envoy suddenly stood and pushed open the door. Simon, standing guard outside, straightened up in surprise. The envoy's voice dropped, razor sharp. I want that woman. Simon froze, instinctively asking, but why? This is not a discussion, it's an order. The envoy's tone was icy. Under that unwavering gaze, Simon remained silent for a long moment before finally whispering, understood. He had a vague feeling the House of Sages cared about this corrupted Lily far more than he imagined, but he didn't know why. After considerable effort, the envoy brought the dazed Lily back to his temporary residence in Red River City. She was locked inside an iron cage, wandering aimlessly for a few steps before starting to bang her head repeatedly against the cage walls, her forehead thudding without any sign of pain. The envoy barely noticed, pacing the cramped living room with his hands clasped behind his back, pondering the fastest way to send news back to the House of Sages. The internet. Fastest option, but the network belonged to Wisdom City, who had long been interestingly involved with Yu Taizhou, even rumored to have a hand in his assassination. If they caught wind of any clues, they would certainly intervene. Although the house had encrypted communications, the volume of messages back and forth increased the risk of being cracked. The safest way was still a letter, and it couldn't be too explicit, in case it was intercepted. He picked up a pen and wrote a few lines. Found leads on the research subject. You come to rendezvous ASAP. Sealing the envelope with wax, he handed it to a servant. Deliver to the liaison station immediately. The sooner the better. Watching the servant rush out, the envoy exhaled slowly. Turning back, he saw Lily still mechanically banging her head in the corner, fresh blood mixing with old stains. He knew one final key verification remained. Who truly owned that dream, Yu Taizhou or Shaolin? Both appeared fully independent within, as if alive. If it belonged to you, the house could covertly investigate his current whereabouts. If to Shaolin, then this psychic supernatural must know where you was, and the house had ways to make him talk. In any case, the top priority now was to infiltrate that dream. Dreams have always been a realm that fascinates extraordinary individuals. Their nature resembles a kind of mental internet, yet more confined and private. Some have built stable dreamscapes to serve as temples of thought, secret meeting rooms, or meditation chambers. Others have even tried to breach the boundary between dream and reality. Now, Lily had entered the very dream where Yu Taizhou once appeared. Her brain seemed to become a passage, capable of reopening the gateway to that space. The envoy tightly bound Lily to the cold operating table in the basement with thick ropes, the chilling walls bathed in eerie light. He took a sharp surgical blade from the wall and a medical electric drill. The blade sliced through the rotten flesh on Lily's forehead, drawing bright red droplets of blood and exposing pale bone beneath. His calm, precise movements were chilling. Then he replaced the blade with the drill, carefully boring a thumb-sized hole into her forehead. The moment he removed the blindfold, hollow sockets met his gaze. With a wet squelching sound, a mixture of red and white fluid slowly oozed out, and a slimy tentacle emerged from the void. Bringing his face close to Lily, the tentacle slithered like a snake and drilled through the bony hole into her mind. At that instant, their consciousnesses began to merge. The envoy felt the chaotic, tangled flood of information inside Lily's mind, where endless distractions devoured her. She was trapped in a relentless state of deep thought. Though she still had some conscious responses, they were no longer enough to save her from danger. To the envoy, the tangled data was meaningless and harmless. He laid his head against the edge of the table, closed his eyes, and gradually sank into a dream. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a crowded corridor. People passed by, their footsteps brushing past him. Noisy conversations echoed continually. He was shocked to realize this was an incredibly vivid dream, populated with many people. They all moved naturally, like real humans, but none of them seemed to notice him. They were absorbed in their tasks, entering and exiting rooms, exchanging words nonstop. Walking slowly down the hall for about 20 meters, he peeked through a half-open office door and saw Yu Taizhou intently at work. Yu Taizhou truly existed here, the pioneer of the extraordinary world, the hero followed by countless scholars, the one who came closest to saving the world. The envoy's breath quickened and scattered, his gaze froze, and his mind flooded with countless thoughts. They would surely find Yu Taizhou, scrutinize his knowledge, his technology, even his mind, something that might hold the key to miracles, enough to reshape the fate of the philosopher's house. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice came from behind him. You know, I also like watching him work. Every time I see him so focused, I feel there's still hope that someday we might return to the past. The envoy froze, panic rising swiftly in his chest. He whirled around sharply. When he saw the person's face clearly, it was like encountering the most terrifying hallucination. His pupils dilated wildly. He collapsed to the floor in an uncontrollable spasm of fear, screaming, "How can it be? How can it be you? You're supposed to be dead." Zhao Ningyue wore a flowing white dress, her gaze slightly dreamy, appearing serene and gentle. "Honestly, I wasn't sure why I ended up here. Maybe it was because he couldn't forget the coffee I made him." The envoy stood before her, but his ears felt stuffed with cotton. His mind was in turmoil. He recognized her. She was one of the most brutal and insane superhumans from the Third World War. Wherever she went, only blood and corpses remained. No intact bodies were ever found. Yet, according to records, she had long been killed by the Lord of Justice City. Why? What is going on here? This place is full of ghosts from the old era. A chill ran through him. "I'm sorry," Zhao Ningyue said softly, her eyes drifting to the crowded corridor, her voice gentle but tinged with regret. "You've discovered my favorite secret garden, so I'm afraid I have to execute you." "No, that's impossible." The envoy gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay calm. "You can't affect the real world anymore. You're dead. Long dead. Deluding yourself won't solve anything," she replied quietly. "When you wake up, you will die." His face turned pale, and he hurriedly pleaded, "I can keep your secret. Just act like none of this happened. If I die, my comrades will come looking for you." Only then did Zhao Ningyue turn to him, a bright smile curving on her lips. "That's good to hear. I've gone mad from not killing for so long. Besides, do you know? I tampered with this dream. Anyone watching here can't help but look for an excuse to break in. Then I track them in the real world and deal with them one by one. So, the more people who come, the better." The envoy felt as if had fallen into an icy pit. Even the full strength of the House of Philosophers would not be enough to defeat her. "All right, you may leave now. Once you return to the real world, try hard to stay alive." Zhao Ningyue smiled serenely. Without hesitation, he exited the dream and snapped awake. The psychic tether connecting him to Lily, he forcefully tore away. Grabbing his blindfold, he rushed out the door. The basement stairs flew backward under his feet. He knocked over several attendants. Plates and glass shattered on the ground amid screams. Bang! The door burst open, revealing the streets of Honghe City, where the sun never showed but the weather was still fine. He stepped outside, but suddenly the ground vanished beneath him. A sharp choking sensation wrapped tightly around his neck as he was yanked upward from the ground. In that moment, he forced himself to stay calm, letting his body fall apart like a puppet. His hands and feet detached, his abdomen cracked open with a snap, and his internal organs extended delicate spider-like legs. "Run. Escape to any part you can," he whispered like a curse. The organs scattered like motherless baby spiders, but then were all suspended midair by an invisible force. Now fragmented, his body resembled an unfinished puppet, parts floating around. "Not even a scrap of mercy? I swear I won't tell anyone. Please, spare me," he screamed toward the sky. In response, a tremendous force dragged him toward the dark red heavens. The servants inside and the pedestrians outside witnessed the eerie sight. The envoy vanished into the sky. Then, a drizzle began, mixed with bone fragments and various organs fluttering down like snow. Seconds later, a heavy object crashed to the ground with a dull thud. It was the envoy. His body was twisted like a wrung rag. Blood seemed forcibly squeezed out, oozing steadily from his pores. He was dead. It wasn't until the next morning that the other two members of the House of Sages hurriedly arrived. In the marble corridor, the sharp, chaotic echoes of heels striking the floor filled the air. The man walking ahead was about 30, tall and slender, clad in a crisp white suit. His black cane tapped the ground rhythmically, every gesture exuding natural elegance. Following him was a captain about a head shorter, dressed in a fitted black suit. His waxy pale skin was marked by pits and scars, and thick whiskers cast shadows beneath round spectacles. The attendants walked silently, heads lowered against the wall as if the atmosphere itself had been muted. The envoy's body lay still atop the operating table, chest cavity wide open. His organs were systematically arranged on a stainless steel tray to the right, blood along their outer surface still not fully clotted. The pianist bent down, gently prodding the pale mass with his cane tip, his voice low but distinct. One organ is missing, his brain. Whoever did this knew what had uncovered. I hear it took less than a minute, the captain said, standing by the table, eyes flicking between the wound and what was absent. Efficient and ruthless. The pianist folded away his cane, dabbing at the bloodstains with a silk handkerchief, his brow knitting tighter. Strange. He wasn't here to recruit Simon, was he? Why get tangled up with Utaijo all of a sudden? The captain shrugged, sharing the same confusion. Could it be Wisdom City? The pianist pressed. Rumor has it Utaijo's been under their control. The captain let out a bitter laugh. If that were true, he wouldn't have reached out to us. That message was worthless. The pianist sighed softly, a flicker of pity crossing his gaze as he looked at the corpse. So what's the next move? The captain pressed his temple, thinking hard. Pretend the letter never existed. Focus on Simon. If this drags in an early transcendent, there's no way the entire house of sages combined can win. Before the words fully landed, a sudden pounding came from the side door of the operating room. The pianist raised his cane, and with a loud bang, the wooden door was blown off its hinges, embedding in the dark wall. Only then did they notice Lily inside the room. The girl was crouched aimlessly on the carpet, her right eye hollow. A circular wound crusted with blood on her forehead like a soul had been drained from her entire body. The pianist felt a wave of nausea and turned to the attendant. Who is she? She was brought here by Sir yesterday during the day. Seems to be Simon's proxy. The butler bowed his head in reply. She was arranged by the House of Sages. We must observe protocol and show respect, the captain reminded before stepping to Lily, grasping her icy wrist. He lifted her eyelid, then gently touched her forehead, voice grave. She's still conscious, but missed the optimal treatment window. His fingertip traced the hole on her brow, frowning slightly. She's been connected to something. When was the operation? Yesterday noon. Shortly after the surgery, Sir was attacked, the butler answered. The pianist and captain exchanged looks, both realizing simultaneously. The real clue about Utaijo was likely locked deep inside this creature's brain. What do we do? The pianist broke the silence. The captain's expression shifted uneasily. After a long pause, he murmured, send her back to Simon for now and observe. Once Simon completes his mission, find an excuse to bring her back to the House of Sages. The pianist glanced at the vacant eye, tapping his palm with the cane. This thing gives me the creeps. Can we just take her brain? I can carefully extract it intact with the nerves won't affect its future use, and makes it easier to carry. That's inhumane, the captain frowned. The world's indifferent, Captain. So is philosophy, the pianist whispered with a sigh. The captain said nothing, only gazed out toward the gray morning light, as if weighing a darker, harsher path. For now, head wait. It was Shaolin's third day here, the story's fourth day overall. The weather that day felt eerily silent, as if all sound had been sucked away. Lily would never return, yet Satellite Town suddenly had a new center. Everyone depended on Shaolin. At 10 in the morning, inside the town hall, Shaolin had just finished handing over last night's patrol reports to Lin Nianian. When he looked up, Inchi was pacing nearby with his arms crossed. The wooden floor creaked steadily under his measured steps. After circling for nearly 10 minutes, he suddenly strode over to the table, stood upright, and after a long pause, finally muttered, "You handled last night really well." Shaolin didn't even raise an eyelid. "Looks like you're used to being the boss. You can't even manage a proper thank you." In Kai's expression stiffened. Strong-willed and stubborn as always, he rarely bowed to anyone. He awkwardly added, "But yeah, you were impressive last night." Lin Nianian, caught between the two men, blinked wide-eyed, silently wondering. What huge deal had these two pulled off? Ignoring her curiosity, In Kai's face darkened quickly. "The law enforcement team are a bunch of idiots who won't listen. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. I'm part of the law enforcement too." Lin Nianian raised her pen, waving it a little. Shaolin casually pushed her aside. "If there's something, just say it." In Chi stepped closer, lowering his voice coldly. "About resource transport. Yesterday, Yanjia and I were in charge of moving supplies. But halfway through we were ambushed by the Yilizu clan. I suspect no, I'm certain now that all our supply points are being targeted. The commercial street has become their new base." This matter Lin Nianian started to interrupt, but In Chi held up his hand to stop her. "Let me finish." In Chi took a deep breath, eyes sharp. Right now, safely transporting supplies is almost impossible. The best option, cut off the food. Cut off the food? Lin Nianian gasped, nearly dropping her pen. "That's right. Simon's plan has only 7 days left. Today is day 3. We prioritize feeding the fighters. Every civilian gets only the bare minimum. Kai's tone was as cold and logical as an ice sheet. Xiao flipped to the next page of the file and asked calmly, "What about you?" "I'm a civilian too." Shi answered without hesitation. "Hard on others, and hard on himself." Xiao closed the folder. "That's not necessary. I've already sent the law enforcement team to get supplies." Shi suddenly looked up, anger flashing in his eyes. Xiao was taking a risky gamble at such a critical moment, but he forced down the feeling, reminding himself Xiao was an extraordinary being and probably had a backup plan. "Are you sure they can get it? Safely? They left a while ago. They should be back soon." Lin Nianian winked mysteriously, then suddenly pointed outside the window. "Look, they're back already." Everyone turned to look. The 15-meter-long deep space satellite silently passed over the opposite rooftop. Hanging below was a massive steel basket, actually an old pickup truck secured firmly with thick cables and hooks. Several law enforcement officers stood steadily in the truck bed, surrounded by large, tightly packed crates and bags filled with food and medicine. Shi stood frozen for a long moment before finally muttering in a dry voice. "So, this is how the satellite gets used." Shi understood exactly what the air freight route meant for their satellite town now. With this flight path, supplies could be delivered in the clouds without intersecting with the alien tumors. No matter how deeply they hid or how cleverly they ambushed, it would be much harder for them to threaten the town's transport teams. The cargo capacity of the deep space drones far exceeded what manual labor could handle. Shi could even picture the food and medicine flooding into the warehouses over the next few days like a rising tide. The phrase shortage of supplies would finally vanish from daily reports. "Is there anything else?" Xiao voice pulled Shi back from his daydream. Snapping to attention, Shi quickly nodded. "Yes, there's also a defense issue we need to." "You don't have to worry about that," Xiao said, patting his shoulder. "You know, someone gave me the characteristic data of the alien tumors yesterday. I uploaded it to the satellite, combined with Mr. Bay's algorithm support. Now the deep space I can mark their distribution and movements in real time." He pulled out his phone. The satellite map instantly filled the screen. Dense red dots pinpricked the display like drops of blood, especially concentrated in the commercial district. Lin Yinyan added from nearby, "Hey, Ray's how it works. Imagine you're strolling down the street, and a few alien tumors are lurking nearby. The deep space eye dives down from the sky and warns you to turn around on the spot. Then the satellite plans the safest exit route for you. You can still take a walk if you want, but we don't recommend it." Shi opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Xiao quickly changed the subject. "Any other problems?" He picked up some files Lin Yinyan had prepared and half turned toward the door. Only then did Shi realize that in just one day, Xiao had solved their three biggest issues: betrayal, food, and security without causing anyone to sacrifice anything. The efficiency felt like a dimensional collapse attack. After a long pause, he squeezed out, No more problems. Then get some rest. I've got other matters to attend to." Xiao waved a hand, signaling dismissal. The rain continued, fine droplets tapping rhythmically on the courtyard. Xiao left Lin Nianian's office and strode through the corridor directly to find Bai Xiaoyan. Bai Xiaoyan sat alone under the eaves on a wooden chair, holding a black umbrella. The flickering rain streaks on the umbrella made his face look even paler. Xiao approached and handed him a folded sheet of paper. Bai Xiaoyan unfolded it to reveal 20 neatly arranged names. "Lin Yinyan helped me organize this," Xiao said, pulling over a chair to sit beside him. "Only the two of us know about this for now." Bai Xiaoyan silently scanned the list, a faint smile curling his lips. "There are a few people here I didn't expect. You decide how to handle it. Make it public in 3 days," Xiao said decisively. Bai Xiaoyan refolded the list and tucked it into his chest, eyes drifting toward the rain. "Today is the 4th day already." "That's right. 3 days left," Xiao nodded. "How about yesterday? Were casualties in line with predictions?" Quiet and calm, Bai Xiaoyan wiped the rain from his face. "Nianyan predicted 7 deaths, 2 from our side, 5 alien tumors near the church district. But my integrated defense and transport system is complete now, so casualties should be avoidable moving forward." He laughed suddenly. "Who would have thought someone would use satellites as cranes to haul cargo? You really are a business genius." Xiao laughed too. "Actually, I rarely use satellites to haul cargo. Usually, I just throw them out like stones." Xiao smiled too. "I've heard a little about it. I have to say, your approach to combat is definitely unconventional." Bai Xiaoyan leaned back in the high-backed chair beside his sickbed. His face was still pale, but the teasing from Xiao had brought a faint flush of color. He let out a soft breath, then composed himself. "But Mr. Xiao, there's one more thing I need to discuss with you about the 7th day." "The 7th day?" Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Yes, the 7th day, the final day of the story." Bai Xiaoyan raised his hand, pointing to the wooden table a few steps away. "There's a manuscript on the table. Go take a look." "I'm not well enough to stand up right now." The room was dimly lit, the scattered papers on the table yellowed by the glow of the lamp. Xiao glanced at Bai Xiaoyan's weak expression, but said no pleasantries right now. He had to rely entirely on Bai Xiaoyan's ongoing release of the invisible ring. Concern was useless. He stood and walked over to the table, picked up the manuscript, then returned to his chair to read. It wasn't the original, but a copy transcribed by Lin Yin. Apparently, only the last page remained. Shaolin scanned it in less than a minute. The page described the plot events set to unfold late on the seventh day. On the seventh day, steam roared, the town trembled. The king of the otherworldly clan, having grown tired of the long wait, decided to personally lead the hunt. The king of the otherworldly clan. Shaolin's sharp attention caught this new term. Bai Xiaoyan nodded in confirmation. Exactly. It should be the king of the Ilio clan. The seventh day is the climax of the entire story. Though Simon didn't finish writing, he already included the toughest challenges in the plot. If we can't solve this, all our efforts will be in vain. Does the manuscript have any other information about it? Shaolin asked. No. Bai Xiaoyan shook his head. Shaolin furrowed his brow. All right, I'll see what else I can come up with. Silence hung in the air briefly before Bai Xiaoyan sighed. Mr. Shaolin, I'm afraid you can't handle it. I admit your power exceeds mine, but you're a traveler who has barely developed your extraordinary abilities. He coughed violently several times. Mental attacks probably won't work on the otherworldly king. Satellites can cause devastating strikes, but the king will be surrounded by countless Ilio clan members. Large-scale attacks will only summon the master of the frenzied feast. Shaolin had no argument, and suddenly realized the shallowness of his combat skills. Even if he held the sharpest blade, he might not be able to fell that king. Bai Xiaoyan laughed instead. You've only been in this world a month, and your current strength is already terrifying. As for the otherworldly king, that's on me. Shaolin was stunned. But you need to sustain the invisible ring. Lan Qiu told me maintaining it on a large scale, and for so long costs enormous mental and physical energy, leaving you almost no capacity for anything else. That's exactly why I have to defeat the otherworldly king in one strike, Bai Xiaoyan said firmly. Can you do it? I'm 100% confident. But there is one problem. He stared at Shaolin, meaning deep in his eyes. Simon, Shaolin whispered. Right. The seventh day is our last day in Simon's too. Bai Xiaoyan's voice darkened. If we survive, he fails. So on this day, he will definitely intervene to stop us. If he's present in the story, my attack will never succeed. Shaolin fully agreed with Bai Xiaoyan's view. This was Simon's story, and he could easily manipulate the outcome of certain events. For example, slightly altering the trajectory of the crucial strike. Such finesse was effortless for him. As Shaolin pondered, he said, Simon is probably like Lily. He must have created an avatar for himself. If we can find and destroy that avatar, he won't be able to interfere for a while. Then we can take advantage of that gap to deal with the alien king. Bai Xiaoyan nodded, his voice low and resolute. We're on the same page, but the difficult part is how to locate Simon himself. Leave that to me. Shaolin pointed to his eyes. My extraordinary visual ability is powerful enough to track his traces. Good. They'll count on you for this. Before Bai Xiaoyan could finish, he suddenly bent over, coughing violently. One hand covered his mouth, but he couldn't stop. Dark red spilled from between his fingers, glaringly vivid under the lights. After a long moment, he slowly opened his palm, the blood still warm. Shaolin's brow immediately furrowed. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Xiaoyan shrugged in advance. 4 days without sleep, having to keep up the invisible rain constantly. What else could make me cough blood? But will you really have the strength for a full assault when the time comes? Shaolin's worry was written all over his face. Bai Xiaoyan turned slightly to him, repeating softly, I said before, I will protect this place to the death, even if it costs me my life. Shaolin's expression froze for a moment. Suddenly Bai Xiaoyan smiled, waving his bloodied palm in front of him. Just kidding. The color's too bright. I'm far from dead. One attack won't drain my life. It'll just mean resting in bed a few more days afterward. Gross, wipe that off. Shaolin complained, but still grabbed some tissues and tossed them over. Honghe City. Simon lounged in a soft chair upholstered with genuine leather, nibbling an apple. His mind was filled with Lily's image. Lily had just been sent back downstairs by 2 new envoys from the House of Philosophers. The guilt, which had momentarily eased, surged again like a tide, making him restless, longed for a romantic life, and wished to avoid confronting these ugly feelings. Suddenly, the typewriter on the table started silently. The type wheel clicked, the platen roller sliding left and right, as if invisible hands were typing. Soon, the first page was done. Simon pulled out the paper and scanned the fresh, inked lines. It recorded the entire conversation between Shaolin and Bai Xiaoyan in their office. Simon's intervention in the story should be similar to Lily's. He probably created an avatar for himself. We can find that avatar and kill it, so Simon won't be able to interfere for a while. We can seize that window to eliminate the alien king. Excellent. Our thoughts are completely aligned. Then it noted Bai Xiaoyan's face growing serious. But that's also the biggest problem we face. Now how do we find that alien parasite? I have extraordinary visual powers and should be able to track Simon, Shaolin replied. Not only were every line recorded word for word, but Bai Xiaoyan's expressions, psychological shifts, and even the office's layout were noted in detail. Such a boring and childish setup outside. Simon really thought they stood a chance. Beneath Simon's lenses, a cold light flickered faintly. He suddenly murmured softly, Lily, I will avenge you. But this will be the last thing I can do for you. From now on, we're even. On the 5th and 6th days, the casualty count in Satellite Town remained at 0. The church district had ample supplies and was secure. Even the tension and unease that had filled the air had greatly subsided. Lan Shiyu was busiest during these 2 days. He brought in large quantities of building materials with the help of the satellite team and personally took part in reinforcing the church buildings, transforming them into reliable shelters. Meanwhile, the other members of the law enforcement team focused their energy on improving training in non-lethal tactics. Lin Yinyan had completely turned into a clingy little shadow, pestering Xiao Lin every 40 minutes to look into the distance with her. Xiao Lin tried to resist, so she would pinch a few leaves and lightly tap his head, making him look a little longer. At night, she forbade staying up late and urged Xiao Lin to sleep by 8 o'clock. During the day, no reading or gaming was allowed, and he had to do his eye exercises on time. She dug around half the day in the church garden, covered in dirt, before barely managing to uncover a few chrysanthemums to brew tea for Xiao Lin. As the water boiled, Lin Yinyan chattered on, Mr. Xiao Lin, chrysanthemum clears heat and brightens eyes. Drinking more is good for your eyesight. Xiao Lin asked helplessly, what's the use of chrysanthemum tea these past 2 days? Lin Yinyan smiled. Oh, just drink it first. If you're good and finish it, it'll reward you with a small piece of osmanthus cake. Seeing her hopeful face, Xiao Lin reluctantly lifted the large jar of chrysanthemum water and drank it all in one go. Lin Yinyan instantly beamed. Mr. Xiao Lin, you're amazing. Xiao Lin held out his hand. Where's my osmanthus cake? It's still in my office, but I can keep track for you. Lin Yinyan opened a notebook, writing as she read aloud. Lin Yinyan owes Xiao Lin 1 osmanthus cake, approximately 20 grams. Xiao Lin looked at this inexplicably lively little character and shook his head with quiet resignation. Time passed, day after day, until the morning of the 7th day, when Lan Shiyu issued a gathering order. More than 5,000 people assembled on the square in front of the church. Hundreds of umbrellas pressed tightly together formed an impenetrable sea of canopy. Xiao Lin and Lan Shiyu stood on a makeshift raised platform, looking down below. Faces were indistinguishably only the interlacing patches of colorful umbrellas could be seen. Lan Shiyu's speech was brief and to the point. Today is the last day. I don't want to say much. You must remain inside the shelters until morning. If you're alive when dawn breaks, congratulations. If not, Mr. Bai has a message for everyone. He is very sorry. As his words fell, the relentless rain pounded the ground and umbrella tops. Silence descended. Lan Shiyu looked toward the crowd. You may now enter the shelters. The people began moving slowly, dispersing toward the 3 major refuge points: the church, the school, and the library. Under the law enforcement team's guidance, they proceeded in an orderly fashion. Xiao Lin and Lan Shiyu remained on the platform until the square was completely empty. All right, let's go back and prepare, Xiao Lin said. Lan Shiyu nodded in agreement. In Xiao Lin's temporary office, Lan Shiyu, Lin Yinyan, Su Guang, and Qi Jianyuan were all present. Xiao Lin opened a drawer and took out 4 identical black phones, handing them out one by one. These devices were ones he had brought from the research institute through his dreams. Any real object that existed there could be temporarily taken into reality this way. But once he fell asleep again, the phones would vanish, returning intact to the institute. 1 phone each. I've already set up accounts for all of you, including Mr. Bai, Xiao Lin said as he powered on the screens. Satellite maps and communication systems are all installed. Stay connected at all times. He then quickly outlined the day's combat plan. The alien king would most likely charge straight for the town. Xiao Lin himself would focus on locating and eliminating Simon's avatar. Lan Shiyu and the others would lead the law enforcement squad to keep the alien king occupied. Once the avatar was taken down, Bai Xiaoyan would finish the job. Lin Yinyan lifted a thick stack of folders and placed the operation briefs for each person at the corner of the table. The briefs specified their positions, targets, and precautions. Everyone bent over the papers, the rustling of pages filling the room. Xiao Lin emphasized, don't confront the alien king hidden during the fight, and absolutely no lethal weapons. What about the infection problem? Su Guang looked up. It takes 8 to 10 hours for the infection to worsen, Xiao Lin said, shrugging. By then, either Simon's story ends, or we're all done for and won't have to worry about it. The noon meeting ended. Outside, heavy rain slammed against the metal canopy, but inside the room was oddly empty. Lin Yinyan rested her cheek on the table's edge, her face flattened against the wood. So what do we do now? Xiao Lin pulled out his own phone, his expression serious as if delivering a military order. Let's team up for some gaming. Lin Yinyan froze. I'm serious. Xiao Lin looked entirely matter-of-fact. This is the most efficient way to coordinate. First, it helps you all get familiar with the comm system. Second, so you can recognize each other's voices and call signs. Especially you, Lin Yinyan, you're the rear command. You need to know every voice inside out. Lin Yinyan shrank her neck and muttered softly. Okay, then we game? Thus, an unusual contrast unfolded across the town. Outside the town, the alien tumor clan gathered along rain-soaked streets, in their largest assembly since arriving. The townspeople chewed on hard bread and drank plain water inside cramped shelters. In the command room, a few psychics huddled around their phones, laughing and shouting over voice chat. Push up, don't mess around. In the priest's office, Bai Xiaoyan leaned back in his chair, pale and lips bluish, cheeks hollowed, but still clutching his phone, listening to their noisy chatter. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he stared into the rain, thinking, they're going to survive. All of them will survive. A few hours later, Xiao Lin's phone screen exploded with a harsh red flash, the word failure stamped boldly. He looked up at the group, stayed silent for a moment, then slowly murmured, a bunch of psychics can't even win against a machine? Lan Xiyu and Qi Jianyuan instinctively shrugged their shoulders. Lin Yinyin quietly hid her phone at the edge of the table. Finally, Su Guang whispered, but Mr. Xiao Lin, your record is 0 wins, 9 losses. Xiao Lin was left speechless. I'm 19, so I'm a bit better than you, right? Lin Yinyin said enthusiastically. Wasn't that head snatched right from me? Xiao Lin glared furiously. That's just my skill-quick eyes and faster hands. His companion chuckled. Rage churned in Xiao Lin's chest, his jaw clenched tightly, but in an instant his fury inexplicably faded away into a daze. It was like a dull afternoon back in college when classes were cancelled, raindrops tapping on the window pane. No supernatural events, no disasters, no Simon. They were just trapped in a passing shower. Once the rain stopped, nothing would happen. Suddenly, the phone speaker crackled to life with Bai Xiaoyan's teasing voice, pulling him back to reality. All right, that's enough playing for today. The alien tumor tribe has fully assembled. It's time for you to move out. Xiao Lin took a deep breath, stood up, and pulled the white Tang's sword from the corner. The others quickly readied their gear as well. Bang slammed the door open, and cold, biting rain swept inside, thick rain lashes striking the doorframe like whips. It was 5:30 p.m., the sky nearly as dark as ink. Beside the abandoned railroad tracks on the edge of town, the steam train stood still in rust, its cars stained with old blood and bound with 50 corpses. Around 600 alien tumor creatures knelt low before the train, their chests rising and falling as they murmured in animalistic tones. With every breath, the viscous tumors on their backs writhed and swelled like rows of pulsating eggs. From the rooftop opposite, Xiao Lin watched, rain pounding against the sword's sheath. Under his gaze, the swelling and contracting tumor clusters twisted rhythmically, their grotesque movement sending chills down his spine. Lan Xiyu, Qi Jianyuan, and Su Guang led law enforcement teams split into 3 groups, positioned defensively at the town's main entrances. Through the rain curtain, Xiao Lin barely made out their figures and the faint red flicker of patrol lights. Have you found the alien king? Qi Jianyuan's voice crackled over the radio. No, Lan Xiyu replied. Bai Xiaoyan lowered his voice. Don't bother with him. Even if he shows up, don't engage directly, just stall him. Then he asked, Xiao Lin, what's your status? Any sign of Simon? Still searching. Suddenly, Xiao Lin's pupils split into 7 segments, merging into insect-like compound eyes. The raindrops' impact points, the wind's patterns, every tumor creature's blood flow and breathing rhythm flooded into his heightened perception. He analyzed each of the 600 body structure and condition, but detected no anomalies or color shifts. His brow furrowed. Could Simon really not have made his move yet? To bluff now would be like gambling his life with fate. Just Thena's soft pop shattered the murmurs. The nearest tumor creature's back erupted, a gore-covered mass hitting the muddy ground. Then, pop pop pop, a rapid chain of explosions followed as tumors burst one after another, countless chunks of flesh dropping and rolling, sliding toward the clearing ahead of the lines. The pieces of flesh magnetically attracted one another, piling up, stretching, merging rapidly. In mere seconds, a monstrous figure over 6 meters tall took shape. Its silhouette resembled a giant rat, but standing upright. Its swollen white belly nearly brushed the knees, the skull cracked and misaligned, mighty fangs splitting the head into 2 jagged halves. Its body was covered with continuously swelling tumors that burst and regenerated instantly, spewing red-black viscous fluids and gray-white gas in bursts, all sizzling and popping like a slowly boiling porridge. This thing is disgusting. Su Guang's voice came through the phone. Focus, Lan Xiyu reminded him. The brief exchange ended, and everyone looked up at the same time. The massive creature finally lifted its head slowly, its dark green eyes piercing through the heavy rain, locking directly onto the church district. Its heavy body dragged forward with a steady rhythm, each step splashing mud, but its gaze never wavered from the target, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The invisible rain couldn't fool it after all. Prepare to intercept. Lan Shiyu's tone turned sharply cold. Mr. Bai, Mr. Xiao Lin, the crucial mission is yours. Xiao Lin didn't respond immediately. He was searching, but still hadn't found that special individual. Was Simon still not stepping in? Through the downpour, the mutant legion dragged their deformed limbs forward and soon crashed into the enforcer's defense line. Lan Shiyu stood at the front and raised her hand with a sharp downward gesture. Behind her, the enforcers raised their guns all at once, aiming strictly at the mutants' legs. They had to stop the monsters without killing them all. Rain drummed on the barrels, producing a rhythmic clicking sound. Fire! Muzzle flashes erupted, bullets sweeping wildly. The first volley was devastating. The slow, fragile monsters couldn't withstand the armor-piercing rounds and fell in piles, blocking the retreat path for those behind. Chief, stop firing immediately. This isn't right. The fatalities are too high. Lin Nianian's shout cut through everyone's ears. Xiao Lin pulled out his phone. The dense red dots on the screen instantly disappeared by more than a dozen. Most of the mutants hit were dead. At the enforcer's skill level, it was impossible to get so many fatal hits simultaneously. This clearly wasn't a simple mistake. What's going on here? Su Guang muttered under his breath. Lan Shiyu had no time to think further and charged forward abruptly. Sliding low through the bloody mud, a flash of cold steel swept horizontally. A battle axe severed several mutants' calves at once. SSSHH. The severed limbs flew off. Before the mutants' screams ended, a bloodstained maw filled with fangs lunged down. It was the king of the mutants. Lan Shiyu kicked off lightly, dodging swiftly backward. The next second, that giant mouth crushed several of its own kind, blood dripping from its fangs. She dared not approach recklessly again, but sensed something strange. An invisible force seemed to be pushing everything toward death. Mr. Xiao Lin. Lan Shiyu lowered her voice. Yes, it must be. Simon's already here. Xiao Lin's brows knitted tightly. Simon was subtly altering the outcome within the bounds of logical interference. Bullets would be deflected to hit vital areas, and fallen mutants would get accidentally trampled by their allies. Ceasefire. Fall back first, Xiao Lin ordered. But if we don't intercept here, they'll reach the church district in 30 minutes, and then it'll be all over. Qi Jianyuan was anxious. Mr. Xiao Lin is here. Bai Xiaoyan added solemnly. Suddenly another voice sounded over the channel. What if Mr. Xiao Lin can't find Simon? Mr. Xiao Lin will find him. Lin Nianyan replied immediately. The other person laughed hoarsely. Unfortunately, Mr. Xiao Lin may have already realized he actually can't distinguish the avatars. It was then that Lin Nianyan finally recognized the voice didn't belong to any of them. Who are you? Her voice trembled slightly. Bai Xiaoyan met her gaze steadily and spoke slowly. He is Simon. The channel went instantly silent. A few seconds later, a mocking snort came through the headphones. Yes, I am Simon. Simon, you treacherous bastard. Where are you? If you've got the guts, come out. Lin Nianyan yelled furiously, cursing wildly. Treachery? Simon's tone was as relaxed as a lazy afternoon breeze. I just said I wouldn't write the ending. As for where I am, in my apartment, the coffee's still hot. Perfect for seeing you off. Mr. Simon, we will win. Bai Xiaoyan's voice remained calm like a solid rock. Simon chuckled, a laugh full of confidence. Really? But I already know your plan inside and out. You intend to kill my avatar while I can't show up in person, then assassinate the king of the Shilyo race, right? Silence froze the channel once more. To be exact, I know everything, every meeting, every word, even every thought. I know Bai Xiaoyan's body is near its limit, capable of launching only one more attack. I know you're hiding people in the church, the school, the library. Oh, and Xiaolin. Hey, race, a little secret. Simon's voice carried teasing delight. Lin Nianyan's osmanthus cake? It's actually been lying in a drawer in her temporary office all along. She lied to you. His tone was mild, yet sharper than a winter wind. Meanwhile, the gray-black Shilyo army advanced with an ominous rhythm, steel limbs scraping harshly against the ruins. In the distance, towering as high as mountains, the Shilyo king slowly approached the church district, his shadow steadily swallowing the broken streets. Simon seemed to be seated on a safe high platform, speaking quietly. Honestly, you've pushed the story far enough. No need to chase a perfect ending. Stop struggling and accept your fate, so I can leave a glowing final note in my work. Xiaolin remained silent. Simon was right, he couldn't directly identify that avatar. But when the plan was made, he foresaw this and never relied on only one backup. He closed his eyes and his thoughts rapidly retreated to the moment he first met Simon. The virtual network space, the second-floor corridor of the villa, Simon looking down at everyone, then turning inside. Just those few seconds. The memory froze replayed. Simon's pace and stride. The angle of his arms swinging through the air. The subtle forward lean of his body. The fine coordination of shoulder, knee, and head. The analytical power granted by the wisdom demon rapidly dissected everything into cold, precise data. When he opened his eyes, the battlefield was before him. The Shilyo swarmed in waves, black armor and bone blades flashing white in the dim light. Xiaolin overlaid the remembered gate onto the monsters before him one by one. Even if Simon had infiltrated the Shilyo and forcibly altered their habits, there would always be tiny details beyond his notice. Countless movement contours flickered in his mind, comparing, eliminating, comparing again. First round, most were filtered out. Second round, only a few remained. Third round, data whirled as his thoughts almost resonated with the corruption inside him. Each heartbeat felt like a hammer strike. For the first time, he pushed his wisdom demon vision to its limit. In the end, only 3 remained. Shaolin sprang into action. He leapt down from the rooftop, plunging into the dense phalanx of the alien tumor tribe. Twisted limbs crowded his vision, but couldn't slow him down, not at all. The trajectories of every target traced lines in his pupil, and his brain instantly calculated the optimal path. Mr. Shaolin has found him. Lan Shiyu's voice alerted him over the channel. The next moment, Shaolin swung his blades down with both hands. The bone blades and deformed arms blocking his path split in two with a single strike, a sickening crack sounding as black blood splattered from the fractured skull. Wrong, Simon corrected quietly. Shaolin pushed off a bone spear with his toe, springing upward. He dashed across the monster's skulls and shoulders, lunging at the second target. Xing the Tang Dao stabbed straight down, the high-entropy ceramic edge slicing clean through the skull, black blood pouring like ink. Still wrong, Simon spoke again. Only one was left. The tumor alien stood less than 5 feet away, quietly positioned in the center of its kin, locking eyes with Shaolin. It's over, Shaolin said, drawing the pistol at his waist. The world narrowed until it was only himself and that alien creature. This time you're right, but it's too late, Simon warned. A cold stench of blood wind erupted. From behind came a thick roar. Shaolin turned his head, just in time to see the alien king's massive, deformed maw looming before him. His mind reacted, but his body was a beat slow. 2 rows of fangs snapped shut, black tongue scraping against his skin. Then thud. Darkness swallowed all vision. Shaolin vanished. The alien king tilted its head back and slowly swallowed its prey. The comm channel went silent. A heavy sense of doom exploded inside Lin Nianian's heart, and she cried out. What happened? What's going on? Seconds later, Su Guang's trembling voice came through. Mr. Shaolin was eaten by the alien king. What did you say? Lin Nianian collapsed into her chair, her mind spinning into chaos. Bai Xiaoyan sat alone in his office, staring silently at the torrential rain outside, his expression grim. No one believed this could kill Shaolin, but only Shaolin could reveal Simon's avatar. If Shaolin was trapped, it meant no more chances, and in less than 20 minutes, the Tumor Tribe's army would launch a massacre in the church district. I told you, I know what you're thinking. Simon's tone remained calm and indifferent. The moment he tried to find me by comparison, I sensed it. And I also know you plan to send Lan Shiyu to save him, no matter the cost, right? Bai Xiaoyan lifted his eyes. Shiyu, no matter the cost. Before the words finished, Lan Shiyu charged toward the alien king. His tall figure bulldozed through a wave of Tumor Tribe soldiers like a tank, then suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the king. He leapt up, raising his battle axe to strike down hard on the swollen belly. Before the blade could fall, the alien king's flesh tumors exploded violently, countless tentacles bursting out and flinging Lan Shiyu fiercely aside. Lan Shiyu twisted midair, landing steadily on his feet, preparing to strike again. His figure vanished and then reappeared before the alien king, swinging the massive axe with full force. The blade roared like thunder and wind as it struck the enormous body, but only shaved off a thin layer of the dark purple outer skin. Slightly off angle, the axe scraped along the bone-like armor and slid away. Simon's interference had disrupted his movements. In the next moment, the alien king lifted his foot and stomped down like a falling boulder. Lan Shiyu was forced to dodge and retreat. A curtain of water exploded beneath his feet. He put several meters between himself and the enemy before looking up. The view was now packed with countless alien tumor creatures, stacked like living walls, emitting sticky breaths as they slowly advanced, firmly sealing the gap between him and the king. How to break through? Where to strike? Lan Shiyu desperately searched his mind for answers. At the same time, Lin Yinyan curled up in the dark corner of the command room, eyes fixed on the satellite map. She rapidly marked routes, fire points, and rescue paths on the screen, trying to pry open a way out from a strategic perspective. Chief, listen to me. I found. Before she could finish, the electric crackle from her phone, the rain, gunfire, and heavy breathing all abruptly fell silent. Lin Yinyan was stunned for half a second and then lifted her head sharply. Through the cracked window, she saw a nightmare unfolding. The eye of deep space was falling. The satellite that had long hung over the town lost power suddenly and flipped over, dragging blazing debris as it plummeted to the ground. Boom. The metal giant crashed into a building. Its solar panels shredded into countless sharp fragments flying in all directions. After the blast, the surroundings fell into complete silence. Only Lin Yinyan remained alone at the command desk, the pale reflection of her face glowing faintly on the screen. She never knew a city's quiet could be so suffocatingly terrifying. At that moment, she almost believed she was the last person in the world. Lan Shiyu also witnessed the satellite crash. The sudden thunderous sound froze him amid the rain. Strangely, the alien king and his tumor army pressed forward without attacking, deliberately avoiding him as they trudged through the slick mud toward the church district, clumsy and grotesque, yet unstoppable. For the first time, a shadow of despair crept into Lan Shiyu's mind. Could Satellite Town really be doomed this time? Meanwhile, the typewriter clattered as a sheet of paper slowly emerged from the roller and neatly folded on Simon's desk. The words on the page streamed into his consciousness line by line. Xiao Lin's threat had disappeared. Lan Xiyu was wavering. No matter whether by Xiaoyan attacked or not, the outcome couldn't be reversed. The story was about to conclude. But then a new passage suddenly jumped out. At this moment, Xiao Lin fell into a strange state. He no longer acted or thought, but simply left the story altogether. Left the story? Simon was stunned. The town was the stage for all narratives. Characters couldn't cross the boundary. What was more absurd was that he clearly sensed Xiao Lin was still trapped inside the alien king's stomach, never gone at all. Where exactly had things gone wrong? New content continued to flow into his mind. The positions of every law enforcement member, Lin Nianian's fear, by Zioyan's hesitation, the psychological state of everyone. But not a single word about Xiao Lin. An important character had suddenly stopped doing and thinking anything. For some unknown reason, Simon began to feel uneasy. In Simon's room, coffee sat on the desk while the typewriter clicked and clattered, continuously spitting out pages filled with words. He pulled out the latest sheet and read it quickly. As a transcendent being, Simon was far more powerful than Lily's mind could split in two. Most of his awareness was focused on Satellite Town, controlling his avatar and steering the story there, while the remainder stayed in the room, monitoring the freshly typed manuscript to keep the plot in check. Yet right now, growing frustration gnawed at him. Page after page, he found no trace, no mention of Xiao Lin. It was as if that guy had vanished into thin air, forcibly erased from the story. How had Xiao Lin done it? And what was he planning? Lost in his thoughts, the door creaked open. Simon looked up to see Lily entering. She still looked eerie and grotesque, her eyes hollow, her footsteps faint, her voice a mechanical whisper. Mr. Simon, please save me. The desperate plea sent a chill through Simon, stirring an inexplicable fear deep inside. Get out, he barked, disgusted. But Lily kept mumbling, inching closer. I said get out. Simon sprang up and roared. Yet as the words left his mouth, he realized something. This wasn't the rational human Lily anymore. Her speech was nothing but a stiff reflex. A tumult of emotions swirled within him as he readied to summon a servant to remove her. Suddenly, Lily lifted her head. Her hollow eyes flared with a piercing light as she repeated, I see him, I see him, I see him, I see him. Then, from the gaping hole in her forehead, a blood-red eyeball blossomed. Before Simon could react, gaunt, skeletal hands shot out and gripped his head tightly. Amidst the sticky, bloody mess, a humanoid monster emerged halfway from the wound. Its head was a massive crimson tome. The book slammed open, revealing pages filled with a dozen blood-dripping eyes. A corrupted entity. Why was such a being attacking him suddenly? Even more terrifying was the cold, chilling gaze that felt astonishingly familiar. That was right, Xiao Lin. The same eyes he had seen last time, when Xiao Lin claimed he lacked the talent to be a writer. A howling wind seemed to surge. Black words and symbols spilled violently, raining down on Simon's head. Ugh! Ah! Simon screamed, struggling desperately to break free, but Lily's grip on his arms was ironclad. As a fighter, her strength was terrifyingly immense. Pain erupted like fire burning inside his brain. Ah! Simon roared as the overwhelming transcendent energy within him surged forth like a tidal wave, radiating outward. Bang! Lily was thrown backward, crashing heavily into the wall. Xiao Lin, playing the cunning demon, also reeled back. The dozen bleeding eyes on the giant book's pages wept blood, their whites rapidly clouding. Yet all this unfolded just as Xiao Lin expected. Despite his demonic power, truly harming Simon remained an insurmountable challenge. I will kill you. I'm going to kill you. Simon's voice lost all its former gentleness as he suddenly raised his right hand high. The body of Hui Mo soared into the air, convulsing violently, twisting and deforming. But then, a flicker of consciousness returned to his mind. He was back. Summoning all his mental strength to resist the frenzied assault of this cursed creature, he fought with everything he had. At the same time, his control over Satellite Town began to unravel, fading away. At that very moment, at the edge of the church district, the horde of the abnormal tumor tribe silently approached. They staggered forward, their low murmurs echoing through the rain, a sound that sent chills down the spine. Mayor, are we really going to just stand by and do nothing? Su Guang's voice was filled with anger and determination. Lan Xiyu spoke calmly. If we act rashly, we'll only invite the Lord of the Wild Banquet. I'd rather die fighting. Someone shouted angrily. Yes, we can't just watch them slaughter the townspeople. More voices joined in, the atmosphere growing tense and resolute. Mr. Lan, Qi Jianyuan called out to him, desperation and sorrow thick in his tone. We can't wait any longer. Lan Xiyu took a deep breath, locking his gaze on the approaching abnormal tumor tribe near the refuge zone, gripping his axe tightly. Attack! Suddenly, a disheveled figure stumbled through the rain. Lin Yin was running desperately while shouting, I've come to deliver Mr. Bai's orders. Lan Xiyu quickly steadied her. What does Mr. Bai say? Everyone, hold your positions. Hold positions? For what? They're almost at the church district. Qi Jianyuan questioned anxiously. Mr. Bai knows this is a death sentence, who must not disobey. Lin Nianian's voice was resolute. How long do we wait? Until the abnormal tumors break into the shelter? Qi Jianyuan demanded nervously. We wait for Mr. Shaolin's message, she replied. But Shaolin's deep space I crashed, we don't even know if he's alive. Qi Jianyuan grew more frantic. Lin Nianyan met his gaze, firm and unwavering. Mr. Bai said to wait. The two stood in silent confrontation amidst the rain, the seconds dragging on. Then, a faint glow appeared deep within the dark downpour. Lin Nianyan noticed it first. She knew that was where the deep space I had fallen, and that the light was its signal rebooting. Immediately, everyone's phones lit up, and an unfamiliar, slightly distorted voice came through. It was Xiao Lin's voice, simple and powerful, with just 5 words. Mr. Bai, attack now. In the office, Bai Xiaoyan closed his eyes, his head tilting slightly upward. Veins bulged on his arms as bright blue light flickered beneath his skin. Suddenly, fierce winds whipped through Satellite Town, clouds swirling violently. Above the king of the alien tribe, a vortex of dark clouds gathered, rolling thunder, sounding like steady drumbeats. Summoning clouds and sending rain, commanding wind and lightning. This was Bai Xiaoyan's signal to launch his full power. In the next instant, a blinding bolt of lightning shot straight through the sky, striking the king of the alien tribe with unerring precision. The massive body shuddered violently, then began to crumble and collapse. Amid the shattered remains, not even a drop of moisture could be found. Xiao Lin slowly stood, gazing up at the torrential downpour, letting the rain soak him without restraint. Mr. Simon, we won. Xiao Lin stared at the member of the alien tumor clan before him, knew clearly this was Simon's avatar. The moment Simon sensed the trap closing in, he had desperately reconnected to this part of the story, but even with his speed, he was half a step too late. When he arrived, all he could witness was Bai Xiaoyan's thunderbolt piercing through the alien king's chest, and the king collapsing with a thunderous fall. That strike was Bai Xiaoyan's all-out effort. No logic could rewrite that moment. Rain pattered down as law enforcement officers gathered around, their expressions hard and cold. Simon scanned the rainy scene, then looked back at Xiao Lin, emotions swirling inside him that even he couldn't quite identify. Was it respect? Hatred? Or both? After a long pause, he finally said softly, "You won." There were still hours left in the story, but Simon saw no way to stop the destruction of Satellite Town. With the alien king dead and the remnants of the tumor clan scattered and disorganized, this short time wasn't enough to turn the tide. I hope you keep your promise, Xiao Lin replied calmly. Simon froze for a few seconds before nodding. I will. Xiao Lin raised his pistol, the dark barrel steadily aimed at Simon's forehead. Then, Mr. Simon, this is where we part. Good night. Bang. The gunshot cracked through the ring. The bullet pierced the avatar's head, and Simon's lifeless body went stiff before plunging face down into the murky street puddles, splashing silently. Xiao Lin turned to face the officers, keeping his gun raised. A surge of emotion welled in his chest, nearly anger, and he tilted his head upward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots tore through the rain curtain as he roared, "We won." Lin Yinyin was the first to rush and throw her arms around him, trembling with excitement. Others soon gathered, some crying, some laughing, surrounding him in celebration. Xiao Lin stood at the center, feeling like a kindergartner crowned the playground's king. Meanwhile, inside the office, Bai Xiaoyan slumped back in his chair, forcing out a suppressed smile. A violent cough suddenly hit him, and he clasped his mouth, trying to muffle the sound. Opening his palm, he saw dark red blood mixed with gel-like fragments. The cost of that strike had been far greater than had expected. At least I survived. For now, he'll head back, Bai Xiaoyan murmured to himself. Out on the street, Xiao Lin finally broke free from the embraces, easily dispelling the approaching tumor clan aliens with a wave of mental energy. Laughing and joking with each other, the group walked boldly through the encirclement toward the cathedral. Oh, by the way, I've got some beer hidden in my office. Let's celebrate after this, Lan Xiu called out, setting off another cheer from the crowd. Mayor, I think him growing a tumor, Su Guang said, touching the swollen lump near the corner of his cheek that distorted his once handsome face. Hold tight. It'll be gone by tomorrow. Lan Xiu patted his shoulder reassuringly. Suddenly, Lin Yinyin gave Qi Jianyuan a hard pinch. Qi Jianyuan howled in pain. What was that for? You were mean to me just now. Lin Yinyin crossed her hands on her hips and turned her head away with righteous indignation. When was I mean to you? Just now. You even glared at me with your eyes. Watching the group joke and tease, Xiao Lin couldn't help but laugh. These guys were all just big kids at heart. Inside Simon's residence, a deathly silence hung heavily around the room. The strange creature that had been mysteriously teleported in had vanished without a trace, leaving only Lily curled up alone in the corner, her forehead repeatedly pounding against the wall. Thump, 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 thump. The monotonous, hard knocks echoed through the empty room, stabbing at the nerves like tiny needles. By the desk, an old-fashioned typewriter clicked and clacked non-stop, pages of crisp white paper steadily feeding out. On the paper was the depiction of another room. Survivors sitting around a computer, beer cans in hand, gathered to play games late into the night, waiting for the break of a new dawn. According to the original plan, once daylight came, the whole story would reach its finale. Simon lay slumped over the desk, his forehead pressed against the cold wooden edge. His hands gripped his hair tightly, bloodshot eyes frozen in place. He had lost. Once among the most powerful supernatural beings in the Red Territory, his name had inspired fear and respect far and wide. None who fell under his wrath had ever lived to tell the tale. Yet now, he was utterly defeated. Shame flowed through him like boiling water churning inside his chest. His breathing came harsh and rapid, his body rising and falling with each ragged gasp. Suddenly, a low laugh escaped him. He lifted his spine off the desk and leaned back into his chair. Lost is lost, he murmured quietly, as if forcing himself to accept the grim truth. Thump, 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 thump. The pounding from the corner showed no sign of stopping. An inexplicable irritation flared wildly within him. Simon snapped, "Enough. Shut up." He grabbed a manuscript from the desk and hurled it fiercely at Lily. The pages scattered in the air like falling snow before silently drifting to the floor. In that instant, the flurry of paper sparked a terrifying thought about the consequences of his failure. Fear clenched his heart like iron pincers. This had originally been an epic saga spanning 7 volumes and touching over 30,000 lives. Once completed, it would have expanded his supernatural influence, elevating his power to new heights. With the backing of the House of Philosophers, he was poised to challenge the gate of cognition and step into the secondary reality. But now, the story of Satellite Town was shattered, the strength of the entire epic clipped. Without that crucial advancement, he would never gain the protection needed to safely cross the gate of cognition. And the House of Philosophers would never grant a second chance. They would simply discard any who failed. The future seemed to collapse in an instant. Even his proxy had been tortured into a ghostly, half-alive shell. He and his opponent had made a WAG-era promise that had to be honored, whether he admitted defeat or not. Thoughts swirling, he looked up and rasped hoarsely at Lily. "Lily, I know they won. But they shouldn't have hurt you. Since they did, they have to pay, right? They're the ones who did this to you. You must want me to take revenge for you. For you, I won't let them get away with it. I'm not breaking our agreement. Everything I do for you. You understand that, don't you?" Simon collapsed to the floor, frantically gathering the scattered pages one by one before storming back to the desk and gripping the typewriter. At this point, the story was already heading toward its conclusion, steadily progressing toward a perfect ending. No, he bit the tips of his fingers until they bled. It's not over. There has to be a way. Hatred swirled in his eyes as his fingers flew over the keyboard. The people of Satellite Town had committed unforgivable crimes. They had to pay. And so on the 8th day, the mist that shrouded all of Satellite Town refused to lift, defying expectations once again. On the 8th day, the fog that blanketed Satellite Town showed no sign of lifting, and the mutated creatures still wandered the streets aimlessly. Compared to last night's torrential downpour, now only a light drizzle pattered against the church's steeple, leaving grayish streaks that snaked down the stone walls. Shaolin stood before the church doors, his gaze passing over the iron fence enclosing the graveyard, fixating on the fog-shrouded streets beyond. The law enforcement system had completely collapsed overnight. Su Guang's body was covered in dense, grotesque tumors. Now he lay on a wooden cot, breathing faintly. The others had also succumbed to the disease, exposed to the poisonous mist exhaled by the alien king. Only Lan Shiyu, by Zioyan's agent, could still barely hold on, his face pale and fragile as if it could shatter like porcelain at any moment. The refuge loudspeakers repeatedly broadcasted warnings. No one was allowed to leave on their own, as the mutants' activity zones were closing in on the walls. The city's fragile secondary order had fallen to Yin Shi, who took charge of security, supply logistics, and calming the panicked population. Crude duty rosters plastered the clock tower walls, ink blurred by rain, but still revealing his desperate efforts to keep things afloat. In the morning, Yin Shi braved the rain to reach the church. Shaolin simply said, "Simon has broken his promise." Yin Shi froze for a moment, then muttered a curse under his breath. "I always knew that bastard was a bastard." Shaolin added calmly, "He knows everything we say, even what we're thinking." Yin Kai's face twitched. He sneered bitterly, "Doesn't matter. I'm about to die anyway. That's the point of cursing him?" Despite his words, he turned and threw himself into frantic work as if trying to fill the cracks of his fear with meaningless tasks. Shaolin watched him leave. Just as he was about to turn away, hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Lin Yin shuffled into the church, her eyes sunken and bruised, stark against the dim light. Her voice was hoarse. "I've tried many times, but I can't get through to Simon." "Of course you can't reach him," Shaolin said, brushing wet strands from her face. "He intended to wear us down here from the start. He's broken his word. Is there really nothing we can do?" Lin Yin sniffled. Xiaolin wiped away her tears with his thumb and whispered, "There will always be a way." She thought of the mayor, the law enforcement team, even Mr. Bai who was gravely ill, her voice trembling. But their all-dying tears slipped down her cheeks despite herself. Suddenly, Xiaolin asked, "Nian, have you ever read Anna Karenina?" Startled, tear-blurred, she nodded. They say Tolstoy wanted Anna to survive originally, but in the end realized she must die because a writer shouldn't decide a character's fate. The characters choose themselves. Xiaolin glanced up at the gray sky. Simon fancies himself a writer, but he's made himself into fata that's his weakness. Lin Yinyan looked at him, half understanding. Actually, Simon's no writer. He's nothing, Xiaolin said. He's just scared someone will see through him. Before he finished, footsteps echoed from the corridor's far end. Lan Xiyu appeared, one hand braced on the wall, his face pale, lips pressed tightly together. "Mr. Xiaolin, Mr. Bai wants to see you," he said with a slight tremor in his voice. "All right." Xiaolin handed Lin Yinyan over to Lan Xiyu. "Stay with her for a while." Inside the corridor, dim light cast long shadows. The wooden floor creaked hollowly beneath his steps. He pushed open the door and stopped a few paces away. Bai Zioyan's wheelchair was positioned by the window. The thin, frail figure was silhouetted against the gray daylight, looking more withered than ever. Outside, the fog surged silently like a tide. Xiaolin gazed at that silhouette and suddenly counted the days they had known each other. Which day was this? It should be the 10th day, right? Bai Xiaoyan spoke slowly. Simon has broken his promise. His chest rose and fell heavily and slowly, as if every breath drained all his strength. Yes, Xiaolin replied softly. Bai Xiaoyan let out a faint, hoarse laugh, tiredness threading through his voice. I never expected him to keep his word. Not because I trusted him, but even if we knew he would betray us, there was nothing we could do. He looked up at Xiaolin. That's the true nature of this world, dirty, chaotic, survival of the fittest. No one respects us. Even if we get crushed to dust, the world will still applaud Simon. He paused for a moment, then added, that's why I hate this world. I built Satellite Town to try to change even a little. But now it seems I've failed. Only the sound of rain tapping against the windows filled the room. Xiaolin said nothing, silently listening as Bai Xiaoyan poured out his heart. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoyan laughed softly. I'm sorry, always saying I want to thank you properly, but you've done more and more for us, and I've never kept my promise. It's all right, Xiaolin said calmly. How can it be all right? Actually, I prepared a gift for you. Xiaolin was silent for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Earlier, Lan Xiyu had already told him what that gift was. Bai Zioyan's gaze fixed outside on the curtain of rain. After a long pause, he whispered, Mr. Xiaolin, I'm a bit tired. I want to rest for a while. Do you want me to leave? Xiaolin asked. Stay with me. Xiaolin stood still, watching him intently. Bai Zioyan's head gradually tilted sideways, his breathing growing faint, his shoulders relaxing as if slipping into a light sleep. The umbrella had been clutching loosened its grip and gently fell to the floor with a barely audible sound. Outside, the rain began to ease, turning from a heavy downpour to a light drizzle, then thinning to scattered drops. The gloomy sky slowly brightened. Pale light seeped indoors, shining on Bai Zioyan's face, long drained of color, or rather, on a silent, still body. In that quiet moment, his heart stopped without a sound. The rain ceased completely. Lin Yinyan looked up, startled by the sudden clearing of the sky. Her heart skipped a beat as she rushed toward Mr. Bai's office, only to be grabbed by Lan Xiyu. Mr. Lan, let me go? Mr. Bai, she cried hoarsely. Lan Xiyu held her tightly, choking back tears. I know, we all know. Lin Yinyan trembled uncontrollably until she broke down, burying her face on his shoulder, weeping bitterly. She understood now that no one would ever travel thousands of miles again to bring her osmanthus cakes. In the church's hallways and foyer, people gathered silently. They all understood what the rain stopping meant, not only Bai Zioyan's death, but also the imminent return of the abnormal clan's assault. At this moment, Simon's incarnation lurked hidden in Satellite Town. Feeling Bai Zioyan's life force vanish, his eyes snapped wide open, fists clenched in wild joy. The greatest barrier blocking his destruction of Satellite Town had finally fallen. Though Xiaolin was strong, he could not protect all the ordinary residents alone. He simply could not. Meanwhile, the abnormal clan had discovered the people's presence. One by one, the monsters stretched their necks, moving stubbornly and stiffly on their feet. In groups, they lumbered slowly toward the church district. In the office, Xiaolin walked toward Bai Xiaoyan, his heart utterly calm, disturbingly serene. He stopped at the desk, bent down to pick up the black umbrella, snapped it shut with a sharp click, and quietly stared at the middle-aged man before him. Bai Xiaoyan leaned back in his chair, his features peaceful, as if asleep but forever beyond waking. I can't change the world either, but people like the ones you hate, I'll kill every single one, starting with Simon, Xiaolin said in a low voice, each word clear and resolute. He turned and left the office. The corridor and lobby lights shone bright, but the crowd blocked the passage like a solid wall. Everyone's eyes fixed on the black umbrella in his hand, filled with undisguised fear and confusion. Go rest. He'll handle the rest, he calmly declared. I can help. Lan Shiyu stepped forward. You're no longer an agent, Xiaolin said, looking at him. Only then did Lan Shiyu realize that Mr. Bai was dead, and with him, the extraordinary powers he had been granted had vanished. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He'll take care of the rest, Xiaolin repeated firmly, leaving no room for argument. He pushed the door open and stepped out. The air after the rain was fresh with earth and grass. Birds chirped from afar, and the town shone unusually bright in the damp silence. Xiaolin strode forward, steadily pouring his own essence into the black umbrella, which quickly formed a new core. This umbrella had originally been by Xiaoyan's supernatural vessel, sharing the same nature as Simon's typewriter. At the street corner in the distance, a dense horde of alien tumor creatures steadily advanced, their footsteps sticky and unnatural. Xiaolin narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted upward, Simon, I know you're here. Come on, just the two of us, let's duel. From within the crowd, Simon's lips curled into a mocking smile. He had no desire to duel and would never give up his advantage wanted satellite town to be destroyed in despair. At that moment, Xiaolin suddenly opened the black umbrella with a sharp boom. The dark canopy unfurled, and instantly the sky turned ink black as if night had fallen suddenly. Torrents of rain crashed down, threatening to drown the world. Beyond the street and buildings, everything vanished beneath the curtain of rain. Only the endless storm remained. The invisible rain returned. Xiaolin held the umbrella with his left hand and slowly drew a white Tang Dao with his right. A white mask silently formed upon his face. The butcher of rainy nights returned. Simon stood frozen, his mind overwhelmed by a tumultuous storm of emotions. Every supernatural being's power should be unique, and when they died, their force should be extinguished. Yet before him, Xiaolin not only replicated by Xiaoyan's power, but summoned heavier, fiercer rain and, most bizarrely, moved freely through the invisible rain in ways by Xiaoyan never could. Before he could make sense of it, everything blurred. Xiaolin had already become a black whirlwind in the downpour, closing in instantly. Get lost. The slender Tang Dao pierced through the neck of Simon's incarnation in an instant. Simon gradually came to his senses in his room, instinctively clutching his neck before turning his gaze to the typewriter. The old machine shook like a wild beast gone mad, the metallic clatter of keys crackling loudly as sheets of paper spewed out uncontrollably. Simon hurriedly pulled out the pages and flipped through them, his eyes instantly captured by the violent scenes printed there. A satellite plummeting from dark clouds tore through the air with a deafening roar that shattered the rainstorm. Towering flames hissed under the pouring rain, yet refused to die out. Xiaolin held a black umbrella, stepping over shattered stones and flickering fire. Each swing of his pale blade sent fountains of blood and severed limbs spraying. The blood and cold rain pooled into deep, dark puddles on the stone-paved street. Xiaolin is slaughtering the mutant tribe? Has he gone mad? Simon's knuckles whitened as he gripped the paper. By the rules, once the body count reached a threshold, the Lord of the Frenzy would be summoned by all that blood to devour the entire town. Xiaolin knew the consequences, but still unleashed a murderous rampage. More sheets continued sliding out. At the boundary between fire and rain, Xiaolin paused, suddenly looking up to laugh at an unseen height. Simon, he shouted aloud, I know you can see what I'm saying, what I'm thinking, so now I'm talking directly to you. A cold chill crawled up Simon's spine. He grabbed another stack of pages. On them, Xiaolin still walked calmly through the street's center. He dodged no claws or bullets, made no defense, only swung his knife relentlessly. The high-entropy ceramic blade, empowered by essential energy, cut through all. Rain seeped into every fiber of his body, boosting his strength and speed beyond that of the former blue-time rain, and his innate healing accelerated astonishingly. Xiaolin strolled with casual ease. None of the mutants passed the second breath after crossing his path. Amidst the carnage, he taunted with every strike. Simon, I take back what I said before. You're not talentless, you're just a fool lost in daydreams. You don't understand creation, your imagination is pitifully barren. Your so-called stories are nothing but the real experiences of those you've harmed. You're just a despicable plagiarist, a boring, incompetent idiot. Each word punched faithfully onto the page by the typewriter's ink felt like needles stabbing Simon's eyes. His whole body trembled, his face flushed red with rage, his vision drowned in bloodlust. Die? Just die? Die! He screamed hoarsely, the anguish raw and piercing. Meanwhile, Xiaolin's long knife cleaved the skull of the last mutant. The entire street lay strewn with corpses, blood mist swirling thick and suffocating. Simon, Xiaolin stood amidst the mountain of bodies with calm but thunderous voice. You say you created a god. But have you truly pondered a god's origin? What makes a god and why? Come, let me see whether this pathetic thing you've fabricated can erase my existence. The moment his words fell, Satellite Town shuddered. The torrential rain turned chaotic, and grotesque crimson tumors bulged from the ground and walls like massive malformed fruit, cracking open one after another. At the street's end, A colossal, twisted silhouette slowly rose from the distorted flesh and blood. The Lord of the Frenzy, the god Simon had created, had finally appeared. That enormous entity stood starkly at the end of the road, towering dozens of meters high, its shape grotesquely bizarre. It had a roughly humanoid torso, but one cheek was gaunt and skeletal, while the other was swollen and bloated like an overfilled skin sack. The emaciated side resembled a frail, bedridden nobleman near death, while the obese half looked like a cold-blooded, ruthless butcher. Countless arms sprouted chaotically from all over its body, some reaching out from its abdomen, others extending from its chest like a dense tangle of tangled roots. Each arm gripped a different implement: canes, forks, cleavers, handkerchiefs, meat hooks, forming a chaotic yet distinct arsenal. It had only an upper body, and from a distance, it looked as if it was seated before a massive banquet table, its malformed face twisted with wild, greedy fanaticism. O Lord of the gluttonous feast, great deity who devours all, I offer you this man. Strip his skin layer by layer, dismantle his bones, evaporate his blood, roast his body, and fierce flames devour him utterly, Simon whispered silently to himself. The gluttonous feast's massive form slowly bent forward, several of its arms heavily pressing onto the ground as its enormous head tilted slightly downward. Its two eyes, uneven in size, suddenly burst forth with blazing red light. Those gazed upon by the deity would inevitably suffer under its supreme divine authority. The space around Shaolin began to warp, subtly an unmistakable sign that the godly power of the feast lord was manifesting. According to Simon's design, once the gluttonous feast appeared, destruction was inevitable. Everyone within the city would instantly be reduced to charred corpses stripped of skin and bones. Yet suddenly, new words appeared boldly on Simon's manuscript. Standing beneath the rain, his head bowed, Shaolin quietly sensed the overwhelming divine power of the feast lord. Then, with a slight lift of his umbrella, he revealed a faintly mocking expression. So, Simon, do your childish fantasies have any effect? As his words fell, Simon's heart clenched sharply. Instinctively, he flung the paper away and shuddered. This can't be. How could it have no effect? Simon murmured in horror. That is the authority of a god. The gluttonous feast lord is a deity. How is it possible this won't work? His pupils trembled violently as a tidal wave of fear overwhelmed him, rendering him completely unable to remain calm. At that moment, the gluttonous feast lord angrily realized that this being before it was immune to its authority. It suddenly raised the gigantic arm holding the fork and slammed it down toward Shaolin. The sharp impact shattered the pavement with a thunderous crack, the fork's tines embedding deep into the ground as nearby walls shook and trembled. Yet Shaolin did not dodge. Instead, he met the attack head-on. Amidst the hail of strikes, at the moment the massive arm came crashing down, his figure suddenly vanished into the downpour. Boom! The giant arm smashed into the ground, the fork plunging deep into the fractured earth, missing its target. Immediately after, Shaolin reappeared in the rain, swinging his blade in a horizontal slash. SSSCHHH. A spray of blood burst forth as the cold arm was severed and fell to the ground. The dying gluttonous feast lord howled mournfully, its body violently thrown backward. Shaolin had actually managed to harm a god. Simon couldn't believe his own eyes. The feast lord was defined in his design as an invincible, untouchable ultimate existence. Yet here it was, losing an arm. The narrative boundaries had been shattered. No, impossible. Simon roared, his shock tangled tightly with fury. Sensing unbearable pain, the gluttonous feast lord erupted in rage. All its arms rose high together and slammed down simultaneously, as if to level Shaolin and the entire street in one crushing blow. But its attack hadn't finished. A streak of crimson cut through the sky that was the eye of the deep void. The red light tore through the atmosphere like a massive bullet, piercing the mad feast lord's left eye in an instant. The colossal beast's sky-swallowing assault ground to a halt as it clutched its eye socket with its armored hand, bloody dark red ichor mixing with the stench of decay. Its roar was viscous and deafening. The very sky above Satellite Town trembled like a drum. The old typewriter in front of Simon clicked abruptly to a stop. The story's boundary was forcibly torn apart. In an instant, the type was unable to capture the mad feast lord's grim fate or explain how it was wounded. It couldn't freeze here. Simon bit his lip hard, snatched the typewriter, and his fingers flew over the keys like hammers pounding steel. The words came alive again. The furious mad feast lord reemerged. The tiny creature's sneak attack had thoroughly enraged this supposedly invincible behemoth, which was now determined to unleash its true power, burying the entire town and drowning all life in rot. The wails ceased abruptly as the mad feast lord slowly tilted its head back, its swollen belly bubbling like boiling water amidst thunderous rumbling. Simon's pen summoned the ultimate skill, Flow of Burial. The monster drenched Satellite Town in its stomach's rotting flesh and corrosive acid, turning the city into a vast necrotic graveyard where nothing survived. Shaolin might barely survive, But he couldn't withstand the all-consuming flood of decay. As long as Satellite Town fell, the Mad Feast Lord would still win. The slimy squelching grew unbearably grating. Simon clenched his teeth, watching line after line of words pour out from the ribbon. Yet Shaolin remained strangely calm. Why? What was he calculating? Or had he run out of options? This thought made Simon's heart pound like a drum, his fists clenched white. Suddenly, the air pressure above Satellite Town soared. Black clouds spiraled into a dark vortex, while electrical arcs danced wildly. At its center, the thunder of Bai Xiaoyan appeared. This was a devastating, energy-hungry ultimate strike that had once cemented Bai Xiaoyan's place in Yunza City. Used rarely but never missed, it had even instantly obliterated his own creation, the king of the other world. And now, unbelievably, Shaolin had recreated this move. What was his true power? The next moment, a blazing white pillar of lightning crashed down like a god tree falling from the sky, piercing the massive body of the Mad Feast Lord. The acrid smell of burning filled the air as the monster's flesh quickly carbonized. Its squirming ceased. The storm quieted briefly. Satellite Town fell into a deathly silence. But seconds later, tremors stirred deep within its belly. The Mad Feast Lord was still alive. Bai Xiaoyan's thunder had failed to end it. The flow of burial continued to gather strength. Shaking all over, Simon's excitement soared. If this really was Shaolin's last trump card, the battle was decided. Crack! A second bolt of thunder suddenly slammed down, illuminating all of Satellite Town as the earth roared endlessly. Simon froze. All his joy vanished. Shaolin could not unleash another thunder strike. Impossible. That first blow should have drained Bai Xiaoyan's entire power. How could Shaolin keep going? The howling wind whipped up into a tornado, piercing the clouds. Electric arcs lit the sky as Satellite Town was swallowed by an apocalyptic scene. Only now did Simon realize. Shaolin not only wielded Bai Xiaoyan's power, had surpassed Bai Xiaoyan himself, and by far. Crack! The third thunderbolt fell. Crack! The relentless thunderbolts kept striking as the world dissolved into blinding white light and deafening roar. The Lord of the Wild Feast was dead. It had been designed as a god above all others, supposedly immune to any harm, but in the end, it was just a creature given life by Simon's words. Facing Shaolin, all those powers and designs ceased to function, revealing the beast's true nature without disguise. 17 bolts of lightning struck down, blue-white arcs of electricity crackling with scorching heat, draining 2/3 of Shaolin's essence, and utterly shattering the giant beast from bone to flesh. The massive body crashed heavily to the ground, its arms splintering into blackened shards like charred charcoal. At the same time, the typewriter on Simon's desk ground to a halt. The roller spun futilely left and right, sharp gears screeching a harsh whistle. But no more words could be typed. The story was forcibly interrupted. The Lord of the Wild Feast had once been the narrative Terminator, the ultimate arbiter, undefeatable in Satellite Town. Now that Terminator had fallen, the story's boundaries instantly collapsed, the chain of logic broken, and even the story itself lost its very foundation for existence. The lines of text on the manuscript faded and evaporated as if they had never been written. The grotesque tumors that had wildly overtaken the town's streets vanished. Following that, the bodies of the aberrant creatures, the broken arms of the Lord of the Wild Feast, and its charred, carbonized corpse all disappeared without a trace. Within mere seconds, the streets were left with nothing but shattered ground and scattered ruins. In the rain, Shaolin closed his umbrella, his expression unshaken. With a crisp click, he folded and sheathed it, and the torrential downpour abruptly ceased. The dark clouds dispersed in all directions, and faint, pale sunlight once again fell upon the wet tiles, casting a dim gleam. He stepped toward the church. The people gathered at the entrance saw him emerge into the sunlight. There was no noise, yet every face shone brightly, their chests rising and falling with the breath of survival after calamity. Shaolin looked over them calmly and declared, "After Mr. Deng's funeral, I'm going to Red River City to kill Simon." At that very moment in Red River City, Simon huddled in the corner of his study, his hands clutching his head as his entire body trembled uncontrollably, his face twisted by fear. He could not accept this outcome. In the past, he had believed losing the bet against Shaolin was because he had kept to the rules, never giving everything he had. This time, he used the most twisted, despicable methods and yet still suffered total defeat. What did this mean? That Shaolin was stronger than him? As one of the top supernaturals in the Red Realm and a writer who controlled fate, he refused to believe it. It had to be chance. It had to be a coincidence. Click, click. The last sheet of paper stuck inside the typewriter was slowly ejected. It floated before his eyes, the vast blank center holding only a single sentence. Shaolin watched the silent crowd. "After Mr. Deng's funeral, I will go to Red River City and kill Simon." An unprecedented terror pierced through Simon's heart like a dagger. He stared blankly at the page, struggling to breathe, finally realizing just how terrible his actions had been. He failed to avenge Lily, never finished his own work, and the House of Philosophers would no longer accept him. Now, Shaolin would not let him go either. The room fell into an instant silence, the outlines of the furniture seeming to retreat, leaving only his rapid breathing and pounding heartbeat. 3 days later, Satellite Town. Bai Xiaoyun and the other fallen were laid to rest in the cemetery beneath the church district. Lan Qiyu presided over the ceremony, her expression calm, yet restrained. Almost everyone in town, men, women, young and old, gathered to form a large circle and bid farewell to the man who had guarded the town with his life. Shaolin stood in the innermost ring, quietly watching as Bai Xiaoyun's coffin was closed and carried by the law enforcement officers into the freshly dug grave. He had thought about bringing the body back to the research institute, but ultimately gave up. Bai Xiaoyun had given everything to protect this land. He should rest here, so the townsfolk would always remember him. After the funeral dispersed, Lin Yinyin quietly approached Xiao Lin and cautiously asked, "Mr. Xiao, when will you be leaving?" "In 2 or 3 days. Once everything is wrapped up." Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow, returning the question, "Why do you ask?" Lin Yinyin blushed and, after a long pause, managed to say, "Could I spend the night at your place?" Xiao Lin was taken aback. "He'll pay." She hurriedly pulled 2 silver coins from her pocket and pressed them into his palm. Xiao Lin looked at the coins and couldn't help but smile. "It's fine letting you stay the night, but why does it have to be at mine?" Lin Yinyin made vague gestures with her hands, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's a huge secret, so I can't say." Seeing his silence, she took it as consent and sighed softly. He pocketed the coins but spent the night repeatedly checking doors and windows, making absolutely sure that neither mosquitoes nor Lin Yinyin could get in, before finally falling asleep. The research institute had several staff dormitories, and Lin Yinyin stayed in one of them. Before sleeping, she dressed neatly, lay on her back, and swallowed 2 sleeping pills, lying still like a corpse. After an unknown length of time, she suddenly opened her eyes. Faint noise outside caught her attention, and she perked up with excitement. Sure enough, she had successfully entered that dream again. She pushed open the door and headed straight for the water bar. The corridor was dim, echoing only with the sound of hurried footsteps. The water bar was empty except for Zhao Ningyue sitting behind the counter, resting her cheek on her hand and looking at her with interest. "Didn't I tell you not to come here again? I almost lost it and wanted to kill you a moment ago." Lin Yinyin shrank back timidly. Sister Ningyue, I came looking for you." Zhao Ningyue raised an eyebrow. "All right then, want a coffee?" Lin Yinyin nodded and sat at the counter, noticing a glass jar on the countertop containing a brain the shape and size eerily lifelike. "That's a trendy punk decoration these days. Dark style? Cheap." Zhao Ningyue explained lightly as she brewed the coffee. "Spill it. Why did you come find me?" Lin Yinyin took a deep breath. "Are you aware of what's been happening lately in Satellite Town?" "I know." Zhao Ninji's eyes darkened. "Someone extremely important to me has died." She pushed the coffee forward and added in a low voice, "These kinds of things happen at some point in your life. But it will pass. I've been through it too." Zhao Ningyue placed the freshly brewed coffee in front of Lin Yinyin. The gentle steam curled between them. Lin Yinyin cupped the porcelain mug with both hands, feeling the warmth quietly seep into her fingertips, like a secret comfort against the chill of the early morning. After a brief silence, she lifted her eyes cautiously and asked, "Sister Ningyue, you once said I was actually very strong? It's never easy to break into this domain on your own." Zhao Ningyue tapped the table lightly with her fingers, her gaze locked steadily on Lin Nianyan's eyes. "And you entered passively, that's even rarer. The fact that you made it this far means your spiritual realm is exceptionally strong." Then, a slight smirk curled her lips as she added, "Of course, it still means you're an easy kill." Lin Yinyin pressed her lips together, weighing her words carefully before asking, "A part of my memory has been encrypted. Am I not strong enough because of that?" "Yes," Zhao Ningyue confirmed. "Is there a way to decrypt it?" This time, Zhao Ningyue didn't answer immediately. Instead, she fixed Lin Yinyin with an almost scrutinizing stare. "But what if those memories are unbearable pain? What if they would change you into someone else?" Silence fell. Lin Yinyin lowered her eyelashes, fingertips tracing the rim of her cup. After a long pause, she whispered, "Even if it's painful, I can bear it. I just want to protect Satellite Town. I really like it here. But what if, once your memories return, you no longer like Satellite Town?" Zhao Ningyue pressed further. Lin Nianyan's breath caught, her body stiffening where she sat. The words caught in her throat. Pouring herself a cup of coffee, Zhao Ningyue tapped the spoon against the cup's edge, the crisp sound breaking the quiet. Memory encryption is an ancient technique. It's been around since the Third World War. The Third World War? Lin Yinyin looked up, suspicion and awe mingling in her eyes. The war that ended the age of supernatural powers? Exactly, Zhao Ningyue nodded. Its origins are lost to time, but back then it was often used for brainwashing, encrypting enemy memories, then reprogramming them into suicide soldiers or spies. So how do you decrypt it? The official method is to find a key, a symbol, or token. Once you see it, the sealed memories unlock entirely. But the key is usually in the hands of the one who encrypted your memory. Is there no other way? Lin Nianian's voice grew urgent. Zhao Ningyue shrugged and smiled wryly. I honestly don't know. I'm already an old relic who's fallen behind the times. Lin Nianian's shoulders sagged slowly. Her eyes dropped back to the steaming coffee. The weight of disappointment was plain on her face. Zhao Ningyue watched her, eyes glinting with a mix of teasing and seriousness. I can't help you decrypt it, but if you can get stronger, whether your memories stay locked or not might not matter so much, right? Lin Nianian's head snapped up, her eyes shining. Sister Ningyue, do you have a way to make me stronger? Want to be my agent? Zhao Ningyue asked directly, a flicker of deeper meaning passing through her gaze. Lin Nianyan paused for a moment, then sprang up with a shout loud enough to ripple the coffee. I'm willing. Super willing. Absolutely willing. Her enthusiastic response made Zhao Ningyue grin. She warned, I'll be honest right now, I'm very weak. The power I can give you is limited. Also, don't use it unless it's the absolute last resort. She paused, her eyes suddenly cold. Once you use it, you must leave no survivors. Why? Lin Nianyan froze. To help you live longer, Zhao Ningyue said calmly. If certain people find out you're my agent, they will stop at nothing to kill you. Early the next morning, Xiao Lin walked into Lan Shiyu's office. Though she had lost her supernatural powers, Lan Shiyu still sat firmly in the mayor's chair, rifling through documents with precise motions. Did Lin Nianyan bother you yesterday? She asked without looking up. Yeah, Xiao Lin replied softly, and this morning. What happened? She was crying, saying she wants to guard the gate for me from now on. No matter how I tried to stop her, she wouldn't listen. Lan Shiyu rubbed her forehead. When she arrives later, he'll talk to her and ask her to tone it down a bit. No need. I already agreed. The brief response landed like a nail hitting a board. Lan Shiyu suddenly looked up, her eyes wide. What? You agreed? Xiao Lin was silent for a long moment, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. Because she really seems eager to watch the gate for me, though I don't know why. The office fell silent. Lan Shiyu opened her mouth, but said nothing. She could only think of Lin Nianian's restless and agitated mood over the past few days, and finally sighed helplessly. This girl probably got spooked and is just acting crazy for now. Maybe she'll calm down in a few days. He stood and went to the metal cabinet, pulling out a thick stack of documents which he handed to Xiao Lin. Take a look. Xiao Lin took them and flipped through a few pages, his eyebrows rising slightly. It was the contract for the transfer of ownership of Blue Dragon Mining. The transfer details were astonishingly thorough, including all industries in Satellite Town, a commercial storefront facing the street in Yunza City, plus shares, bonds, and cash assets worth 500 gold coins. Once you sign, the Yunza City administration will officially recognize your legal ownership of Blue Dragon Mining, Lan Shiyu explained. Xiao Lin picked up a pen and bent over to write his name on the final page. Letting him inherit this was Bai Zioyan's last wish. His tone was calm, but the pressure of his fingertips betrayed his feelings. To Satellite Town, his presence as a transcendent was the best security shield. To himself, the CEO title, and this wealth would let him quickly establish roots and gain leverage in Yunza City win-win situation. But I should warn you, I'm a complete novice when it comes to running a business, Xiao Lin reminded as he signed. You can rest assured on that, Lan Shiyu said immediately. Each department manages itself, and you are a transcendent. No one in Yunza City dares to mess with us. For major decisions, we'll consult you online. TCH, stop with all this formal you business, it sounds weird. Xiao Lin raised his eyes, arching an eyebrow. Lan Shiyu looked a little embarrassed. You are my direct superior now, after all. Friends first, boss second. Reassured, he finally leaned back in his chair and exhaled. So, you really intend to go kill Simon? Exactly. He is one of the strongest transcendent in the red zone. He won't be easy to deal with. Xiao Lin's lips curled into a smirk, his tone casual, just a stray dog. Taking care of him won't be hard. Seeing how determined he was, Lan Shiyu didn't try to stop him anymore. If you're headed to Honghe City, Yunza City is on the way. You might as well pass through first and have the mining headquarters arrange your route and schedule. All right. Xiao Lin nodded, then remembered something. There's Satellite Town security. I can't hand over my agent authorization powers to you yet, but I can leave the wisps here. Right, will follow your orders. That's more than enough. You've been a huge help. Lan Shiyu showed genuine gratitude. Over the years, the wisps had been Satellite Town's greatest threat. He hadn't dared eliminate it because it was stronger than him. Now, this mad howler, the nightmare of gravediggers, had become the town's protector. Anyone coveting the town would think twice. After a short pause, Lan Shiyu looked up. Mr. Xiao Lin, will you be coming back? After I kill Simon, we'll see. Xiao Lin replied. Red River City. The captain kicked open the door of Simon's studio. The heavy wooden door slammed against the wall with a dull crash. The captain and the pianist stepped inside the room strewn with chaos. Torn papers, toppled teacups, ink splattered everywhere. The desk so disordered its original wood grain was hidden. Both frowned simultaneously, their gaze falling to the corner. There, Simon curled up under a chair like a broken puppet, arms crossed over his chest, eyes vacant and numb. The servant whispered softly that he had been like this for days. The captain clenched a cigar between his teeth and took a deep drag. The glowing embers lit up his face, casting red and black shadows. He chuckled low. Looks like the rumors online were true. Simon's failed. The pianist, holding a black ebony cane, silently glided over the floor to Simon's side. Tapping the cane gently on Simon's forehead, a warm energy flowed in, slowly loosening Simon's tense shoulders. He lifted his head, pupils fluttering slightly, Adam's apple bobbing as he croaked, "My plan failed. Satellite Town is out of control. We already know," the captain said, leaning against the doorframe with crossed arms. "Honestly, I never thought you could mess up something this simple." It's not entirely my fault," Simon stammered. "There's a strange, supernaturally gifted person over there. He's strong. He even doesn't matter." "You failed," the captain interrupted. "With your current power, there's no way through the cognitive gate. You're worthless to us." Simon froze before stiffly dropping to his knees, the wood floor thudding beneath his weight. Sweat dripped from his temples. Please give me one more chance. I have to join the House of Philosophers, or that person will kill me." The pianist and captain exchanged a knowing glance. Simon's first real taste of failure left him on the brink of collapse, seeing the House of Philosophers as his only lifeline. That suited them perfectly. "Begging us want help," the captain reminded him. "Without enough strength to break through the cognitive gate, you'll die anyway." Simon became rigid as stone, sweat falling drop by drop to the floor. "Refused to join. He dies." "Join? He probably still dies." After a long silence, the pianist finally spoke. "Since your ability is special, we can give you one more chance. The choice is yours." He gestured toward the door. The captain dragged over a large dark brown leather suitcase and slammed it onto the table. The pianist swept the scattered manuscripts off the surface with a wave of his hand, sending papers fluttering, then placed the suitcase and unzipped it. As soon as the zipper broke open, a thick stench of blood and a strange sweet rot hit the room. Simon instinctively rose and leaned over to peer inside, his scalp instantly tingling with dread. Inside, neatly arranged, were several clear glass tubes. Hearts, livers, stomachs, kidneys soaked in a dark red liquid. Even more terrifying, each organ sprouted insect-like thin legs wriggling slowly, as if alive. He swallowed nervously. "Well, what is this? Things that will make you stronger." The captain's tone left no room for doubt. "They came from another supernaturally gifted person. Implant these organs into your body, and your strength will reach a new level." He flicked cigar ash away, sneering. "If you ask me, you're damn lucky. If he hadn't just died, you wouldn't have gotten a chance like this." Simon felt a wave of resistance toward these bloody and grotesque things, and he quietly asked, "What consequences come with implanting these?" The captain's brow immediately furrowed, impatience sharp in his tone. "Consequences? The consequence is you get the chance to join the House of Philosophers. You'll never have to worry about being hunted by enemies again. It's that simple. Stop stalling like a coward." The pianist raised his hand to cut off the captain, then calmly tapped his cane on the floor. "In any case, Mr. Simon, welcome to a crossroads in your life. Now is the time to choose survival or destruction, to become a knight or remain an animal. Whatever you decide, the House of Philosophers will respect it, as long as you can bear the consequences." Simon felt a tightness in his chest. Though he still recoiled at the strange things before him, he did not want to die. Only by joining the House of Philosophers could he have hope for tomorrow. The chaotic thoughts churned and then went silent inside him. He slowly looked up, his lips pressed tight into a line, his voice hoarse but resolute. "All right, I understand. I accept the implant." "Excellent." The pianist smiled warmly and roughly pulled him up from the ground. "Welcome to the House of Philosophers. We hope to make your life more meaningful." Simon thought of the deadly threat chasing him and hesitated. "What about Shaolin? That transcendent who wants to kill me? Since you're now one of us, those trivial matters hardly matter." The pianist patted his shoulder gently. "Your priority now is to take a shower and get some rest." Simon nodded blankly, turned, and went downstairs to open the bathroom door. The captain watched his retreating figure, removed the half-smoked cigar from his mouth, and spat contemptuously on the scattered papers on the table. "Didn't expect him to be so quick about it. Thought I'd have to use more persuasion." The pianist still smiled. If life always went smoothly, people lose the ability to think when faced with danger. But we didn't lie to him. We'll become stronger and pass through the gate of cognition successfully. The captain sneered. "But the aftershocks of transcendence will corrupt him. When that day comes, his mind will grow legs and crawl right out through the top of his skull." The pianist raised his eyebrow lightly. "Isn't that wonderful? True freedom is freedom from the body." "You always twist these words, and I hate it." The captain snorted, putting the cigar back in his mouth. The rebuilding of Satellite Town was now on track, and Shaolin's departure day was approaching. He sat in the Institute's office, eyes fixed on the last few tasks on his to-do list. Most had been crossed out, only one remained: to visit the corpse of the madman before leaving. He'll go this afternoon. Set off early tomorrow. He made the decision for himself. Just then, Lin Yinyan stormed in, dark circles under her eyes like panda markings. She had been living at the Institute for days, somehow learning to brew coffee, likely self-taught. Shaolin looked up. "What's up? So you're leaving tomorrow?" Lin Yinyin hugged her coffee cup and asked, "You could just hang yourself on a satellite, zip over in no time, and still be back by dinner." Xiao Lin was silent. He had considered that method, but this journey wasn't just to kill Simon, it was also to explore a wider world and improve his strength along the way. He sighed. "The wind is rough in the sky, I'm afraid I'd catch a cold." Lin Yinyin nodded seriously, then hesitated, twisting her fingers nervously. "There's something I don't know if I should tell you." "What is it?" "Simon sent me a message online. He wants to negotiate with you. He said the House of Philosophers is willing to act as an intermediary." Lin Yinyin knew she had to tell Xiao Lin the news, but worried he might actually reconcile with Simon. Xiao Lin thought for a moment, then stood up and grabbed his coat. "Fine. He'll go talk to them first." A few minutes later, Xiao Lin logged onto the internet and entered Simon's online studio. He knocked on the door, which was quickly opened. The hallway was thick with the smell of tobacco. The man who opened the door had a thick black beard, a fat cigar clenched between his lips, and a sturdy build, though he was half a head shorter than Xiao Lin. His chest rose and fell with each breath, as if he might pounce at any moment. Inside, the decor was minimalist. Beneath a gray beam ceiling hung a set of black leather sofas. Simon lounged lazily in a two-seater, while beside him sat a man in a white suit with a cane resting across his lap. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the cane's handle, his expression relaxed. Captain, pianist, were representatives of the House of Philosophers. The bearded man introduced himself with a deep voice that creaked like an old ship groaning through waves. Then he gestured toward a single-seat sofa against the wall. "You sit over there." Xiao Lin said nothing and sat down directly. The captain leaned back heavily opposite him, the leather squeaking sharply under his weight. The captain spoke first. "We've heard about what happened in Satellite Town. Simon was definitely at fault. He broke the gambling agreement and caused you a lot of trouble. We invited you here today to apologize." He glanced at Simon. Simon immediately stood, hands clasped, speaking evenly. "Mr. Xiao Lin, I apologize for breaching our agreement. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive my mistake." The pianist chuckled softly, his voice gentle as fingers brushing piano keys. "Rest assured, Mr. Xiao Lin is not unreasonable. I believe he will forgive you." Xiao Lin merely raised his eyes and cast a faint look. "So, that's supposed to be enough?" "Of course not." The pianist spoke with refined poise. "From now on, he will no longer kill, but instead write stories that benefit humanity. This will be his act of atonement." Xiao Lin's pupils narrowed slightly, his tone indifferent. "I don't want his atonement. I want him dead." The pianist's smile faltered at the corner of his lips. "He will become a hero who saves many in the future. If you kill him, it's as if you're killing those who need help. He has no future." Xiao Lin's voice was calm, but struck like a hammer. The pianist sighed softly. "I have a proposal. Maybe you'll hear me out. If you are willing to settle this peacefully, I can recommend you for membership in the House of Philosophers." "No need." Xiao Lin declined outright. The air froze instantly. The captain suddenly snorted coldly. "As far as I know, Satellite Town wasn't destroyed. You suffered no real loss. Aren't you being a bit too aggressive?" "I lost a friend. That was part of my life." Xiao Lin answered without emotion. "So you've decided to make an enemy of the House of Philosophers?" The captain pressed. "You are the ones making an enemy of me. If you don't interfere with me killing Simon, then we are not enemies." Silence again. The captain shrugged, hands raised, then chuckled dryly. "I see it now. This guy never intended to negotiate with us from the start." "Yes, from the beginning, I never intended to negotiate with you," Xiao Lin said bluntly. Simon, who had been silent all along, finally looked up. His gaze was calm and smooth like a mirror. "Mr. Xiao Lin, I regret your friend's death. But I, too, lost an agent, so I owe you nothing. Let me be clear, you lack the power to kill me. With the House of Philosophers' aid, my strength has greatly increased. I'm on the verge of entering the gate of cognition, and once I reach the second layer of reality, my power will be beyond your reach." He looked at Xiao Lin, a flicker of anger rising in his eyes. "If it weren't for the two gentlemen from the Philosopher's House wanting me to sever the cause and effect, I would never bow my head to apologize to you. If you insist on killing me, it's no different from digging your own grave." Xiao Lin listened quietly, then glanced at the two commissioners from the Philosopher's House standing nearby. Their faces were full of cold indifference and weariness. They clearly had no interest in continuing the discussion. Only the captain still wanted to make one last attempt. He stepped forward, pressing down the brim of his hat. "Since you're willing to come to this peace talk, I'll give you one more chance. Accept our compensation, and we'll end this here." Xiao Lin leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping the table. "Why don't you guess why I showed up?" Simon stared at him intensely, colder and colder, but said nothing. "Aren't you a horror novelist?" Xiao Lin smiled faintly. "You should understand that despair is the core of horror." He paused, lowering his voice. "That feeling where no matter how much you struggle, how loudly you cry for help, or how many people you call upon, you still can't escape death in the end. I want you to experience that personally." The smile faded bit by bit from his face, his gaze sharp and icy. "From now on, try whatever self-rescue you can. Bhutan, April 15th, you'll die in a violent storm." For some reason, this sentence poured cold water into Simon's heart. He recalled the night had seen Shaolin, holding a black umbrella, carrying a blood-dripping knife, wearing a pale mask like a corpse like a killer out of a story. The memory sent a chill down his spine. The atmosphere froze. The negotiation completely collapsed. After a brief silence, the captain clapped his hands, breaking the tension. If that's the case, everyone prepare yourselves. Don't waste any more time. Shaolin said no more. His eyes swept over the crowd. Then he turned and left the room, logging off immediately. In the real world, the helmet's cabin door popped open. When he opened his eyes, Lin Yin Yin stood in front of him. The girl twisted the hem of her clothes nervously, eagerly watching him. When she saw him regain focus, she forced a smile. Are you done talking? Yeah, it's done, Shaolin nodded. Lin Yin Yin looked even more anxious. I checked on the philosopher's house. They're a genuine transcendent power, not just a few transcendent beings, but they control the gate of cognition. So if you temporarily don't kill Simon, well, understand. Revenge can wait 10 years. Besides, that guy will get his comeuppance sooner or later. She rambled on, and Shaolin got up, ruffling her hair casually. Silly girl. Then he strode toward the door. Behind him, Lin Yin Yin called out anxiously, Mr. Shaolin, you. I'm going to eat. After that, he'll pay respects to the madman's corpse. Departure at dawn. Watching his back, Lin Yin Yin felt a tightness in her chest, an indescribable ache. She knew this day would come, the day Shaolin would leave this small town for a wider world, but when it arrived, her heart felt empty. She couldn't help but shout, can't you just hang out on the satellite for a bit? He'll be back in the afternoon. Shaolin gave her a sideways glance, then turned and left. After finishing his meal, Shaolin took the bouquet he had prepared in advance and headed to pay tribute at the madman's corpse. This was the last thing he wanted to do before leaving Satellite Town. The stone-paved avenue bustled with passers-by, but when he appeared, the locals by the roadside stopped in their tracks. Some watched him intently, others nodded in greeting. Shaolin smiled and returned each acknowledgement. He used to feel uncomfortable under such gazes, but now, surprisingly, he found himself enjoying the feeling of being recognized. Turning the corner onto the commercial street, he spotted Yin Jie chatting with two law enforcement officers while In Shi leaned against a pillar, smoking. Their laughter and easygoing atmosphere caught his attention. When they saw Shaolin approach, they greeted him one after another. What are you guys talking about? Shaolin asked casually. We're discussing compensation for Mr. In Shi, Yin Jie explained seriously. He donated a large amount of supplies during the war without asking for anything in return, so he should be reimbursed afterward. Yin Jie still had bandages wrapped around his shoulder and side, but looked in good spirits. He noticed the bouquet in Shaolin's hand. Shaolin, who is the bouquet for? Not for anyone, Shaolin replied. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I'm going to pay respects at the madman's corpse now, hoping for his blessing. He shook the bouquet lightly. Yin Jie paused, then asked, do you really think he can bless people? For others, I can't say, Shaolin winked. But if it's me he's protecting, he'd do everything he can. Yin Jie didn't quite understand, but suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Mayor Lon is also over there now. You might run into him. Shaolin waved at everyone. Well then, I won't keep you from your business. With that, he weaved through the crowd and headed toward the edge of town. The madman's corpse was located in a remote area that townsfolk avoided living near. Even pedestrians were scarce around that zone. After crossing a dilapidated and deserted street, the low wall and the enormous, crawling corpse beyond finally came into view. As expected, Lan Shiyu was there, talking with a man. Shaolin slowed his pace and overheard Lan Shiyu ask, usually people come to pay tribute in the second half of the year. Why so early this time? There's something important to do, so I came a bit ahead since I was passing by, the man replied, his calm voice tinged with weariness. I heard Satellite Town was attacked recently. Was the damage bad? Thanks to an incredible friend, the losses weren't severe, Lan Shiyu said lightly, brushing dust off the wall with a relaxed smile. That's good. I actually like this place quite a lot, the man nodded. Shaolin recognized the visitor and paused for a moment before casually walking closer. Lan Shiyu looked up at the noise and waved with a smile. Shaolin, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Li, a traveling merchant who comes every year to pay respects to the madman's corpse. He's an old friend of the town. Turning to Mr. Li, he added, and this is Shaolin, thanks to whom Satellite Town wasn't destroyed. The two men exchanged a long, silent glance. After a while, Shaolin broke the silence. You didn't tell him your true identity? No, Mr. Li answered softly. I only came to pay respects. I didn't want to make a fuss. Mr. Li smiled gently. Lan Shiyu sensed something amiss. He glanced left and right at the two men, surprise flickering in his eyes as he asked, Mr. Shaolin, who exactly are you two? But Shaolin is from 200 years ago, isn't he? How could he possibly know anyone in this era? Shaolin nodded slightly, his voice low but resolute. This is Yang Qi, or rather, the Lord of Justice City. Justice City the Lord? Lan Shiyu's eyes widened, his entire body frozen in place. Yang Qi, the Lord of Justice City, was a second-generation transcendent, renowned as one of the top-tier powerhouses. How could he suddenly appear here, in this desolate graveyard? bowing silently before an unknown, grotesque corpse. Sensing Lan Shiyu's disbelief, Yang Qi raised a hand to calm him, a faint smile playing on his lips. He's not lying. But you probably don't know the true identity of Mr. Xiaolin. Mr. Xiaolin's true identity? Lan Shiyu's voice grew tense. That's right. Yang Qi turned to Xiaolin, his gaze filled with respect and complexity. He's the first-generation transcendent, the first human in history to step into the realm of transcendence, a pioneer of the transcendent age, the source of all transcendence. Without him, there would be no world as we know it today. An overwhelming shock pressed down on Lan Shiyu's chest. The Lord of Justice City, the first transcendent in history, his mind stalled instantly, leaving him staring blankly at the twisted corpse, a chill running down his spine. If all this was true, then what exactly was this so-called madman's corpse? Xiaolin studied Yang Qi before him, his appearance scarcely changed after 2 centuries, though the fiery passion and impulsiveness of youth had been worn down by time, replaced by calm and undeniable exhaustion. Facing an old friend, Xiaolin was surprised that he felt no anger. Even the rumors that Yang Qi killed Professor Yue Taizhou now seemed like a distant, blurred anecdote. To him, Yang Qi was still that hot-blooded young man who worked part-time in a restaurant, always talking about saving the world. Xiaolin, I promised to treat you to a meal once you returned. I haven't forgotten, Yang Qi said softly. I remember too, Xiaolin replied with a gentle smile. You said you'd take me to roast whole lamb. Yang Qi smiled as well. I was thinking of the Wang Yue Lo by the school gate fancy place, but a bit pricey. Oh, that place. Before I went to Yenzhou, you wanted to treat me, but I thought it was too expensive and didn't go. Later, we ended up just having skewers, Xiaolin recalled, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Their eyes met for a moment, emotions stirring beneath the surface. At last, Yang Qi spoke sincerely, Xiaolin, welcome back. Anyway, today I'm here to give you a proper homecoming. Before his words finished, thunder rumbled through the sky. Dark red clouds were torn apart by immense force, diamond-shaped glimmers materializing and quickly merging into a radiant curtain of light. Then, the light dispersed to reveal a city floating high in the air. It was a colossal aerial metropolis forged entirely of steel-metal buildings and piping stacked layer upon layer, interlocking like a sophisticated mechanism atop brass and silvery white foundations. Beneath the city's base, a massive engine spewed fierce blue flames, unleashing waves of energy like a tsunami. Hundreds of airborne carriers and fighters swarmed around the iron giant, circling protectively. At the city's heart stood a towering giant clad in platinum armor. A great sword plunged straight into the alloy ground beneath its feet. Atop the head blazed an eternal sun, the true form of the Lord of Justice City. The electric storm of shock struck Lan Shiyu's heart, leaving him nearly breathless. This was Justice City, the renowned invincible city, and that radiant giant was its very master. Xiaolin merely smiled faintly. Looks like you've done quite well for yourself over these 2 centuries. Yang Qi shook his head. Only looks that way. As he spoke, a silvery shuttle slowly descended from the clouds, hovering less than a meter above the ground. Its hatch opened, and a metal ramp extended down. Mr. Xiaolin. Lan Shiyu reached out instinctively, worry etched across his face. It's fine. You'd better leave now. Xiaolin waved him off, then turned and stepped onto the ramp. Before boarding the shuttle, the impression Justice City gave Xiaolin could be summed up in 2 words, harsh and intense, like a giant steel forging machine running at full throttle, every part working in perfect sync. The shuttle glided close along the steel-clad skyscraper's outer wall, its blazing exhaust trailing a thin streak of fire across the gray-brown sky. It cleared the last row of buildings and gently touched down on a neatly trimmed lawn. Opposite stood a sharp-lined mansion. All right, this is it, me temporary place, Yang Qi said, hopping out first. His boots thudded against the grass. Xiaolin scanned the mansion. It was spacious, but far from luxurious. Curtains were drawn tight, and the whole structure looked like a cold, gray block isolated in the heat haze. Apart from them, no one else was around. Yang Qi led him down the corridor and pushed open the alloy door to the dining room. Less than 50 square meters, illuminated by bright white lights, the simple wooden panels made the room feel even humbler. A large table held a dozen steaming dishes with a golden, crispy roasted whole lamb at the center. Yang Qi grabbed 2 bottles of strong liquor, poured the clear liquid into thick-bottomed glasses. Xiaolin, welcome back. They clinked glasses and drank it all at once. The fiery spirit burned down their throats. Xiaolin's face remained calm, but Yang Qi started coughing uncontrollably. Between coughs he swore, man, haven't used my human body in ages. Feels so weird. That sounds pretty strange coming from you. Xiaolin raised an eyebrow. Did you see that big guy outside? The one with the head like a torch? Yang Qi pointed out the window. Yeah, that's my true form. After dinner, they'll show you a dance of Jile Jingshi using my real body. Better not, Xiaolin smirked. I'm afraid your dignified image as city lord will be ruined. Yang Qi laughed and refilled their glasses once more. By the way, now that you're here, why not stay? How about deputy city lord? You handle the showboating, I handle the smackdowns. Our style here may be plain, but no one dares mess with you. With your mind, you'll pick it up in no time. Shaolin looked up, voice steady. No thanks. I have other things to do. The smile on Yang Chi's face faded little by little. He tilted his head back and downed a glass of liquor. After a long pause, he looked up with a half smile. Shaolin, you already know, don't you? I killed Professor Yu Taijo. Without hesitation, Shaolin nodded. Yes, I know. Do you hate me? I killed the mentor who changed your life. Yang Chi pressed. If I said I hate you, would you kill me? Shaolin countered. Yang Chi clenched his glass tighter, a flash of anger beneath his tone. Shaolin, you're my friend, the only friend I have. Shaolin shook his head. I don't have strong feelings about this. And we're not friends anymore. He added softly, but in his mind appeared familiar faces from the Institute Yu Taijo still alive in his memories, along with other colleagues. His mentor had once told him not to seek revenge. Hatred simply wouldn't take root. Across from him, Yang Chi lowered his eyes as if holding back something. After a moment, he lifted his head, eyes slightly red. I truly respected him. He was the person I admired most in this world, but I don't regret killing him. He took a deep breath and stared into the reflection in his glass, voice wavering. After you disappeared, the professor found me. He asked me to join the rescue mission for you. He was the one I admired the most. You were my best friend, so I agreed without hesitation. But the rescue failed, and no one could get through that damn door ever again. At this point, Yang Chi's gaze briefly drifted away. Shaolin had tried searching online for information about that war, but all he could find were scattered fragments as if everyone deliberately avoided the topic of the global catastrophe. Yang Chi spoke again, his voice hoarse but steady. The trigger for World War III was a superhuman codenamed war. He believed countries treated superhumans like machines to be controlled, so he vowed to liberate his kind and destroy all governments. That madman was incredibly powerful, brutally ruthless. Yang Chi clenched his fist on the table until his knuckles whitened. At that time, only one force could stop him. Guess who? He suddenly leaned in, eyes fierce as he stared at Shaolin. The Tianyan Research Institute. We were the strongest superhuman organization, the very origin of all superhumans. Yet, Yu Taijo refused to act. The old man said the war was not the real issue, the real priority was saving the world. Even though the Institute's pro-war faction was gearing up for battle, Yang Chi still sided with Yu Taijo. His voice dropped low. Later, my hometown was destroyed. My parents and sister all dead. Not bodies, but fragments. I knelt in the rubble, piece by piece trying to put them back together, but I couldn't form a whole person. He suddenly calmed, leaning back in his chair as if suppressing a burning storm inside him. So I became part of the pro-war faction and teamed up with the others. We murdered the professor. I knew some harbored ulterior motives, but I just wanted to end the war. It hurt at the time, but later I realized I wasn't wrong. I led the superhumans to defeat war in the Pacific, ending World War III. Since then, I became who I am now, Justice. I founded Justice City. When he finished, he looked up at Shaolin. See, the professor was wrong, completely wrong. You weren't saved by anyone, yet you came back alive. The world didn't end, and it doesn't need saving. Shaolin was silent, taking it all in without argument. After a long moment, he lowered his eyes and spoke quietly but firmly. I understand you, and I can't say you're wrong. But I still won't stay. Why? I want to carry on Professor Yu's legacy. Saving the world? Yang Chi sneered. Shaolin, don't you think that's ridiculous? The world won't end, and it doesn't need a savior. Yu Taijo was wrong. Shaolin stared back, his eyes deep and dark. If you'd seen what I saw, you wouldn't think that way. But what else can you do? You came back too late, 200 years too late. There's no place for you in this era. I never belonged to this era, Shaolin replied coldly. I'm here only to complete my task, nothing more. Yang Chi grew calm again, though fatigue weighed heavily on him. All the emotions that had flashed across his face earlier now vanished into the quiet air. The spacious reception hall was bathed in soft light from the chandelier above. On the long table, dishes still steamed gently, as if the recent surge of feeling had never happened. So, there's no way I can convince you, right? He leaned forward slightly, his voice almost a whisper. Across from him, Shaolin sat upright, fingers tracing the rim of his glass. He met Yang Chi's gaze steadily. I am the heir of Yu Taijo. We walk different paths. True, Yang Chi said, turning his eyes toward the endless night outside the window. But that path of Yu Taijo is long, so long that no matter how far you walk, you can never reach the end. His voice caught on a heavy sigh laced with regret. Shaolin said nothing, instead turning to look at the steaming dishes. Then, shall we keep eating? This time, without talking about work. Yang Chi relaxed back into his chair, closed his eyes briefly, then opened them and waved a hand. Eat on. No work talk. When we're done, they'll send you down. The two resumed eating, conversation drifting naturally back to their university days, the scorching sun during military training, late-night lamps in the library, the occasional all-nighter with exams. Gradually, the topic shifted toward Yu Taijo. Yang Chi recalled that when Yu Taijo found him, he was still studying modern mysticism. That invitation letter hit the campus like thunder, thrusting him into the spotlight as a big star. Their chat lingered unpredictably for about an hour. Plates slowly emptied, only shining rings of oil left along the rims. Shaolin finally put down his chopsticks. I should go. One last drink with me. Yang Qi picked up the bottle and poured amber liquid into their glasses. The liquor glinted faintly under the light. He raised his glass and regarded Shaolin intently. Shaolin, you won't become a great power, nor fulfill your mission. You will live a meaningless life in this world until you die. So, all I can say is, I hope you find peace and safety. Shaolin raised his glass as well, expression calm. If this is my fate, then I accept it. Both tilted their heads back and finished their drinks. Swayed by the alcohol, Yang Qi pressed his cup upside down on the table and waved a hand lightly. I'm a bit drunk. He'll find someone to see you off. Shaolin nodded with a faint smile. All right. Then he turned and left. Moments later, the deep hum of a shuttle engine sounded outside. Yang Qi looked up at the ceiling, his sigh echoing through the empty hall. After a while, an adjutant clad in white metallic armor strode in. The joints of his suit caught the cold white light. City Lord, are you really going to let him leave just like that? Yang Qi waved off the concern casually, his tone steady. He poses no threat to Usnet by the path he's chosen, nor by his strength. The adjutant hesitated, lowering his voice. But even so, his origins are extremely dangerous. We should still the words kill him remained unspoken. Yang Qi pressed his fingers to his forehead, as if to crush the dull ache of exhaustion. He is my friend, my only friend. I have already sent away my mentor with my own hands. Now you want me to do the same to my last friend? Silence fell. The soft mechanical breathing inside the armor was barely audible. The adjutant understood fully what Yang Qi's state of mind meant for this city and for the very notion of justice. Forcing the city lord to take an action he could not believe in would be disastrous beyond measure. Yang Qi's gaze drifted toward the doorway. The shuttle that had taken Shaolin away was already returning, streaking through the sky and gliding toward the hangar. His thoughts followed Shaolin, one of the foremost transcendent origins. The young man's blood sample had given birth to many second-generation transcendents. Yet now, Shaolin was without blood, bones, or flesh like a strange, hollow void carved into the world. No, I must stop these distracting thoughts, he whispered to himself. From now on, I only need to be justice. Rising, his cloak sliding down to his elbows, he headed toward the hall exit. Time to get down to business. Then, he raised a weary hand with a small wave. Is the apocalypse engine ready? The adjutant straightened and replied crisply, ready and waiting for your command. Yang Qi nodded. I've been growing restless in this body anyway. Let's go. He closed his eyes, as if connecting with some unseen force. The next moment, the towering solar giant in the city slowly lifted its head, the metal grinding faintly at its neck. Deep beneath Justice City, the massive blue engine powering the entire steel metropolis flickered violently, its light shifting from blue to blinding white, cold and harsh. Piercing alarms flooded the streets like a tidal wave, waking everyone. The sky above began to warp, ripples visibly spreading escorts, patrol drones. Even ordinary air taxis all transformed into white light and vanished beyond the horizon, leaving an eerie silence behind. Several days later, night settled heavily. Shaolin chose a secluded rooftop and told Yu Taizhou everything that had happened with Yang Qi. The warm yellow light softened the professor's face. After listening, he only sighed deeply and leaned back silently for a long while. Finally, rubbing his brow, his voice hoarse, he said, honestly, I'd rather die over an experiment than in a political power struggle in an office. That kind of death feels so pointless. So, what do you think? Shaolin couldn't help but press further. Yu Taizhou didn't answer right away. His brows furrowed, weighing some heavy burden. After a moment, he looked up, ready to speak at length. I still believe my choice is right. I won't let the Tianyan Research Institute get involved in this war. Why? Shaolin lowered his head, thinking slowly, then nodded. So, whether the institute acts or not, this war will end in failure. The third war will inevitably be over? Exactly, Yu Taizhou confirmed. No matter how strong Yang Qi is, he's just a variable, not a constant. And the second reason? Shaolin's eyes shone with curiosity. Human nature, Yu Taizhou said coldly. Putting aside the research setbacks caused by manpower losses, the biggest profiteers in war are always arms dealers. What are the weapons of the third war? The exceptional individual supernaturals. He paused. Everyone shouting for war other than Yang Ke probably doesn't want it to end. They want to raise their own value. That hit Shaolin like a stone sinking in water. He suddenly realized. The real goal of the warmongers is to turn the Tianyan Institute into a violent arms merchant, exploiting chaos to carve up the world. He fell into silence again. The night wind swept across the rooftop, stirring their clothes. Of course, this is only my perspective, Yu Taizhou said more softly, patting his shoulder. Whether you believe it is up to you. Shaolin shook his head. I steady. I trust you. You should still think carefully. I have. And there's a disturbing doubt. Shaolin looked up, his gaze darkening. Yangqi's hometown lies deep within the country's interior, a remote village almost untouched by war. You suspect the warmongers inside the institute attacked his home? Yu Taizhou immediately saw through his thoughts. Shaolin shook his head. I'm not sure. Yangqi is too smart not to have anticipated that. Yu Taizhou exhaled slowly. Maybe he did. But by then, it was too late, had already become a symbol of justice. If he turned his sword against his allies, had instantly become the embodiment of war itself, the enemy of the world. So could never admit the possibility. He must believe I am wrong, and that his family's deaths and mine are the steps by which he claims his throne. Maybe, Shaolin thought silently. Perhaps that's why he visits Yu Taizhou's grave every year to pay his respects. At the same moment, on the Dreamwhisper Plains. This was a dead land stretched out with pitch-black shale, under a sky of eternal night. Molten lava surged through exposed cracks, and not a single withered blade of grass could be found. Dozens of flying warships arranged like a fan roared low across the terrain, their fiery exhausts from the hulls casting the surrounding cliffs in a blood-red glow. On the same side of each ship, a gigantic sun emblem stood out clearly. This was the battle banner of Justice City, and also its blessing. More than 10 main cannons fired in succession, blue-white beams striking the massive creature on the ground repeatedly. It was a huge, irregular white sphere, its lower half deeply embedded in the rock layer, its surface wrapped as if in some heavy fabric. If you looked closely, you could count 5 small protrusions. If forced to compare, it resembled an enormously magnified white chocolate ball. A month ago, it had fallen from nowhere. Initially ignored corrupted beings and supernatural anomalies were all too common. But this thing kept expanding rapidly over a few weeks, and any supernaturals who approached to study it went mad. First stumbling in terror, then rapidly growing obese, and finally, as if ruptured from internal pressure, exploding into a bloody mist with no cure. Now, the white sphere was as tall as a small mountain and still growing. The only way to stop it was endless firepower strikes. The main city is here. The captain of one ship looked up and whispered. Just then, the space above rippled violently as a massive steel city, carrying countless flying vessels, broke through the void and descended onto the battlefield. Atop its heavy decks, a towering figure symbolizing justice stood tall. The head blazed like a scorching sun enveloped in golden flames, too brilliant to look at directly. All crew members half-knelt, showing reverence. Justice Yangqi leaned on the railing with his sword, his mind as calm as a still lake, quietly watching the white monster below. After a moment, he raised his right arm, and the fiery head flared intensely. At the same time, Justice City's main cannon system activated. Arrays of auxiliary engines extended from both sides, spewing sapphire flames. The apocalyptic engine spun out from the deck, forming a giant cannon rivaling a city tower. The energy surged from deep blue to blistering white, then shifted to a glaring crimson. Boom! An oval-shaped energy bomb smashed through the air, striking heavily onto the white giant sphere. The entire plane shook, exposed rock lifted, molten lava splattered, and a blazing white tornado whipped up dust on the spot. After several breaths, the storm cleared, revealing a bottomless crater filled with scorching molten rivers, but the white sphere lay quietly at the bottom, completely unharmed, without even a scorch mark. Yangqi arched a brow. Even Justice City's main cannon couldn't damage it. He paused a moment, then made his decision. His long sword suddenly unsheathed. He stomped fiercely on the deck and surged forward like a golden streak breaking through the dark clouds. In the next moment, the Dreamwhisper Plains, draped in eternal night, welcomed an unprecedented midday. A colossal sun illuminated the heavy clouds, brightening the entire land. Sunlight bathed the ground, and the air grew increasingly hot, as if it might ignite at any moment. The renowned ultimate technique of the Justice City Lord, Justice Dawn. The platinum greatsword plummeted straight down from the sky, its blade trailing searing flames like a divine judgment crushing toward the massive, sprawling aberration on the ground. Boom! Steel and shock waves exploded across the plain, sweeping up all the dust in an instant. Then, a piercing female scream tore through the air so sharp it felt as if eardrums were being ripped apart. The greatsword shattered into fragments amidst the wail, its shards scattering like shooting stars. The battleship that had held the skies was flung violently by the tempest, parts of its hull raining down over a wide area. Even the towering airborne fortress of Justice City trembled violently, its shield erupting with blinding arcs of electricity. At that very moment, an overwhelming wave of terror was forcibly injected into everyone's minds, not their own fear, but a despair imposed from outside. Each person felt as if the next moment would confront them with an indescribable monster, experiencing the chill of impending death. Yangqi was swept into this flood of terror as well. At the instant of that ear-piercing scream, memories were ripped open. The assassination of Yu Taizhou flared up inside him. It was a vile act of treachery from both inside and outside. Yu Taizhou's snarling face pressed close to his eyes before death, lips twisting into a cold sneer. You know you're wrong, But you're too afraid to admit it, aren't you? Then an outsider's blade severed his head, which rolled on the ground, eyes fixed rigidly on Yang Qi. The unspeakable dread churned within him, nearly freezing his superhuman body midair, almost causing him to fall. He gritted his teeth to steady himself, baffled to know his body was nearly immune to fear, yet this scream utterly shattered his composure. Stranger still, he vividly remembered that Yu Taizhou left no last words, only a calm, hopeless stare, silent to the end. Yang Qi forcibly severed his outward senses, breathing fast, but forcing himself to remain calm. As the terror gradually subsided, he gazed down through the heavy clouds. The enormous chocolate ball that dominated his view remained silent, its surface unblemished, shed no scratches, no cracks. What exactly is this? He whispered. Among the second-generation superhumans, he might not be the most versatile powerhouse, but his body was famed for its unmatched defensive might. Yet his all-out strike hadn't even scratched the enemy's outer layer, while a single cry had shaken his own mind. What on earth is this thing? Until he unraveled its origins and weaknesses, Yang Qi dared not act rashly. He lowered altitude and returned to the still shuddering Justice City, where several deputies awaited on the landing deck, faces tense. 2nd, 3rd, and 7th fleets bombard them in rotation. No ceasefire. His voice was as cold and hard as armor. Yes. The deputies saluted and hurried toward the command platform. The scattered fleets swiftly reformed, filling the brief gap in firepower. Electromagnetic cannons and energy beams interwove into a curtain of light, once again relentlessly pouring onto the Titan's surface. This time, the piercing wail did not recur. The huge chocolate ball silently endured the bombardment, occasionally sending out faint ripples like a deep pool struck by raindrops. Staring at the dark orb, Yang Qi spoke again. Also, get in touch with those old friends of mine. Tell them I am no innocent fool. If they plan to stand by idly, then so will I. If disaster strikes, they'll suffer worse losses than I will. In the virtual world, at Lin Nianian's residence, Zhongmu adjusted the thin metal frame of his glasses, his lean neck stretching forward until he was almost nose-to-nose with Shaolin. The overly scrutinizing gaze made Shaolin instinctively shift his shoulder aside. The old man muttered under his breath, I still find it hard to believe that Mr. Bai entrusted the entire enterprise to him before he died. Though slender, Zhongmu's figure carried a resilient strength, like an old bamboo stalk weathered by storms, yet unbroken. For over 30 years, he had served as the general manager of Blue Dragon Mining's Yunza City headquarters board, a respected veteran within the company. Didn't you already see Mr. Baiswell? Lan Shiyu, standing beside Xiao Lin, reminded him, while Lin Nianyan nodded along in agreement. Of course I saw it. Zhongmu sighed, but he's too young. The other board members won't necessarily accept this. Then he turned to Xiao Lin. How old are you this year? Xiao Lin tugged at the corner of his mouth. At least 220 years old, maybe even 300. Zhongmu froze, raising his voice as he looked at Lan Shiyu. What do you mean by that? Should I start calling him Old Master? Lan Shiyu laughed while waving his hands. No, he's about that age. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is this is Mr. Bai's final wish. Zhongmu's emotions caught in his throat for a moment. His lips moved to speak, but gave up. I've followed Mr. Bai all these years. Since it's his dying wish, of course I accept it. But Mr. Shaolin, I strongly advise you not to take on this mess right now, and don't go to Yunza City. Shaolin lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes calm and indifferent. Is the situation there really that bad? Bad doesn't begin to cover it. It's like a collapsing building. Zhongmu shook his head. Be specific. Shaolin leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the armrest lightly. I can't get more specific because everything bad is happening all at once. Zhongmu's voice carried anxiety. Clients and allies are abandoning us. Our enemies are poised to strike. Lin Nianyan frowned. But didn't we hand Simon a huge defeat? Shouldn't that inspire more confidence? That's actually the problem. Zhongmu sighed helplessly. The prevailing belief in Yunza City is this. Once the satellite town was destroyed, if Blue Dragon Mining would keep its head down, there'd be peace with Simon. We upset that balance by ruining Simon's plan. His retaliation was inevitable. Naturally, people lost faith in us. What's the attitude of the Yunza City Administration Center? Shaolin pressed. They're willing to pay a hefty sum to buy out our assets in Yunza City and want us to relocate to the satellite town first. Only after we settle the score with Simon would they reconsider. The board basically agrees we need the money to smooth relations and negotiate with Simon. Zhongmu smiled bitterly. They don't like it, but the power gap is huge, so they're forced to compromise. He looked at Shaolin. You'd best stay in the satellite town for now. After we finish restructuring and reach an agreement with Simon, then we'll hand the company over to you. Shaolin pondered, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, then looked up. Cancel the restructuring plan and release a public statement on my behalf. A public statement? Now's not the right time. What do you want to say? Blue Dragon Mining will make Simon pay his blood debt. Zhongmu was stunned, immediately blurting out, Are you crazy? You want to confront Simon Heaton? Surviving this far was already a miracle, and now you want to provoke him? The meeting room was dimly lit. Zhong Mu's voice was rough with suppressed anger, but Lan Shiyu raised a hand to cut him off. Zhong Mu, watch your language. He's the president now. Lan Shiyu smiled faintly, but her eyes were cold and sharp. But being president doesn't give him the right to do whatever he wants. Zhong Mu remained agitated. We all mourn Mr. Bei's death, but the most important thing now is to protect his legacy. Lan Shiyu gently pressed down on her wrist, signaling him to calm down. Hey, race the thing actually. You weren't the first to suggest a truce. Then who was? Simon. Zhong Mu's mind went blank, and he froze in place. Simon took the initiative to seek peace? Their team had just spoiled his plans, and Bai Xiaoyan had just died. How could Simon possibly show goodwill? Unless he was out of his mind. He shot back with near sarcasm. Are you telling me that bastard suddenly had a change of heart? Leaning back in his chair, Lan Shiyu studied him with amusement. You know I don't speak lightly on this. Simon didn't just come to talk. Xiao actually rejected him outright. But why? Because he knows Xiao has the power to kill him. That's all there is to it. Zhong Mu's pupils constricted sharply. Looking at Xiao sitting silently nearby, his doubt turned into reverence. He spoke solemnly. Then I entrust you, Mr. Xiao to avenge Mr. Bai. I will avenge him with honor. Xiao nodded calmly. And show everyone why Simon will die. Thank you very much. Zhong Mu closed his eyes and bowed. When will you arrive in Yunzi City? I just got to CS Station last night. I arranged for a car, but am not sure how reliable it is. We can send someone to pick you up. Let me first confirm if the car can be contacted. If not, then he'll trouble you. Before the words even left his mouth, a loud bang sounded outside, like a heavy hammer striking steel. The whole meeting room's set rig vibrated violently, the lights flickered. Lin Yinyan quickly summoned the virtual interface, and the screen flooded with countless alerts. Ugh, another Millennium bug attack. She wrinkled her nose. It's like a fly that spotted garbage, hitting us randomly every few days. So annoying. Xiao Lin's expression darkened, his fists clenched lightly. He suspected the mysterious black interface he often saw was somehow connected to this thing. Sure enough, just as the thought crossed his mind, that strange black patch tore open in his vision like a burned-out screen scar. Blood-red characters appeared, revenge. He pinched the bridge of his nose, helpless but unable to respond, forced to refocus on reality. All right, last few minutes. Anything else? He asked. I have one more thing. Lin Yinyan raised her hand. I spent all my credit points digging up some important info. What info? I heard that some supernaturals have already been hired to assassinate the new president of Blue Dragon Corporation, whoever that is. Xiao Lin was silent for a moment. Last night, when I was eating near the train station, two people were sitting right next to me. Lin Yinyan leaned forward. They were talking about this very thing. Lin Yinyan slowly lowered her hand, her expression complicated. Xiao Lin pressed a finger to his temple, sighed. All right, tell me how much did you spend? They'll pay you back when I earn more. Timidly, Lin Yinyan held up 3 fingers. 300. Xiao Lin thought with some relief. It's good though, this girl is easy to fool. At least she's broke. Xiao Lin returned from the internet to the real world. At this moment, he was staying in a small inn at CS Station. Pushing open the narrow window, he took in the entire station, roughly the size of a quarter of a satellite town, with rows of houses and warehouses haphazardly arranged, shrouded in morning mist. An old, worn road split the station in two, winding off into the distance that was the only land route to Yunzi City. Alongside the road, grave diggers busily loaded the assorted goods they had scavenged onto trucks. These would turn into shiny silver coins once they reached Yunzi City. A cool morning breeze drifted through the window as Xiao Lin pondered his itinerary. Suddenly, several hurried knocks came from the door. He turned and said, "Come in." The innkeeper, hair tousled and wild, pushed the door open. "The car contact you asked about got back to me. My friend's a mercenary, reliable, and just planning to head to Yunzi City for some cash, so he can give you a lift." With that, he tossed a metal dog tag over. "Go find a brown SUV in the parking lot. It's got a wolf's head painted on the door." The innkeeper dropped the message and nodded before leaving. Xiao Lin politely replied, "All right, thanks." The man gave a stiff wave and left. After a quick check, phone, backpack, black folding umbrella, camera, and a Tang-style broadsword, Xiao Lin packed and headed downstairs. The parking lot held around a dozen vehicles, big trucks, passenger vans, and modified pickups, all lined up. Crowds gathered beside each passenger van, voices haggling the prices. Xiao Lin immediately spotted the brown SUV, faded paint, with a grayish-white wolf head sprayed on the door. Leaning against the door was a man in a jacket, a gun at his hip, a baseball cap shading half his face as he chewed gum. Noticing someone approach, the man's hand instinctively dropped to the gun handle at his waist. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "What do you want?" Xiao Lin tossed him the dog tag. The man caught it, glanced over, and raised an eyebrow. "So you're the one he mentioned." He sized Xiao Lin up from head to toe, phone, backpack, umbrella, camera, and that broadsword, then asked, "What's your line of work?" "Research, freelance. Name's Hong Lang, mercenary. We haven't set off yet. You can get in and wait." Hong Lang pulled open the rear door, pushing a mountain of supplies and ammo to make space for a seat. "When do we leave?" Shaolin asked. Not sure. We have to wait until the convoy's assembled. Could be 2 or 3 days if we're unlucky. Convoy? Hong Lang gave him a sideways glance, smirking a little. First time on this route. Past here is dangerous territory. If you don't travel with a convoy, your chances of something going wrong go way up. How long to get there? If the weather's good, 6 hours. Bad luck. I've been stuck on this road for half a month before. Shaolin said no more. He slid into the back seat, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the power of the black umbrella. His consciousness slipped into darkness before surfacing again. When he opened his eyes, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Outside, voices bustled. Hong Lang was chatting with some people, casually handing out a few silver coins before turning back. Hey, you awake now? Hong Lang opened the door and jumped into the driver's seat. The convoy's all here. We roll out in 20 minutes. Lucky trip we're with someone big this time. Someone big. Red Wolf pursed his lips toward the outside. Shaolin followed his gaze and saw 2 armored vehicles painted a dark red, with an SUV parked between them. The vehicles were spotless and meticulously maintained, their rooftop machine guns gleaming sharply. Around a dozen armed guards stood nearby, fully outfitted with bulletproof masks, tactical vests, and standard assault rifles, nothing missing from their gear. Who are they? Shaolin asked in a low voice. The Crimson Legion, Red Wolf said as he drove the car out of the underground parking. He cast a glance at the group. They're the biggest mercenary force in this area. But the key is the passenger in that SUV. You know them? No, but chances are high it's the superpowered individual behind the Crimson Legion. Superpowered? What are they doing in Yunza City? What else? Trying to kill the new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining. I heard a lot of superpowered folks in the Red Zone took that contract. The pay is insanely high. The Crimson Legion and Yunza City have been enemies for ages. They won't miss a chance like this. Shaolin stared at the SUV, an idea flashing through his mind. Should he strike first and take out that unknown superpowered target? But then he thought better of it. If Red Wolf was just guessing and he acted rashly, it would be an awkward situation. He changed the subject. What about you? Why are you going to Yunza City? Same thing, trying to snatch the new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining. But I'm just here to pick up any scraps, see if I can assist some big shot, and earn a little extra cash. Red Wolf chuckled. Great. Looks like that guy needs to be taken out first, Shaolin thought to himself. But given that Red Wolf was his own hired driver, it didn't feel right to make a move now. The black off-road vehicle climbed the winding road and quietly slipped into the convoy. The whole team had 9 vehicles total, the Crimson Legion's 3 cars, Shaolin's car, plus 2 trucks and 3 passenger vans, carrying over 50 people. They roared down the highway, flanked by barren, parched fields. Grayish-yellow grass wilted in the wind, sparse trees cast long shadows under a dark red sky. Occasionally, gigantic skeletal remains over 10 meters tall loomed in the scrub, like silent tombstones scattered across the wasteland. Shaolin raised his camera and snapped several photos to capture the eerie scene. Just as he lowered the lens, Red Wolf's voice sounded again. So? A scientist coming all the way to Yunza City? What exactly are you dealing with? I'm handling some assets a friend passed on to me, Shaolin replied. Red Wolf instantly looked enlightened. No wonder you're so generous with your spending. You must have quite a fortune. Yeah, bonds, shares, and some real estate. Let me warn you, Red Wolf lowered his voice. In my experience, inheriting something like that isn't easy, especially if there are other heirs. You should hire a bodyguard. Consider me. We'll give you a discount. Aren't you supposed to be looking for leftovers? Shaolin raised an eyebrow. 2 jobs don't conflict. Plus, picking up leftovers is rare. There's only one boss head and lots of people watching it. How do you charge for inheritance disputes? Shaolin's interest peaked. It depends on asset size and complexity. Just showing up to impress, 0.5% commission. If it involves murder, 5%. That's steep. That's the market rate. Red Wolf shrugged. They chatted idly as the highway stretched ahead under the headlights. But without warning, faint piano music drifted into Shaolin's ears. Debussy's Clair de Lune. The melody was unusually slow and drawn out, deep and chilling to the bone. Are you playing music? He looked up at Red Wolf. No, I haven't turned on the stereo, Red Wolf answered. It wasn't a hallucination, it really was the sound of piano music. Amidst the roaring engines and chaotic wind noise, that melody was like a faint thread, yet it remained crystal clear. No matter how far the vehicle moved away, the volume never changed, as if the music was being played directly inside Xiaolin's mind. His expression suddenly grew serious. The Red Wolf beside him noticed and frowned. What's wrong? The piano song, didn't you hear it? Xiaolin asked quietly. The Red Wolf paused to listen closely for a few seconds, then shook his head. You're imagining things. This is a busy road. Where would a piano even be coming from? A flicker of unease crept into Xiaolin's chest. He said no more, but quietly gripped the Tang Dao, sword resting beside him. The Red Wolf caught the movement and sneered. Come on, don't kid yourself. If anything happens, what can that little toy of yours do? Besides, we've got a pro up front anyway. The piano melody lingered faintly, slow and graceful, but clearly winding down to its finale. Xiaolin's restlessness grew with each passing note. When the last sound faded, It was as if the chaotic noise suddenly tore through him. His heart jolted violently. Suddenly, the convoy ahead slammed on their brakes. The Red Wolf immediately stomped the brake pedal hard. What's going on? Xiaolin leaned forward. No idea. The Red Wolf squinted toward the road ahead. At that same moment, a soldier on an armored vehicle raised binoculars, his face going pale. He whipped around and shouted, "Turn around. Quick, Blue Plague is coming." Before he finished speaking, the Red Wolf slammed the steering wheel, forcing a sharp U-turn on the narrow highway. The accelerator floorboard. Their car was light and highly maneuverable. It shot through the tangled traffic first. Xiaolin glanced in the rearview mirror to see the other vehicles scrambling in panic, desperately turning around to flee. "What's happening?" he asked. "Bad luck, and the really, really bad kind," the Red Wolf said grimly, knuckles whitening on the wheel. No sooner had he spoken than a dim, blue-gray streak appeared on the horizon, rushing forward at terrifying speed. That blue stretched like a wildfire, devouring everything, swallowing the fields and cloaking the earth in a dark, deep blue. The sky twisted with eerie, flickering light, colors shifting unnaturally. The yellowed grass beside the road suddenly grew wildly, shooting up to waist height, its hue dark and leaves thick like some alien plant. It was as if night itself was chasing them relentlessly from behind. At the back of the convoy, a large cargo truck struggled to turn around quickly because of its size. The dark blue wave caught up to it in seconds. There was a thunderous crash, and the truck's body began to rapidly dissolve from tail to cabah, if invisible gears were ripping it apart, leaving behind only a rusty frame. The driver and guards jumped out, sprinting toward the blue boundary with all their might. But their speed was no match for the spreading plague. As they ran, their skin swiftly erupted with massive red blotches that quickly festered, then sank into gaping wounds that revealed bone beneath. Seconds later, they collapsed with agonized cries, reduced to bare, ghastly white bones, flesh utterly vanished. Only then did Xiaolin understand how those huge skeletons scattered across the plains had come to be. The next vehicle under threat was a shabby, old passenger bus whose deteriorated condition made it slower than the Blue Plague. The distance between them and the spreading wildfire was rapidly closing in. Inside the vehicle, the temperature was rising, and the smell of burning meat seeped through the metal frame. Red Wolf gripped the steering wheel tightly and pressed the gas pedal hard, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught Xiaolin in the passenger seat, still staring at the passenger bus behind them. He growled, "Stop looking at them. They're done for. They run this route all the time. Don't they have precautions?" Xiaolin frowned deeply. "It's just bad timing. The blue blaze just formed. You don't get that chance to prepare more than a few times in your life. Who can be ready all the time?" Red Wolf clicked his tongue and stomped the accelerator again. In the rearview mirror, the back of the bus was engulfed by flickering blue flames. Layers of metal peeled off, windows shattered into shards, and the steel frame blackened and brittle under the corrosive, dark blue fire. About 20 passengers, mostly ordinary people, including women clutching babies, screamed in terror and desperately pushed toward the front of the bus. But that only made the bus lean more, rocking violently from side to side. Suddenly, Xiaolin flung open the door. "Hey, what are you doing?" Red Wolf shouted in alarm. "Going to help them. You're crazy. If they could be saved, someone would have done it by now. They're finished. Just accept it." Xiaolin ignored him. A white mask appeared over his face. He climbed onto the rooftop guardrail and, using the momentum, leapt confidently onto the canopy of a truck behind them. The wind whipped his coat as all eyes followed his figure. What the hell is that guy thinking? Doesn't he care about his life? Looks like he wants to save the bus. Help out? No way. You can't just drag the bus out of that blue blaze. ITLL just mean another casualty. As the crowd murmured, Xiaolin pushed forward again, his body shooting like an arrow, landing precisely atop the bus roof. At this moment, the back of the bus was nearly destroyed, the dark blue corrosion crawling up toward the rear wheels. Inside, cries and screams mixed with the metallic clanging and glass shattering. He removed his mask and knelt on one knee on the roof, placing his palm on the scalding hot metal. A faint white light seeped from his palm. In the next instant, time seemed to reverse. Peeled metal swiftly regrew, shattered glass shards flew back into their frames, and rust marks vanished. The spreading blue blaze was forced back, retreating like the tide withdrawing into the distance. Behind the wheel, the driver's eyes widened in disbelief. He forgot to press the accelerator or turn the wheel, yet the bus roared forward on its own. The engine howled as the aging vehicle was pushed to its limits, breaking free from the blue blaze's grip within seconds. The driver snapped back to reality, realizing the stranger on the roof had just saved their lives. He trembled with emotion but couldn't utter a word. Moments ago, he thought everyone would be burned to ashes. At the same time, the window of an SUV up ahead slowly rolled down. Inside the back seat, a stern-faced, middle-aged man silently watched Xiaolin on the bus roof. After a moment, his gaze shifted away and the window quietly rolled back up. The escape lasted for about 20 minutes and only ended when the blue plague finally stopped spreading. The convoy was scattered messily across the highway, the burnt rubber smell from the tires still lingering in the air as the people inside the vehicles hurriedly threw open the doors, gasping for air like fish just freed from a net. Shaolin jumped down from the roof of the SUV, dust rising beneath his boots. He turned to look back behind him. The sky and earth were entirely swallowed by a spreading dark blue torrent, as if someone had sliced the day and night in two with a sharp blade. On this side of the road, the fields were bright and pale yellow, quiet and still. On the other side, twisted tall grass writhed in morose madness, its distorted blades rubbing against each other producing eerie rustling sounds. Passengers from the bus disembarked one after another, still shaken, and gathered around Shaolin. Their faces were pale, some with tear stains still fresh at the corners of their eyes. The driver rushed over, grabbing Shaolin's arm, almost dropping to his knees on the asphalt. "Sir, I truly thought we were doomed. I don't even know how to thank you for saving our lives. I just happen to be good at it," Shaolin said softly, steadying the man with a slight smile. "No need for thanks. Besides, you wouldn't have what I need anyway. So what exactly are you good at? Fixing cars?" Red Wolf leaned against a nearby car door, arms crossed, casting a sidelong look with a cryptic smile. "Mr. Shaolin, you said you're a researcher. You're not pulling my leg, are you? My main job is research, but I have a side skill." Shaolin shrugged innocently. "What side skill?" "Car repair." Bang. Red Wolf slapped his forehead, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath as if trying to suppress his anger. "Fine, for saving lives, I want to argue now. But don't let it happen again." Shaolin said nothing. He did save them, but sacrificing himself wasn't really accurate given the blue plague's intensity just now. It wasn't a serious threat to him at all. Red Wolf crossed his arms, staring at the dark blue zone with growing irritation. Damn it. What rotten luck. The blue plague actually spread right to the edge of the highway. So what exactly is this thing? Shaolin asked. The blue plague, a natural disaster in the wilderness, Red Wolf sneered. Usually it stays deep in the wild. Coming to the highway is rare. We just got unlucky, caught it as it formed. How long do we have to wait here? Hard to say. That area is huge. It'll take at least 5 or 6 days to clear, maybe up to 2 weeks. Shaolin frowned, a recent piano melody flashing through his mind. The moment the music stopped, the blue plague erupted. Too much of a coincidence, almost like it was directed at him. If he recalled correctly, there was a superhuman called the pianist among the philosopher's house during peace talks a few days ago. The assassination order of the new president of Blue Dragon Mining was probably from them. To no one else could gather so many superhumans so quickly in the red territory. But if they were behind it, why not come in person? And why unleash only one disaster? Something was off. Lost in thought, Shaolin suddenly stepped toward the blue boundary. The sudden move made Red Wolf gasp sharply. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Testing this thing's power," Shaolin said without looking back. "Don't touch it. Wherever you touch, it'll vanish. I'm warning you." Red Wolf's voice rose. Shaolin glanced back calmly, then strode forward with a long step, stepping straight into the shadow of the blue plague. "Holy hell, you're crazy. Damn holy crap." The Red Wolf's anger shifted to confusion, then shock, and finally disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. Everyone around stood speechless. Shaolin was standing quietly in the middle of the spreading blue plague, his flesh and blood untouched, not even the edge of his clothes showing any corrosion. Was he really resisting the blue plague with his bare body? Could scientists actually do something this absurd? At this moment, Shaolin was silently feeling a faint, needle-thin sting, as if something was nibbling at his skin but never able to penetrate deeper. He furrowed his brow and muttered, "What exactly is this thing?" Then he turned and asked the Red Wolf. "How should I know? You're the scientist, you tell me." The Red Wolf shrugged. No sooner had he spoken than a cold, resonant voice interrupted. "You can think of this as a kind of large-scale curse." Clear footsteps followed. Soldiers from the Crimson Legion parted the crowd, escorting a stern-faced, middle-aged man forward, the same figure Shaolin had caught a glimpse of in that SUV. The middle-aged man squinted as he eyed Shaolin amidst the blue plague. "So, you have a way to resist the blue plague?" Shaolin replied. "How about introducing yourself first?" "Chen Zongshan, war advisor for the Crimson Legion," the man said, then got straight to the point. "Are you also planning to assassinate the new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining?" Shaolin raised an eyebrow slightly. Chen Zongshan's eyes flashed with coldness, but he nodded. "Yes. Have you studied this so-called blue plague?" Shaolin continued. "I've commanded battles in the Great Wilderness, and have considered using the blue plague myself," Chen Zongshan said indifferently. "As I said, it's a massive curse. The core of the curse lies over there." He raised his hand, pointing deep into the wilderness. Though it appeared empty to the naked eye, Shaolin activated his Huimo vision. His pupils changed as he caught sight of a gigantic blood-red totem pole, towering spire seemingly composed of countless bones. Chen Zongshan explained, "It said this wilderness is an ancient battlefield in the second reality. The totem pole originates from that second reality, appearing randomly and radiating the blue plague outward. Destroy it, and the blue plague will disappear?" Shaolin asked. "Not that simple." Chen Zongshan shook his head. "The blue plague covers a huge area. There's more than one totem pole. You won't get the chance to destroy them all. Xiao Lin frowned deeply, thinking for a moment. Chen Zongshan glanced at him, then shifted the topic. Questions answered. Now, let's talk about my proposition. I want to make a deal with you. What kind of deal? I have some resistance to the blue plague can last about 2 hours. But without a vehicle, I won't get out in time, Chen Zongshan said calmly. You're immune and can protect a vehicle. You'll pay 10 gold coins if you escort me through the blue plague. Xiao Lin looked down, weighing it carefully. Aren't you worried I might abandon you halfway? Am not. Chen Zongshan's expression remained unchanged. I'm a transcendent. If you break the deal, they'll drag you down with me. Seems fair, right? That's actually reasonable. Xiao Lin smiled and nodded. Though, there's another way to get through the blue plague. What way? Xiao Lin looked toward the distant blood-red totem pole. In the next instant, a crimson streak flashed across the horizon like a massive projectile falling from the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion that pierced the giant pillar. Flames roared as the distant totem crumbled dramatically under everyone's stunned gaze. Chen Zongshan froze in place. Staring at the totem pole collapsing and burning in flames, Chen Zongshan remained stunned for a long while. 7 kilometers away, the skeletal pillar still creaked in the dying embers, black smoke swirling as bone fragments shot upward. It was destroyed swiftly and decisively, a sudden strike, powerful and precise, sending an inexplicable chill through Chen Zongshan's heart. The unfamiliar young man before him was very likely an extraordinary being. Yet in the red zone, such beings were few and far between, and Chen Zongshan had never seen this person before. Not a bad move, but destroying only one is of limited effect. Chen Zongshan suppressed his panic and feigned calmness. The other totem poles are farther away and harder to pinpoint. Don't worry, this is just the beginning, Xiao Lin said lightly. With that, he closed his eyes, his consciousness instantly diving into the deep space eye. The next moment, the massive deep space eye burst through the clouds. Gale force winds pressed down from high above as the earth rapidly shrank beneath its gaze. From this vantage point, the entire blue disaster zone lay exposed. 6 towering totem poles constructed from pale white bones, their surfaces oozing dark red liquid, crevices filled with writhing flesh buds that made one's scalp crawl. The farthest one was already close to the blue disaster's boundary, but for the deep space eye, it was only a step away, running at unparalleled speed, never wearing down, like a bullet fallen from the heavens. The clouds exploded apart once more, and the deep space eye dove again. From Chen Zongshan's perspective, he could only watch as a crimson beam pierced the first totem pole, shooting straight up. After a brief pause, the beam bent and shot down toward a more distant target. Boom! A muffled, thunderous explosion sounded. Though faint, it made Chen Zongshan's heart skip a beat. Judging by the sound, the second strike hit at least 15 kilometers away, far beyond his line of sight, yet still flawlessly accurate. What happened afterward was beyond his ability to perceive. The attack had long exceeded his sensory limits. Clenching his fists tightly, Chen Zongshan stared unblinkingly into the deep dark blue of the blue disaster, silently praying that the other party would admit defeat soon. About 2 minutes later, Xiao Lin opened his eyes. All done. It's taken care of. All destroyed. Chen Zongshan's voice was hoarse and barely audible. All 6, all handled, Xiao Lin nodded. Before the words finished, the strange blue beneath the sky rapidly receded like a tide going out. The heavy, twisted grasses crackled faintly, withering and drying until they turned brittle yellow again. The transformation happened right before his eyes. Chen Zongshan's heart churned with stormy emotions, his expression nearly breaking. Xiao Lin replied casually, "Thanks for the patronage, 10 gold coins. Shall we settle up now?" "What?" Chen Zongshan finally snapped back to reality. "You asked me to help you get through the blue disaster," Xiao Lin shrugged. "Now the disaster is quelled, the job's done, so it's time to settle, right?" Chen Zongshan paused for half a second, then gestured. Immediately, someone brought a small box to Xiao Lin. He opened it, glanced inside, then nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. It's been a pleasure doing business with you." He turned to the stunned Hong Lang and said lightly, "Let's go. It's time to move on." Just then, Chen Zongshan suddenly spoke up. "Want to ride in my car? I have a proposal that might interest you." Xiao Lin immediately understood he was trying to recruit him for a mission to assassinate the new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining. He glanced sideways at Chen Zongshan, his tone calm but firm. "Sorry, I'm not interested. But here's a piece of advice for you." "Advice?" Chen Zongshan raised an eyebrow. Xiao Lin's expression grew serious, his voice dropping low. "The conflict between the Crimson Legion and Blue Dragon Mining has a long history. It's understandable you want to take advantage and strike at Blue Dragon. But this time, it's different. This is a blood feud. Trust me, it's best if you don't get involved." Chen Zongshan was about to retort, but suddenly fell silent, brows furrowing in thought. Xiao Lin waved his hand and turned toward the SUV, with Hong Lang hurrying after him. Minutes later, the convoy restarted and headed toward Yunza City. Behind the wheel, Hong Lang kept one hand on the steering wheel, but couldn't stop glancing at the coin box in Xiao Lin's hand, his Adam's apple bobbing as he said, "Bro, The money you earned in just a few minutes is more than I make in half a year. Shaolin glanced at him coolly. That's why you need to learn car repairs. Hong Lang rolled his eyes. All right, no need to act. I've already figured out who you really are. Oh, enlighten me. You're the new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining, aren't you? Shaolin didn't think this deduction was very clever. He had already announced his plan to inherit a friend's business in Yunza City and spoken openly on behalf of Blue Dragon. If Hong Lang still couldn't guess, there really was something wrong. Suddenly, he got a mischievous idea and tossed the coin box onto the dashboard. A gift for you. Hong Lang blinked in surprise, then his eyes lit up. Dude, you're seriously giving this to me? That's so generous. Aren't you a mercenary? Work as my bodyguard. Consider this a down payment. Hong Lang's face suddenly went pale, and he shoved the box back. Bro, don't get me into trouble. I'm just a mercenary. I can't take on the entire supernatural world of the Crimson Territory. You're telling me the whole Crimson Territory wants me dead? Shaolin raised an eyebrow. Hong Lang shrugged with a bitter smile. Rumor has it, the forces behind this are so powerful they've recruited more than half the supernatural experts in Crimson Territory, including the top-tier ones. Shaolin pondered silently. Whoever could attract such a gathering of supernaturals was almost certainly connected to the gate of cognition, something only the House of Philosophers could manage. Hong Lang pressed on. Shaolin, I don't think they're targeting you personally, but the position you're about to take. You'd be lucky to survive going to Yunza City. No matter. They'll talk to them when the time comes. Talk. You really think they'll listen? Shaolin fell silent, leaning on the car door with his eyes closed to rest. Hong Lang sighed, glanced once more at the coin box, and said no more. In the lead SUV, Chen Zongshan mulled over Shaolin's advice. He vaguely guessed Shaolin's true identity if he really was the new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining. Then the way he just crushed the blue disaster was clearly a warning to him. Clenching his fist, anger surged through him before slowly cooling. Over the years, the Crimson Legion had suffered repeated setbacks in Yunza City, all because Bai Xiaoyan was stationed there. Yet this so-called new CEO displayed a destructive power rivaling Bai Xiaoyan's. Besides, he bore no genuine grudge against Blue Dragon Mining, only loyalty to his employer. Chen Zongshan took a deep breath and lowered his gaze. Maybe he really shouldn't wade into this mess. In Red River City, a white grand piano stood beside the living room fireplace, with the sheet music for Claire de Lune resting on the stand. The firelight flickered across the pristine keys. The pianist, dressed in a matching white suit, closed his eyes as he leaned against the bench, lightly tapping the keys. The monotonous notes echoed softly against the pale gray walls. From upstairs came intermittent, heart-rending screams, each one like a knife scraping against his eardrums, making his brow twitch. When another piercing scream shattered the air, he finally lost his patience. Pressing his elbow down, he struck a few discordant notes in quick succession. Can someone make him stop howling? It's driving me crazy. Just then, the upstairs door slammed open. The captain strode out, his white coat soaked in blood, blue rubber gloves still dripping crimson droplets. Without hesitation, he reached the staircase landing, peeling off the gloves and coat, tossing them onto the floor. He pulled out a pipe, lit it, and took a deep drag. The metallic sweetness of blood mixed with the sharp smoke filled the air before he looked over at the pianist. Why so restless? Plan not going your way. The pianist shook his head with a sigh. I unleashed a large-scale blue disaster on Shaolin's path, but he cracked it within minutes. The captain curled his lip, exhaling smoke harshly. His strength was already above Simon's, and he took down Simon from a weaker position. You really expect a mere blue disaster to finish him? Plus, those low-tier supernaturals you recruited are just cannon fodder. If you want to kill Shaolin, you'll have to do it yourself. You think I don't want to? The pianist spun around on his bench, resting his hands on his knees, looking helpless. The problem is, even if I make a move, I'm not sure I can take him down. The captain furrowed his brow. Is he really that powerful? According to Simon's description, he has an immortality trait. The pianist made a gesture meaning impenetrable defense. It's the ultimate trump card, weak, beating strong. His immortality is quite advanced. He doesn't suffer injuries or disabilities. Unless the underlying mechanism is broken, no one can kill him. The captain was silent for a few seconds, murmuring to himself. A first-level reality supernatural with advanced immortality? That kind of trait is rare as it is, and all known cases so far are pseudo-immortality, imperfect at best. There's more weird stuff. The pianist continued. The blue disaster comes from the second-level reality of the great wilderness, the curse of an ancient battlefield. Its destructive power is massive. Yet he willingly came into contact with blue disaster without a scratch. The captain flicked ashes from his pipe and speculated. Could it be extremely fast self-healing? Even if blue disaster damages the body, many supernaturals in the Red Realm can withstand that kind of assault for a short time. Almost impossible. The pianist waved his hand. When Simon fought him, he used attacks with guaranteed fatal effects. If it were just self-healing, those fatalities would have worked. The captain fell into thought again, whispering, could it be mythological immortality? Like Achilles' heel or Balder, weakness only in one small spot, or vulnerable only to certain things? The pianist let out a dry laugh. Who knows? But a mythical-type immortality definitely doesn't fit this kind of character. He looked up at the ceiling. I had hoped to use the blue plague to figure out his immortality mechanism, but it ended up being a complete failure. The captain paced irritably around the room, his fingers raking through his tangled hair. Now all we can do is rely on those expendable cannon fodder I hired. Hopefully, their brief, simple lies will inspire some insight into the secret. The pianist leaned against the sofa armrest and looked up at him. Forget it, there's no point debating this. Our main goal is to get Simon promoted. Whether Shaolin lives or dies doesn't really matter. The captain stopped in his tracks and replied gruffly, fine, let's drop it then. The pianist stood and stretched, then flopped onto the wide living room sofa. How is Simon doing? How much longer does the rejection phase last? Once he gets through it, he can enter the gate of cognition, the captain said as he sat opposite, drumming his fingers on his knee. If he passes that step, Shaolin won't be able to kill him again. After a moment, he added, honestly, the safest option would be to just take Simon away immediately. The pianist shook his head. The higher-ups won't agree. We chose Simon because of his abilities and his influence in the red zone. The ultimate practice of philosophy has to take place there, relying on his deterrence. If people find out Simon is running away out of fear, the whole plan loses its power. The entire red zone hinges on this. The captain was reminded and fell into a daze, imagining the grand strategy the House of Philosophers had for the red zone. If it actually happens, what will the red zone become? The pianist's eyes lit up instantly. Of course, the perfect proving ground, a utopia where order and freedom coexist. Everyone will find happiness. The captain took a deep drag on his pipe and blew out a cloud of bitter smoke. Utopia and hell on earth are sometimes just separated by a thin sheet of glass. The pianist waved his hand with a light laugh, easing the tension. Enough, don't overthink it. Bottom line, this is a great cause for humanity. Let's go grab a good meal. Later that evening, at 8 p.m., under the veil of night, Yunza City was brightly lit, skyscrapers standing tall like a forest. Just as Lan Xiu had said, there was no hint of apocalypse here. The convoy stopped at an inspection checkpoint on the city outskirts, submitting to a routine government military check before everyone went their separate ways. Shaolin jumped down from the SUV and tossed a gold coin to Red Wolf. He raced the other half of the fare. Red Wolf caught the coin with a satisfied grin, then turned and started the engine. Just leaving like that? Shaolin raised an eyebrow. Obviously. I can't afford to mess with supernaturals, and you less so, Red Wolf snorted. Not going to risk scavenging leftovers? No way. I value my life too much. Shaolin pressed the accelerator, muttering, staying here one more minute. I swear I'd get killed. The SUV roared off into the night. Shaolin shook his head and chuckled. As he turned, his eyes met Chen Zongshan's through the window. Before they could exchange greetings, two sharp car horns cut through the night. A sleek black sedan slowly pulled up alongside them. Zhongmu stepped out, bowing slightly as he opened the door. Mr. Shaolin, welcome to Yunza City. The car moved slowly along the wide, smooth road flanked by towering buildings. The night cast a grayish hue over the concrete and steel, and most of the shops on either side were shuttered with metal gates, giving the street a deserted, empty feel. Inside the cabin, however, the scene was quite different. Leather seats, a walnut-wood side table, an embedded liquor cabinet, all the trappings. Half a bottle of red wine caught the soft light, its deep color glowing quietly. Zhongmu gripped the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road ahead, while methodically updating the back seat on the latest developments. Shaolin leaned back in his chair, swirling the wine in his glass, watching the liquid trace small arcs. Secretly, he thought to himself, with this setup, I might just be a domineering CEO now. Mr. Xiao, are you listening? Zhongmu's tone held a hint of irritation. I am. Shaolin hurried to nod, instantly feeling his CEO aura shatter into pieces. Zhongmu sighed softly. Mr. Xiao, the situation is very serious. The administrative center called almost all the supernaturals in the red zone have poured into Yunza City. And it seems your name is their target. Did you send out the statement I asked for? Shaolin raised his eyes. Not yet. Why not? I have a safer plan I want to run by you. Zhongmu quickened his pace. Our real target is Simon, right? I contacted a death row inmate. Tomorrow, we'll have him become the new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining. If he gets killed, the bounty for assassinating the new CEO will be fulfilled. Then, we'll use a special vehicle to secretly transfer you to Honghe City, where you can take care of Simon at the right time. Shaolin propped his chin on his hand, eyes drifting toward the window as streetlights cast shifting beams across his face. After a long pause, he finally said, go to the administrative center and rent all the outdoor big screens in Yunza City's busy districts just for one day. They must broadcast live simultaneously. Zhongmu was stunned. What do you want the screens for? This doesn't fit with the plan. Shaolin interrupted gently but firmly. I intend to talk to those supernaturals. Mr. Xiao, do as I say. Don't ask questions. A brief silence filled the car. After a moment, Zhongmu muttered his agreement. All right. Also, Shaolin tossed an exquisite gold coin box onto the passenger seat. The company's funds are tight lately. Consider this a subsidy. Zhongmu opened the lid. Golden coins gleamed inside. Is this your savings? No, something I earned on the way. Zhongmu raised his eyebrows in surprise, not expecting Shaolin to have such skills. After hesitating briefly, he asked, you riding in this car with such a big presence won't that conflict with my plan? Don't worry. I've been picking people up outside the city these last days. No one knows you're in the car too. If you want to switch to my plan at any time, just come find me. The car didn't head toward Blue Dragon Mining, but stopped near a modest hotel also part of Blue Dragon Mining's industrial chain. Shaolin checked into the only presidential suite. He pulled open the window, gazing out over the neon-lit city under the night sky, briefly enjoying the convenience of modern civilization. After a quick shower, he collapsed onto the bed and soon drifted into sleep. As sleep took hold, he naturally found himself waking up at the research institute. This time, he went straight to Yutaijo. Yutaijo held a whiteboard marker, sketching and writing on a whiteboard beside a large map showing the panoramic view from Weixian Town to Yunza City. Shaolin used satellite imaging to map it out, and then sync the data into his dream. Yutaijo was bent over a whiteboard about half the size of a wall, twirling a marker between his fingers with intense focus. Shaolin pushed open the door quietly. Seeing him deep in thought, he said nothing, instead pouring himself a glass of warm water and dragging a chair to sit by the window. What exactly is this blue calamity? Yutaijo suddenly looked up. Someone told me that in the great wilderness, there's a leftover from a double reality, an ancient battlefield. The blue calamity is said to have leaked out from there, Shaolin replied, setting down his glass. Do other things from double realities leak out as well? Not sure. I didn't ask. Shaolin shook his head. Yutaijo thought for a few seconds, then instructed, find someone to investigate and confirm tomorrow. Prioritize this. Got it. I've noted it down, Shaolin nodded. Yutaijo capped the marker and slid it back into the tray before returning to his seat. So, you've already arrived in Yunza City? Yeah. It's not a big city, but fairly modern. How's the plan progressing? Just as expected. The other side has started dragging things out and hired quite a few transcendents some top tier too. Good. After you take them out, pick one to inherit the abilities. Then you can saturate your associated items and seek advancement. Understood, Shaolin answered again. He knew Simon also wanted to gain an advantage through advancement. The pianist and the captain nearby were likely transcendents from the double reality as well. So from the start, Shaolin never intended to let Simon get the upper hand. Once his association items reached saturation, he would find an unclaimed door of cognition to complete his advancement. Safe doors were already controlled by major powers, and the risky ones left were nearly worthless and unguarded. The next morning, Shaolin went straight to Chen Zongshan's residence. The deep space I had been watching the area since last night, making location easy. The door opened to reveal Chen Zongshan in casual home clothes, his expression one of surprise. Why are you here? Shaolin held up 2 cartons of milk and a pack of herbal tea. Just came to visit. Chen Zongshan's inner alarm bells rang last night. He was still weighing whether to get involved in the assassination plot and hadn't expected this visitor to come on their own. He stepped aside. Come in then. Can I stay for a while? Shaolin asked politely, with a hint of caution that struck Chen as odd. He ordered his aide, prepare some tea. No need for trouble. They'll just chat for a bit, then go, Shaolin said, placing the drinks on the coffee table before sitting down on the leather sofa. Chen Zongshan thought to himself. This is probably an attempt to persuade me not to get tangled in this mess. Maybe this is an opportunity to walk away unscathed, if only he says the word. What do you want to talk about? Chen maintained a strong, dominant aura. You mentioned last night that you're familiar with the great wilderness and have studied the blue calamity. I want to confirm. Do all double reality products leak downward, or only ones like the ancient battlefield? Chen was stunned. You brought 2 cartons of milk just to ask that? And herbal tea too, Shaolin reminded him. The herbal tea was actually fairly expensive, even pricier than the milk. Chen Zongshan remained silent for a long time and only sat down opposite Shaolin after the tea was served. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and went straight to the point, following Shaolin's question. Different levels of reality are usually completely sealed off from each other, so most secondary realities don't leak downwards. Shaolin leaned forward, signaling him to continue. Under what circumstances does such leakage usually happen? External interference. Chen Zongshan extended his fingers and counted them off one by one. First, the emergence of something that can simultaneously penetrate 2 layers of reality. Second, certain corrupted entities actively leaking downwards. Third, an extraordinary being intervening directly. What about the blue disaster? Which type does it belong to? The first type. Chen Zongshan answered decisively. In the depths of the great wilderness, there exists something that connects both the first and second level realities. Do you know exactly what it is? Chen Zongshan raised an eyebrow and countered, you don't? It's not a secret. All supernatural beings in the Red Territory know about it. I haven't been in the Red Territory long. Shaolin rubbed his nose, feeling a bit awkward. Chen Zongshan crossed his legs, folded his arms, and calmly stared at him. Let me ask you, What exists in the world that can both connect and block two different spaces? Shaolin was momentarily at a loss for words. The answer is somewhere in this room. It's everywhere. Look around. Chen Zongshan's tone was like a teacher calling on a student in class. Shaolin looked around, expecting some extraordinary artifact. Just then, a servant pushed open the kitchen door and came in carrying a fruit plate. The faint scraping sound of the door against the floor suddenly sparked a realization: it was the door. At that moment, he understood why Yu Taizhou insisted on sending him to ask about this matter. So, deep in the great wilderness, there is a gate of cognition? Exactly. Then why don't the supernatural beings in the red territory use that gate to advance? Chen Zongshan narrowed his eyes, as if trying to see through Xiao Lin's intentions. Because it's a death gate. A death gate? What do you mean? The difficulty far surpasses even the limits of first-level reality supernatural beings, and no one has ever made it through. Chen Zongshan's gaze darkened. I know your goal is Simon. If you want to use that gate to enter the second level, my advice is, don't even think about it. After a long silence, Xiao Lin stood and nodded politely. All right, thank you for the warning. I won't bother you further. Nothing else? No. Thank you for answering my questions. Xiao Lin turned and left. Chen Zongshan watched his back and realized his palms were sweating slightly. The new president of Blue Dragon Corporation was polite, but somehow sent a chill through him. Glancing at his watch, it was almost 10 o'clock. He was still hesitating. Should he intervene further or step back? In the end, he muttered to himself, forget it. They'll ask those people first. When Xiao Lin returned to the hotel, Zhongmu had been waiting a long time, his brow full of worry. How's the outdoor screen situation? Xiao Lin asked. All set. Zhongmu replied. The most bustling streets. Nearly all the outdoor screens have been coordinated. He sighed deeply. But the administrative center has already started pressing us to sell off assets and leave Yunza City as soon as possible. You didn't tell them the new president had taken office? No. I'm afraid there's a mole inside the administrative center. He hesitated for a moment. Actually, I still want you to consider my plan. We're not trying to avoid a direct confrontation, we're aiming to gain the greatest possible advantage. Xiao Lin spoke calmly, but with an unwavering certainty. You don't need to worry about this. Your only job now is to wait patiently. After saying that, he reached out and gently patted Zhong Mu's shoulder. Take me to the control room. The broadcast starts exactly at noon. Zhong Mu's lips moved, ultimately letting out a low sigh. All right, I'll take you there. At 11:40 a.m., Chen Zongshan pushed open the door to a small room of about 10 square meters. The windows were tightly shut, gray curtains blocking the sunlight. A dim yellow bulb cast a faint halo in the smoky air. Inside, 3 people were already present, 2 men and 1 woman, and all were extraordinary individuals. We've been waiting for you, said the man wearing black-rimmed glasses, raising his chin with a smile. I had a visitor, so I'm a bit late, Chen Zongshan replied with a somewhat forced smile. The woman, holding a cigarette, exhaled a lazy plume of smoke. Doesn't matter. Since everyone's here, let's start. Things are pretty bad. I heard Yin Xing showed up too. Ah, that just makes things worse. Too many monks, too little porridge, joked the man leaning back in his chair, staring at the ceiling with a resigned sigh. Chen Zongshan's thoughts churned. The 4 of them had formed an alliance, not out of fear of their target, but because they worried others would beat them to the prize. They wanted to work together to create opportunities. Yin Xing, the extraordinary individual they called their biggest rival, was also a 5th-generation superhuman whose strength and reputation rivaled Simon's. Rumor had it that Yin Xing appeared because he learned Simon was about to pass through the gate of cognition, and he didn't want to fall behind. The woman shrugged. Anyway, might as well give it a try. Since everyone's here, losing won't cost us much. How about we talk about splitting the reward? Especially that spot through the gate of cognition. The man with glasses pushed them up on his nose. Simple. Whoever kills the new president gets the spot. The rest of the reward is divided evenly. That plan's just asking for infighting. I might kill you before we even get to the president. The man in the chair shrugged. So what do you suggest? Divide by effort. After it's over, whoever contributed most gets the biggest share, or we draw lots. After the hunt, sort yourself out however you want. Just don't steal from each other during. They bickered back and forth, but Chen Zongshan stayed silent until the woman tilted her head. Chen Zongshan, any thoughts? He took a deep breath, the air thick with tobacco and damp wood, and said in a low voice, I think I might already know who the new president is. The woman froze, then her eyes lit up wildly. What? You know? Then we could make our move early. Before anyone could say more, the old clock on the wall suddenly struck 12. A loud electrical buzz echoed from the street below, abruptly cutting off their discussion. The man closest to the window unlocked it. With a click, the glass swung open. They leaned out to look. The busy street's giant screens simultaneously flickered on, showing the same young man seated at a desk, impeccably dressed, face calm and composed. Greetings, extraordinary people of Yunza City, the man on screen said in a deep voice. I am Xiao Lin, the new president of Blue Dragon Mining Company. I have some matters I wish to discuss openly with you. He continued. The writer Simon has severely harmed the company's interests, destroyed assets, and murdered executives. His gaze sharpened. His voice turned cold and resolute. We will not back down. Simon will pay his blood debt in full. I know you have all received contracts to assassinate me, but I ask you to consider my purpose of ridding the city of a threat and to abandon this contract. He paused for half a second, as if allowing everyone time to think, or scanning the eyes behind every screen. Of course, some of you may refuse to give up. Tomorrow night at 7 p.m., I will hold my inauguration at Bygone Square. Those who refuse to yield, I will leave not one alive. The young man on the screen nodded slightly, his tone still composed. Finally, I hope you all live well. Xiao Lin's speech lasted only 30 seconds, but during that brief moment, it felt as if the entire city fell silent. Everyone looked up, their eyes fixed on the young man on the screen. Then the image suddenly went black, replaced immediately by flashing commercial ads. Neon lights flickered, wiping away the chilling sense of tension, and the bustling noise of the streets quickly returned. On the second floor of the old warehouse where Chun Zongshan and his group gathered, the window was still half open. A cold wind carrying dust blew inside. The short man standing by the window slammed it shut with a sharp snap, leaning his elbow on the wooden frame and turning back, his brow furrowed. What do you think? What's Blue Dragon Mining really up to? He asked quietly. What are they really planning? I don't recognize that kid at all. A short-haired woman leaned against the wall, flicking ash from her cigarette. A sneer curled at her lips. Probably just a scapegoat thrown out to take the heat. Blue Dragon wouldn't dare make such a big move like this unless they're desperate. Before she finished, Chen Zongshan raised his hand to interrupt. It's him. The room went silent instantly. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto him. He's the new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining, Chen Zongshan added. The air felt suffocating. Could Blue Dragon really be targeting all the supernaturals across the Red Realm? Were they blindly overconfident, or did they have some trump card up their sleeve? Chen Zongshan glanced at his companions Chu Xian, Su Ning. Qin Yin spoke in a low, firm voice. I'm out of this assassination. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, smoke curling from between her fingers. What? You got intel, and now you want to go solo? I said I'm out. He repeated, leaving no room for negotiation. Chu Xian tapped off her ash lightly, scrutinizing him. Have you fought him? I've seen him strike with my own eyes. Chen Zongshan recalled the thunderous force in that moment, his fingertips tightening silently. There are plenty who want him dead. Plus Yan Xingyi's strength isn't below Simon's. But even so, he might not die. He paused. He came to see me this morning. I thought he wanted to talk me out of this. But all he asked were questions about the blue disaster. So, Chu Xian pressed. So he doesn't care whether I join or not. And he won't care about you either, Chen Zongshan said grimly. Chu Xian frowned slightly. Su Ning, wearing black-rimmed glasses, waved impatiently. If you want out, then leave now. Don't get in the way. Qin Yi shrugged and smiled unconcernedly. Think it over? Strength in numbers. If we can't win, we retreat. Whether it's worth it or not remains to be seen. I won't gamble with my life, Chen Zongshan said quietly, then pushed open the door and strode decisively down the corridor. Almost at the same time, on the top floor of Yunza City's administrative building, the alloy door to the control center burst open with a bang. More than a dozen sharply dressed staff poured in. Leading them was Chun Qian, chairman of Yunza City's administrative council. Fuming, he stormed to the console, grabbing Zhong Mu by the collar and shouting, Zhong Mu, what the hell do you think you're doing? Do you want to declare war on all supernaturals in the Red Realm? Zhong Mu adjusted the metal-framed glasses on his nose, expression calm. This isn't my decision. I'm only carrying out orders from our new CEO Mr. Xiao Lin. He stepped aside and pointed. At the far end of the long table, under the dim light, Xiao Lin was leafing through documents. The sound of paper rustling echoed sharply in the tense silence. Chen Qian recognized the young face that had just dominated the outdoor screens. His anger flared, and he strode to the table with heavy steps, slamming his palm on its surface. Shaolin, do you even understand what you're doing? I do. Shaolin looked up, his voice steady. I'm solving a problem. Solving a problem? You're driving Blue Dragon Mining off a cliff. Openly provoking every supernatural in the Red Realm. Are you asking for death? The young man's pale eyes showed no flicker of emotion. He closed the file calmly, his voice still composed. Chairman, could I trouble you for a favor? Chun Qian sneered, flicking his sleeve. I've helped you enough already. Don't expect any more from me. Chun Qian gritted his teeth. This is a perfectly reasonable demand. You will accept it, Xiao Lin said calmly, as if Chun Qian's anger didn't affect him at all. I want you to immediately start evacuating all residents around Balance Square. Not a single person is to be left behind. You. The veins on Chun Qian's forehead bulged fiercely, rage rising like a wave choking his throat, making him momentarily speechless. But with tens of thousands of lives at stake, no matter how furious he was, he couldn't refuse. Just then, Zhong Mu quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. Our new boss doesn't budge easily. Let's talk somewhere else. Chen Qian let out a muffled grunt, turned sharply, and pushed the door open. Zhong Mu followed close behind. Silence settled again in the room. In the corner stood the propaganda minister, as still as a wooden post. Shaolin glanced at him. By the way, Minister, my inauguration ceremony is tomorrow. Could I borrow a few cameras? Startled by being addressed, the minister nodded hastily. Shaolin quickly signed some documents and handed over several gleaming gold coins. Money's been flowing out like water these past 2 days, he said with a self-deprecating sigh. With everything arranged, Shaolin stepped into the hallway and waited. Less than 2 minutes later, Zhong Mu and Chun Qian emerged from another office, walking side by side. Seeing Shaolin, most of Chun Qian's fury had ebbed away, replaced by a complicated look of pity. He quickly led his team away. You finished talking with Chun Qian? Shaolin asked. Yeah, Zhong Mu rubbed his temples. What did you say to him? I lied. Told him you're just a scapegoat we're sending out to die at the inauguration. Everyone will be happy then. He believed that. He even felt sorry for you. Said it would be better to send an executed criminal on stage. I told him their execution isn't as entertaining as yours. Shaolin couldn't help but laugh. What if he finds out you lied afterward? If you really die, then it's no lie. If you don't, he won't dare to press charges. He'll probably owe me a dinner. Zhong Mu gave a tired smile. Shaolin, leave what comes next to me. Night fell, and residents within a dozen kilometers of Balance Square began to evacuate. Cars and crowds streamed outward along every street, while troops from Yunza City's administrative center blocked roads and sections to maintain order. Within an hour, a dozen blocks around the square lay empty. Only rows of street lamps stood silently, their cold light casting a lonely glow, as if a massive hole had been hollowed out in the heart of the bustling city. Meanwhile, another stream of people, those with supernatural abilities, moved in the opposite direction, cutting through the evacuating crowd, heading directly toward the vacated area. Without Qin Zongshan, his three companions parked on the city's outskirts, facing a pitch-black street corner. Without Qin Zongshan, our combat strength will drop, Qin Yi said, leaning against the car window, palms sweating. Don't worry, the man in the passenger seat patted him on the shoulder. The core fighter is Chu Xian. As long as she's here, the tactics are fine. Before the words finished, the streetlights behind the car suddenly exploded with a series of soft pops, plunging everything into darkness like a rising tide. The three flinched and looked toward the sound to see a figure emerge from the shadows, tall, cloaked in black robes, face bowed and hidden in darkness, like a ghost drifting through the night. A chill ran up their spines. They held their breath. They recognized him, the terrifying supernatural being as famous as the writer Simon, the unclean Yin Xing. He stepped forward, each footfall extinguishing a streetlight. Passing by the car, even the faint glow of the dashboard died instantly, swallowed by darkness. In mere seconds, they felt death's presence at their backs. Chu Zin's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. But Yin Xing didn't even glance their way, simply carried the darkness past, his figure fading into the distance at the far end of the street. Only after he disappeared did the three realize they were drenched in cold sweat. Early the next morning, Blue Dragon Mining sprang into action. A truck emblazoned with the company logo pulled into Bygone Plaza, where a formal event space was quickly set up. Workers swiftly erected a backdrop, arranged a podium engraved with the company emblem, set up microphones, and lined up chairs neatly, though everyone knew full well no audience would show up today. By 6 in the evening, darkness had fallen and a sudden cold rain began to pour relentlessly. The downpour washed over the steel jungle of the city. Aside from the patter of rain, silence reigned. Various supernaturals lurked in the shadows, holding their breath in anticipation. At 6:30, beneath a street lamp at the end of the road, a figure appeared. Shaolin held a black umbrella and wore a sharply tailored dark suit. Taking deliberate steps, he approached Bygone Plaza. He rarely dressed formally in the past 2 centuries, even for high-profile events. Others only asked him to look neat and decent. Tonight, perhaps deliberately, no supernaturals attempting to seize him made a move. The entire stretch remained undisturbed. Upon arrival, he closed his umbrella, shook off the rain, and raised a hand to switch on floodlights and cameras already connected to power. Protected under a canopy, the equipment was safe from the storm. Instantly, screens across the city lit up, broadcasting the speech live. Shaolin stepped onto the stage, placed his plastic-wrapped speech on the lectern, blew lightly on the microphone, and began in a voice made especially clear against the rain. Esteemed colleagues, shareholders, and guests, before my inauguration ceremony officially begins, I want to mention a friend of mine, the former president of Blue Dragon Mining, Mr. Bai Xiaoyan. He was a man of integrity, kindness, and great compassion, hating all chaos and evil in this world. Now he lies buried in the land he loved most. I will succeed him as president of Blue Dragon Mining. My speech is divided into 4 parts. First, the burdens and responsibilities we bear. Second, the road ahead. Third, uniting friends. Fourth, raising our banner and destroying our enemies. Is he crazy actually giving a speech out there? On a distant rooftop, Qin Yi stared through binoculars in disbelief. Still no attack? Chu Xian wiped her heavy sniper rifle and whispered, Not yet. Looks like no one wants to be the first to strike. Qin Yi replied, lowering the binoculars. Su Ning, who had been resting against a wall with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. then we'll be the first. Stick to the plan. Qin Yi and I will hold them down. Then Chu Xian takes the sniper shot. Chu Xian cradled the rifle stock and nodded softly. Got it. Known as the mind killer, Chu Xian wasn't physically powerful, but her ammunition inflicted devastating mental effects. The bullets could bypass any defense, and, if they hit, would blast the target's consciousness from their body. Though the window was brief, it was long enough for Su Ning and Qin Yi to kill their enemy many times over in spirit. Su Ning rose, ready to charge forward, but Qin Yi suddenly lowered his voice. Wait, someone's stepping into the arena. Who? Su Ning frowned. Looks like Yin Xing. Through the curtain of rain, Qin Yi spotted a figure cloaked in black slowly entering the area illuminated by the lights. Yes, he was certain that man was none other than Yin Xing. At that moment, Shaolin, who was giving the speech, noticed Yin Xing's strange man cloaked in a cape. Yin Xing was a well-known supernatural being, and Shaolin had received some intel about him from Zhongmu. Aside from the chilling note that he specializes in making targets vanish from this world completely, the information was sparse. There were vague rumors that he might even be a cannibal. Yet Yin Xing did not strike immediately. He brushed through the crowd, found a simple folding chair, and quietly sat down in the very front row of the rain-soaked square, appearing just like a polite listener. What are those two up to? Bonding over admiration? This can't get more cliché, right? Qin Yi muttered from the shadows, grinding his teeth. Su Ning whispered back. No. I heard Yin Xing studies his opponents carefully. He won't act unless he's sure. That's our chance. Qin Yi's eyes lit up. Take out Shaolin before he moves, then Yin Xing won't dare mess with us. Su Ning nodded and glanced at Chu Xian beside him. You're the trump card this time. We need to catch him off guard. Just give me a window, and we'll kill him quickly. The pouring rain hammered the plaza when suddenly, urgent splashes sounded. Shaolin looked up and saw two black figures darting around Yin Xing on either side, closing in at lightning speed. Su Ning was the first to draw his sword. A slender, sharp blade glinted coldly, aiming straight for Shaolin's throat in a probing strike. Shaolin's pupils split into 7 petals in an instant, and his entire face was hidden behind a white mask. He leaned casually against the table, drawing a tang dao with a sharp clang. Clang. The sword tip met the blade, sparks exploding in the rain-darkened night. Not as strong as expected, Su Ning thought, delighted. He kept up the faint attacks to distract, just waiting for Chu Xin's assassination strike. But suddenly, Shaolin lifted his head, his gaze piercing the curtain of rain to lock onto the building where Chu Xian was hiding. Wait, how does he know? Su Ning's heart pounded wildly. On the rooftop edge, Chu Xian held her breath, waiting for the exact moment Shaolin relaxed. Then an overwhelming pressure exploded from her core, her eardrums ringing. She looked up and saw a massive shadow suddenly bearing down. Boom. The energy of the eye of the deep sky tore through the entire building in an instant. Steel and concrete snapped like paper as the skyscraper crumbled in half, toppling earthward. In just over 10 seconds, the tide turned and a key player fell. Su Ning's brain short-circuited. He stood frozen like a statue. But Qin Yi seized the chaos, slipped behind Shaolin, and drove a combat dagger lightning fast into his heart. For most supernatural beings who still retained humanoid forms, destruction of the heart was fatal. That was why they strived for the perfect body. Ecstasy flickered in Qin Yi's eyes. Had he succeeded? Was he the ultimate victor? In the flash of a moment, Shaolin spun around, his blade flickering cold and faintly. Qin Yi never expected the dagger in his heart to move and was completely unguarded. Thin lines of blood blossomed at his neck, and his head rolled off. Blinding terror overwhelmed Su Ning's reason. He dropped his weapon and ran wildly, shouting, "He's going to die? He's definitely going to die." But after only a couple of steps, the world plunged into endless darkness. His sight vanished, leaving only rain, footsteps, and harsh sounds of steel scraping on the ground. Despair gripped his heart. The next second, an icy blade pierced his chest from behind. Blood sprayed, quickly cooling in the rain. 3 supernaturals, none of them able to unleash their true powers, all lay dead. Shaolin didn't glance at their bodies again. He picked up the rain-soaked speech notes, lowered his gaze, and continued reading aloud. Yin Xing still hadn't moved, just a slight twitch under his cloak before he settled back into listening quietly. The deaths of the 3 extraordinary beings brought a brief lull to the hunt on Shaolin. The enemies lurking among the tall buildings gradually realized that continuing to hide or launch surprise attacks was pointless. Shaolin knew their every position with precision, and it was nearly impossible to take him down by stealth. The outcome now hinged purely on strength, not tricks. He remained calm, his gaze fixed on the speech script in his hand, reading each word with careful seriousness. Part 3. Uniting with friends. We will ally with like-minded partners, transcending corporate boundaries to gather greater power. Only then can we shake the world and defeat our enemies. His voice cut clearly through the rain. Halfway through, he lifted his eyes slightly. At the edge of the plaza, Yin Xing sat motionless like a statue. The extraordinary aura-clad clothes concealed all his details completely. Even Shaolin's full-spectrum perception could detect no hint. But Shaolin was unbothered. If even Yin Xing needed every advantage to stand a chance, why should he cross oceans chasing Simon? Above, heavy clouds brewed, and the rain fell relentlessly. The plaza's drainage was overwhelmed, soon flooded with a thin mirror of water reflecting the gloomy sky. The raindrops shattered the surface, then smoothed it again, dizzying to look at. Suddenly, a strange, distant roar thundered from all directions. Shaolin's eye sharpened. Beneath the watery mirror, a vast shadow prowled. In the next instant, the shadow burst through the surface. A giant gray-yellow whale catapulted upward, more than 20 meters long, its head grotesquely split into 3 lobes. Hovering briefly midair, its monstrous mouth aimed at Shaolin. A blazing white beam flickered deep in its throat, violent energy ready to unleash. Shaolin did not flinch. With one hand, he held up a black umbrella before him. His essential energy instantly infused into the handle. Boom! The surging white light crashed onto the umbrella, but was firmly blocked. This black umbrella was once by Zioyan's symbol of power, now empowered by Shaolin's essence. It was indestructible, the beam failing to pierce it in the slightest. In a flash, the water behind him exploded as another colossal creature tore through the waves. A deep-sea giant crab covered in barnacles. Over 2 meters tall, its massive claws snapped shut, locking tightly around Shaolin's waist. The crushing weight of its shell pressed down instantly. Shaolin reversed his Tang Dao, unleashing a burst of strength as the sharp blade stabbed deep into the crab's shell. Black blood dripped along the edge, but the strike was not fatal. The giant crab hurled him violently back into the water. The thin water layer felt like a deep ocean rift swallowing both of them. Plop! Splashing wildly, Shaolin felt himself falling into a bottomless dark lake. The deep blue stretched endlessly, chilling to the bone. Looking up, he saw a lone figure standing steadily on the inside surface of the lake. The water beneath the figure shone like a mirror, as if he were merely a reflection, yet proudly standing side by side with reality. That figure was the lake's master Yitan. Yitan lowered his eyes calmly, his demeanor composed. Shaolin's fury surged. He swung his blade and cut through the pincers, then used the momentum to pierce directly into the crab's head. Black blood exploded forth as the massive crab silently sank. Raising his blade, Shaolin locked eyes with Yitan, his gaze as cold as frost. Yet Yitan only smiled faintly, as if inviting him to venture deeper still. In the next moment, bright yellow eyes began opening one after another, all around Shaolin. Countless grotesque and malformed water monsters filled the lake, none smaller than over a meter long. Each had a huge mouth lined with sword-like sharp teeth, and the largest among them rivaled the whale-like beast in size. Their dark shadows crowded the lake bottom, layered scales leaking streaks of blood-red water patterns. The biggest one lay buried in the silt, its wrist-thick tentacles swaying like water plants, silently blocking both the front and back escape routes like an invisible cage. Shaolin immediately saw through Yitan's Plinto used these monsters to drag him down into the oxygen-deprived deep water until he died. Even for someone extraordinary, holding one's breath that long was almost impossible. Add the crushing water pressure and rapid loss of strength, and suffocation seemed inevitable. He looked up through the swarm of water creatures to the surface, where Yitan stood calmly at the edge, hands behind his back, confident that Shaolin had no chance of survival. Yet if Yitan had been more vigilant, he would have noticed that the man at the lake bottom had already stopped breathing. In the next moment, a scorching blue light coursed beneath Shaolin's skin. Electric currents surged along his limbs, converging into the black umbrella he held. A brilliant white lightning exploded from his body, instantly carving out a massive dry cavity in the lake. Countless electric arcs like inverted white branches lashed out. Stunned by the blinding light, Yitan froze, unable to react in time as a streak of black light burst from the water. Shaolin's umbrella, razor-sharp, aimed straight at his face. On the square, only Yin Xing sat alone, serene. The extraordinary beings lurking in the shadows wore expressions of shock. No one expected the Lord of the Lake to risk entering the battle, nor that fate would favor Yitan with a sudden downpour. Yet the water flooding the entire plaza suddenly exploded with thunderous electric arcs. Silver-white lightning danced through the cracks in the stone slabs, creating a water curtain soaring tens of meters high. When the light and mist cleared, Shaolin and Yitan appeared again. Shaolin standing with his blade, while Yitan lay on the ground, covered in blood and clearly defeated. Shaolin stepped forward through the still falling rain droplets. Yitan struggled to raise his hand, his voice hoarse and bloodied. Wait. Spare my life. I'll accept any terms you want. I warned you all not to come yesterday. That was your last chance, Shaolin replied coldly, looking down on him. Yitan sighed and lay back flat. Fine, then make it painless. With a flash, the blade silently cut through his throat. Lord of the Lake, Yitan, died on the spot. Shaolin bent down to retrieve the black umbrella, casually flicking off the blood droplets. His gaze swept over Yanxing still seated in place, unmoving. Without another look, he turned toward the collapsed podium, retrieved his soaked speech manuscript, and wiped away the water with his sleeve. Through the rain curtain, two extraordinary beings silently appeared, eyes fixed warily on him as they slowly drew their weapons. Shaolin's face remained calm as he continued organizing the papers, pretending not to see them. Suddenly, two thick black tentacle-like appendages shot out from the side, piercing straight through the chests of the two attackers in an instant. Frozen in agony, they turned to look back in horror, only to see Yanxing still sitting calmly, his eyes deep and unfathomable. Before they could even think to retaliate, numbness spread rapidly. Their flesh withered and collapsed as the tentacles drained their life, leaving behind two shriveled corpses within moments. The tentacles retracted and sank back into Yanxing's body. Only then did Yanxing stand up, his voice low and steady. "Now, I am certain I can kill you." With that, he slowly shed his long robe, revealing a body so strange and terrifying it defied imagination. Yanxing has two heads, with the area above his brow bones grotesquely enlarged, as if an absurdly oversized brain was squeezed inside. His entire body is covered in countless tiny pores, constantly oozing a slick secretion that clings to his skin. At the end of his spine trails a thick, long tail, its fin-like scales layered like armor, reflecting a chilling metallic sheen. The tubular tendrils that recently attacked the two supernaturals emerge from a dark hollow in his chest and abdomen like a nest of snakes over a dozen, writhing constantly. His bizarre form makes it impossible to guess his age. His face looks youthful, but is creased with countless wrinkles. Xiaolin stared at him, inexplicably reminded of a scene from The Curious Case of Benjamin Button. Sensing the gaze, Yanxing raised a greasy arm and spoke in a deep voice. "My body is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Can you guess what my supernatural ability is?" "I thought everyone would keep their information more hidden," Xiaolin replied coolly. Rain slid down the strands of his hair, forming a cold rivulet. "It doesn't matter to me," Yanxing smiled, a strangely friendly expression. "Because anyone who sees my true form is doomed to die." He paused. "My power is called adaptation, or you could say survival, more plainly survival of the fittest. This appearance is an evolution developed specifically to counteract your unique ability. For example, you excel at mental pollution, so I grew two heads to share the mental strain." Before he finished, the deep space I suddenly shot up from the ruins, slicing through the storm with a sharp zigzag arc, then screeched as it tore through the air and crashed down. A dazzling blue glow burst into a semicircular shockwave, instantly shattering the rain curtain and carving a deep pit in the hard plaza surface. The deep space I embedded itself crookedly in the pit, its black shell emitting a chilling glare. Rocks tumbled and cracked cement bulged suddenly as a slick, shining figure slowly rose to intact. Yanxing Xiaolin's pupils constricted sharply. "Surprised?" "It's simple," Yanxing said as he stepped out of the crater, brushing debris off his shoulder. "I altered the flexibility of my bones. I don't resist impact heat, but nail myself into the ground like a spike. Your little ranged attacks are useless against me." Suddenly, a serpent of lightning tore through the clouds, a bolt thick as a barrel crashed down, a blinding white flash piercing Yanxing's body. The scorching heat charred him black, his burnt shell cracked with flickering red electric scars dancing between the fissures. He stood frozen for seconds, as if turned into a charcoal statue. Cracked burnt shards fell away, mixing with rainwater and scattering. Beneath, regenerated new skin was slickly covered in viscous gel, and the tiny pores continued to ooze translucent substances that swiftly sealed the burned gaps. "This gel fights your lightning," his voice hoarse but indifferent. "You can't kill me. To you, I am already immortal." Xiaolin tightened his grip on his blade. "Still, the thunder does affect you to some extent." "It does, but you won't get another chance." Yanxing chuckled lowly. Then suddenly his form stretched into a blur, rushing forward at a ghostly speed. The rain parted before him like a vacuum tunnel. Yet Xiaolin had raised his arm and swung his blade the instant Yanxing moved. The pale blade slashed with maximum force. In a single instant, both of Yanxing's heads were severed simultaneously by the pale blade. But the terrifying fact was that before the two severed heads even fully dropped to the ground, two identical new heads rapidly grew out from Yanxing's neck cavity. He had almost pushed the limits of the human body beneath his feet. Only one final step remained before he could completely break free from its constraints. Yanxing suddenly raised his hand, pulling a sharp bone spike from his palm and thrusting it fiercely into Shaolin's neck. Shaolin swung his blade, severing Yanxing's wrist, but it was in vain. Within an instant, the hand rapidly regenerated, then drove the massive bone spike deep into the side of Shaolin's neck. At the same time, tubular tendrils burst violently from Yanxing's chest and abdomen, piercing Shaolin's internal organs like arrows. A potent blend of deadly toxins flowed through the tendrils into Shaolin's body. The lethal poison was so strong that onlookers gasped in worry. A transcendent inside the room whispered, "It's over now." "Is that really how it ends?" someone asked. Once Yin Xing moves, the battle is decided. If he was still adapting back then, Shaolin might have had a chance. But now, Yin Xing has become his arch-nemesis. No matter how strong Shaolin is, he can't defeat this enemy. I always knew this guy had an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance of dying by Yin Xing's hand, another sneered. The new president of Blue Dragon Mining is certainly formidable, but it's a shame, came a tone of regret. As the crowd discussed, the calm on Yin Xing's face gradually faded, replaced by shock. Mere moments ago, he thought head-crushed Shaolin absolutely and the toxins were surely lethal once injected. He had even begun drawing Shaolin's blood and flesh with his tendrils. But now, the tendrils passed through nothing but empty space. No matter how deeply they pierced, they couldn't touch any solid substance. It was as if this body only had a shell, hollow inside. A cold smile crept across Shaolin's lips. You said you want die, right? Let's see which of us has the longer health bar. Blue veins quickly spread beneath his skin, converging into his eyes. A series of tornadoes instantly formed, whipping dust wildly across the plaza. Thunderclouds gathered quickly overhead, coalescing into a massive vortex spinning over the two of them. Yin Xing's heart jolted. Was he summoning lightning? At this distance, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. HSSS, a blazing white lightning bolt streaked across the sky, piercing the earth as it struck through both Yin Xing and Shaolin. Yin Xing's gelatinous outer layer blocked most of the strike, but Shaolin bore it raw. Yet not a ripple crossed Shaolin's eyes. What kind of monster was this guy? Why did he seem even more monstrous than himself? I must kill him quickly. Yin Xing's panic deepened, teeth clenched tight. Suddenly, over a dozen slender legs burst from his back, their sharp bone spikes flashing as they wildly slashed toward Shaolin's vital points, tearing and stabbing relentlessly. Shaolin remained unfazed. Instead, the fading blue light at his edges flared up once more. HSSS, another bolt of lightning crashed down, piercing both of them again. Yin Xing couldn't secrete enough gelatin to protect himself. His insides shook violently, his whole body burning as if aflame. Fortunately, his strong regeneration offset some damage. Yin Xing tried to retreat, but was quickly detected by Shaolin. Dropping his Tang Dao sword, Shaolin decisively grabbed his wrist. HSSS, a third lightning bolt struck without warning. Enduring the piercing agony, Yin Xing barely held on, the pain threatening to tear his soul apart. He looked at Shaolin, who remained completely unharmed. No, this guy's immortality is too advanced. Trading injury for injury like this, I'm surely doomed. Yin Xing's fear escalated. In that moment of decision, a sharp bone spike suddenly sprouted from his back, slicing clean through both wrists. Pushing hard off the ground, Yin Xing surged backward as a pair of enormous fleshy wings unfolded behind him. Knowing his life hung by a thread, he was determined to escape and survive at all costs. Yin Xing's flight was incredibly fast. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared over 10 meters into the air. Altitude was his only leverage for escape. Shaolin's summoning of thunder always preceded by ominous signs, and with his agility, Yin Xing could dodge those attacks. Meanwhile, the satellite, still lodged at an angle in the ground, posed no immediate threat. He just needed to put as much distance as possible between them. But Shaolin left no room for retreat. The man bent down and grabbed his Tang Dao sword. The ferocious power of the Rainy Night Butcher surged through his veins. With a sharp push off the ground, he shot up 2 or 3 meters in the air. At the peak of his rise, he shouted, "Charge!" The air split as his figure vanished, then reappeared right beside Yin Xing, one hand locking onto the claw-like ankle. Damn it! Yin Xing's face twisted in alarm. The bony blade at his tail snapped out instantly. Without hesitation, he severed his own lower leg. Blood streamed in thin lines, pulled by the night wind. Using this desperate act to break free, he fiercely beat his wings and climbed higher, but Shaolin began plummeting down. "Charge!" Shaolin murmured again, teleporting like a refracted beam midair, now parallel to Yin Xing. A cold flash, the Tang Dao pierced straight through Yin Xing's chest, leaving less than 20 centimeters of blade exposed outside. Shaolin's other hand clamped around Yin Xing's throat. Pain and suffocation racked Yin Xing as he spiraled wildly in the dark, trying to shake off his attacker. He clenched the iron-like wrist gripping his neck until his knuckles went white. "Let's talk. There's no need for this to be a fight to the death." His voice was torn apart by the raging wind. "I warned you a long time ago," Shaolin growled, pushing the sword deeper by half an inch. "But you still came. This is your choice. I know I can't kill you, and you can't kill me." Yin Xing gritted his teeth and roared. Suddenly, Shaolin grinned, a sinister, mocking smile twisting his face. "So you want to flee like a fly? Don't you think that's ridiculous? Get lost." Yin Xing screamed, struck in a sore spot. His tail whipped violently, wrapping around Shaolin's waist. Using the spinning momentum, he hurled Shaolin even higher 20 meters up, far beyond the usual charge range. Taking advantage of Shaolin's airborne throw, Yin Xing urgently fluttered his wings to put distance between them. But from the corner of his eye, he saw Shaolin extend a single finger toward him in midair, beckoning softly. He's not looking at me, he's looking at the ground. A chill ran down Yanxing's spine. The next moment, the satellite deep space I embedded in the earth rumbled to life. The massive metallic body detached from the ground, skimming the earth rapidly in a sharp turn before rocketing skyward. Boom! Like a steel freight train barreling from behind. The satellite's crushing impact pinned Yanxing tight against its cold metal shell, the wind pressure so fierce he couldn't even spread his wings. The satellite then dragged him straight toward the falling Shaolin. The latter was already ready, fist poised to strike. Crash! A fist punched straight through Yanxing's chest, ripping open a gaping hole where flesh and metal intertwined. Inside beat a heart that looked like a biomechanical fusion. Shaolin's eyes burned blood red as he sneered low. You love to fly, don't you? Fine. Then fly with me to the damn end of this world. The satellite instantly shifted into a vertical position, lifting Shaolin and Yanxing as it surged deep into the sky. In just a few seconds, the city behind them shrank dramatically, like a distant painting stretched thin. Soon, they pierced through a thick, dark red cloud layer, the air heavy with the scent of blood and gunpowder, and their vision blurred and chaotic. Shaolin suddenly caught sight of the pulsating heart. It was clearly Yanxing's symbolic core. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab it, but couldn't pull it free. Yanxing roared in fury as the massive wound in his chest rapidly sealed itself. Blood and muscle swelled, tightly encasing Shaolin's arm. Shaolin struggled with all his might to pry his arm loose, but Yanxing's flesh was dense and unyielding like steel. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge an inch. Yanxing's screams were blended with desperate will to survive. He knew Shaolin's intention was to steal his symbol and fought fiercely to protect his heart. But Shaolin had already lost reason. With his left hand, he grabbed the Tang Dao knife plunged into Yanxing, snapping off the broken blade. Holding the sharp, jagged edge like a dagger, he plunged it deep into Yanxing's chest, trying to tear through the resilient flesh. Every slash was met with wounds that visibly began healing faster than the blade could be withdrawn. At the same time, thick, powerful tentacles slithered up Shaolin's arm, quickly wrapping around his limbs and torso, binding him tightly and preventing any further swings of the blade. Let me go? He'll do anything. Yanxing's voice tore through the clouds. Never. You've already been rejected. Shaolin answered with bloodshot eyes and a furious roar. Blue veins bulged beneath his skin, and his pupils shifted from white to blood red. Though Bai Zioyan's symbol wasn't nearby, their bond with Yanxing remained unbroken. A massive thunderbolt struck into the clouds like a spreading web of light, rapidly extending into the distance. Then a second and a third bolt followed in quick succession. Below, all the supernaturals stared upwards in horror as electric arcs ripped through the night sky. The battle had long exceeded their comprehension. High above, the eye of deep space carried the two through the cloud layers, revealing what seemed like another world. The earth below lay enclosed by a sea of dark red clouds, with endless blackness overhead. The storm was barred from reaching this altitude. A gigantic pale moon hung silently in the void, casting soft, cold light on the satellite and its occupants. The outcome was becoming clear. Yanxing grew weaker from cold and lack of oxygen. While not fatal, these conditions dulled his reflexes and slowed his ability to activate his inner power. Meanwhile, Shaolin's body was covered in a thick frost, but the harsh environment had no impact on his fighting strength. As Yanxing weakened, Shaolin once again clenched his hand, gripping the beating heart and pulling with all his might. Yanxing tried to resist with his last strength, clutching Shaolin's wrist desperately, but was powerless to stop him. Shaolin howled in rage as he yanked his arm free, tearing the heart violently from the chest. Blood and flesh splattered. The binding tentacles snapped as Yanxing went limp, his head falling back slowly onto the cold metal platform. He looked up at the giant moon, majestic and radiant, illuminating their entire space. Yanxing's mind gradually quieted. In his heart, he whispered, how long had it been since he'd seen the moon? No, more precisely, it seemed he had never truly seen it before. He didn't muster the strength to reach for his heart again. Instead, he stretched out his hand toward the moon. At that moment, the satellite's ascent abruptly halted and violently tilted. Both fell off the satellite's surface, plummeting from great heights like invisible specks of dust sinking into the dark red cloud sea. The moon receded, distant and cold, as Yanxing slowly closed his eyes. Silently in his mind, he asked himself, when exactly had he become the monster? The answer eluded him. The transcendents hadn't left. They were still waiting to see how this battle would end. Beneath the roaring storm clouds, two figures suddenly plummeted from the sky, slicing through the heavy rain and crashing into the muddy square. Yanxing and Shaolin. The former's bones were shattered, his flesh turned to a pulp mixed with rainwater. The latter lay on his back, his exoskeleton cracked open across the chest, revealing a half-mechanical heart pulsing with a faint blue glow. Despite his shallow breathing, Shaolin was still alive. The watching transcendents held their breath, the sound of raindrops pounding on armor ringing sharply in the tense silence. It seemed The fight was over, and Shaolin had won. I never thought Yanxing would die, muttered a short-bearded transcendent, swallowing hard. I figured he was immortal. The new CEO of Blue Dragon Mining really is terrifying. His companion nodded quietly. The short-bearded man waved his hand, rain dripping off his fingertips. That's enough for tonight. Let's go. Watching any longer is pointless. This fight isn't ours to meddle in. As the two turned to leave, suddenly a figure appeared, striding slowly through the storm toward Shaolin. One hand gripped a gun, its barrel gleaming coldly in the rain. What the hell? Is he crazy? Going over now? His companion gasped. The intruding transcendent held his breath and took careful aim. The gun barrel pointed directly at Shaolin's forehead. Bang! The bullet struck its mark. Shaolin's shoulder twitched slightly, but he didn't react. The short-bearded man's pupils shrank, his voice barely a whisper. Shaolin is on his last legs. The rain masked two more gunshots in quick succession, bullets hitting their target, but still failing to phase Shaolin. The shooter's excitement grew. Cautious but determined, he took another step forward. Just then, another figure materialized nearby in the rainy haze. The two stopped immediately, facing each other in tense silence, each waiting for the other to make the first move, neither willing to concede the glory. More transcendents emerged from the downpour, including the short-bearded man. They spread out into a loose circle, wary of Shaolin but equally guarded against each other. Water dripped off their cloaks, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood. After several tense seconds, someone broke the silence. He's not moving. Looks like he's really done for. So, no one's going to make a move? I don't think we should take advantage of a dying man. Another hesitated. If you don't want to take advantage, why are you still here? You might as well leave, a third scoffed. The accused grunted but remained frozen in place, unwilling to advance. A heavy silence fell again. Rainwater streamed off armor edges while pools of blood darkened the muddy ground. This stalemate helps no one, someone said through gritted teeth, stepping forward only to freeze at a dozen piercing gazes locking on him. If he moved, even if Shaolin had but a breath left, had be ambushed by his allies first. After all, Shaolin was alone, and only that final strike would win them the massive bounty they all dreamed of. At that moment, the short-bearded transcendent took a deep breath, his voice low but carrying clearly. Everyone listen. First Shaolin must die. We all agree on that. We know this is taking advantage of a dying man. It's dishonorable, but we have no choice. Exactly, someone echoed. Because this guy is too dangerous. Letting him live means chaos for the entire red territory, transcendent world. The bearded transcendent cleared his throat twice and regained control of the conversation. So, I have a way for everyone to set aside their disputes and compete fairly. We all act together and rely on luck to see who gets the credit. The group exchanged glances, then nodded one after another. I agree. Me too. Before the vote was over, Shaolin, curled up on the ground, suddenly stirred slightly. Though the movement was tiny, it was as terrifying as a lion shaking its mane, instinctively causing all the transcendent beings to retreat. Don't panic. The bearded transcendent shouted to soothe them. He's killed so many already and was seriously injured by Yanxing. He's no match for us now. Seriously injured? Shaolin chuckled softly. Earlier, he had merely linked himself to Yanxing's symbol. Legend has it that the symbol loses power shortly after its master dies, and he had just seized that opportunity. So, you're planning to kill me together? He asked slowly, rising to his feet. Exactly. For the sake of the entire Hongjing transcendent world, you have to die. You're too dangerous, the bearded transcendent said solemnly. Shaolin looked up, the righteous faces before him seeming absurd and laughable. Actually, you don't have to worry, because after tonight, the whole Hongjing transcendent world will cease to exist. As his words fell, massive dark wings suddenly unfolded from his back. His head twisted swiftly, transforming into a gigantic black tome. The pages flipped with a rustling sound, covered in dense watchful eyeballs, exuding a cold, grim aura like an incoming tide. He had previously studied Yu Taizhou's physiological research on the Hui demon. His inability to fully wield the Hui demon's power stemmed from lacking the necessary corruptive structures. Now, using the trait of survival, he had broken that limitation. The transcendent beings finally realized Shaolin was not exhausted at all, was taming Yanxing's power. Their opponent now was a terrifying fusion of Shaolin and Yanxing. Run! Run fast! The bearded transcendent screamed in horror. In the next instant, black characters swirled like a storm from Shaolin's core, rapidly expanding and engulfing everyone. Even with their mental resistance, their thoughts were dragged down into sluggish fog. The bearded transcendent struggled to think clearly as he tried to flee, but wild hallucinations overwhelmed him. His hair floated silently as he looked up to see the clouds tearing apart from a flash of light. Defense, escape, the command stuck in his mind, but his body moved too slowly. A crackling thunderbolt pierced through him, instantly scorching the blood from his veins. He couldn't even scream before his body collapsed into charred ash. The others fled in terror, no one daring to linger before Shaolin. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. Shaolin did not pursue. Raising his eyeball-covered head, dozens of pupils fixed on the night sky. The deep space eye activated again, silently marking every fleeing figure. I said before, no one who comes here today will leave alive. On the deserted main street, a car sped swiftly toward the outskirts of the city. The superhuman driver's entire body was taut, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly the veins on his knuckles bulged. His eyes never left the road ahead. The speedometer needle pinned at its limit, the engine roaring like a beast, yet he dared not slow down. Suddenly, a torrential downpour slammed down, swallowing the entire street in a wall of water within seconds. Raindrops hammered the windshield, ringing out sharply. The wipers swept frantically back and forth but couldn't clear the constant blur. The driver's face drained of color in an instant. This kind of rain meant Shaolin had already locked onto him. He clenched his back teeth hard, yanking the wheel fiercely toward a brightly lit commercial building ahead. It was a temporary government evacuation site where citizens were gathering to take shelter. The car climbed the low stone steps and smashed through the glass doors, shards flying everywhere and eliciting startled screams from inside. The driver vaulted out, sleeves soaked and tattered from glass cuts. He spread his arms wide as golden light tendrils shot out like grasping limbs, instantly ensnaring the men, women, and children inside. They were pulled together tightly, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh. He stood at the very center, eyes blood-red and fixed on the entrance. Shaolin, I don't want to kill innocents, don't force my hand, he shouted. Suddenly, the lights snapped off, plunging the world into pitch black where not even a hand could be seen before the face. From all directions came the sound of wet footsteps and the harsh scrape of metal blades dragged against the ground. I will kill them all. His voice cracked with hysteria and fear. The footsteps advanced without hesitation. A single word flashed through his mind: kill. Then dozens of eerie eyes appeared close in the darkness. His mind shuddered. The world flipped upside down. Warm blood spurted from his neck as his head hit the ground. Screams still hung in the throats of the captured, trapped by glowing tendrils, but only a headless corpse remained at the center. Minutes later, another superhuman fled in desperation. He weaved like a shadow through cracks in walls, narrow pipes, even broken holes, his limbs twisting unnaturally. His speed was too fast to track. The pouring rain followed relentlessly as he sought the edge of the storm, desperate to escape Shaolin's deadly reach. Every step was taken with extreme caution, on a route so convoluted no ordinary person could imagine. Finally, he slipped out through a wall crack and landed in a dark alley. At the alley's end, the monster stood silently, the black skull composed of piled books, its many eyes glinting coldly, enormous wings sprouting from its back. One hand gripped a black umbrella, the other a dripping Tang Dao sword. The fleeing superhuman stumbled back a step, voice hoarse. We're only trying to survive, can't you give us some chance to live? Shaolin said nothing, merely raised his blade. Then I will fight to the death. Fine by me. 2 minutes later, Shaolin spread his wings and soared into the sky, diving straight at his next target. Only a slaughtered corpse soaked in puddles remained in the alley. At 9 p.m., Zhongmu and Chen Qian sat in the director's office, the desk covered with transfer agreements and relocation plans. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the rain still poured, neon lights blurring into streaks of color. Zhongmu flipped through the pages with furrowed brows. The discount offered by Yunza City was unusually generous, partly an assist, but also a way to quickly disassociate from the troublesome superhumans like them. Chen Qian, as the director, bore responsibility for the safety of hundreds of thousands of residents, unwilling to let the city be dragged into an endless bloodbath. Chen Qian looked up, concern and fatigue in his voice. You seem distracted. No, I'm focused. Contracts need close scrutiny, Zhongmu replied. So you still can't let go of what happened at Bygone Square? Zhongmu looked up, remained silent for a moment, then finally nodded slightly. The cold light in the conference room made his face appear even paler. Across from him, Chen Qian sighed softly, leaning back in his black leather chair. His tone was calm, but firm. Don't worry. As long as the sacrificial lamb you promoted is dead, you'll be safe for now. Once this storm blows over, Yunza City will always welcome you back. He's not a sacrificial lamb. Zhongmu's fingertips trembled slightly, but he kept his back straight. He's our new president, personally chosen by Mr. Bai Xiaoyan. Chen Qian seemed to have expected this. He wasn't surprised. Instead, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as his fingers drummed lightly on the table. You know, I've met Yin Xing well. More precisely, I caught him in the middle of killing someone. He shaded half his face with his hand, leaving only a cold shadow. That was a fully armed hunting company. Yin Xing devoured every one of them. Literally devoured, not leaving a single bone. For a whole month after, I dreamed every night of that grotesque look on his face. Since then, I've made a rule for myself. Never, ever make an enemy out of Yin Xing, and if possible, never meet him again in my life. He withdrew his gaze and pushed the contract across the table. So, no matter who that young man Shaolin really is, you should just give up on him. Finalize the terms, sign the papers. Staying alive is the priority. The atmosphere tightened like a drawn bowstring. Zhong Mu's Adam's apple bobbed as he hesitated several times before lowering his eyelids, grasping the pen, and signing his name Zhong. Bang! The conference room door was thrown open. Chun Qian's secretary stormed in, face pale, nearly stumbling. Chairman, there's an extremely urgent situation. She gasped. Chun Qian frowned, anger creeping into his voice. What is it? Don't you see we're in the middle of an important discussion? It wasn't easy to get Zhong Mu here to sign. We've received reports of 7 or 8 deaths. The secretary trembled. All of the victims were extraordinary beings. Are you joking? Chun Qian leapt to his feet, the chair scraping harshly across the floor. There are fewer than 20 extraordinary beings in the entire red zone. You're saying 7 or 8 are dead. Most of the identities have been preliminarily confirmed. The secretary clenched her teeth, and it was Yin Xing, Zhong Mu muttered, veins twitching at the corner of his eyes, looking drained of all strength. He seemed to be drawing the terrifying image of that monster finally shedding its human facade and going completely mad. No, not Yin Xing, the secretary interrupted. We sent scouts for long-distance surveillance at Bylon Square and found Yin Xing's corpse. Dead silence fell over the room. Chen Qian was dumbfounded such a monster could die. But if not Yin Xing, then who else possessed both the ability and motive to hunt down other extraordinary beings? Someone captured blurry footage. Please take a look. The secretary handed over several hastily printed photos. In the pictures, the night sky was torn apart by a figure moving along an incredible arc. The silhouette of the head was twisted and grotesque, nothing like a human skull. Chen Qian could not recognize it. Then Zhong Mu's voice, hoarse but certain. I know this person. You know him? Chen Qian's gaze sharpened. See the suit he's wearing? Zhong Mu pointed to the monstrous figure in the photo, then glanced at Chen Qian. This is the one I ordered just yesterday at that clothing store you recommended. He paused briefly, then added in a low voice, it was tailored for our new president. The last extraordinary individual was the one Shaolin intercepted outside the city. He had already driven some distance away from Yunza City when the heavy rain caught up. The eye of the deep sky hovered above the main road, firmly blocking the way. Just as he tried to detour, a loud bang shook the car violently. Shaolin descended from above, landing on the hood and peering into the vehicle. This seemingly 50-year-old extraordinary man pushed open the door cautiously, raising his hands slowly and hoarsely saying, I'm just a nobody. Killing me won't gain you anything. I know you want to make a show of strength. I can tell you where the others are hiding. Before leaving the city, I saw them go. You're the last one, Shaolin interrupted. Where are the others? They're all dead. The man's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared blankly at Shaolin, his voice trembling. A madman. A complete madman. Shaolin was too weary to say more. Months of pursuit and non-stop flying had drained him. He just wanted a swift end. Although his opponent wasn't weak and fought cunningly, Shaolin had him fully subdued within 5 minutes. Worried the stalled car would block traffic, he pushed it off onto the nearby wasteland. With the matter settled, he spread his wings, soaring through the rain and city lights before landing straight outside his hotel. Retracting all his transformations, he smoothed his collar and strode into the lobby. The 2 young night shift clerks were busy checking paperwork, unaware the man passing by was their new CEO, or that he had just spent the last several hours wiping out the entire extraordinary community of the Red Zone. Back in his suite, Shaolin tossed his expensive suit onto the sofa, took a hot shower, then collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep sleep. That same night, Yunza City was destined to be restless. Security forces and patrol units had been urgently redeployed, not seeking a fight, but verifying casualties. Footsteps and murmurs echoed in the hallways of the administration building. Chen Qian sat at his desk, fielding call after call, mostly replying with okay, or understood. Zhong Mu, still nearby, appeared calm, sipping coffee slowly. 6 confirmed deaths at Bylon Square, all extraordinary individuals, including Yin Xing. Chen Qian looked up, speaking partly to himself, partly to Zhong Mu. What about the other locations? Zhong Mu inquired. 5 other death incidents confirmed, all victims also extraordinary. How many extraordinary are there in the red zone altogether? Fewer than 20. So more than half are already dead? Zhong Mu murmured to himself. Another call came through. After listening, Chen Qian said, got it. He hung up and looked at Zhong Mu. 2 more cases confirmed. The question now isn't who else is dead, but who is still alive, Zhong Mu said. A cold breeze slipped in through the window crack, making Chen Qian shiver slightly. Who exactly is this new CEO of yours? He asked quietly. Zhong Mu stared down at the black coffee, shaking his head. I don't know, he said. All I know is that he's our new boss. That's it. The bar's dim yellow light cast a pale reflection of her face on the dark surface of the coffee. She set the cup down and pinched the bridge of her nose, her voice betraying a confusion even she could hear. Outside, the sky shifted from ink black to deep red, low clouds ripped apart like slashes from a blade, the first fragile rays of dawn struggling through. Just as the lights spilled into the living room, the phone shattered the silence with its ringing. Chen Qian pressed the answer button, his voice low as he acknowledged the call twice. He glanced at the sofa. Zhong Mu was curled up asleep, strands of hair falling across her face. Grabbing the unfinished contract, he crushed it forcefully into a ball and tossed it into the trash bin. The crumpled paper rustled quietly on the floor. Pouring himself a cup of scalding coffee, he moved to the floor-to-ceiling window. The dark brown liquid sloshed against the glass, its bitter steam rising toward him. He couldn't tell whether he felt relief or heaviness inside, only that last night's violent upheaval had turned the entire Hongjing territory upside down. Xiao Lin had fulfilled his vow on the big screen last night. Nearly all the supernaturals in Hongjing had been massacred. Now, only Xiao Lin, Simon, and Chen Zongshan remained alive. And the sole reason Chen Zongshan survived was because he hadn't joined the hunt. On the other side of the city stood a modest two-story building. Chen Zongshan turned and twisted all night, unsure whether retreating last night had been right or wrong, uncertain what the final outcome of the hunt on Xiao Lin might be. In just a few minutes, he felt ashamed of his withdrawal, fearing future mockery. But that regret was quickly stifled by reason. Leaning on a single sofa, he drifted between sleep and wakefulness until dawn. Suddenly, a sharp knock pulled him back from the haze. The door opened to reveal a stranger in a perfectly tailored suit, a badge on his chest marking him as an official from the administrative center of the agency, most fiercely at odds with Chen Zongshan's interests. Though rivals, they often dealt with one another due to tangled affairs. "May I help you?" Chen Zongshan's voice was hoarse, laced with clear hostility. "The chairman asked me to come congratulate you." The officer nodded slightly, his tone polite but precise. "Congratulate me?" Chen Zongshan's irritation deepened at the formality. "Just say what you want, not beat around the bush." The official's polite smile never wavered. "Last night, Mr. Xiao Lin, the new president of Blue Dragon Mining, executed nearly every supernatural in the Hongjing region. Now, only 3 remain: Xiao Lin, Simon, and you." He bowed slightly. "So, congratulations on escaping with your life. And I hope from now on we can rethink our relationship." The rest of the speech flowed on, but Chen Zongshan didn't hear a word. He closed the door, staggering back into the living room as if drained of his soul, collapsing hard onto the sofa and pressing his fingers against his temples. A sudden wave of fear washed through him, cold sweat breaking out as it crept from his spine to his forehead. His heart pounded wildly, breaths coming short and ragged. Shaolin really killed them all. Not a single one spared, he murmured. Names exploded inside his mind: Shu Xian, the soul killer; Yi Tan, master of the lake; Yin Xing, the terrifying powerhouse on par with Simon, once untouchable, far stronger than him, now all fallen in last night's bloodbath. He had imagined Xiao Lin might have died during the hunt, or might single-handedly cripple strong opponents and intimidate rivals, but never that he would truly wipe out every last one, everyone. The pale morning light sliced through the window like a cold blade. A strange, pervasive loneliness engulfed his thoughts, swallowing them whole. Staring blankly at the ceiling, his world felt hollowed out. There was no one left, even remotely familiar. Overnight, the supernaturals of Hongjing no longer existed. At 10 in the morning, the captain entered the quarters carrying a full bag of vegetables and 2 letters in his hand. The room was dimly lit. A floor-to-ceiling window by the sofa was cracked open just a sliver, letting in cold wind that stirred up dust. Simon was curled up in a corner of the sofa. His once soft brown curls had been shaved off to a bald scalp. His cheekbones protruded sharply from weight loss, and his grayish skin was stitched with countless black threads, resembling a patched-up corpse doll. He was struggling to hold a conversation with the pianist sitting opposite him. "I keep feeling like there's someone else inside my body," Simon said hoarsely, his slow voice scraping like a dull knife on wood. "That's just your imagination," the pianist replied without looking up, dismissing him casually. "But the feeling is so clear. It's like he's spinning a web in me, making a nest, gnawing on my insides." Simon clutched his abdomen tightly, his knuckles turning white. "It's all hallucination. Rest a few days, and you'll be fine." The pianist's tone was indifferent as he tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa's armrest. Simon opened his mouth to argue, but suddenly was drawn to a raw piece of meat casually tossed onto the table by the captain. The strong metallic scent of blood instantly filled the room, setting Simon's gaze ablaze. His Adam's apple bobbed as he grabbed the meat and tore into it voraciously, blood dripping down his chin. The captain frowned, but set the remaining ingredients in the kitchen. Since the surgery, Simon's hunger was bottomless. No matter how much he ate, it never filled him, yet his body wasted away day by day. The captain slapped the 2 letters onto the coffee table and turned to the pianist. "Any news from headquarters?" "The key will arrive in 3 days, the captain answered. "Now it's just a question of whether Simon can hold on." The pianist cast a sidelong glance at Simon, a teasing smirk curling his lips. "He's in great shape. His progress is incredibly fast. Once promoted, he might even easily surpass us." The captain responded with a cold laugh. His gaze swept the living room and rested on a locked door to a small room. "Also about Lily. Headquarters is taking her seriously. They'll send someone to retrieve her tomorrow as a lead for investigating Utaijo. That doesn't concern us, the pianist stretched lazily. Our focus is only on Simon. The captain sighed. Hey, raise something that does concern you. Intelligence from Yunza City last night. Shaolin nearly wiped out all the transcendent beings in the red territory there. Simon's meat-tearing froze instantly. He lifted his head, terror surging in his cloudy eyes. Not a single red territory transcendent stopped Shaolin. Oh, I know about that, the pianist said indifferently. You didn't intervene? No effective way to stop him. And honestly, with all the transcendent beings dead, headquarters' plans to remodel the red territory are actually easier. He shrugged, glancing askance at Simon. At this pace, Shaolin will probably reach Honghe City within 3 days faster than us. The fear twisted through Simon's body like venom. He gripped the bloodied meat tightly and suddenly gagged, cold sweat soaking his back. The pianist lightly patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid. You're the future star of our house of philosophers. We've got your back. How do you plan to handle him? The captain asked. Pick a good spot along his route and take him out. The captain frowned. No need to fuss over such a minor player. He can't disrupt our plans. And given his supposed immortality, killing him won't be easy unless we fully understand it. The pianist smiled, his voice like a soft pluck of strings. It's about teaching him a lesson, my friend. He's all proud and flashy now. I just like to remind people at their peak of glory what the real world looks like. The captain was a bit annoyed but finally said, fine, do as you like, just don't let it delay the important work. Inside the Tianyan Research Institute, as seen in the dream, the water bar's lighting was soft, and the countertop gleamed from being polished. Shaolin sat on a high stool, his fingers rapidly swiping across his phone screen, trying to merge the numbered tiles into 2048. Just as he was about to combine them, a slender hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and lightly tapped twice. The puzzle instantly got scrambled. Shaolin looked up. Zhao Ningyue was resting her chin on one hand, her eyes sparkling with mischievous teasing. She blinked and said, if I'm not mistaken, it's nearly 11 o'clock in the real world. Aren't you going back? I'm sleeping in today, Shaolin said, flipping his phone face down on the bar. Zhao Ningyue let out a sharp laugh, her voice clear and bright. Because of what happened last night? Something like that. Regret it? Not really. Just didn't expect the quantity to be so overwhelming. My mind's a bit numb. I want to take it easy for a while. Shaolin pressed his forehead against the cool wood surface of the bar. Zhao Ningyue reached out and ruffled his hair gently, smiling softly. Little lab rat, there's hardly any absolute right or wrong in the world. We all measure the world by our own standards, you, me, everyone else. Way just make our choices and then live with the consequences. Shaolin followed the line of her shoulder and glanced behind her. On the second shelf of the cabinet sat a transparent jar, filled with a dark liquid in which floated a pale brain model. What's that? He pointed at the jar. Just a little dark-themed trinket. Zhao Ningyue raised an eyebrow. Like it? I can give it to you. No thanks, I can't appreciate it. Shaolin's lips curled into a playful smirk. If I really liked it, should I go get you a real one? Zhao Ningyue paused for a moment, then stared at him like he was a child, squinting her eyes and chuckling. Better not. I'm a girl, something like that scares me. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket. The caller ID showed Utaijo. Shaolin waved goodbye to Zhao Ningyue and left the water bar. In the Research Institute office, the white bulbs blazed brightly. Utaijo was standing with his back to the door, staring intently at a whiteboard filled with code names and pinyin abbreviations. Shaolin pushed open the door and entered. Utaijo got straight to the point. Next step, the gate of cognition. I was thinking the same. Shaolin crossed his arms, eyes on the whiteboard but unable to make sense of the chaotic symbols. It should be somewhere deep in the great wilderness. Utaijo took a deep breath. This might be our most dangerous mission yet. Professor, didn't you bring me here for a grand adventure? Shaolin shrugged. Utaijo laughed at that. Anyway, whatever happens, contact me immediately. Got it. He shifted the topic. Also, Yanxing. Utaijo walked over to the desk and handed Shaolin a stack of documents. Based on what you told me, I analyzed his ability. Yanxing's understanding of biological structures is too shallow. He can only mimic lower-level organisms, and his own structure limits him, so his development is crude. Now that the ability is in your hands, the approach is straightforward. Find some powerful targets, I decode their physiological structure, and you replicate them cognitively. That way, you can better wield the non-human supernatural powers. He paused, his tone serious. But remember, using non-human forms consumes more energy, so you must be cautious. Understood, Shaolin nodded seriously. Shaolin didn't return to the real world until noon. His phone showed more than a dozen missed calls, all from Zhongmu. He stretched lazily before finally tapping the callback button. No sooner had he answered than Zhongmu's urgent voice spilled into his ear. Mr. Shaolin, where are you right now? At the hotel. At the hotel? The hesitation was clear on the other end. Yeah, after everything last night, I just went back to sleep. Shaolin pulled open the curtains, letting sunlight fall on his wrist, where no watch was worn. Zhongmu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time last night. This CEO turned Yunza City upside down. The administrative center lit up and busy until dawn, yet he himself just went to the hotel to get some rest like nothing had happened after killing people. So why did you call me so many times? What's going on? Shaolin tossed the topic back. Qin Xian wants to talk with you. Zhong Yu's tone grew cautious. He says he knows the crisis isn't over, but he's willing to take a risk and stand with us. I'm not good at managing this kind of thing. You handle it. Shaolin refused outright. But he insists on meeting with you in person. Tell him I don't need him to take risks or prove loyalty. His stance means nothing to me. There was silence for a few seconds. Then Zhong Mu replied, all right, he'll pass that on. Suddenly, he realized this seemingly indifferent CEO actually saw the situation far more clearly than anyone else. There's one more thing. Shaolin casually traced circles on the table. Set up a meeting for all the other supernaturals. I want to talk to the rest. That's impossible, Zhong Mu answered bluntly. Come on, you said 10 seconds ago it's part of your duty to help. Among all the supernaturals in Hongjing, only you, Simon, and Qin Zongshan are left. What about the others? You killed them all last night. Huh, I thought there were only a dozen or so, fewer than 20. That's everyone. Shaolin was stunned for a while. There are so few supernaturals in Hongjing. Supernaturals aren't common as carrots and cabbage, Zhong Mu explained patiently. They are the top fighters of a region. You can think of them like local gods able to guard a territory or cause chaos. Why would you expect them to be everywhere? Shaolin rubbed his nose. So now Qin Zongshan is the last one standing? Yes. Damn. Why didn't you say earlier? Maybe if I'd hung on last night, I could have spared a few. He smacked his forehead regretfully, as if missing a big sale. Once again, Zhong Mu was shocked. This new CEO was ridiculously powerful, but made people suspect he came from another world. Do you want me to contact Qin Zongshan? Arrange a meeting? No. I'll go find him myself. Shaolin waved him off. After hanging up, he finally got out of bed. He hurriedly ate lunch, then went downstairs to the supermarket. He picked out a fruit basket and grabbed 2 cartons of milk. At checkout, he pulled out a shiny coin to pay spending 1 coin. He exchanged the 5 silver coins for 100 silver beans, and the cashier thoughtfully handed him a small canvas pouch the size of a palm. He weighed it briefly at his fingertips, confirmed the weight, and then stepped out of the bank. The sun was blazing, and heat waves shimmered along the street. He raised a hand to hail a taxi and gave the driver the address Qin Zongshan's residence. At the same time, in Qin Zongshan's penthouse apartment, a simple suitcase was neatly stacked by the entrance. He held his phone between his fingers and cast one last glance out the floor-to-ceiling window. So, there really is no way to turn this around? The voice of the Crimson Legion leader on the other end was tinged with frustration and helplessness. Turn around? How? Qin Zongshan lowered his head and tightened the zipper with a calm voice. Do you think I have any way to stand against him? We're not asking you to fight back. We just hope you won't quit as war advisor, to protect our interests as best you can. What I need to protect most right now is my own life. He looked toward the door. I don't even know how he feels about me. The safest thing is to quietly vanish. Before he finished speaking, there was a clear knock on the door. Qin Zongshan raised a hand and gestured for his attendant to open it. As the door cracked open, he saw who was outside and suddenly froze, his mind going blank. Hey, Mr. Qin, what's going on? The voice on the phone pressed anxiously. Nothing, it's just Qin Zongshan swallowed hard. I think I'm about to die. With that, he abruptly hung up. He stepped back instinctively, raising his hands to show he was unarmed. Yesterday about that matter, I didn't go. Shaolin at the door smiled and lifted a paper bag filled with milk and fruit. I know. Thanks for sparing me. Qin Zongshan's temple twitched sharply. He still couldn't gauge the meaning behind this polite remark. Seeing it was milk, not weapons, in the visitor's hands, his shoulders relaxed slightly. If you wanted to kill someone with milk, even Shaolin wouldn't have it so easy. I'm planning to leave Yunzi City. Qin Zongshan took a deep breath, steadying his voice. Leaving? So soon? Shaolin raised an eyebrow. Yeah, there's nothing left for me here. Qin Zongshan gripped the suitcase handle. So you came looking for me because I have a problem I need your help with. Shaolin cut him off. Qin Zongshan sighed silently and stepped aside. Come in and let's talk. Inside the living room, they sat side by side. After the attendant served hot tea, he retreated to the doorway. Qin Zongshan held the cup and spoke first. Go ahead. What's the matter? You know my ultimate goal is Simon. Shaolin's gaze was steady. I want to avenge my friend and kill him. Qin Zongshan nodded. I know, but from what I understand, Simon is about to be promoted. Once he steps into the second reality, killing him will become nearly impossible. If you want to move, you have to do it quickly. Quick won't help. Shaolin shook his head. He has 2 extraordinary protectors from the House of Philosophers with him. They've probably already entered the second reality. Qin Zongshan was stunned, hadn't expected the House of Philosophers to value Simon so highly as to assign 2 guardians. If that's true, your chances of success are almost nil. He stopped short of saying 0, not wanting to provoke Shaolin. But Shaolin remained calm and suddenly shifted the topic. You mentioned before there's a death gate in the great wilderness, right? Qin Zongshan snapped back to attention, locking eyes with him. Trust me, compared to going through the death gate, facing those 2 second reality extraordinaires will be much harder. Chen Zongshan crossed his legs and clasped his hands over his knee, sitting like a patient teacher waiting for an answer. Is it a gate that helps transcendent beings ascend? Shaolin paused briefly before giving the most common guess. Wrong. Chen Zongshan's eyes sharpened, his voice tinged with coldness. But then he seemed to reconsider and quickly softened his tone. Well, not entirely wrong, just not quite right. Shaolin was puzzled by his reaction, but pressed on. What exactly is wrong about it? First, Chen Zongshan raised his hand, tracing an imaginary doorway in the air. The gate of cognition isn't a real door at all. It's just an abstract idea. Like when people say they've opened the door to a new world, they haven't literally pushed open any door. Shaolin nodded thoughtfully. But I once did push open a door to a new world. That was a door, wasn't it? Chen Zongshan twitched his mouth, nearly choking on his words. This guy was clearly arguing for the sake of it. He took a deep breath to calm down and went on. The second point is the most critical. The gate of cognition wasn't created to help transcendent beings ascend. It just happens to have that effect. It doesn't bend rules for your strength, nor is it any kind of test. You might face challenges beyond your limits as soon as you enter and either die inside or get trapped forever. Has anyone tried? Shaolin asked right away. Of course. Chen Zongshan shook his head slightly. That gate has existed for who knows how many years, and many have entered. The most recent was 7 years ago. Someone even stronger than Simon tried to go through the gate of cognition to ascend, but never came back. Since when did Simon become a measure of combat strength? Shaolin chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. What if someone brought an even stronger person? Like a master who's reached the second reality, he suggested. No, Chen Zongshan denied firmly. For a powerful being at higher levels of reality, the gate of cognition in a lower reality simply doesn't exist. They can't get in. Shaolin fell silent, processing all the information. It was clearly difficult to pass through that gate. But if he didn't try, his only option would be to rely on the transcendent factions that controlled the gate, which could take years and would completely throw off his plans. He had no intention of joining any faction that would seriously interfere with his work. After a long pause, he looked up. Do you know where that death gate is? You still plan to go? Chen Zongshan raised an eyebrow. Shaolin nodded. If you take me there, they'll pay you. In that moment, Chen Zongshan's feelings were complicated. If Shaolin disappeared inside that death gate forever, it might be for the best. But on second thought, though he feared him, he didn't exactly hate him. Besides, if he ended up the only transcendent being left in the entire Red Realm, big trouble might come that even he couldn't handle alone. After a long pause, Chen Zongshan shook his head. Forget it. If this is what you want, I won't stop you. Hey, Race, what I can do. I'll help you contact the Crimson Legion. They should know where the gate is. All right, Shaolin asked. When do we leave? Tomorrow at noon. Chen Zongshan hesitated, then added, but you know, there's some bad blood between the Crimson Legion and Yunza City. His words trailed off, leaving the implication clear. Shaolin understood immediately. I won't get involved in their past grudges with Yunza City. Things will stay the same as when Bai Xiaoyun was around. I get it. Chen Zongshan nodded and then said, however, you still need to step down as the war advisor. I will resign, Shaolin answered firmly. Seeing him relent, Chen Zongshan promptly declared, and I won't interfere in their feud any longer. With both extraordinary individuals stepping back, it was as if the Crimson Legion had traded two of their own to gain Shaolin an unexpected windfall. All right, it's settled. See you tomorrow. Shaolin stood and said goodbye. As the door closed behind him, Chen Zongshan let out a long sigh. His gaze fell on two large, untouched crates of milk in the corner. He smiled bitterly, shook his head, and then dialed the Crimson Legion leader's direct line. As soon as the call connected, the other side whispered sharply, what just happened on your end? Shaolin came to see me. Chen Zongshan lowered his voice. The one who slaughtered all the extraordinary people last night. What did he want? He asked for my help. But this matter is more suitable for you to handle. He's the CEO of Blue Dragon, Minina, sworn enemy. Why should I help him? Better not think of him as an enemy, Chen Zongshan warned. That would be very dangerous. Meanwhile, Shaolin had returned to his apartment. The hallway was dimly lit. Zhongmu was already waiting. Seeing him, he immediately approached. Mr. Xiao, I came to update you on the company's status. Shaolin swiped his card to open the door and gestured him inside. How did the talks with Qin Xian go? It's settled. The partnership remains unchanged. Zhongmu set down his briefcase and spoke with a relieved tone. He's confident in you now. Also, our clients are returning, and we've attracted some new ones. The losses from the satellite town attack will be recovered soon. What about the board of directors? You weren't present, but everyone knows your situation. Support is strong. Only a few remain cautious. Most are actively backing you. Good. Shaolin nodded. You'll still manage headquarters operations. Don't worry. With your reputation, no one dares challenge us easily. They both settled onto the sofa, and Zhongmu skillfully brewed a pot of tea. The fragrant steam curled upward. Mr. Xiao, this time we really owe you. No need to mention it. Shaolin smiled faintly. It's just my duty. I'm not being polite. Zhongmu spoke earnestly. After learning of Mr. Bei's death, I went through the darkest days of my life. I thought everything was over. Sitting here now, calmly drinking tea, it still feels like a dream. Shaolin looked at the elderly man whose hair was streaked with gray, but whose spirit remained strong, and softly said, "It's all right." Zhongmu shook his head gently, his gaze steady. "Mr. Shao, I know I can't do much to help you, but Blue Dragon Mining will always be loyal to you, just as we were to Mr. Bai." The next day at noon, Shaolin set off toward the outskirts of the city, still in his usual tourist gear, simple clothes, a backpack, and a camera hanging around his neck. About 2 kilometers from the city's outer checkpoint, 3 gray-black armored vehicles were parked alongside a dirt road fringed with dry grass, their tracks sunk deep in the mud. Chen Zongshan had arrived earlier and was now talking to a middle-aged man in camouflage. The man looked to be around 40, his face marked by a network of scars and burn marks that resembled a hardened map, revealing a fierce battle-weathered toughness. As Shaolin approached, Chen Zongshan took the initiative to introduce them. "This is Captain Liu Yan of the Crimson Legion, the most experienced guide in the Great Wilderness, and someone who knows where the gate of cognition lies." Liu Yan extended his hand with a stiff, cautious politeness. After a brief exchange of greetings, Chen Zongshan said, "Let's get in the vehicle, more to discuss on the way." The three climbed into an armored vehicle. The cabin was sealed off, its metal walls gleaming faintly. Though relatively spacious, it was hardly comfortable. Narrow windows no bigger than a palm framed the endless stretches of withered yellow grass like small, bleak paintings. Liu Yan sat against the steel wall on a side bench, casually flipping on the overhead light, and then closing his eyes to rest. He looked like a scorpion with its stinger removed, alert, yet silent. Lowering his voice, Shaolin asked Chen Zongshan, "Is he always this quiet?" Chen Zongshan glanced at Liu Yan and replied calmly, "He speaks up only when he's nervous or scared." Liu Yan's eye twitched slightly, but he remained silent. Amid the tank's low rumble, Shaolin broke the silence. "So where exactly are we going? The Crimson Legion's base?" "No, not back to base." Liu Yan finally opened his eyes, his voice hoarse. "Straight to the gate of cognition." Seeing he was willing to talk, Shaolin pressed on. "You've been in the Great Wilderness a long time. Do you know anything about the gate?" Liu Yan was quiet for a long moment, then shook his head. "No, my focus has been on the Blue Plague and soil geology." The tension in the cabin lingered until Chen Zongshan suddenly asked, "Do you know why I'm the war advisor for the Crimson Legion?" "Why?" Shaolin chimed in. Chen Zongshan raised an eyebrow and pointed at Liu Yan. "This guy fights like he doesn't care about his life, but he wasn't born a soldier. He was originally an agricultural expert. Over 10 years ago, he came to Yunza City to help solve the food crisis, or more precisely, to reclaim and cultivate the land." Liu Yan took over coldly. "At that time, I gathered a group of refugees and tried to turn the Great Wilderness into farmland to give the red territories enough food so the villages could survive. We tried soil restoration, even looked into using the Blue Plague's mechanism to spur crop growth. But it was all in vain. The Blue Plague can't be harnessed, and normal crops can't survive. I asked Yunza City for help, but they didn't want to get involved. Bai Xiaoyan gave some food supplies, but it was a drop in the bucket. I couldn't watch those following me starve to death. Then I discovered that although this wasteland won't grow food, after each outbreak of the Blue Plague it grows another kind of thing." "What kind of thing?" Shaolin asked. "Guns." Liu Yan's eyes darkened like a deep well. "Guns and corpses. After the Blue Plague, some firearms and soldier bodies wash up on the wasteland. Sometimes even armored vehicles and tanks. We survive by scavenging and trading these." Shaolin fell silent after hearing this. Outside the window, the dry grass swept dust across the land as the vehicle moved backward. He knew Yunza City itself was always running at a high capacity, and accepting more refugees was difficult. This, he realized, was at the heart of their conflict. Shaolin suddenly thought of Bai Xiaoyan. Perhaps he was the one who had achieved the best results among all these trials. Bai had established the satellite town, allowing 5,000 people to live there in peace. Remembering how he had defended that town from Simon's attack, Shaolin felt a flicker of relief. LV Yin continued, "I've never really paid attention to the cognition gate, so I don't have much to say about it. But I suspect it has something to do with war." "Yeah, that's what I think too," Shaolin nodded. "They say the second layer of reality in the Great Wilderness is an ancient battlefield, and the blue disaster is some kind of lingering miasma from those battles." "Same story here," Chen Zongshan chimed in from the side. "War?" Shaolin fell into thought. According to his memories from 200 years ago, this area should have been the outskirts of Yenzhou City. The Third World War never reached this place. So whose conflict was this battle? Did it happen after the World War ended, during the early or middle period of the Transcendent era? His gaze fell on LV Yan's gear standard issue tactical vest, typical ammo pouches, and the assault rifle in his hands looked exactly like the weapons Shaolin had seen at certain events 2 years ago. "If you need weapons or equipment, I can sell you some," LV Yan offered offhandedly. "No need." Shaolin shook the knife at his waist. It had broken during his fight with Yan Xing, but he repaired it with his essence. The cold gleam still shone. He felt quietly proud. The work of a good mechanic was always reliable. Shaolin turned to Chen Zongshan. "If the theme really is war, what might I encounter inside the cognition gate?" "A death gate." Nobody's passed through it. I wouldn't want to guess recklessly. Chen Zongshan shook his head. The only clue remained the word war. Shaolin sighed silently, hoping it would come in handy when the time came. The armored vehicle roared deep into the great wilderness. The steady growl of the engine lasted nearly 2 hours until Chen Zongshan nearly nodded off, and the vehicle finally came to a slow halt. We're here. Lvian opened the door. Shaolin jumped down, landing amid rolling waves of golden grass. In the distance stretched a dense expanse of blue, the blue disaster zone. Pale blue mist hung over the sky like a curtain, while thick tall grass writhed wildly, making the scene visually unsettling. Although the blue disaster area was not large, it had never dissipated or expanded since it first appeared. The cognition gate lay right in the center. He closed his eyes and connected his consciousness to the satellite's aerial view. At the heart of the blue veil, a 3-meter-high square metal box flickered rapidly between intact and broken states. In its broken moments, he caught sight of an unknown object in Zidea, twisted, radiant mass pulsating with light. That must be it. Shaolin opened his eyes and thanked the 2 men before stepping alone into the blue disaster. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Zongshan exhaled in relief. All right, that's settled. He owes us a favor now. Lvian shook his head. I don't want his favor. Do you know why I finally agreed to help him? Why? I want him to die inside the cognition gate. Never come back. Shaolin stepped into the tall grass, its deep blue stalks so thick and vigorous they rose well above his knees. As the grass brushed against his leg guards, the leaves twisted and clung, and when torn, their broken ends oozed dark red liquid, like severed blood vessels. A faint sting spread across his skin as a slow, imperceptible erosion seeped into him, the hallmark of the blue plague's corrosion, but so gradual it was barely noticeable. Unbothered, Shaolin focused solely on closing the distance to the metallic cube ahead. As he drew nearer, the grass grew even taller and denser, its thick stems reaching past his head, completely blocking his view. Reluctantly, Shaolin drew his Tang sword and swept it through the foliage. The blade flashed coldly, and a swath of stalks collapsed in its wake. Yet the bizarre scene that followed was unsettling. The severed grass leaves writhed and twisted like wounded worms writhing in a pool of blood, fresh crimson spurting forth with each violent twitch. The thick, metallic sweet scent hit him hard, triggering an involuntary frown of disgust. Resolving to rely on his survival instincts, he spread a pair of jet-black wings from his back with a sharp tearing sound. The wind roared as he took wing, driving off the splattered blood droplets, and flew straight toward his target. In mere seconds, he covered the few hundred meters, hovering directly above the cube. The object flickered oddly between 2 states, one moment sharp and intact, the next riddled with cracks, as if invisible forces were tearing at it. Landing silently, Shaolin circled the cube, inspecting its outer shell, a thick, smooth silvery gray metal etched with finely detailed symmetrical lines. Through the ruptured cracks, he glimpsed a bluish-gray lining inside, dense and leaden. Could this be radiation shielding? He wondered. As the cube shifted once more into its damaged state, he caught sight of a strange, swirling mass of multicolored light inside, shifting and shapeless. Activating his Hui-Mo vision, his pupils stretched and warped as he peered deeper within. Suddenly, the colored radiance flared violently, unleashing a blinding flood of information that slammed into his mind like a hammer. Overwhelmed by intense dizziness, he staggered back as the Hui-Mo vision forcibly shut down. Shaking off the remaining vertigo, a flicker of alarm crossed his thoughts. If even the Hui-Mo analysis caused instant overload, then mimicking the Hui-Mo form himself would be meaningless. How can I gain entry through the gate of cognition? He questioned inwardly. Around him, only the wet rustle of grass and the cube's slow hum remained. Pondering briefly, he reached out his right hand and carefully pressed it against the cube's cold surface. In the next moment, the world seemed muted, as if silenced. The hum, the grass, even his breath vanished without a trace. What followed was a cataclysmic shift. The deep blue mist began to dissipate. The eternal crimson clouds overhead shredded and peeled away, revealing the clear, bright moon hanging fully exposed in the night sky, though he distinctly remembered it should be midday. Beneath him, the tall grass withered rapidly, as if pushed back into the earth by an invisible hand, and the metal cube before him disappeared entirely. As the grass dipped below his line of sight, he spotted the soldiers. Countless dark figures stretched across the endless plain, so many they were impossible to estimate, easily numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Each soldier was fully armored. Their assault rifles, tactical vests, helmets, and communication devices were identical in model to those used by Liu Yan. Yet they exhibited a bizarre, corpse-like state, their faces gaunt, skin gray-black, pupils pitch-black with no trace of human life. They stood silently, like shrubs sprouting from the wild plains. Shaolin tentatively waved and called out, but they showed no reaction, neither seeing him nor seeming to care. Their faces all turned away from Shaolin, as if awaiting some unspoken signal. Liu Yan's earlier guess was confirmed. Behind this gate was a battlefield. But who exactly was this army going to fight? And what were they trying to stop? Before he could answer, deep in the position, a missile launcher suddenly ignited. The thick launch frame slowly lifted, firing a dozen missiles trailing white flames that pierced the night sky. After flying a few kilometers, they seemed to strike an invisible wall and instantly burst into clusters of sparks high above. The explosions outlined the shape of a massive Creaturian arachnid over 200 meters tall. The giant beast lurked silently in the darkness, crawling soundlessly. Its gray-white exoskeleton gleamed with a metallic shine. Its back bristled with transparent, glowing spines, and behind its chest unfolded enormous wings made purely of condensed light energy. Shaolin's heart jolted. This was unmistakably the monster he had seen in the Howl of the Madman. Now, having completed its molt, it was even more terrifying. The battle erupted instantly. Gunfire, cannon blasts, rockets, and missiles combined into a raging storm. Tank tracks thundered through the night. Yet all the firepower aimed at the giant creature only sparked dimly, unable even to slow it down. It advanced calmly, as if on a stroll. Then the mutation began. The soldiers around the beast began to fall one by one, waddles plummeting toward the sky. Shaolin quickly activated his Hui-Mo vision and saw the horrifying scene above. The men floated suspended in the night, their limbs twisted madly by invisible forces. Blood squeezed from their pores and wounds, turning into a fine mist mixed with vapor, slowly gathering into a deep red cloud. The beast moved forward, harvesting life and spreading that sanguine cloud. Shaolin recalled what Lin Yinyin had said, that the Red Realm sky was stained red year-round because of the everlasting crimson clouds floating there. Only now did he realize their true origin. This creature was the very source of the Red Realm itself. This was a slow, quiet destruction. Red clouds churned in the sky as enormous arachnid creatures dragged their segmented limbs, crushing the scorched earth beneath them. Death spread like a vast, unfolding spiderweb, crawling outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. The apocalyptic scene left Shaolin stunned, his heart tightening as if gripped by an invisible hand. Suddenly, rubble behind him shifted, and soft yet steady footsteps caught his attention. He spun around sharply to see a middle-aged man standing 3 or 4 paces away, hands in the pockets of his trench coat, gazing alongside him at the colossal beast. Spectacular, isn't it? The man's voice was hoarse, but carried a primal reverence. I've seen it many times, and it never fails to awe me. It's like the judgment of a natural disaster. Shaolin's tension grew. There were actually living people within the door of cognition. Instinctively, he pressed his hand to the hilt of his knife, quickly calculating. Was this man an illusion conjured by the door, or someone like himself who had come from outside? Before he could ask, the man spoke first. How did you get in? Was it by accident? Or are you a transcendental seeking to advance? That question made Shaolin realize this man was almost certainly from the outside. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask so directly. I'm trying to advance, he answered honestly. Advance? The man raised a brow, scrutinizing him. Nobody told you this is a dead door? Someone warned me. Shaolin tightened his grip on the knife. But I wanted to try anyway, so I came in. Good. The man shook his head with a bitter smile. Looks like you're as foolish as I was, with exactly the same experience. People won't turn around until they hit a brick wall. But some walls, when you hit them, you don't survive. He turned, eyes scanning the gray ashes and wreckage before them. So what now? Are you going to stay here and wait to die, or come with me? Go with you? Where? To a place that's relatively safe. If we stay, that creature will come, and we'll end up crushed like those soldiers. There are safe places inside the door of cognition. Shaolin frowned deeply. Think about why I'm still alive. The man left those words hanging as he strode toward the side of the creature's path. Nearby, a shallow hill rose, with broken stone steps leading upward. Shaolin knew nothing about this place, nor how to pass through the door of cognition. The other clearly knew his way around better. After a brief hesitation, Shaolin followed. You still haven't told me who you are. He kept close behind. Jiangmi. The man gave his name casually. Once the strongest transcendental in the Red Realm. You must have heard of me. Shaolin racked his memory, but drew a blank. Then he recalled his mentor Qin Zongshan's warnings even years ago. A transcendental stronger than Simon entered the dead door and never returned. Since then, no one dared challenge it. His heart jolted. You're the transcendental who went in 7 years ago. Qin Zongshan mentioned you. Jiangmi's steps faltered. Turning, he stared at Shaolin as if suddenly becoming aware of how much time had passed. 7 years, so I've been here that long. He muttered to himself, then looked up and asked, how are things outside now? Is Simon the #1 transcendental in the Red Realm? Still Yanxing? Shaolin pointed to himself. It's me. Jiangmi brushed the stray hair disturbed by the mountain wind off her forehead and smiled lightly. That's only because you haven't met Simon and Yanxing. Once you face them, you won't think you're the strongest. They may be weaker than me, but in the Red Territory, they're among the elite. Yanxing is dead by my hand. Simon, I've defeated him once, Shaolin said calmly, but there was a sharp edge in his gaze. Jiangmi glanced at him casually, seemingly uninterested in verifying the truth, and shrugged. It doesn't matter. Since you've stepped through here, The outside world has nothing more to do with you. So, where are you taking me? Shaolin asked, continuing along the gravel path. You'll see soon enough, Jiangmi said, moving steadily. They crossed over the barren hill ahead and climbed to its highest point on loose scree. At the hill's summit, Jiangmi pointed down. Following her finger, Shaolin's pupils contracted sharply. On the other side of the ridge, nestled quietly in a hollow, lay a small village. Fewer than 10 houses dotted the village, made of wooden beams and rough stone combined. Straw patched up the cracks in the walls. A few sparse, scraggly trees wavered in the wind. Farther out, fields had been tilled by hand but were half fallow and neglected. The entire village radiated an aura of dilapidated, long-abandoned decay. Not a soul stirred. No dogs barked, no roosters crowed. This scene would be ordinary in some remote mountain hamlet. But here inside the gate of cognition, the discordance sent a chill down Shaolin's spine. What place is this? He whispered. Your final resting place, Jiang Mi said with unnerving calmness. From now on, this will be where you stay. Shaolin shook his head, voice firm. My goal is to pass through the gate of cognition. I won't remain here. Jiang Mi chuckled bitterly. Her smile carried a sneer. I said the same at first, until I saw the living calamity with my own eyes. You really think you can withstand its assault? Shaolin looked back the way they came. On the distant battlefield, that arachnid creature was crossing the place they had paused. Rows of corpses floated midair, limbs grotesquely twisted and stretched by invisible forces, before being swallowed by the swirling blood-red clouds. Ordinary soldiers, gifted individuals, even supernatural beings, none escaped this fate. They all turned into stains of coagulated blood in the sky. Jiang Mi continued. The gate of cognition is essentially a shadow of the past. The event that created the second reality repeats itself here in cycles. Every day, this battlefield restarts. To pass through the gate, the condition is simple: you just need to survive the battlefield. Unfortunately, that thing you saw is the incarnation of a second-generation supernatural. Even as an illusion, it's unbeatable. There isn't a 1 in 10,000 chance to survive its attack. Shaolin fell silent, eyes resting again on the dead village below. So, the people living in that village are. That's right, Jiangmi nodded. They're all the supernatural people who ventured into this area over the past decades. The earliest go back 50 years. But tragically, in all those years, no one survived the living calamity phantom. Everyone who tried to break out ended up dead. She looked directly at Shaolin, her tone cold but clear. You have only two choices. 1, go to the battlefield and die. 2, stay in the village until you go mad trapped inside, then go die anyway. This village seemed to be the product of centuries, small, primitive, and decaying, evoking little sympathy. The empty streets held no sign of life. Only tilted wooden houses stood silently under the gloomy sky. Occasionally, a half-open wooden door creaked in the wind before falling back into stillness. The stone exterior walls were hewn from the dark quarry cave at the foot of the hills, a place as black as an abyss that swallowed all light. At the village center stood an old well, its mouth facing the largest building in the settlement. The structure was a small fortress built from polished stone blocks stacked layer by layer. It bore no decorative carvings, but radiated an unusual aura. Faint blue veins of light pulsed intermittently across the stone surfaces like a heartbeat. Jiang Mi pushed open the door and stepped inside, followed by Shaolin. The dim, spacious hall held 16 or 17 people sitting in small groups on stone benches or directly on the floor. Shaolin counted them quietly. If all were extraordinary individuals, their number already exceeded that of the entire Red Realm region. The air was heavy and muffled, with no conversations until the door creaked open. Then they lifted their eyes, curious, suspicious, but mostly indifferent. I've brought a newcomer, Jiang Mi announced. His name is Shaolin, an extraordinary from the Red Realm. He's here to pass the promotion trial. After speaking, she closed the door and took a seat on a stone bench, leaving Shaolin standing among the crowd. At the far end stood an old man leaning heavily on a staff. His face was weathered and loose-skinned, brows drooping, with a hunched back that seemed to rest entirely on the dark wooden cane, as if at any moment he might collapse. Looks like another reckless youngster who doesn't know his limits, he muttered, voice hoarse with the weight of years. Hello, I'm 01, the one chosen by this village. 01? The strange name caught Shaolin off guard. The elder grimaced and chuckled weakly, because I'm the longest resident here, and the first to find the safe zone. I gave myself that name. 01. How long have you lived here? Shaolin asked. Almost 60 years, 01 replied calmly. 60 years. Shaolin inwardly gasped. For a normal person, that was a lifetime. For an extraordinary like himself, it was still a stretch long enough to alter one's nature. Yet the old man stated it as casually as commenting on the weather and went on. Anyway, welcome here. The first few days will be tough, but you'll get used to it. You there, he nodded toward a few others, help him find a place to stay and figure out what kind of work he's good at. Once he's settled, build him a house. Thanks, but no need. Shaolin suddenly interrupted the murmurs. I'm only here to complete the promotion. I don't intend to stay. The hall fell silent for a moment. Jiangmi awkwardly scratched her head. Wait, if you don't plan to stay, why did you come with me? Because I didn't know how to pass the trial back then. Shaolin shrugged with an innocent look. You told me later, didn't you? But by then the spider had run far ahead, and I needed more information, so I just came with you. Jiangmi slapped her forehead, as if annoyed at herself for meddling. At that moment, 01 cut off their back and forth. You don't stand a chance, not even one in a million. His voice cut, like a blade scraping metal, cold and resolute. The moment he mentioned leaving, his tone tightened sharply, and his dark eyes burned with a barely contained fury. But Shaolin just shrugged casually, as if it didn't matter at all. Honestly, I think I've got some ability. People outside consider me pretty formidable. Jiangmi leaned back in her chair, a faint smile playing on her lips as she replied. He's actually the top expert in the Red Realm right now. The top expert in the Red Realm? The old man lowered his gaze, tracing the cracks on the weathered table with a sneer. Here, you're nothing. The middle-aged man sitting beside him quietly set down his cup, his steady voice carrying undeniable weight. I'm a transcendent from the House of Philosophers. 30 years ago, the house began searching for usable cognitive gates. I led a 6-man team here. Our captain was a 4th-generation transcendent. No one in the Red Realm dared face him. But he died faster than lightning, killed just like those soldiers out there. Do you really think you're stronger than him? Shaolin glanced at him coolly. I'd rather die than be trapped here my whole life. That statement ignited a powder keg inside 01's chest. Tremendous power exploded outward from him, shadowy black flames swirling fiercely around his body. The air sizzled with a low hiss. Instinctively, Shaolin's hand went to the hilt of his blade. 2 deadly wills faced off in the cramped room. Suddenly, a clear, piercing baby's cry rang out, breaking the tension like someone hitting pause. Only then did Shaolin notice a pale-faced woman sitting in a dim corner, cradling a swaddled infant. 01 visibly relaxed his shoulders, quickly retracting his shadow flames as he hurried over. Is he all right? The woman gently patted the bundle. He's fine, just startled. That's a relief. 01 exhaled deeply. His words seemed meant for Shaolin, yet spoken softly to himself as well. See, we've already put down roots here. New life has been born, a symbol of continuation. We don't need to go anywhere. Years, decades, centuries from now, this place might grow into a city, and well be its founders. The baby's cries gradually softened, but Shaolin felt a heavy blow strike his chest. In this place that felt like a cage, where life and death flickered so fleetingly, they were choosing to bring forth new life. Jiangmi lazily turned her head. Shaolin, how about this? Fight me. Let the outcome prove your strength. If you lose, you stay here and never bring up leaving again. Shaolin shook his head, calm but resolute. I don't owe you any proof. This is my choice alone, and I don't want conflict with you. Since you won't share any information, fine. With that, he turned and pushed open the door, heading out. Hey, wait! Jiangmi started to stand. Let him go. 01's voice was sharp and cold, eyes darkening. He's completely rejected our choices and efforts. He doesn't belong here, and even if he wanted to stay, I wouldn't allow it. Jiangmi paused, then sighed and sat back down, muttering, what a shame, I was actually hoping for a fellow countryman here. After some thought, Shaolin set up a temporary camp on the hillside. He hadn't brought a tent or any food, but honestly, he didn't really need either. The night breeze carried dry sand and grit, sweeping across the tips of the grass. He planted his Tang Dao firmly in the ground beside him, half sitting, half leaning, his gaze fixed on the battlefield beneath the blood-red clouds. The crimson sky was thick and heavy, like fresh paint smeared across the horizon. On that battlefield, crushed by the giant spider, there wasn't a single corpse or drop of blood to be seen. Only broken armor, snapped spears, and overturned supply crates lay scattered in every direction. The air was thick with the smell of scorched earth and rusting iron. Shaolin's eyes swept over the desolation, and his thoughts turned to the village in the valley. The extraordinary individuals who had broken through the gate were all remarkably capable. He was even surprised to find members of the philosopher's house among them. But what stunned him most was the child held in 01's arms, the so-called hope for continuation. This meant those people were no longer just fighting to survive. They intended to put down roots here and grow, seemingly cutting themselves off from the outside world. Shaolin had nothing to say about it, yet he couldn't hide his shock. He shook his head, pushing the thoughts aside. There was no grudge between them, but their paths were different. Crossing would be impossible. As night deepened, he reviewed what he had seen earlier that day. That one-sided massacre. The giant spider's power was brutal and destructive. What exactly was that power? What would happen if he got close? And why was surviving on the battlefield the threshold to pass through the gate of cognition? He mulled these questions silently, committing them to memory to discuss later with Yu Taijo in his dreams. Lost in thought, a faint rustling from the dry grass behind him startled Shaolin. He spun around sharply. Under the moonlight stood the female superhuman who had held the child, silently watching him a few steps away. Her face looked pale and worn in the cold wind, her thin clothes fluttering. But she said nothing, just stared quietly. Is there something you want? Xiao Lin asked calmly, gripping his sword's hilt. The woman pursed her lips, hesitated, and spoke softly. What do you want to know? What? Xiao Lin raised an eyebrow. What information are you looking for? She clarified. Her unexpected kindness struck a chord inside him. The more intelligence he had, the better prepared he would be. Is that giant spider form an actual superhuman? He asked directly. I don't know. None of us here do. She shook her head. What is the nature of the power it unleashed during the massacre? It's essentially its authority. That's what 01 said. Every living thing affected dies, no exceptions. He pressed on. If I get close to it, are there other attacks it can use? Probably not. She shook her head again. I've never heard them mention anything else or seen it happen. And it's just a phantom. It probably repeats the same action over and over. Xiao Lin nodded, muttering to himself. So, as long as I withstand the effects of its authority, surviving on the battlefield is possible. The woman fell silent for a moment before finally confirming. That seems to be the case. This put Xiao Lin slightly more at ease. His greatest worry had been that while he was exhausting his essence and fighting the giant spider's power with all his strength, that guy would seize the opportunity to launch a fatal attack. Now that he didn't have to worry about that for the moment, his chances of winning improved significantly, only needed to withstand the opponent's assault. One last question, he said, gathering his thoughts as he looked at the woman before him. Why did you suddenly come to give me this information? The woman met his gaze, her lips trembling. After a long silence, she finally lowered her head. In a voice barely above a whisper, she said, because I want to leave too. Xiao Lin couldn't help but chuckle softly as his eyes glanced toward the dimly lit village. So, you had a child and 01 sees him as a symbol of the village's root and continuation, but now you want to leave? Why? The woman lifted her head, tears streaming down her face. She looked around at the gray, dusty hills and spoke hoarsely and urgently. There's nothing hurry, no mountains, no sea, no schools, not even a park. I can't give him anything. I can endure it, but I can't let him endure it. He's not a symbol, he's just my child. Xiao Lin felt a pang in his chest. She took a deep breath, struggling to hold back her sobs. Everyone had lost hope long ago. No one's tried escaping in over 10 years. 01 wouldn't allow us to try. But even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, as long as you live and get out, we'll try again. At this, she suddenly fell silent, panic in her expression. I know this is selfish, like asking you to risk your life for me. But I have no other choice. I'm sorry. She bowed deeply, her slight figure looking especially lonely in the night wind. Xiao Lin didn't look at her. He sighed inwardly and said calmly, no need to apologize. We all take what we need. Thank you for the information. Go back and take care of your child. The woman straightened, bowed again, then stepped carefully down the hill through the wet grass. Xiao Lin thought to himself that she probably didn't really believe he could get out alive. She was just clutching at the last straw. After all, the children of supernaturals aren't supernaturals themselves. That child would become the first ordinary person born, raised, and ultimately buried inside the door of cognition. He turned his head toward another dark patch of grass and raised his voice slightly. Everyone's left. Are you still going to keep hiding? The grass shook, and Jiangmi stood up, stamping his pins and wincing. My legs are numb from crouching. Xiao Lin rolled his eyes. So why did you come here? To take a dump? I can see the steam. Jiangmi shrugged lazily. Just pretend I'm here to take a dump. Anyway, whatever I wanted to do, someone else already did it. Nothing else to add? No, she got here before me. Then one last question for you, why are you giving me information too? Jiangmi shrugged with a lazy drawl. I don't think you'll get out, but anyone who wants to leave, I'm happy to support them. 01, he's not a villain. He just wants us to survive, no matter the cost. Xiao Lin's eyes followed the woman's fading figure. Don't tell anyone about her. Jiangmi looked on, unusually serious. Let's just say tonight, neither of us ever saw each other. With that, he stretched lazily, forced a smile that quickly faded, and said, I'm heading home to sleep. As for you, goodbye. No, I should say farewell forever. No one knew how much time had passed before the clouds began to draw back toward the center, as if reversing their spread. Minutes later, moonlight poured down, cleansing the night sky. Yet, what should have been a calm and gentle night was torn by countless hovering silhouettes high above. Hours slipped by, and those shadowy figures suddenly lost their lift, plummeting one after another like a heavy rain, their dull impacts booming in succession. After several more hours, those corpse-like bodies were inexplicably roused once again. They slowly rose, gathered scattered assault rifles, checked their magazines, secured their armor, fell into formation, and leveled their barrels toward the advancing giant spiders. Xiao Lin watched it all, fully aware that the battlefield had been reset, and a new cycle had quietly begun. He dropped his backpack behind him, gripped his knife, and opened his umbrella on his back, then stepped toward the gun's smoke-choked front line. As for countering the giant spider's powers, he could hardly say he decoded them, only that he was preparing. His strategy boiled down to two words: defense. Upon entering the zone under their influence, his first priority was to understand how the damage worked. If he could find a way to alleviate it, he would try to generate new physiological structures in real time for protection. Unfortunately, he had inherited only Yin Xing's ability, not his knowledge, so replicating complex structures was beyond reach. The only thing he could reliably control was the most basic wings. Thus, the core of this mission remained to tough it out. Before setting out, Yu Taizhou had warned him, when your essence is about to run out, you could abandon some associated objects to reclaim their cores for a temporary essence boost, though no one could guarantee the associations would reconnect afterward. For that reason, they arranged a strict order for discarding assets: Oma, Black Umbrella, Satellite, Survival, and finally the Research Institute. Shaolin treated this survival line as his ultimate trump card, but still had a vague sense that despite the opponent being a fully fledged second-generation superhuman, they were only illusions, unlikely to drive him into a corner. There was still some distance to the battlefield, so he simply lay back on the grass to steady his breathing, letting the breeze brush his ears, closing his eyes in a light doze, waiting for the giant spiders to appear. No one could say how long he lay there before the roar of the missile launcher broke the silence. Scores of missiles trailed long fiery tails as they screamed overhead, piercing the black sky, then exploded midair the next second, casting a fiery glow on a massive gray-white silhouette. Shaolin sprang up, slowly drew his Tang Dao, its blade gleaming coldly as he pointed it at the monstrous creature. At the same time, explosions echoed into a village 10 miles away. The terrified villagers fled toward a stone fortress seeking shelter. Jiang Mi was the last to cross the threshold, hesitating until Ling Yi's low voice cut through. Jiang Mi, close the door. He won't come back. Stung by the truth, Jiang Mi forced a sheepish smile and latched the door shut. Inside the fortress, candle flames flickered on both sides, just enough to outline the tense faces around. In a corner, a woman whispered softly to a baby in her arms, but was distracted, her mind full of distant battlefield cannon fire. Ling Yi glanced her way and said gently, Ning Su, let me hold the child for a while. The woman named Ning Su paused briefly, then carefully handed over the baby to Ling Yi's arms. Ling Yi gently toyed with the child using his weathered fingers, a warm smile softening his face. Then he looked up calmly and said, I know what you did last night. Ning Su's shoulders tensed suddenly, her breath caught for a moment. I am not blaming you. Ling Yi's voice remained gentle but firm. Just don't do that again. Ning Su stared at him in silence, her lips trembling slightly. Finally, she lowered her head and nodded. The morning light filtered through the simple window frame, casting faint blue veins on her pale face, evidence of a sleepless night. Ling Yi shifted his gaze to the other extraordinary individual in the room. I have a feeling the man named Shaolin was the last to arrive here. After his death, I doubt anyone else will come within 100 years. He then turned toward Hien, who was standing awkwardly in the corner. Hien, you are the child's father. From now on, you will take care of the child. If he stays with Su, I fear it will affect her mental health. After a brief pause, he added, Su, I'm not taking your child away. When you're nursing, you can stay by his side. But otherwise, you need to rest properly. Hien and Ning Su exchanged glances, but there was no spark between them. Their relationship had begun with mutual feelings, but was hastily bound by an unexpected pregnancy. Watching his wife grow paler by the day, Hien hesitated but carefully took the baby from the swaddling cloth. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Outside, a sudden burst of heavier artillery and gunfire shook the wooden beams. Black smoke rolled over the roof, signaling the approaching spiders. The village outskirts were facing their most perilous moment, which was also Xiao Lin's moment of judgment. At this moment, Xiao Lin stared at the giant spider from afar. At first glance, it wasn't startling, but as the distance slowly closed, the overwhelming scale became terrifying. Over 200 meters tall, like stacking two 30-story apartment buildings. Its movements dragged a terrifying mirage, spreading ruin. The air was thick with decay and despair. Suddenly, invisible threads seemed to tighten around Xiao Lin's neck and torso. He instinctively reached out, but touched nothing. The next instant, the world flipped upside down, and a rush of weightlessness hit him as he plummeted rapidly into the sky. In seconds, he surpassed the spider's towering head and broke through the clouds. Countless corpses were flung into the air, twisted by an unseen force. Blood was forcibly extracted, swirling into crimson clouds. Soon, the red mist fully engulfed Shaolin. Trapped in the fog, all he could see was shades of pale red mingled with gray and drifting body parts. His mind sharpened, quickly calculating his essence consumption. He had to understand the damaging mechanism of this power as fast as possible and be ready to reclaim linked materials to avoid instant depletion. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. In the silence, he sighed suddenly. Why isn't my health dropping? Not even a single drop. That reminded him of his fight with Simon, who had imposed mythic effects like invulnerability and death upon gaze on the Lord of the Banquet. Yet, those effects hadn't seemed to work on him either. Also, before a first-generation transcendent like me, this kind of power can't do any real harm. The only thing that can hurt me is genuine physical attack. He recalled what Yu Taizhou had said. Interacting with the material world requires bearing the toll of material damage by default. But this power was different, an emergent force that seemed utterly ineffective against those of higher rank. So there he hung silently high above, a wave of disbelief stirring in his mind. All that intense mental preparation just now was for nothing? Moreover, if that's really the case, isn't this death trap far too easy? After about 10 minutes, Xiao Lin began to fall from the sky, crashing down hard and mercilessly onto the ground, creating a shallow dent in the soft soil. The intense impact silently drained a little of his essence, but he could only remain silent in this heart-pounding battle. The blow that hurt him the most was the fall itself. So does this mean I've passed through the gate of cognition? He thought blankly. Propping himself up from the pit, he spat out a mouthful of grass and dirt, then looked around. The night was unchanged, with every detail exactly as before. The giant white spider was dragging its fading silhouette away, but overhead the red clouds kept spreading, soon engulfing the entire sky. His body showed no sign of the expected dual reality transformation. Clearly, he was still trapped inside the gate of cognition. Xiao Lin's mind was tangled with doubts. He wondered if Jiang Mi was deceiving him. But he quickly rejected the idea. If it were a trick, why stop him from approaching the giant spider? And if passing the gate had nothing to do with the spider, why would the villagers remain here forever out of fear of it? The two motives conflicted and didn't add up. Frowning, he brushed the mud off himself and decided to return to the village to share his discovery with everyone. Maybe their assumptions were wrong. Maybe the so-called death gate wasn't truly a dead end. But just as he straightened up, he suddenly froze in place as an inexplicable shock spread throughout his entire body. Outside the pit, the moonlight was cold and clear. Two strange creatures stood silently, staring fixedly at him. Their skin was brownish-gray and slimy to the touch. Nearly 2 meters tall and spindle-shaped, they resembled upright squids. Their 6 bulbous compound eyes were arranged in a circle, evenly interspersed with 7 tentacle-like arms. At the front extended a pair of sharp, 3-segmented pincers, as sharp as scissors. This scene immediately reminded Xiao Lin of that night in Satellite Town. Back then, he and Lan Xiyu had escorted the injured Lin Nianian to the research institute. Lan Xiyu said Lin Nianian was expecting a human's 7 arms, 6 eyes, 1 pair of pincers. He had scoffed at the idea, dismissing such a human as a supernormal myth. But now, here were 2 living, breathing examples right before him. Their heads were elongated and mouthless, each embedded with a speaker-like membrane that vibrated softly, emitting a low humming. They faced each other silently under the moonlight, the air seeming to freeze around them. Suddenly, one of the tentacle creatures produced a weapon in its palm, a very strange gun. It was shaped like a handgun, but the casing didn't look metallic. It seemed to be made of some kind of plastic, with a slightly rounded form like a child's toy. A sharp sense of danger suddenly exploded in Xiao Lin's mind. He yanked out the black umbrella behind him and slammed it in front of himself. Click. The trigger clicked down, and a teardrop-shaped blue-white beam screamed forward, crashing hard against the umbrella's surface. The terrifying kinetic force pushed him backward like a massive wall, gouging 2 deep furrows in the grass beneath his feet. The searing heat burned his skin, and his essential energy plummeted wildly. This was after blocking the attack. What the hell was this? Horror surged in Xiao Lin's heart, but he didn't hesitate for a moment. A snowy white mask instantly solidified on his face as he lunged forward, closing the distance to the gun-wielding creature with multiple arms. With one swift slash, he cut down one of its tentacle-like limbs. Yet before the blade fell, the handgun vanished into thin air, reappearing in another arm of a second creature. Without hesitation, that creature raised the gunboom. A second blue-white blaze burst out. This time the umbrella was too slow to close. Xiao Lin could only rapidly generate a pair of glowing wings that spread before him. The roar was like thunder. It felt as though a blazing sun had collided heat-in with him, distorting everything around into heat-warped shapes. He skidded backward more than 10 meters before barely stopping. His essential energy suddenly dropped by nearly a third. They're not like transcendent beings, more like proxies acting for one, Xiao Lin judged silently. The 2 creatures with the arms stared back. Equally stunned, they seemed unable to believe the handgun hadn't instantly killed the target. Xiao Lin gave them no chance to recover, quickly forming a plan. Keep an eye on the handgun, then find a chance to eliminate both monsters. He swung the black umbrella. Thunder, wind, and rain burst forth violently, swirling dark clouds high above into a vortex. Lightning cracked and roared down, but just before it struck, a transparent cubic light shield rose from the ground, enclosing everyone tightly. Crack! The thunderbolts hit the barrier's exterior, scattering electric arcs, but not an inch of it shifted. Another attack thwarted. Xiao Lin grew even more cautious. The 2 multi-armed creatures buzzed noisily, one of them suddenly revealing 9 cold weapons floating over its arms and claws: knives, halberds, swords, and spears, all made of different materials and exquisitely crafted. The handgun couldn't pierce him. They decided to test for other weaknesses. The armed creature suddenly lifted off the ground, moving unnaturally in the air before leaping straight at Xiao Lin. 7 arms stabbed from multiple tricky angles, all at once. Xiao Lin didn't retreat. He stepped forward and traded wounds in kind, slashing down one limb. The enemy clearly hadn't expected such boldness and didn't dodge. The blade cut from top to bottom across the creature's long, narrow head. But instead of the expected burst of flesh and blood, there was only a shrill scraping sound and a shimmering blue light coating it an independent force field. In the next instant, 7 weapons stabbed deep into Xiao Lin's body from lethal directions. The creature's bulging giant eyes glowed with triumphant delight. Xiao Lin's expression remained calm. He poured more energy into his Tang Dao sword, pressing down hard. Boom. The shield shattered into countless floating sparks. The creature retreated at incredible speed, just managing to get out of range before Xiao Lin's blade slammed toward its head. They faced off again. Xiao Lin was secretly surprised. That one strike could have killed the creature, but just as he powered up, the frantic buzzing from the other multi-armed creature seemed to interfere with his attack. That buzzing was likely their form of communication. His pupils narrowed, a cold smile forming deep inside. When it came to intelligence warfare, he was no sure loser. His head slowly transformed, morphing into a large black book that silently opened from the center. The power of the Hui demon wasn't limited to mere mental pollution. That was just one of its ways to hunt enemies. Its real horror came from a mysterious, supernatural organ capable of instantly analyzing information and transforming knowledge. The moment Xiao Lin completed his self-reconstruction, this organ activated, translating the previously chaotic buzzing into a clear and intelligible alien language. The target's head is deforming. Matrix connection lost, came a cold metallic voice from the left. That doesn't look like an attack structure. Pause fire, wait for reconnection, replied a deeper voice immediately after. This superhuman is terrifyingly abnormal, the first cephalopod creature reported. It has withstood 2 plasma cannon shots. The feedback from 9 types of weapons all ineffective. Logically, no one at the first level reality phase should have such strength. Don't worry, the companion responded with a buzzing tone. We have a mind-reading matrix. He stands no chance. He seems to fear the plasma cannons. Let's hold him off for now. He'll reconnect and read his next move. Then we'll trap him with the generative shield and finish him off with plasma fire. Under no circumstances can we let him take the secrets here away. The surrounding air was still slightly distorted by the burning high-energy particles, yet Xiao Lin remained motionless, calmly dissecting the tactical logic of the 2 cephalopod creatures. Transparent light screens extended along the walls, forming a massive cube-shaped generative shield that could close at any time. What troubled him more was the mind-reading matrix itself. Through the Hui demon's eye, he saw fine lines of light emerge along the bodies of the 2 cephalopods, weaving and flickering like living circuitry, rapidly stretching toward him. Xiao Lin didn't dodge. He let the light threads pierce his forehead. If they wanted to read him, he would let them read to their heart's content. The moment the threads pierced, his mind forcibly connected with the matrix. The tentacles of the controller trembled sharply, its single eye constricted abruptly. What's wrong? The nearby creature noticed the change. He understands our conversation. He knows what we just said. It's okay, the companion reassured. Even if he knows about the mind-reading matrix, he won't be able to break it. But in the next instant, Xiao Lin's thoughts surged back through the same channel and overwhelming, chaotic mental pollution flooded like a torrent. The 2 cephalopod creatures realized instantly they had made a fatal mistake. Trying to disconnect? Too late. The unmitigated psychic storm exploded in their brain regions. Their tentacles stiffened, and their central nervous systems briefly shut down. Seizing the few seconds of vacancy, Xiao Lin flashed forward. A blade's sharp arc sliced through, severing the head and half the brain of one cephalopod. Thick, dark blood spraying everywhere. The other's resistance far exceeded expectations. It forcefully shook off the mental assault during its brief daze. Then its 8 tentacles instantly wrapped around its fallen comrade's shattered body and shot away like arrows in reverse. They passed through the shield unhindered, heading in the direction of the moving spider. Xiao Lin had no intention of letting them escape. With all his strength, he slashed through the protective shield, spread his wings, and soared into the sky, pursuing the brachiopod creatures. The 2 wingless brachiopods skated almost flat along the ground, their movements resembling soft-bodied sea animals drifting in the water, yet their speed was astonishingly fast. Xiao Lin struggled to lock onto his targets, gritting his teeth as he pressed on relentlessly. Suddenly, the familiar roar of cannon fire erupted ahead. The remains of the giant spider leapt into view, and the battlefield was once again shrouded in the haze of war. In the heated chase, the brachiopod's stamina quickly depleted, their flight altitude and speed both dropped. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Lin raised his hand to gather his spiritual energy, ready to strike the throat. But in an instant, an unexpected transformation exploded forth. A massive sun, as if hanging just overhead, rose out of nowhere. Its fierce light swept across mountains and valleys, illuminating the earth with a blinding, blistering whiteness. From deep within the glare, a platinum giant sword tore through the clouds, descending like thunder and piercing straight through the chest and abdomen of the giant spider. The thunderous explosion shook the land with waves of dust and shock, and the roaring air blast tossed Xiao Lin dozens of meters away. When he regained his footing and searched for the prey, only drifting dust and mist remained. The brachiopods had vanished without a trace. Immediately, he channeled his consciousness into the deep space eye. Yet within that vision, there was no sign of the shadowy portal of cognition, only the raw reality. A deep blue sky with a solitary metallic cube flickering faintly as it floated. Still puzzled, he returned to his body, flapped his wings, and soared above the clouds. Using his clairvoyant sight, he scanned the entire land below, but found nothing. The portal space should have been enclosed and bounded. Creatures could not simply leave at will. Yet these two mysterious brachiopods seemed to have been wiped clean off the world. In the village, Ning-Su finished feeding the baby its last mouthful of milk, gently patted its back, and stepped out of the low wooden hut, fastening the last button on her collar. On the doorstep, Hien sat on a half-cut wooden stump, his gaze heavy with complexity. After several hesitations, he finally spoke. "I hope you don't hold a grudge against 01. He did it for your own good." Ning-Su lowered her eyes to the ground silently. Hien sighed and continued persuading. "There are only 17 living people in the village, but 60 corpses lie in the graveyard, more dead than alive. 01 forbids anyone from talking about leaving. Why? Because we can't get out. If you start thinking about leaving, life will only get harder." His voice was low but struck Ning-Su like a series of nails hammered into her heart. "You use the baby's survival as an excuse, and Xiao Lin has awakened unrealistic hopes in you. That kind of thought is too dangerous. It will consume your reason and survival instincts. Ning-Su, you're driving yourself onto a dead end. If you die, can the baby live? We can only survive like dogs in a cage. That's the only way." Ning-Su listened quietly and still kept her head down, ready to walk away. At that moment, 01 appeared at the village entrance, followed closely by Jiangmi and 2 other transcendents. Hien looked up and asked, "Where are you all going?" Jiangmi answered calmly, "The fighting's mostly over. The bodies will fall from the sky later. We're going to retrieve Xiao Lin's remains." Hien glanced secretly at Ning-Su. Her eyes were lifeless and still as stagnant water, leaving him momentarily speechless. Suddenly, a calm voice rang out, "No need to recover them. The bodies have returned on their own." Everyone was stunned and looked toward the voice in the distance. Xiao Lin stood calmly, holding a bundle wrapped in cloth. Everyone present froze as they looked at the figure standing not far away. Jiang Mi's eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Hien was speechless, his face etched with disbelief. Ning-Su stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the familiar silhouette, while 01's cane trembled slightly, his knuckles whitening from gripping it too tightly. In their understanding, Xiao Lin could never reappear, should have perished in the sky, turned to dust by the giant spider calamity. Even if that 09 a million chance of survival had come true, a survivor should have passed through the gateway of cognition, not returned the same way. Xiao Lin's reappearance was the most jarring impossibility of all. "You, how did you come back alive?" Jiangmi forced out the words. "Didn't you say that surviving the giant spider's attack meant passing through the gateway of cognition?" Xiao Lin countered, his tone calm to the point of coldness. "Yes." Jiangmi nodded, still stunned. "I did survive, but it seems that condition isn't quite right, so I came back instead." Xiao Lin shrugged, as if the catastrophe had been nothing more than an ordinary hike. The air instantly thickened, no one able to immediately process this bizarre news. In the silence, Xiao Lin dropped another bombshell. "In my analysis, the way to survive the giant spider's attack is actually quite simple, and someone has already succeeded. Someone else survived before you." Jiang Mi's voice cracked sharply. "Impossible." 01 snapped, his aged voice tinged with volatility. "I was the first to discover the safe zone, and the first to settle here. In these 60 years, no one has survived." "That's right. No one has survived," Xiao Lin said slowly as he bent down and tossed a cloth bundle off his shoulder onto the ground. "But not because they died under the giant spider's power." The bundle tore open, revealing a tentacle and half a severed head, their gray-brown membranes pressed against the floor, spattering drops of blood, resembling a shriveled squid. "Ever seen this thing before? After I survived, I was immediately attacked by these. The gun they carry can kill any rank 1 supernatural being instantly except me." Jiangmi crouched and covered her mouth and nose, examining the strange flesh carefully before shaking her head. "I've lived here 7 years and explored everywhere accessible. I've never seen these. If they existed, I would definitely know." Xiao Lin lifted his eyes and fixed his gaze on 01, lowering his voice to barely a whisper. "Then why are you so sure surviving the giant spider's attack means passing through the gateway of cognition? Are you doubting me?" 01's anger flared. "Shouldn't I?" Xiao Lin retorted sharply. Their eyes locked, tension thick as gunpowder. No one dared to start a conflict with someone who had survived the giant spider's power. In the deadlock, Jiang Mi spoke softly. "Xiao Lin, Though 01 is stubborn and grumpy, he is a good man. I agree. Ning Su's tone was calm, but resolute. If I'm not leaving, he's the best elder I have. The tense atmosphere eased slightly. 01 suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and finally spoke hoarsely. Let's go inside the fortress to talk. They followed him back to the fortress. The flickering yellow firelight cast shadows on the stone walls, dancing gently. 01 sank heavily into an old wooden chair, placing his cane by its side. After a long pause, he began. You asked why I'm so certain the key to breaking this trap lies with the giant spider? I can answer that it's simply the conclusion I arrived at through observation and deduction. The ambush was the heart of the cognition gate, and the giant spider was the instigator of that ambush so naturally. The key to breaking the deadlock lay with it. That was the simplest logic. But the problem was that the giant spider showed no inclination to attack proactively, nor any apparent need to continue fighting. Because of this, my companions and I concluded that the true breakthrough had to lie buried in the aftermath it caused. Companions? Shaolin looked up, quietly asking. Yes, 01 replied calmly. We originally formed a 3-person squad. Now, the other 2 lie forever in the clearing beyond the fortress where there are 60 graves in total, holding all those who tried to leave this place. A cold wind swept across the broken walls, stirring up yellow dust. Shaolin furrowed his brow and asked again. Then what about that cube? If it's the gate, shouldn't it be the core? 01 regarded him and nodded. In principle, yes. But he stopped mid-sentence, suddenly silent. Jiangmi spoke up for him. Everyone who's come through mentions that cube. But we've scoured the entire fortress, every corridor, every fallen stone slab, and we've never seen a trace of it. In other words, that cube simply doesn't exist. Shaolin took a deep breath of the icy air. He wasn't surprised, but his disappointment was clear. He knew he wouldn't be the first to raise that idea. It was just a faint hope in his heart. From this, the only lead left pointed to the giant spider. 01 sighed softly, his voice hoarse. Now, I have a very terrible suspicion. What suspicion? The cognition gate's formation may very well stem from the soldiers who fell on that battlefield. He paused, his gaze heavy. If that's the case, then the only way to clear it is to kill the giant spider. Shaolin, if that's the condition, can you do it? The flickering candlelight cast trembling shadows against the wall. Shaolin was silent for a long moment before shaking his head. That giant spider wasn't some random monster invented by Simon. It was a remnant of the 2nd-generation transcendent high grade, with armor-like plating, combining power and speed. Even if his current position could suppress it, killing it outright with his present offensive capabilities was nearly impossible. Moreover, the spider's appearance and disappearance were bound by strict time limits, offering only brief windows to strike. It was an almost insurmountable task. The empty hall fell into a heavy silence. After a while, Jiangmi forced a light laugh. Oh well, I guess it was a false alarm. Let's leave it at that. By the way, Shaolin, why not move to the village? It's not so bad there, and 01 would definitely agree. His tone was casual, as if trying to brush the crisis aside. But before the words finished, Ning Su suddenly covered her face, tears streaming down, her quiet sobs shattering the fragile lightness Jiangmi tried to create. Hien sat beside her, reaching out awkwardly to comfort her, only able to pat her shoulder stiffly. Amid the heavy atmosphere, Shaolin finally spoke, his voice low but resolute. I'm certain the way to clear this isn't by killing the giant spider. 01's head shot up, his expression hardening sharply. Why? Because I've seen the end of this war. Shaolin's eyes were deep, as if piercing through the haze of dust and time. If the ambush is won, the giant spider will be slain at the battlefield's end by some overwhelming power. So the source of this cognition gate cannot be those soldiers, but the giant spider itself. The condition to clear it is absolutely not to kill it. The room was so quiet that all anyone could hear was their own breathing. Everyone silently pondered Shaolin's viewpoint. They all agreed with his judgment. If the loser of that war was the giant spider, then there was no way the condition for passing the level would still be kill the giant spider once. Ning Su looked around at the group lost in thought, feeling a sudden wave of emotion. In this prison-like village, the villagers hadn't seriously discussed the idea of leaving for many years. Jiangmi tugged at the corner of his mouth, breaking the silence. It can't be that we're supposed to make sure the giant spider survives, right? It sounds wrong to say we have to protect elephants from tanks by sending ants. His words almost made Ning Su want to burst into tears. Hien quickly grabbed Ning Su's hand, gently squeezing it, then glared fiercely at Jiangmi. Stop talking nonsense. Jiangmi scratched his head awkwardly. It's just a guess, and the worst-case scenario one at that. Probably not very likely. The odds of that guess being true are indeed small, came a low, aged voice from the back of the room. 01. What's your basis? Shaolin stared at him. 2 reasons, 01 said deliberately. First, enough bad things have happened already. We can't be this unlucky forever. Second, those 2 cephalopods you mentioned, if we really faced an unsolvable death trap, they wouldn't get involved. Shaolin nodded in approval. Exactly. So the key to breaking the stalemate is to find those 2 cephalopods and drag them out. 01 sighed deeply and shook his head slowly. You've definitely moved the thinking forward, but I want participate or be of help. But Mr. 01, this is clearly an opportunity. Jiangmi grew anxious. 01 raised his hand to stop him. I can't let the search for a way out disrupt the village's production. Otherwise we lose any fallback. They'll clear the way for anyone willing to help, but it's voluntary. His gaze settled on Xiaolin. Xiaolin thought for a moment and waved his hand. I don't need many people. Jiangmi and Ningsu are enough. But Ningsu has to take care of the children. Hien suddenly spoke up. They'll go instead of her. I'm strong enough. Xiaolin recalled that Hien was an extraordinary from the House of Philosophers, so his strength was reliable. Although Xiaolin and the House of Philosophers were now adversaries, Hien had been trapped here for years, so those grudges didn't count against him. Xiaolin asked, do you know the pianist and the captain? Hien frowned slightly. Yes. They're executors. I'm in the intellectual faction. We rarely interact. But how do you know their names? I happen to have some dealings with them, Xiaolin said calmly. Since you want to replace Ningsu, as long as she agrees, I have no objection. Hien looked to Ningsu, his eyes quietly begging. After a moment of silence, Ningsu nodded seriously. Okay, let him go instead. 01 slowly rose, leaning on his cane as he made his way to the door. I hope you can grasp this sliver of hope, because after all his words trailed off, but in his heart, he knew better than anyone. The idea of continuation was just a lie. Yet he had to instill some belief in the people, for only then could the lie possibly turn true. He had spent 60 years in this village, so old and weary he had almost given up all hope. And yet, suddenly, he found himself at a crossroads in life. Dreamscape, Tianyan Research Institute. Xiaolin pushed the door open and stepped inside. The cafe counter was still quiet and cool, the light above the bar casting a soft glow over the metal surface. Only Zhao Ningyue sat behind the bar, resting her chin on her hand, absent-mindedly tracing the rim of her cup with her fingers. Bringing back something fun again. She looked up. How did you know? Xiaolin asked in return. Every time you bring something back from outside, all my guests end up crowding around to watch. You really are like the cat mom of this place. Cat mom. Yeah, the cat mom goes out hunting while a bunch of kittens in the lab are waiting to be fed. And what about you? Are you a kitten too? Me? I'd say I'm more like the cat's owner. Zhao Ningyue smiled and tilted her head. Then suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I've got some cat poop coffee fermented from civet droppings. Want to try some? No thanks, I'm not drinking my own poop, Xiaolin muttered as he hopped onto a high stool at the bar. Zhao Ningyue began preparing the coffee. Grinding, tamping, pruiting, extracting each step was neat and precise. Steam rose with a subtle caramel scent. She worked while asking casually, so, what did you bring this time? 2 pieces of meat, Xiaolin gestured, cut from a strange creature. It looked like a squid but had 7 tentacles and 6 eyes. Also a compact but powerful pistol. Before he finished, there was a sharp clink as the portafilter slipped through Zhao Ninji's fingers and hit the counter, sending a fine cloud of coffee grounds into the air. Where did you find that? Her voice trembled slightly. Xiaolin frowned, but answered, this place that's hard to describe. Think of it like an open-world game dungeon you have to complete quests to escape. They call it the Gate of Cognition. Hearing that, Zhao Ningyue visibly relaxed. She bent down to clean up the scattered grounds, sweeping them back into the metal tray, then reloaded and tamped the filter basket. Xiaolin watched her profile. Why did you suddenly get so nervous just now? Maybe I'm just naturally uneasy around creatures with too many legs and eyes. Zhao Ningyue flashed her trademark smile and slid the freshly brewed dark coffee toward him. Tell me exactly what happened. So Xiaolin recounted everything had seen inside the Gate of Cognition. The giant spider, the village wrapped in webs, the numb and eerie villagers, every detail. When he finished, Zhao Ningyue nodded gently, as if piecing together a fragmented puzzle in her mind. Then, oddly, she looked up and asked, do you think that spider was pretty? Xiaolin blinked, confused. How is a spider ever pretty? Well, cute then? Not really. But I think spiders are quite cute. Her voice trailed off, as if even she wasn't so sure. So you like spiders? Xiaolin raised an eyebrow. Isn't that allowed? But I thought you said you don't like creatures with too many legs and eyes? You hated that 7-legged, 6-eyed tentacle creature, but say a spider with 8 legs and 8 eyes is cute? Before he could finish, Zhao Ningyue reached over and pinched the small patch of flesh on his arm. I just like them, and you're not allowed to hate them. Or else your coffee will only have artificial sweetener from now on. Xiaolin was shocked his intelligent cafe owner had just laid hands on him for the first time. And once again it was about her liking brains and liking spiders. Could she be a Yandere or something? All right, I know. I love the big spider. I totally love it. Xiaolin promptly backed down, waving his hands frantically to show he'd never mentioned sugar-free coffee. Again, that stuff was practically poison to him. Seeing Xiaolin behave so obediently, Zhao Ningyue finally released her grip on his wrist and resumed her elegant, composed demeanor. She looked up and said, as if making casual conversation, actually, about that gateway of cognition you mentioned. Before she could finish, a sharp ringtone interrupted her sentence. Shaolin pulled out his phone and saw Yu Taizhou flashing on the screen. Professor Yu has news. I need to head over, he said, turning to leave. But Zhao Ningyue suddenly reached out and gently tugged at his sleeve. Shaolin turned back to find a trace of worry and deliberate restraint in those alluring eyes. You can handle this well, right? She finally asked. Shaolin patted the back of her hand, giving her a firm answer. Don't worry, of course I can handle it. Only then did Zhao Ningyue let go, adding, You, remember to tell me what happens next. I want to know how it ends. I will. The door to the water bar swung open as he headed straight for the biology laboratory deep within the research institute. The corridor lights glared with a harsh white brilliance, and the closer he got to the research area, the noisier it became. Nearly all the researchers were crowded outside that laboratory door. Inside, several professors and interns were following the procedure Shaolin had provided, cutting and dissecting the two brachiopod creature samples before placing them into sterile bags labeled with numbered barcodes. On the silver metal tray, dark red tissue was arranged in sections, with ice blue cryogenic vapor slowly rising from the tray's edges. Yu Taizhou was speaking in low tones with the lead professor, both wearing grave expressions, as if the air itself was thick with insurmountable pressure. Shaolin quickened his pace and pushed through the crowd. Professor, what are the results? Yu Taizhou sighed first, then gestured for the lead professor to answer. The lead professor removed his goggles, his voice low but clear. The sample quantity is still too small. If these were humanoid specimens, it would be easier, but they differ drastically from humans. We've compared them with known mollusks and echinoderms, but we haven't found any reference points for similarity. A wave of helplessness washed over Shaolin. Their original plan had been to dissect these two samples, then combine them with Shaolin's eyewitness description to reverse engineer the complete physiological structure of the brachiopod creatures. Once they had a model, they could follow the trail to pinpoint these monsters' actual habitat. But now, with too few samples and no known physiological structures for reference, the deduction process was nearly at a standstill. So you're saying it can't be deduced? He pressed. The lead professor shook his head. Not entirely. We're listing all possible structural models and verifying them through classification and exhaustive methods. But this creature's brain structure is extremely intricate. Running through all the models could take an incredibly long time. How long? The lead professor exhaled. Conservative estimate, 10 to 15 years. If there are extraordinary organs in its body that we can't understand, we might never crack it. 10 to 15 years, the number made Shaolin's scalp tingle. Even in the best-case scenario, they were looking at a decade minimum, and more realistically, it might remain forever unsolved. The lead professor continued with his suggestion. My recommendation is that you keep collecting samples. The more we have, and the better the quality, the faster we can make progress. Theoretically feasible, but operationally fraught with difficulties. Those two brachiopod creatures had already realized humans could kill them, so they'd likely be much more cautious about showing themselves again. Sensing the impasse, the lead professor sighed and added, the samples don't necessarily have to be flesh and blood. Any traces they leave behind, activity marks, energy signatures, or anything else related, would work too. Shaolin nodded. Yu Taizhou looked at him, his voice low but firm. Shaolin, there is another way. We can send the Eye of Deep Space satellite through that door of cognition. Shaolin frowned. The satellite, codenamed Eye of Deep Space, was equipped with an astonishing number of high-precision detectors that, with just a tiny amount of data returned, could track the target's whereabouts. It was their most reliable method of detection at the moment. But he still shook his head. I tried last night. The satellite can't pass through the door of cognition. As soon as it gets close, it's like hitting air and just passes straight through the cube. Yu Taizhou stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. Then we'll have to use a transcendent being to drag the satellite in at zero distance as a medium. Shaolin felt a chill down his spine. Just a few days ago, he had almost wiped out the transcendent beings in the Red Territory, yet now he had to ask for help. Luckily, there was still one left there, Chen Zongshan. But persuading the man, infamous for his deadly reputation with the Death Gate, wouldn't be easy. Let's proceed with both plans at once. It's the only way right now, Shaolin said, breathing deeply and making up his mind. After Shaolin left, Zhao Ningyue was alone in the bar. The soft yellow light glowed through the mist hanging in the air. She rested her chin on her hand, idly spinning an empty glass between her fingers. Deep in her mind, memories wrapped in rage, betrayal, and destruction resurfaced. The wildland ambush. That battle was when justice first showed its edge, striking a heavy blow to the impending disaster, earning its reputation. People said justice stopped the massacre she had planned, but only she knew it was betrayal, a break, and theft. Since then, she had lost everything, her mind unbalanced, eventually descending into calamity. Now, with Shaolin witnessing that war firsthand, it was like tearing open the deepest wound in her heart. Quiet footsteps broke the silence. Lin Yinyan tiptoed in and whispered, careful not to disturb anyone. Master, did you call me? Zhao Ningyue took a sip of wine and looked up. Ninian, How well have you mastered the powers I temporarily passed on to you? Lin Yinyin thought for a moment, holding up 3 fingers. About 30%. That's enough. Zhao Ningyue set down her glass and lightly tapped the bar counter. I need you to leave Satellite Town and handle something for me. It might take a while. Lin Yinyin froze. She hadn't left Satellite Town in 5 years. She knew every street lamp on every corner, but the world beyond was a blank. Zhao Ninji's gaze softened but remained resolute. It's about Shaolin. He's in trouble, and I want you to help him. Lin Nianian's eyes shot up, full of shock. Where is he? In the wildland beyond, on the path to Yunza City. There's a door of cognition there. He's inside it now. Zhao Ningyue paused and added, it's the deadliest death gate in the Red Territory. Lin Nianian's chest tightened at the mention of the death gate, one she knew all too well. She took a deep breath. He'll prepare at once and leave first thing tomorrow morning. Don't go alone, Zhao Ningyue urged. Find a trusted friend to come with you. When you get near, contact me using the method I taught you. Then he'll tell you the next step. Lin Yinyin nodded solemnly. Okay, he'll remember. The next morning, Lin Yinyin headed from her residence to the Government Affairs Center, her mind racing with how to persuade Lan Xiyu. Zhao Ningyue had repeatedly warned her never to let a third person know of her existence. Lan Xiyu also knew she was a long-term invalid, usually not allowing her to take any risks or leave without a very good reason. On top of that, she needed someone trustworthy to guide her. With all these concerns weighing on her, Lin Yinyin furrowed her brow the whole way until she pushed open the door to Lan Xiyu's office. The office was dimly lit, and Lan Xiyu was talking to a strange creature called a Huema. Normally, Huemos couldn't speak. If one did, it meant it was controlled by Shaolin. Lin Nianian's heart clenched, and she immediately stepped inside. Mr. Shaolin, have you returned? Yes, it's me. The Huema had no mouth, but its dozen eyes bent slightly as if smiling, though there was something unsettling about it. Lin Yinyin had only seen this creature in records, and goosebumps rose on her skin. Remembering Zhao Ninji's warning from last night, she hesitated for a moment, but carefully continued. Mr. Shaolin, have you been well recently? Pretty good, don't worry. Shaolin's voice came through a mental field radiating around the Huema, calm and resolute. Lan Xiyu raised a hand to signal Lin Yinyin to stay silent, then turned to the Huema. I know who Qin Zongshan Ish was our enemy before, so now we want to find him to help us? That's right. You have to convince him to bring the deep space eye into the dead gate. Shaolin nodded. He explained that the Huema couldn't truly speak aloud, but its mental field relayed his thoughts to everyone nearby. Don't worry about safety. Even though I'm in the dead gate, if Qin Zongshan tries anything, I can kill him instantly. Where is Qin Zongshan now? Lan Xiyu asked further. Out in the great wilderness, mixed in with the Crimson Legion. He got up an hour ago, did 5 minutes of morning exercise, and had canned beef for breakfast. Lan Xiyu listened silently, admiring Shaolin's brilliant intelligence gathering. Killing Qin Zongshan might really be easy, but his concern wasn't safety. It was how to persuade Qin Zongshan, a former enemy, with little incentive to help. Everyone knew stepping into the dead gate was a death sentence. Is there no other way? Lan Xiyu asked. There is one that takes a relatively long cycle. How long? More than 10 years. Lan Xiyu massaged his forehead in frustration. Fine, they'll try to persuade Qin Zongshan. We have to give it a shot. They then finalized the details of the plan. After finishing, Shaolin withdrew his mental field, and the Huemo's eyes gradually went out of focus, stiffening into a silent statue. The office fell quiet again, leaving Lan Xiyu deep in thought. To get Qin Zongshan to agree, they'd have to pay a heavy price and convince him this was beneficial, not harmful. At that moment, Lin Yinyin stepped closer and whispered, Mr. Lan, may I come with you? No. Lan Xiyu refused without hesitation. This isn't a game. You don't know the terrain outside, and would only be a burden. I'm not going as a tourist. I'm coming to help. And in case you need to use cyberspace. Lin Yinyin quickly added. But you've never experienced the outside world before, so it might be. I can't just avoid it forever, Lin Yinyin said firmly. Lan Xiyu stared at her for a few seconds before finally relenting. All right, after lunch, we'll set out. In cyberspace, the door of a plain gray room, devoid of any decoration, was pushed open. The pianist stepped inside. The captain, who had been waiting, looked up coldly. What's going on? No news for so long. I thought Shaolin had taken you out. The pianist's lips curled slightly. That little guy? Even given another 100 years, he couldn't catch me. So you took him down? No. The pianist shook his head. He broke into the death gate specifically, the one leading to the great wilderness. The captain blinked in surprise. The great wilderness? You mean that mysterious cube? That's right. Then he's dead for sure. The captain gave a grim verdict. Back when the House of Philosophers was still expanding, the ideologists and the activists scouted everywhere for the Gate of Cognition, suffering heavy losses. The Great Wilderness Gate was the first they discovered and explored, led by the ideologists, but they were wiped out completely. Since then, it was marked as the Death Gate. That loss shook the ideologists' foundation, allowing the activists to seize power. If Shaolin's not coming back alive, then come back as soon as you can. Things with Simon should wrap up in 2 or 3 days, the captain said. You can handle Simon alone, right? The pianist asked casually. The captain's brow twitched. Why? Is there a complication? I've gotten word that Xiao Lin killed Yin Xing. Killing Yin Xing is easy enough, the captain said dismissively, but he also seems to have inherited Yin Xing's abilities. The captain's expression darkened. Maybe it's just a crude imitation. Some supernaturals who delve deeply into learning arts can replicate parts of an opponent's skill. Still, this guy is becoming more and more unpredictable. He can't have gone through that gate. The gate of cognition for the primary reality doesn't exist for you. You can't enter it. You can say all you want, but I need to confirm it myself. Otherwise, I want to have peace of mind, the pianist insisted. The captain pondered for a moment before nodding. If you have to go, then do one thing for me. What is it? There's one last supernatural left in the Red Territory named Zongshan. He should be in the Great Wilderness, mingling with the Crimson Legion. Take him out while you're at it. Once all the local supernaturals are gone, our plan will go much smoother. Understood, the pianist replied flippantly. They exchanged a few more pieces of intelligence before the pianist logged off the internet. Yunza City Liaison Station. As soon as he opened his eyes, the staff bowed respectfully. Sir, your room is ready. Arrange an off-road vehicle. He'll need it tomorrow, the pianist said coolly. Also, continue tracking Chun Zongshan's location. We've been monitoring him. He left the city a few days ago and has been in the Great Wilderness, staying with the Crimson Legion. The pianist stroked his chin, a faint smile playing at his lips. Perfect. Deal with him first. Then we'll see if Xiao Lin is alive or dead. Once again, the cycle repeats. The massive silhouette of the giant spider crawls slowly from the distance, carrying a force of destruction with it. The wind sweeps dust across the hills, whispering into Xiao Lin's ears as he sits hugging his knees atop the mountain, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the beast that blocks out the sky. After a long silence of nearly half a minute, he finally speaks thoughtfully. Do you think it's cute? Jiang Mi and Hien, crouching side by side beside him, look up in unison, their expressions frozen as if struck by lightning. Their faces plainly ask, have you lost your mind? And are you out of your wits? Xiao Lin shrugs and forces a wry smile before adding, right? Honestly, I'm not sure I'd call it cute. But the truth is, I just don't want to drink any more sugar-free coffee. The two exchange bewildered glances, completely lost on what he's rambling about. Hien stands up, brushing dust off his pants. All right, let's get moving before we get caught up in this mess. Xiao Lin turns to him with a serious look. In principle, the less hostility you show it, the weaker its power's effect on you. This was a recent insight, thanks to Zhao Ninji's reminder when he forced himself to appreciate the giant spider. He clearly felt the backlash diminish. From this, he reasoned that the spider targets those who harbor hostility as priority victims. Others apparently noticed this too and barely survived, only to be taken down by those two crustacean-like creatures afterward. Jiang Mi snorts. Even if that makes sense, I don't have the mindset for it. Nor am I eager to hang in the air half the day just to drop like a stone. With that, he pats Xiao Lin on the shoulder and heads back to the village alongside Hien. Their progress in recent days has almost come to a halt. The two crustacean monsters seem to have vanished without a trace. If this drags on much longer, it might take 10 years just to solve the problem. But the situation should improve soon. Once the deep space eye arrives, the search will become far easier. Watching them leave, Xiao Lin lifts his eyes toward the gray sky, his mind swirling with another string of questions. What exactly are those creatures? Are they the same monsters from Lin Nianian's memories? Why have they appeared here? What secrets are they guarding? After a heavy sigh, he lies back onto the grassy slope and closes his eyes not to rest, but to shift his consciousness into the orbiting satellite. Seconds later, he overlooks the highway, quickly locking onto an old pickup truck speeding along. Inside sit Lan Xiyu, Lin Yinyan, and the quietly riding Huima. Their destination, the vast wilderness, is only a few dozen kilometers away. Xiao Lin switches again, sending his awareness into Huimo's body. The creature, originally curled up in the back seat, suddenly perks up its ears and emits a nasal hum, nearly startling Lin Yinyan in the front to jump. She instinctively sits up straight but bangs her head on the roof with a loud thud. What's that lovely sound? Yinyan, are you learning a new instrument? Huimo's voice carries a comical tone, and Xiao Lin can't help but chuckle inwardly. Lin Yinyan immediately lunges playfully, only to have Huimo's claw firmly press against her forehead. There's a spot 10 kilometers up where you can turn into the wilderness, Xiao Lin reminds Lan Xiyu through Huima. But I don't recommend heading in at night. Lan Xiyu keeps her hands on the wheel, eyes still fixed on the road ahead. We weren't planning on going in after dark anyway. We'll camp by the roadside, then meet Zhong Mu tomorrow. He's bringing us gold and bonds. Will that be enough to convince Qin Zongshan? Xiao Lin asks casually. Hardly. Lan Xiyu shakes her head. We have to show him that helping us is harmless and beneficial first, easing his worries. Then giving him real, tangible benefits, that's the key. Xiao Lin is silent for a few moments before finally saying, he'll come with you tomorrow. Good. Lan Xiyu nods. At that moment, Lin Yinyan was rubbing her head, curled up in the corner of the seat with a pitiful expression, her eyes full of resentment as she glared at Xiaolin. All right. All right, Nian, I have some questions for you, Xiaolin said quietly as he approached. Him staying silent. Lin Nian turned her head away, her face guarded. Want me to get you a lawyer? Lin Nian Xiaolin's voice deepened. This is serious. He stretched out his scaled claw and gently massaged her head, both to soothe her and to urge her on. You said before that you stayed in Satellite Town because a human asked you to wait for him, right? Lin Nian nodded quietly. That person had 6 eyes and 7 tentacles, right? She nodded again. I'm really curious, why did you think he was human? Because he is human, Lin Nian answered without hesitation. By biological and sociological definitions, he fits. Xiaolin frowned. Humans only have 4 limbs. How could he have tentacles and 7 eyes? You should know that. Think carefully, what made you so sure he was human? His voice dropped, carrying an unspoken pressure. This was actually a psychological test. He wanted to push her to recall more details and find clues. Lin Nian bit her fingertip, her mind drifting far away. Maybe such a species really existed 200 years ago. Mr. Xiaolin, evolution is fascinating. Xiaolin sighed inwardly. This girl's imagination was wild and impossible to pressure. Pressing further would only make the conversation spiral away. So he softened his tone and continued stroking her hair. What else do you remember about him? Like how he spoke, his habits, how he ate, who he introduced you to? Lin Nian furrowed her brow, trying hard to recall, but after a moment, she shook her head wearily. I don't remember, those memories seem encrypted. Xiaolin sighed quietly. It seemed unrealistic to dig useful clues from her. Seeing his disappointed look, Lin Nian felt a bit guilty and whispered that if you want, I can explain the history of memory encryption. It was apparently used as far back as World War III to turn enemies into allies. Xiaolin rubbed his forehead, feeling an even worse headache coming. Right now, the area they were in was fraught with danger. Just in case, he had been monitoring satellite feeds all night to keep watch over them. At dawn, as the first light appeared, an off-road vehicle came from Yunzi City. Behind the wheel was Zhong Mu, who, on behalf of Lan Xiyu, brought urgently needed assets. When the door opened, he first spotted Hui Mo curled up in the shadows. Its withered supernatural form stunned him. This is Mr. Xiaolin. Mr. Xiaolin, Lan Xiyu introduced him. Zhong Mu recalled photos he had seen before. The imposing presence of Xiaolin in his complete form was a stark contrast to this frail figure. He scrutinized the weak frame and blurted out, "You've lost so much weight in just a few days." "Been too busy with work to eat, so I lost it," Xiaolin replied lightly. He didn't mention entering the dead gate. The assets were summoned directly under his CEO authority. That's way too fast no matter what. Young people being too thin isn't good, Zhongmu muttered. I'm thinking of entering the weight loss industry, Xiaolin joked half seriously. Zhongmu chuckled but quickly opened his briefcase, laying out stacks of documents, chips, and crystal coins on the tailgate, counting and explaining their uses one by one. While busy, the vehicle's phone suddenly vibrated and lit up with a call. He opened the door and pressed to answer. On the video screen, the chairman of Yunzi City, Chen Qian, looked grim. What's wrong? Zhongmu's heart tightened. Big trouble's coming. Just received the news Simon has completed his promotion. Besides the message, Chen Qian also brought a video, which he played on the car's built-in screen. In the footage, Simon sat upright at a long table, his face flushed and expression calm. His tone was surprisingly gentle. To all residents of the Crimson Territory, I sincerely apologize for the destruction and disaster I caused in the past. Now that I have been promoted, I will represent the House of Philosophers to govern this region. We will resolve all conflicts and end every dispute, allowing wisdom and civilization to take root and flourish here once more. Chen Qian raised his hand and paused the video, frowning slightly. I have a bad feeling about this. Something big is about to happen in the Crimson Territory, and it's likely connected to the House of Philosophers. Where is Mr. Xiaolin right now? Zhongmu shook his head. I'm not sure. He's probably busy with his own affairs. Xiaolin was always an excellent assistant, usually sensed needs before any prompt was even given. Unable to get an answer, Chen Qian couldn't hide his disappointment and sighed. I hope he can handle things before the situation spirals out of control. Of course he will, Zhongmu said firmly. He'll wait to hear from you. Chen Qian ended the call. Silence settled inside the car. Zhongmu turned to look at the back seat. Mr. Xiaolin, everything depends on you now. Don't worry, I will solve this as quickly as possible, Xiaolin nodded. After Zhongmu drove off, Xiaolin closed his eyes, briefly shifting his consciousness to the satellite overhead. The surveillance footage showed the training ground of the Crimson Legion, where Chen Zongshan was already out for his morning run. As the Legion's war advisor, his schedule was as disciplined as ever. Xiaolin opened his eyes and said to Lan Xiyu in the passenger seat, "Let's go meet Chen Zongshan." The vehicle drove into a vast, desolate wilderness. Along the way, they discussed how to convince Chen Zongshan. Lan Xiyu gripped the steering wheel, her gaze fixed ahead. With you here, Mr. Xiaolin, at least he'll believe entering the death gate isn't necessarily a death sentence. The hard part is making him agree it's worth the personal risk. Tell him about Simon, Xiao Lin said confidently. Chen Zongshan understands when to advance or retreat and has big picture awareness. Since the House of Philosophers controls Simon, he'll definitely see the motives behind it. So Simon's promotion might actually be our breakthrough. Lan Xiyu smiled wryly, but her expression grew serious again. But Simon's condition is really unsettling. Like he's no longer the Simon we knew, Xiao Lin added quietly. Exactly. I feel the same way. The car bounced along the rough road. About an hour later, the dark gray walls of the Crimson Legion camp appeared in the distance. The metal sheet walls were cold and towering, flanked by watchtowers on either side of the main gate. Inside were rows of neat prefabricated buildings, but the watchtowers were deserted. Something's wrong, Shaolin frowned. He recalled that last time he surveyed the camp from the satellite, the sentries were all alert, and given the Crimson Legion's discipline, no strangers would be allowed this close without a fight. The camp was eerily silent, no bugle calls, no footsteps, no shouts. Stay in the car. He'll go check it out, he said, jumping out and walking alone toward the camp. The gate stood wide open as before. Crossing the threshold, he quickly scanned around. No one was on the perimeter. Going further in, it was just as empty. The entire camp was orderly. Tents and equipment were neatly arranged. The ground showed no blast craters or bloodstains. It was as if everyone had simply vanished. The only anomaly was the complete absence of people. Xiao Lin's suspicion deepened as he scanned every building with his psychic demon vision, finally resting on a large mobile warehouse. Inside, an unusual heat source pulsed. A faint but unmistakable wave of scorching warmth filtered through his senses. He quickened his pace and pushed the door open. The door creaked slowly, releasing a moist, oppressive stench that billowed out like a scorching wave crawling up from the depths of hell. What met his eyes was a scene twisted beyond sanity. The warehouse had become a nightmarish hellscape. Over 300 soldiers of the Crimson Legion sat rigidly on folding stools, reduced to skeletal remains draped with tattered strips of flesh. Their veins and organs had been neatly extracted and hung from the overhead beams like bloody banners, still dripping fresh blood. The soldiers' flesh had been sliced thin as cicada wings, strewn across the floor like a gruesome carpet of red petals. At the far end, a piano built from bone stood alone, its black and white keys stained with blood, trembling silently. Beside it, Chen Zongshan's body was half transformed into skeleton. His dead, gray finger bones moved mechanically over the key. She was dead, and in a manner so chilling it sent shivers down Xiao Lin's spine. Xiao Lin took a steadying breath and forced himself calm. He recalled the last time he had observed the Crimson Legion via satellite. Half an hour ago, Chen Zongshan had been conversing with Lu Yen. At that time, the satellite locked onto the camp and scanned the surrounding wasteland with no sign of intruders. Yet within just 30 minutes, this massacre had been silently carried out. The only reasonable conclusion: the killer had come directly from the parallel reality. And the bone piano held the answer: the pianist. The facade of elegance concealing a monster through and through. But why had the pianist come personally to the desolate wasteland? He had come specifically to kill Chen Zongshan, but hadn't attacked Xiao Lin directly. Or was Xiao Lin himself the true target? This thought weighed heavily on Xiao Lin's heart. The bodies in the warehouse still radiated heat, meaning the killer was likely nearby. Although the psychic demon would survive if destroyed, his companions Lan Xiyu and Lin Nianian would have no chance if drawn into a fight. He made a swift decision, exiting the warehouse and retracing his steps back to the vehicle. What's inside? Lan Xiyu asked grimly, sensing the danger. Chen Zongshan is dead. It has to be the philosopher's house, Xiao Lin said as he opened the car door. We need to leave right now. At the same time, 2 kilometers away on a barren hill, the pianist suddenly turned his gaze toward the camp. He detected a faint living presence. There were survivors after all. Frowning, he refused to leave any loose ends. He would pursue and kill them. Suddenly, the night sky was ripped by a piercing whistle as a blazing red pillar of light crashed into the wasteland a few kilometers away. It was Xiao Lin's satellite, the Eye of Deep Space. The pianist recognized the device. With a snap of his foot, he tore through the air at lightning speed, reaching the edge of the impact crater within minutes. Staring at the massive crater formed by the Eye of Deep Space, his eyes narrowed, lips curling into a dangerous smile. Xiao Lin, so you're really not dead. 2 hours later, the car emerged from the vast wilderness and stopped at the edge of the road. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew tense and heavy. Outside, the wild grass rustled sharply in the night wind, while the headlights cast a lonely beam down a narrow stretch of road ahead. Lin Yinyan hugged her knees tightly, breaking the silence after a long pause with a soft question. If Chen Zongshan is dead, then does that mean there's no one left to help us? Can we try looking elsewhere for other supernaturals? Lan Shiyu's fingers gripped the steering wheel so hard his knuckles turned white. He shook his head. It's not that simple. If the pianist really is guarding that threshold of cognition, then it doesn't matter who comes, no one can get through. Lin Yinyan hesitated before cautiously asking, what if we confront him hidden? Lan Shiyu glanced at her with a look full of helplessness. Mr. Xiao Lin is trapped inside the death gate. There isn't a single supernatural in the entire Red Realm at the moment. How do you expect us to fight him? Lin Yinyan thought of Zhao Ningyue, a flicker of hope sparking briefly before fading. She had only inherited a tiny fraction of Zhao's power, and she herself had mastered barely 30% of that. Lan Xiyu wiped his face, exhaustion etched deep between his brows. Lin Yinyan bit her shirt hem, her fingertips nearly white from the tension. In the silence, Xiao Lin, sitting quietly in the back seat, finally spoke up. Actually, there's still one person who can help us. Who? The two asked in unison. The philosopher's house themselves, Xiao Lin replied calmly. 10 minutes later, Xiao Lin stepped back into the village inside the Death Gate. Time there flowed differently from the outside world. Though it was deep into the night, the village alleys were dim and still. The oil lamps hanging on fences flickered with tiny flames, casting broken shadows on the muddy paths. Xiao Lin raised his hand and knocked heavily on He En's wooden door. After a few seconds, the door creaked open. He En appeared drowsy, wrapped in an old cloth robe, rubbing his eyes. What is it? Waking me up in the middle of the night. You told me before that the philosopher's house is divided into two factions, right? Xiao Lin got straight to the point. He En froze, muttering, what the heck? You wake me up just to ask that? Answer first. This is important. All right. He En nodded reluctantly. That's right. There's the ideological faction and the practical faction, also called the executive faction. I belong to the ideological faction. Why the sudden interest? Xiao Lin met his gaze steadily, coldness underlying his calm tone. Because the philosopher's house is my enemy. His words hit He En like a thunderclap. Instantly awake, he waved his hands frantically. Two don't know anything. This isn't my business. I'm not involved in your feud with the philosopher's house. I know. Xiao Lin didn't beat around the bush. I have a way to leave here. But the pianist's tight guard over the threshold of cognition is the biggest obstacle. I need you to contact the philosopher's house and get him out. That's impossible. He En shook his head almost instinctively. No one can reach the outside world from within the Death Gate. We've tried countless times, not to mention contacting the philosopher's house. Before he could finish, Xiao Lin interrupted. Leave the communication to me. You just figure out a way to get him out. He En stood stunned for a few seconds, shock plain in his eyes. Wait, you mean you can really contact the outside world? I need your help dealing with the pianist, Xiao Lin reminded him. He En blinked, suddenly slapping his own cheek. Right. Think of a way, so what exactly do you want me to do? First, prove your identity. I will have our allies outside help you connect with the philosopher's house. But everything has to be perfectly secure. Xiao Lin's gaze was sharp as a blade, tone leaving no room for argument. I cannot let them be put in danger. He paced back and forth, then quickly came up with an idea. My mentor's name is Chi Wu. He set up a secret contact station online, he said, stopping in his tracks and making emphatic gestures with his hands. I also have a coded message that can prove my identity. But how can you be sure he'll help? Xiao Lin leaned against the doorframe, brow furrowed. He will. He lowered his voice to a whisper, but his conviction was clear. As long as this door can shift from a dead end to a normal gateway of perception, Chi Wu won't miss the chance. Xiao Lin pondered for a moment, then nodded. He knew as well as anyone how desperate they both were to get out, and the interests between Chi Wu and the House of Philosophers were enough to guarantee a wise decision. All right, Xiao Lin said, write the letter now. He'll wait outside. Just as He En was turning, he suddenly grabbed Xiao Lin's arm. Wait, I have another idea. Speak. Xiao Lin's sharp gaze hinted he was expecting something valuable. Relying on the House of Philosophers to confront themselves might not be enough. He En took a deep breath. So I want everyone in the village to write letters to the outside world. He quickly added, as if afraid of rejection, if they can rally a powerful force, it will definitely help you. Xiao Lin fell silent again, then finally nodded. Fine. You go gather them. Overjoyed at the green light, He En practically dashed out without even buttoning his coat properly. He understood what this meant for the entire village. Some had been trapped here for 60 years, the youngest for 7. They had been forgotten, presumed dead until now. A single letter could tell the outside world they were alive, and maybe, just maybe, they could escape. Before long, the village hall was packed. Ling Yi, holding a child, showed up with visible displeasure. Why the sudden gathering? What's going on? He En took a deep breath and faced the crowd. We have an announcement. The air thickened instantly, every eye fixed on him and Xiao Lin. Our escape plan has made major progress, He En said deliberately. We've established a stable communication channel with the outside. So each of you can write a letter to your family or friends. A heavy silence followed as everyone stared, reluctant to believe this wasn't just another false hope. Really? We can write letters? A tremor in the voice of a gifted man came from a corner. Of course, He En nodded. But on one condition: we need their help. If they're willing. He glanced at Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin added, within a month, we'll be able to leave. Emotions long bottled up burst forth. Some shouted, others wept, and the small hall roared like boiling water. People eagerly took paper and pens from He En, bent over tables to write furiously. Ling Yi sat in the corner, cradling his child, a rare smile softening his usually stern face. Won't you write? Xiao Lin asked. Ling Yi shook his head. His voice was hoarse. 60 years I forgot who sent me here, and I don't even know whom to write to anymore. Sorry, I can't help. It's okay, Shaolin replied calmly. Ling Yi looked up at him. So this time we really can get out? It's not just an old man's fantasy. Not a fantasy, Shaolin assured him. That's good. Ling Yi gently poked the baby in his arms. He'll start school in a few years. Such a well-behaved, sweet child. Hell, make lots of friends out there. What about you? Shaolin stood at the doorway, his gaze fixed on the distant dim sky. As long as when I die, I can be buried in a free world, I'm content. When Lan Xiu handed over the envelope, the recipient's personal virtual space gleamed with golden trim. A crystal dome chandelier sparkled above. Carved floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a digital seascape. The woman Tian Fucking's former fiancé settled into a deep gray leather sofa and lowered her gaze to read. After more than 10 minutes, she finally looked up, her voice steady but distant. I'm sorry, I can't help. But he is your fiancé, Lan Xiu reminded her. The first thing he did when he could write was reach out to you. The woman folded the letter carefully, her fingertips tapping lightly in the air as if confirming a new schedule. She chuckled softly. If this were only his third year missing, I'd spare no cost to save him. But it's been 20 years. I have a new family now. Rising, she gestured politely but firmly toward the door. You should leave. I won't go up against the House of Philosophers for a stranger. When Chun Dong's call connected, his holographic projection looked cramped against the backdrop of a modest workshop. Seeing the letter, his hand trembled suddenly. Panic flashed in his eyes. What did you say? Is he still alive? Lan Xiu was about to explain, but Chun Dong's face turned pale as he muttered to himself. No way that would mean. What's wrong? Why are you so nervous? Chun Dong flinched like pricked by needles, then snapped his head up. You've got the wrong guy? I don't know any Chun Yu. Don't come looking for me again. Before Lan Xiu could respond, he forcibly ended the call, and the projection vanished instantly. The psychic courier barely glanced at the letter's heading before closing it. Professional discipline forbidding any peek. Old Wu is dead. He was caught up in a psychic murder case 7 days ago. Lan Xiu froze. If only this had arrived 2 weeks earlier. Such a pity. He folded the letter carefully. The envelope felt heavy in his palm, but there was nowhere left for it to go. Ning Hai furrowed his brow as he read the letter, but midway his expression softened and broke into a wide grin. Raising his voice half a tone, he laughed. I knew my sister was fine. With her skills, she can't be in trouble. Looking up, he asked, what should I do? Where do we meet? Yunza City. Got it. I'm leaving immediately. His projection vanished, but the hope shining on his young face remained vivid. Chi Wu was slender like a dried bamboo stalk, his long face, narrow eyes, and sparse gray beard giving him a rigid and stern air. Wearing a coarse linen robe, he lowered his eyelids as he slowly finished reading the letter, then shook his head gently. My enemies told me that a student from over a decade ago is still alive and needs rescue. It's hard to believe. Lan Xiu seized the moment. We are merely enemies of the pragmatists and acting in self-defense. You must be aware of what the pragmatists want to do in the red territories, which also threatens your school of thought. Chi Wu met his gaze calmly. That is no reason for internal division. His words shut down all rebuttals. Lan Xiu fell silent, sensing that despite his composed demeanor, this man was like an unbreachable fortress. Chi Wu held the virtual letter, lowering his gaze as he read. Hien, it's been over a decade. I had almost forgotten I even had such a student. I had forgotten his excellence and loyalty. In silence, his fingertips gently traced the familiar electronic signature, his eyes dimming slightly. Across from him, Lan Xiu stood rigid, seeming more reserved than usual. Chi Wu looked up, a trace of weariness flashing in his eyes. But this isn't my fault. Time changes everything. Everyone has to learn to adapt. Lan Xiu had worried Chi Wu would refuse. After all, in this operation that could reshape the balance between the two factions, Chi Wu was the only dual reality superhuman they could invite without his agreement. The others had little chance to stand against the pianist. Unexpectedly, Chi Wu closed the letter and said, I'm willing to help you. Lan Xiu blinked, instinctively asking why? Because he was once my student, that's reason enough? Chi Wu replied calmly, but with unshakable conviction. I owe my student a responsibility. Lan Xiu still didn't fully understand and paused for a long moment before continuing. We want your help to first draw the pianist away from the dead gate area and lure him back to headquarters. Chi Wu shook his head. He is a pragmatist. He will not obey the orders of the ideological faction. Then could you borrow 2 more dual reality superhumans for us? No one except leadership in the ideological faction can manage that. Chi Wu's faint smile appeared. The gate of cognition is controlled by the executives. You can't borrow from them. As for my student, I will personally go get him. After delivering all the messages, Lan Xiu and Lin Yinyan returned to the real world with the feedback and gave a detailed report at Xiao Lin's temporary base. Lin Yinyan said, about half of the people don't believe there are still survivors inside the dead gate. They think we're lying. Some also don't want to openly break ties with the House of Philosophers. Xiao Lin showed no disappointment. We don't need many, just a few key people. Chi Wu agreed. He's the easiest link in all this, Lin Yinyan added. Xiao Lin paused, folding his fingers thoughtfully. Do you think he's trustworthy? Lan Xiu gave his judgment. I can't be 100 sure, but I'm about 80 confident. He's a man of strong principles. 80 is enough, Xiao Lin nodded. If we can just keep the pianist occupied for an hour or two, that will give us enough time to complete what we need. 5 days later, the invited superhumans arrived in Yunza City one after another, gathering at a remote warehouse. The slightly larger-than-expected group lifted everyone's spirits. 5 first reality superhumans had come, but in the dual reality realm, there was still only Chi Wu. Xiao Lin looked at the determined but unfamiliar faces, feeling a rare lightness. At least the Forgotten Village still had people willing to take risks for it. On the morning of the 6th day, with mist still hanging low, the group split into 3 off-road vehicles and drove to the edge of the vast wilderness. After switching off the headlights, they gathered around the hood one last time to confirm the plan. The mission had only 2 objectives. 1. Expel the pianist. 2. Escort the satellite into the dead gate. Chi Wu's gaze shifted from the gray horizon of the wilderness back to the group. His tone was calm, but resolute. I will take charge of the first task. And that is the only task I will take. The room fell into puzzled silence. The second task was the real Gamblino. One could be sure anyone would survive entering the gate. If the rescue failed, they would be trapped inside forever. After a brief pause, Ning Hai broke the silence. He'll take the door mission. Chi Wu gave him a cool glance, but said nothing else. Then there's no need for a rally. You all stay here, wait for news. After I deal with the pianist, I will come out and notify you. Xiao Lin, transformed into Hui Mo, stepped forward. He'll go with you. No need, Chi Wu said, steady as ever. The pianist's mental state is unstable. If things turn violent, you'd get caught in the crossfire and die quickly. Xiao Lin placed a hand over the badge on his chest and smiled. Don't worry, I can protect myself. If you can keep the fight to the first reality level, I might even be able to help. Chi Wu no longer refused Xiao Lin and got into a car, with Xiao Lin taking the front passenger seat. The car drove into the wilderness. The two remained silent the entire way, the engine's low hum, the only sound breaking the quiet. Inside the cabin, Chi Wu casually broke the silence. If I'm being honest, you look strange. If you weren't still so rational, I'd suspect you're some sort of corrupted being. It's just a few insignificant life experiences, nothing worth mentioning. Xiao Lin replied calmly, but without warmth. After a pause, he asked again, so, what exactly is the House of Philosophers planning to do in the Red Territory? That's a secret of the House of Philosophers, Chi Wu said, looking straight ahead. But I suggest you leave the Red Territory as soon as this is over. He clearly had no intention of elaborating. Those few sentences comprised their entire conversation in the car. As the headlights cut through the thickening blue fog, they arrived at the edge of the eternal blue disaster zone. The blue disaster corrodes and breaks down flesh. Are you able to withstand it? Chi Wu asked before stepping out. Yes, Xiao Lin nodded decisively. One after the other, they stepped into chest-high blue grass. The blades shimmered faintly with eerie light and emitted a soft hissing sound as they swayed. As they moved deeper, the distant sound of piano music gradually grew clearer, swelling in volume. After about 15 minutes, they reached the center of the zone. Amidst the strange, deep blue mist sat a pianist in a white suit, perched at a white grand piano. His hands flew across the keys, entirely absorbed in the music. Noticing their arrival, he abruptly cut off the music with a staccato note and rose to bow respectfully at Chi Wu. I heard you arrived in Yunza City yesterday. I didn't expect you to seek me out personally. A flicker of caution flashed briefly in his eyes. I'm not here for you. You don't interest me, Chi Wu said coldly, looking down at him. Then may I ask what brings you here? To pick up my student. You need to leave. The pianist was silent for several seconds before shaking his head. Mr. Chi, there's someone extremely dangerous inside this death gate. I must make sure that person dies inside, or else kill them the moment they emerge. That's an order. You have to leave. Maybe your student is already dead. This may just be their trick. They'll say it again. Leave now. Chi Wu's voice dropped low but held unquestionable authority. The pianist shook his head once more. That person really is dangerous. Considering the House of Philosophers' grand plan, I'm afraid I can't comply. Before the words finished, an invisible wave radiated suddenly from Chi Wu as its epicenter. The chest-high blue grass snapped at its roots, crushed like they'd been swept aside by an immense scythe, writhing as it fell. Chi Wu raised his hand, holding a crooked finger against his chest. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being unkind. Mr. Chi, please calm down. The pianist retreated hurriedly. Leave this place. Chi Wu shouted fiercely. A nameless force steamed off his body, spreading wide. In an instant, the distorted blue grass transformed into countless perfect black cubes, hovering silently in the air. The earth beneath them was reshaped into a smooth, seamless black, plain everything unified, without distinction. The pianist clearly understood the terrible power Chi Wu wielded. His white piano instantly vanished, replaced by several phantom keys that spun and twirled around him. The next moment, Violent piano music sounded from nowhere, and the black ground pulsed as if vibrating in response to the sound waves. Resonance? Environmental resonance? Spiritual resonance? Or resonance through the dimension of time? Chiwu sneered coldly at the pianist. The blue plague waves began to churn, their color shifting rapidly from deep blue to nearly pitch black. Thick clusters of mycelium drifted through the air like kites cut loose from their strings. On the darkened earth, gigantic skeletons suddenly rose as if coming to life, their throats unleashing distant, haunting roars in time with the passionate piano music. Soon after, the decayed corpses of soldiers emerged one after another. Their knuckles cracked sharply as they slowly pushed themselves up, empty eye sockets leaking dark red tears of blood. Ah, resonating with history, bringing back what once lived here, the pianist muttered between notes. But do you really think this serves any purpose? Chiwu was unfazed and strode toward the legion of undead. The first malformed behemoth charged with a roar. He barely raised his wrist, and in an instant, the beast was compressed into a sharply angled, gigantic cube, silently suspended in midair. The soldiers raised their guns and fired in unison, but the bullets froze mere meters from the barrels, turning into floating black cubes. Last warning. Don't force me to kill you. Kaiwa's cold voice came from behind the black blocks. In the first level of reality, Shaolin sat cross-legged, bored, and restless. He had reminded Chiwu to lock the battlefield to the first layer, but the two transcendent beings still ventured into the second layer without hesitation. He could see and perceive nothing. Finally understanding the true meaning behind for transcendence, crossing boundaries is like ascending to heaven. Once the enemy retreats to a higher reality, they become untouchable. Suddenly, an abnormal heat crept in through his skin, seeping into his bloodstream. Even his heart beat with unease. He realized sharply, something has arrived. At the same time, in the second reality, the pianist was steadily pushed back. He had thought Chiwu was just an old theorist who talked big, but the other strikes were devastatingly sharp. If Chiwu hadn't held back repeatedly, he would have disintegrated to dust by now. Is it still possible to retreat now? Chiwu glanced at his opponent. Please listen, I have my reasons for what I'm doing, the pianist gasped. Before he could finish, both caught the same strange surge of heat and turned around simultaneously. On the pitch-black earth, three figures had appeared without warning. Each was of different height and attire, but all exuded a chilling sense of eerie uniformity. They raised their hands together, and deep crimson geometric patterns spun in their palms like precise gyroscopes, radiating oppressive light. It's not their own power, Chiwu squinted. It's a conduit, used as a channel agents of some transcendent. White beams of light burst forth like a raging flood, tearing through the air. The pianist was momentarily stunned, but Chiwu was already at his side. The floating black fragments rapidly converged, forming a massive, fully transparent crystal that stood firm before them. The three white beams struck the crystal violently, scattering shards of light, but could not penetrate. You holding up? Chiwu asked quietly. I'm okay, but what exactly are they? The pianist's pupils dilated in terror. No clue. Just know they're dangerous, exuding an unnatural aura. Chiwu answered grimly. The first of the three raised his head, voice icy and forbidding. The secret must be buried here. No one inside the gate of cognition may leave. Chiwu took a deep breath. Looks like we have to stop fighting and join forces to deal with them. No sooner had he spoken than a cold blade silently sliced through the air. A slender stabbing sword pierced his chest, blood dripping down the blade. The attacker was the pianist, whose lips curved into a light smile as he looked toward the three figures. Perfect. Seems we're natural allies. That's exactly what I think too. Everyone inside must die inside. Chiwu had never intended to kill the pianist in his eyes. The man was both a colleague and one of the most promising young talents in the House of Philosophers. He never imagined that at the most critical moment, the pianist would suddenly turn on him and thrust a blade straight at his heart. As a teacher, his instinct had always been to believe that people could ultimately be saved, but this time, he was utterly wrong. The sword pierced through his chest. For a second-tier transcendent, this wasn't necessarily fatal, but it was enough to inflict severe damage. Searing pain and icy cold seeped through his veins into his limbs. He raised his hand, summoning black walls that shot up from the ground, separating himself from the pianist. Darkened cubes coalesced at his fingertips, and he pressed them firmly against his chest, trying to stem the blood gushing out. Yuli, you've completely lost your humanity. Chiwu's voice was low, almost devoid of anger. You're the first person I've ever met who is utterly beyond saving. Yuli was the pianist's real name. Blood dripped down the blade. The pianist flicked his wrist to shake off the crimson stains and replied coldly. Mr. Chi, I didn't want this either. You forced my hand. Do you really think they would spare you? At least I share common interests with them, whereas you, Yuri, just an enemy. It's that simple. Why can't you understand? His expression was twisted as he spoke. He looked up at the three uninvited guests in the distance. My goal is also to kill everyone inside the gate of cognition. Shall we cooperate? The three attackers regarded him with emotionless eyes. Finally, one of them spoke in a calm tone. Our interests align. We can work together. The pianist smiled. Good. Then let's deal with this old fool first. Chi Wu's heart sank. He didn't understand why these three strange individuals had agreed to an alliance so readily. All he knew was that he was now trapped in a desperate situation, 1 against 10. Severely wounded and outnumbered, death seemed almost certain. There was only one thing left he could do. Gritting his teeth, he deliberately descended to the first layer of reality. Shaolin was still patiently waiting for the outcome of the battle. He never thought for a moment that Chi Wu would lose to the pianist until that earlier wave of strange, unsettling heat filled him with unease. Just then, space rippled abruptly, and Chi Wu reappeared clutching his chest, half kneeling on the ground, his injuries shockingly severe. Run! Don't look back, get out of here. Chi Wu looked up and roared at him. Shaolin instantly realized that things had spiraled out of control. Moments later, the pianist and the three attackers also descended to the first layer of reality. When Shaolin saw those three individuals, he felt a powerful and eerie sense of dissonance. Chi Wu staggered to his feet and urged him again. What are you waiting for? Go! But the attackers paid no attention to Shaolin. They all raised their arms in unison, and intricate geometric arrays materialized before them. Chi Wu knew the devastating power of that technique. Mustering what little strength he had left, he gathered the surrounding black matter and forged a massive crystalline shield in front of him. But in his gravely wounded state, the crystal's strength and density were far inferior to what they once were. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 beams of white light came hurtling toward him, slamming heavily into the crystal. The crystalline wall held for a few seconds before shattering with a thunderous crash. Chi Wu thought to himself that he never expected to die so unceremoniously in this desolate wilderness. Perhaps this was his punishment for turning a blind eye to the evils of the House of Philosophers. But in the next instant, Shaolin stepped in front of him. The blinding white light's aftershock hadn't yet faded, accompanied by a devastating wave of heat rushing forward. Chi Wu only had time for his pupils to constrict sharply. There was no chance to dodge. In a flash, the entire column of light crashed into Shaolin's chest. Is this guy crazy? Throwing himself into the fire to save someone who's already doomed? What is he thinking? Doesn't he realize this is just suicide? A surge of conflicting thoughts exploded in Chi Wu's mind. Yet the shocking sight left him utterly speechless. Shaolin was completely unharmed. The violent flow of light hadn't pierced him at all, not even a singe mark appeared on his skin. Nearly half of his essence, a ripple passed through Shaolin's mind. He had expended almost half his power to block that strike. The swiftly shifting geometric light patterns were ones had seen before in battles against the cephalopod creatures. The attackers bore the same symbols on their weapons. Clearly, these assailants were connected to the cephalopods. Shaolin's calm defense stunned both the pianist and the 3 attackers alike. The pianist knew that if he had been grazed by that beam, he would have died immediately. That was probably why they had allied with him before. He posed no real threat. But he never imagined anyone could casually stop such a beam of light. For the first time, shock appeared on the faces of the 3 attackers. How is that possible? Chi Wu exclaimed. Before he could finish, Shaolin's deep voice asked, can your body withstand a strong impact? Before Chi Wu could answer, a visible black cube crystallized around him, forming a heavy protective shell. Good. From here on, do not resist. No sooner had the words fallen than Shaolin lifted his head. Countless black symbols erupted from his brow like a tidal wave, sweeping through the surroundings. Such intense psychic assault wasn't enough to severely injure these second-level transcendents caught in the real world, but it dazed them for a brief 2 seconds. In that precious window, the deep space I thundered in from the flank, crashing into Chi Wu and lifting his entire body into the air like a meteor streaking off the battlefield. In less than 10 seconds, Chi Wu was thrown near their parked vehicles by the roadside. Lan Xiyu and Lin Yinyan first spotted the satellite debris, then saw Chi Wu nearby, bloody with chest and abdomen pierced. You have to go save them. Hurry! Chi Wu forced the words out. Lan Xiyu and Lin Yinyan tensed, fearing that the gate of cognition had malfunctioned again. There are 4 enemies, all second level. Shaolin is still inside. He can't beat them. You have to rescue him. Chi Wu gasped for breath as he added. Lan Xiyu steadied herself and asked, Mr. Chi, is Shaolin the only one in danger? Is there anyone else? Then no problem. The priority now is treating your wounds. Chi Wu tried to argue, but the searing pain from his chest wound combined with internal injuries from the impact blacked his vision and caused his body to collapse, utterly unconscious. On the battlefield, the moment after sending Chi Wu away, the pianist rushed forward with a sword aimed straight at Shaolin's heart. The cold blade pierced flesh, but Shaolin responded with a thunderous punch. The wind pressure from the blow struck the pianist's face like a hammer, staggering him back several steps as he clutched his bleeding face. Humiliation and fury mixed together. Suddenly, the pianist lifted his lip in a bitter laugh. An immortal trait. Plus this form, you're Shaolin, aren't you? How did you escape the death gate? Only a part of Shaolin. Shaolin's tone was calm. I don't care if you're a fragment. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. This isn't even my true form. What's the point of destroying it? Shaolin's dozens of eyes stared without blinking, full of disdain. Besides, this is an asset of mine, I won't let you destroy it so easily. The pianist clenched his teeth in silence. Shadows of piano keys suddenly spread out and sharp notes cut the air like blades, turning the surroundings into a whirling disk of death. Yet before the musical blades could fully materialize, Shaolin's body suddenly collapsed inward, shrinking instantaneously into a crimson ball the size of a fist. The next moment, the ball dissolved into nothingness on the spot. Shaolin, I will definitely kill you. The pianist's eyes burned with rage, about to give chase when a dazzling streak of light slammed down, blocking his path. One attacker said coldly, "You're our ally now. You are not allowed to leave. They'll go kill them." Problem solved. The pianist roared. Another attacker's voice was icy. "Your mission is to guard here. Not a step beyond, or we'll kill you." All the pianist's shouts choked in his throat. He knew clearly, if Chi Wu were still alive, they might have a chance. But now, alone against three equally ranked attackers, he had no choice but to obey. The madman's howl from 100 miles away had grown faint. Ever since the Yang gang was wiped out and the Hui demon subdued, the ruined city had settled into a rare tranquility. The brief opening of Zone 13 stirred a momentary buzz, but soon faded back into silence. Inside a dilapidated office building, a corruption-infused creature stood motionless in a corner like a forgotten statue. Suddenly, it lifted its head slightly. From the bloodied hole in the center of its blackened forehead, a blood-stained hand slowly emerged. Then, Shaolin, the being who had once become the Hui demon, squeezed out from the cramped space. Brushing away fragments clinging to his brow, his eyes immediately met those of several grave diggers. They carried bulging bundles strapped to their backs, their sawls tangled with weeds, and they stared at him with bated breath. The moment their gazes locked, the grave diggers dropped their haul and screamed as they dashed out through a breach in the wall. Their footsteps quickly faded down the empty street. Polite, at least, Shaolin muttered with a shake of his head. The Hui demon had once been a nightmare to these ruins. Seeing the grave diggers flee in panic was hardly surprising. About half an hour later, a dust-covered off-road vehicle rumbled along the cracked ground. The driver, Du Ju, poked his head out and scrutinized Shaolin sharply, staring for several seconds before speaking. "Mr. Shaolin, is that you?" Shaolin nodded. Du Ju visibly relaxed and hurriedly got out to open the door. "Get in quickly. I just heard the Hui demon is back. I guessed it must be you and came right away." The bumpy ride pulled them away from the ruins. With his hands gripping the wheel, Du Ju launched into a non-stop litany. "Times are good for the Shun gang lately. They're making a killing and growing bigger by the day. Look at this car, new all-terrain suspension, top horsepower." "That's good to hear," Shaolin answered casually. "Mr. Shaolin, want to come by our place sometime?" "No need. Just take me to Satellite Town." By noon the next day, Lin Yinyin and the others arrived at Satellite Town to provide follow-up care for the badly injured Chi Wu. While Yun's city was geographically closer, it was riddled with hidden agents from the House of Philosophers. Shaolin's lab had the best medical facilities, so they chose the safer Satellite Town instead. After several hours of emergency treatment, the doctors confirmed Chi Wu's vital signs had stabilized and transferred him to a recovery ward. 5 hours after surgery, as the anesthesia wore off, Chi Wu slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Shaolin sitting calmly by his bedside. Chi Wu almost reflexively propped himself up, but crumpled back onto the pillow with a tearing pain in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he stared at Shaolin as if trying to discern whether he faced a man or a ghost. "You, how are you here?" "I never left," Shaolin said, sliding his chair closer. "I arrived last night." "You're not dead?" Chi Wu's voice was dry and filled with disbelief. "Running for your life is my specialty, so I'm doing just fine." Shaolin gave a faint smile. "But you, hanging on by a thread and refusing to run, that's a bad habit you need to fix." Chi Wu was silent for a long moment before sighing. "Maybe you're right. Your wounds are stable, but a through hard injury will take at least a month to heal. Rest here in Satellite Town until then." Shaolin's tone was gentle but firm. Chi Wu nodded slowly and asked, "What now? What's your plan?" "The pianist isn't much of a threat, but those 3 agents are formidable. Breaking in from outside is going to be extremely difficult." "I know." Shaolin spread his hands. "Honestly, I don't have a good solution right now." Leaning back against his pillow, Chi Wu's eyes darkened. He suddenly said in a low voice, "I failed this time, so I owe you one. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word." "First, stay alive." Shaolin stood and tucked in the blanket around him. "If I think of anything else, I'll let you know." At that moment, an enforcer poked his head in and said, "Mr. Shaolin, someone is here to see you." Shaolin looked up, his gaze falling on Chi Wu beside the hospital bed. Chi Wu closed the medical record and waved him off. "Go ahead and do what you need to do." Shaolin nodded, got up, and pushed open the door to leave the ward. The corridor was bathed in dim yellow light. The person looking for him was a transcendent being. Upon seeing him, the other party spoke directly. "I plan to leave tomorrow. You're not going to save them anymore?" Shaolin asked. The transcendent being sighed helplessly. Of course I want to save them if I could, but they have 4 powerful guardians stationed there. Do you have a practical plan? Shaolin shook his head honestly. No. Then I'll be leaving first. If you come up with a new plan, contact me and I'll come back. I hope you understand. Shaolin knew in his heart that once the other party left, they probably wouldn't return, but he still expressed understanding. Do you need me to have someone escort you to the highway? No need. This counts as deserting the battlefield, so there's no need to be so courteous to me. The transcendent being waved and left with resolute steps. Shaolin knew that in a few more days, the other transcendent beings would also leave one by one. The fact that they were insufficient in combat power was undeniable, and he had no intention of forcing them to stay. Now, the only path left was that clumsy method: continue collecting brachiopod specimens and conducting repeated experiments until they thoroughly understood the other party's body structure. However, the timeline given by the biological laboratory was brutal. With insufficient samples, it would take at least 10 years at the fastest. So you came here to drink away your sorrows? Behind the bar, Zhao Ningyue closed the book in her hands and looked up at him. Drinking away my sorrows with coffee, Shaolin corrected, gently swirling the dark liquid in his cup. Thinking about it, it's just 10 years. I don't have a lifespan limit anymore, so it's nothing much. Chi Wu still owes me a favor, so asking him to help guard the satellite town isn't too much, right? As for Simon, I have a feeling he won't live much longer. The regrettable one is the pianist. That's the type I wanted to kill with my own hands. He rambled on nonchalantly. Zhao Ningyue listened quietly for a moment, then looked up and asked, but 10 years is enough for things to change completely. The people around you might change, leave, or disappear. Can you really accept that? Shaolin lowered his head to gaze at the clear coffee and fell silent for a moment. Maybe I can. I've always had a tenuous relationship with this world anyway. Besides, in martial arts stories, 10 years of secluded cultivation is common. They might not actually hold their ground. Maybe they'll withdraw after a year or two. Zhao Ningyue didn't respond, only watched him quietly. After a long while, she lowered her head to turn the pages of her book, yet spoke again. You told me about the gate of cognition before. I always felt that the spider wasn't there for mass slaughter. If it really wanted to kill people, its authority wouldn't have spared those without hostility. So, perhaps it was looking for something but didn't find it. That thing became its inner demon, so it searches through that segment of the past over and over again. As her words fell, Shaolin suddenly froze. He had discovered something he had never noticed before, yet had always been right in front of him. Something that was right before his eyes, yet he had never paid attention to it. Nights in the gate of cognition stretched far longer than the days, so whenever Shaolin returned to the village, the sky was already dotted with sparse stars beneath a waning moon. The last traces of daylight had barely faded below the horizon when the villagers seized this silvery twilight to carry out their activities. Shaolin stuck his knife sideways into his belt, hooked his umbrella onto his strap, and stepped down the hillside, the crunch of gravel beneath his feet. At the fork in the path, he ran into Jiangmi. Jiangmi leaned against a crumbling wall, arms crossed, grinning teasingly. Hey, Shaolin's back. Haven't seen you in a while. I came by your place once you were always asleep. During that period, Shaolin's consciousness had been housed within Huimo, his physical body kept in deep slumber to conserve energy. Hearing this, Shaolin only asked briefly, where's he in? He's playing with the kids. Jiangmi pointed toward a low wooden hut at the village entrance. Want me to fetch him? Bring him. We need to see 01. Shaolin's tone was unusually serious, leaving Jiangmi puzzled for a moment. Still, Jiangmi went ahead. In front of the hut, Hien cradled a swaddled infant, gently patting and humming a tuneless melody. When called, he handed the child back to the mother and hurried off with them toward the stone house at the center 01's residence. Inside the stone house, the flickering oil lamp cast dim light over 01, who, wrapped in a thin cloak, was bent closely over his desk. Daily, he tallied supplies, cross-checked everyone's needs, and planned the next phase of their actions. As for any plan to leave the death gate, he deliberately avoided the topic. He feared the day Shaolin might suddenly declare failure and crush all hope. The door creaked open. The footsteps of the three approached. Without looking up, 01's quill scratched softly on paper until a voice broke the silence. Is something the matter? Came the aged tone, low but steady. I have a question. Shaolin cut straight to it. Ask. 01 marked the corner of the page, set down the quill, and raised his gaze. Why is there a safe zone inside the death gate? Shaolin fixed him with an intense stare. A shadow passed through 01's eyes. He sighed softly. About 60 years ago, I and 2 companions ventured into the death gate. They fell in battle. I stumbled here by chance and by some miracle survived. I sympathize with your experience. But my question is, does such a safe area exist at all? I don't know. I discovered it by accident. 01 offered no explanation. An edge of suspicion crept into Shaolin's voice. Sensing the tension, Hien quickly cut in. Isn't it just luck? Heaven's blessing. Else everyone who came here would have died. Shaolin glanced askance. A friend once warned him that the giant spider might not be a mindless killer, but searching for something. So he asked, if it's searching, what do you think it's looking for? Silence fell for several long minutes. Finally, Zhang Mi lowered his voice. It's the cube. Shaolin immediately shot another question. The spider's power covers nearly the entire Death Gate. What's the one area it doesn't cover? This village. Zhang Mi suddenly realized, his face pale. The cube is right here. Impossible. He shook his head quickly. If it were here, would have found it by now. Some organization hid the cube to keep it secret. The same shelled creatures I encounter, they hide themselves, and along with them, the cube's hidden too, Shaolin explained calmly. Zhang Mi then looked at 01. But what does this have to do with you? You were the first to arrive here and never once saw the cube. He thumped the table edge in objection. Maybe those shelled creatures came before him. Then why didn't the brachiopods kill him? Why did they let him establish a village here? Because it wasn't necessary. Shaolin's voice was low and steady. The cube has already been moved elsewhere by the brachiopods. The cube can't be moved, Hien immediately objected. It has to stay here. If it leaves this hiding zone, the giant spider will find it. Or maybe the brachiopods use some kind of ability to hide the cube and then stop paying attention to it, Zhang Mi added. So you really believe that power has kept the cube hidden and untouched for 60 years without a single slip-up? Shaolin's cold eyes swept over everyone. Hien opened his mouth, wanting to defend 01, but found no argument. The flickering firelight danced on the dust motes drifting in the beam. Shaolin stared at 01 seated by the hearth, his tone calm, but edged with force. Mr. 01, your teammates are not dead. Those two brachiopods are teammates with them. You're the one who hid the cube. I don't think that's possible either. Zhang Mi finally interrupted. This village is so small, and the people aren't many. Secrets are hard to keep. We've known Mr. 01 for 7 years, some even 30. How could he not reveal a single flaw? If he were an enemy, he could have killed us outright. Why protect everyone instead? She recalled that conflicts here were rare and always settled by 01 personally. Shaolin remained unmoved and pressed on. 01. You say you forgot who sent you, right? Yes. 01's expression was blank. Why did you forget? Because I am very old. Do you have family, friends, or a home outside? I can't remember clearly. I really am old. Shaolin narrowed his eyes slightly. A friend of mine once fought brachiopods. She said they mastered a memory encryption technique originating from the Third World War, used to brainwash enemies. 01. Your memories have been encrypted. You are not our enemy. Our real enemy is the you from 60 years ago. Silence fell suddenly in the room, the fire casting tense shadows on their faces. After a long moment, 01 lifted his eyelids, voice faint. So, are you serious? We're just trying to have some fun at my expense. Maybe Mr. Shaolin's judgment is mistaken. Hien quickly tried to ease the tension. My judgment is not wrong, Shaolin firmly insisted. What do you want to do then? 01 met his gaze. I need you to undergo my inspection. Shaolin slowly drew the knife from his waist. Its cold gleam flickered in the firelight. If you refuse. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Hien and Zhang Mi's faces changed sharply. None of them expected Shaolin to turn his suspicion on the one who always cared for the group 01. After a brief standoff, 01 spoke calmly. You all wait outside. I'll change my clothes. Shaolin shook his head. The brachiopods can vanish from my sight in seconds. I'm not sure you can do the same. At that moment, Zhang Mi and Hien hurriedly restrained him. Since Mr. 01 is willing to cooperate, Hien urged, don't treat him like a criminal. Show some respect. Right? You said it yourself's not our enemy, Zhang Mi agreed. Outside, curious villagers had gathered, their whispers echoing in the night. Seeing this, Shaolin exhaled deeply, fine. In truth, he hadn't expected 01 to agree so calmly. For him, a wall was no barrier, could still monitor 01's every move through his mystical sight from outside. If 01 tried to escape, he wouldn't hesitate to strike. Only Ling Yi remained in the room. He had initially admired Shaolin's boldness and intelligence, but he never expected Shaolin to push so far following the permission he had given, only to turn his accusations against him. A surge of uncontrollable anger welled up in his chest, absurd, yet almost laughable. On the surface, the reasons Shaolin listed seemed tightly connected, but they were laced with terms he had never encountered before. Concealment technology, memory encryption, they sounded like sci-fi buzzwords, internally consistent, yet existing only within their own logic. If mere speculation like this could be considered evidence, then wrongful convictions would be everywhere. Besides, he knew better than anyone that he was innocent. 60 years had blurred many details, but the crucial moments were hammered into his memory like iron nails. He remembered the battlefield strewn with corpses, how he searched through thousands of mutilated bodies for his comrades' remains, his anxious gaze almost burning through the blood fog. He remembered how he then dragged their stiff bodies, pausing after every step, bringing them back here to bury them with his own hands. He remembered the second supernormal individual entering this sealed land, the confusion and fear etched on that person's face. He remembered the despair in their eyes when they died. That moment, he staggered as he had with his comrades, digging a grave and covering it with soil. He He remembered taking off his usual clothes, feeling his aging skin sag and veins winding in the dim light. He recalled the effort it took to choose a sharply pressed suit from the wardrobe to maintain dignity and authority for the upcoming conversation. He remembered the chaotic scene when the third group of supernormals arrived, some fallen, some survivors. Those who survived heeding his advice and settling here. During those days, they carved into mountains to quarry stone, built small huts, used their strange powers to find water and hunt, and brought supplies from the battlefield ruins slowly. The bleak life gained traces of color. He also remembered successive groups of newcomers. Some stayed in the village, others stubbornly tried to break through, all eventually dying on the journey. What shook his soul most was the day Ning Su gave birth. When the baby's cry pierced the silence, looking at that healthy, newborn bundle, it was as if an ice pick drove through his spine. That child, and he were the same he. This fact needed no debate, no memory encryption as proof. Lost in these swirling thoughts, Ling Yi fastened the last button, smoothed a wrinkle on his suit with the palm of his hand, and straightened his back. Xiao had indeed been trying to find a way out, but the young man needed to understand that careless speculation and harming the innocent were grave mistakes. With that, he grabbed the ebony cane by his side and turned toward the door. However, a sudden dizziness and a buzzing sound struck him, causing his steps to falter. Immediately, a vertical line of characters appeared before his eyes, as if etched into his retina, faint but clear. They were unfamiliar symbols, yet their meaning seeped directly into his mind. You have been exposed. Prepare to disconnect. What was this? Anxiety surged like molten iron in his chest, heart pounding, knuckles whitening. The characters began to twist and rearrange. Ling Yi, we will now remove your memory encryption. No, that's not true. He screamed inside, his voice nearly tearing his throat apart. Xiao is wrong. There is no such thing as memory encryption. This is all false, absolutely impossible. Before he finished, a complex geometric pattern materialized, resembling a key tailored to his soul. In the next instant, it was as if a gate in his mind had been unlocked. A vast, turbulent flood of memories overwhelmed him in an instant. The feeling was as if another person had invaded his body, tearing apart his life and reshaping his very identity while he was utterly powerless to resist. What terrified him most was that this other person was none other than his past self. He recalled, 60 years ago, under orders from the organization, he had infiltrated this place with a single mission to guard a hidden, unspeakable secret, and if necessary, eliminate every living witness. Originally, he possessed 7 tentacle-like arms and 6 Isa cold, alien true form. But one accident changed everything. Several powerful superhumans broke into the Forbidden Zone during a memory serenity event and came close to unraveling the secret, forcing a deadly confrontation. Though victorious, they nearly exhausted all their resources. To avoid a repeat, he chose to conserve strength by building this seemingly peaceful village atop the ruins and spreading rumors that only those caught by the giant spider could escape alive. Since then, he had to remain hidden. For 60 years, he layered encrypted memories, leaving only the human shell to live kindly among villagers. Now, cold commands resurfaced line after line in his mind. 01, welcome back. Next step, lead the villagers to surround Xiao, then escape amid the chaos. Remember, we never betray the mission. He bowed his head, hands trembling slightly. Before him lay his village. In his mind echoed the inescapable mission. For 60 years, 2 identities had stood side by side, inseparable shadows. He thought of heroic tales. At the start, heroes leave home for their beliefs. In the end, they always return. He had reached a crossroads and must choose. 6 seconds of silence sealed his final verdict, not betraying the mission, nor the village. Pushing open the door, the morning mist brushed his face. In the square, men, women, and children formed a half-circle, each face as familiar as his own. 01 first approached Tian, eyes resting on the swaddled infant. His rough knuckles gently touched the small hand. The baby immediately giggled. Wrinkles softened by the smile, 01 looked up and said, "You two take good care of him once you leave here. When he's old enough, tell him everything about me." Tian held the child close. Ning Su's heart skipped a beat. A vague sense of foreboding stirred, but she could not say why. Turning, the string of commands flickered across his mind's eye. "Do not forget the mission. Execute the plan." "I will not forget," he whispered. He strode to within 5 steps of Xiao, eyes cold and sharp as blades. "Xiao, one final fight. You and me, the culprits of this tragedy." The crowd was stunned. "Mr. 01. Yu Hien stepped forward, but 01 slammed his cane down on the stone pavement. The heavy sound silenced them all. "Shut up. Don't ask anything." Xiao took a deep breath and stared at the frail old man. "I promise you won't be seriously hurt if you cooperate." 01 shook his head, voice hoarse yet firm. "I refuse. My mission is to guard the secret and prevent anyone from leaving, so we fight to the death." Looking at his white hair and bent back worn low by the years, Xiao felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. Is there truly no other option? Didn't you want to die in the free world? This is my free world. 01 lifted his cloudy yet clear eyes. 60 years is nearly a lifetime. This is my home. Silence drifted in the breeze. Shaolin pressed his lips together and nodded solemnly. Fine then. Let's settle this with a fight to the death. The sky began to rain, thick clouds gathering rapidly before unleashing a sudden downpour. Amid the curtain of rain, Shaolin's head rapidly transformed. An immense black tome unfurled from his neck, dozens of eyes lining the cracks along the spine, coldly watching the surroundings. Though not physically towering, his presence pressed down on everyone like an invisible fortress wall. 01's retina flashed a series of urgent warnings again. Do not engage him. He is extremely dangerous. Follow the plan and exit safely. But 01 ignored the alerts. He fully understood Shaolin's terror. Without any intel, he had defeated 2 comrades single-handedly and seriously wounded one. Such combat prowess was beyond 01's solo capacity. Yet he did not back down. The human skin from collarbone to waist cracked, and several thick, muscular tentacles emerged from the fissures, dripping slime from their suction pads. The survivors were stunned silent by the sight, their whispers drowned out by the rain. None more shaken than he in cradling a baby covered by his coat. He saw their village chief reveal his true tentacled form. It was like a fragile mental anchor snapped instantly. Their trusted leader was the very octopod creature responsible for all this tragedy. At the ends of 01's tentacles, 5 weapons of different materials materialized simultaneously, their blades gleaming coldly. Only then did his comrades realize 01 had no way out. New messages appeared. Do not use the mind-reading matrix. Avoid close combat. Only authorized weapon, plasma cannon. 03 severely injured, by time, assistance en route. 01 calmly read back. I will face him alone. Don't do that, the odds are slim. The warning blinked, but 01 answered no more. His body slowly rose, drifting into the heart of the rain. Shaolin recognized the battle posture of an octopus warrior and stifled his last traces of pity. He wouldn't hold back. Buzz. The plasma cannon took shape in 01's palm, blue-white energy rings rapidly charging. Shaolin anticipated this. Before the trigger was pulled, a pair of black wings thunderously spread wide, and he surged into the clouds like a shadow. Boom! The first plasma orb tore through the sky, but only pierced the rainfall. Shaolin was already lost in the clouds. 01 tried to lock on, but the heat signature vanished instantly. Pursue? Wait, and ambush. Both options flashed in 01's mind, yet neither could turn the tide. Deep within the clouds, blue arcs of energy crawled over Shaolin's skin, stirring the entire black cloud into turmoil. The abnormal weather unsettled 01. Abandoning the chase, he instantly deployed a transparent cubic shield, encasing himself tightly. The next instant, he caught sight of a dark shadow plummeting. Shaolin bursting through the clouds, an inky drop in the storm, his eyes burning a ghostly blue. Cold light flickered from between the book's pages as he descended with overwhelming force like a thunderclap. The plasma cannon finished charging. 01 calmly squeezed the trigger. The second blue-white energy orb shot through the shield, colliding head-on with Shaolin. This was exactly what Shaolin had planned. He intended to intercept the projectile himself. Flash. A bolt of lightning struck alongside his wings, crashing into the plasma orb midair. Dazzling electric sparks exploded into a brilliant burst of light in the night sky, scattering widely before fading in the rain. Shaolin vanished into thin air and reappeared atop the barrier. A sharp, blinding flash of cold light like an ice blade suddenly struck, shattering the cube-shaped shield into fragments that fell like shards of transparent glass to the ground. 01 abruptly spun its gun barrel. Before it could fire, thunder roared fiercely through the rolling dark clouds. Snap! A brilliant blue electric arc tore through the sky, effortlessly piercing 01's personal shield and passing straight through its body. The lightning darted wildly beneath its brown-gray skin, nearly shaking its insides out of its chest. The intense pain scrambled 01's nerves, disabling its levitation device, causing its entire body to stagger. At that very moment, Shaolin surged forward. Gripping the hilt with his left hand and pressing his right palm to the end of the blade, he leaned forward. Accompanied by a faint whistling sure sound that split the air, the pale tang blade pierced straight from beneath 01's jaw into its brain. He had long since discovered the most effective way to deal with cephalopod creatures. 01's raised tentacle fell limp. All the energy weapons in its grasp dissolved into fading sparks. Its compound eyes dimmed but still fixed on Shaolin, struggling in tentacle language to voice its final request. Take them out and set them free. Don't worry, I will, Shaolin replied softly. The tang blade was withdrawn, the blood quickly washed away by the rain. Unsupported, 01 fell heavily to the ground. Its brown-gray flesh faded rapidly to pale gray in the downpour, life extinguished. In the rain, villagers gradually gathered around. Facing this strange corpse, their expressions were complex: no fear, no anger, Ning Su knelt carefully beside 01, fingertips brushing the rough skin, voice trembling. Mr. Shaolin, is this real? Was 01 the one who trapped us here? No. Shaolin lowered his gaze, voice low and steady. That was just a joke. But Ning Su choked back tears. It never lied to you, Shaolin said calmly. It was used just like you were. The real betrayal came from another like it, 60 years ago. But I've dealt with both of them. Ning Su's silent tears soaked the muddy ground. Others knelt or half-kneeled one by one. The heavy rain beat down on them, and the earth as they quietly mourned 01. Even now, facing this deformed corpse, they struggled to see it as a true enemy. Yet, if forced to choose between 01 and freedom, they all understood which they would choose. Through the rain, Shaolin looked up toward the hills ahead. No one noticed when another cephalopod quietly emerged, its cold gaze locked on him. The creature didn't attack immediately, just stared for a moment before retreating swiftly, disappearing beyond the hillside. Shaolin did not give chase. With 01's intact body in hand, he was confident he could track down that other one. Now, no one in this area could stand in his way. Afterward, Shaolin brought 01's body to the Tianyan Research Institute within the dream. In the spacious autopsy room, cold white lights shone down on the battered alien figure. The professor in charge of the dissection leaned in for a closer look, muttering softly, "Overall, it looks a bit like the aliens from those movies. How long until the results are ready?" Yu Taizhou leaned against the console, his tone impatient. 10 hours, tops. The professor removed his gloves, but kept his gaze fixed on the corpse. The next morning, as the instruments on the lab table continued to hum, Yu Taizhou and the professor carried a thick stack of reports to find Shaolin. The final findings are here. The professor handed over a transparent alloy box. Inside floated a blue crystal no bigger than a fist, irregularly shaped with uneven edges like a piece of, or that had been polished to an extreme, but still rugged in texture. Cephalopods have fairly ordinary anatomy, but this organ is unique. The professor pointed to the crystal. You can call it a node. It might connect to some vast system. What exactly? We have no way to investigate. Only you can unlock that mystery. Shaolin nodded. All right, he'll give it a try. He activated his Hui Mo vision and focused on constructing the node inside his own chest cavity. The crystal was incredibly intricate, far more complex than any other Hui Mo transcendental organ. After 2 failed attempts, he finally succeeded. When the crystal was triggered, visible geometric light patterns erupted from his core, spreading in layers, and instantly coalesced into a radiant orb enveloping his entire body. Then rows of pale blue text appeared. ID unknown. Access level 1. Priority highest. Dispatchable devices, plasma cannon, 9 types of cold weapons, basic shield, mind-reading matrix. Non-dispatchable devices, phasing matrix error, no record of bodily composition. Uploaded private items, none. Note, currently operating in local mode. Devices cannot be fully loaded. Please conserve resources. Shaolin stared at the information, his heart racing as realization dawned. This was like a game inventory panel. All the cephalopod's weapons and equipment were accessed through this node. With a thought, a plasma cannon instantly materialized in his palm, cold and heavy. The corresponding quantity on the panel immediately dropped to 0. Whispering return, the plasma cannon dissolved into light and vanished back into the panel. Can you also upload your own items? He wondered silently. That means I don't have to lug around a bunch of transcendental gear all the time. I need to test this after leaving the dream. The highest priority marker caught his attention most likely because the organ was copied from 01. No matter what, with the node, he could now easily locate both cephalopods and the cube. The only thing left was to get everyone out safely. The last cephalopod was hiding in a crevice along a rocky cliff. Its companion nearby was severely wounded and unable to move. As Shaolin approached, 02 suddenly produced a plasma cannon, the dark muzzle aimed straight at him. Before the trigger was pulled, the weapon vanished into thin air and reappeared the next second in Shaolin's hand. The cephalopod's eyes widened with shock, clearly unable to comprehend how he controlled their weapons. Calm, but resolute, Shaolin toyed with the plasma gun. Tell me who you serve. If you speak, they'll let you both go. Actually, he had considered using the mind-reading matrix, but it seemed useless against these brachiopod creatures. 02 did not reply. His body floated slowly over the shadowy forest, several archaic cold weapons emerging silently from his brachiopods, their steel gleaming cold and sharp. Shaolin raised his hand with a flick. 2 beams of light descended on the system interface. 1 straight sword and 1 long spear took shape simultaneously, humming vibrantly in his palm. In a flash of lightning, 02 swung his sword fiercely. The first strike severed the node at 03's chest, and the second was cleanly delivered at his own. Both bodies fell from midair together, their skin fading instantly to ashen gray, lifeless within seconds. This outcome was not unexpected to Shaolin. 01's attitude had already revealed the brachiopod's unwavering dedication to their mission, but their ruthless self-destruction still sent a chill through him. Without another glance at the 2 corpses, He turned and began the journey back. Only one step remained, to find that cube. Returning to the village, the stone fortress loomed darkly at the edge of the fading bonfire lights. Shaolin pushed open the door. The crowd had long since taken their places, waiting in silence. He passed through the stillness and lit the oil lamp beside 01's seat. The flickering flame cast shifting shadows over 01's cane, leaned against the chair back. Shaolin sat down, all eyes turning steadily toward him. "Where is 01's body?" he asked. "Brought back this morning, already buried with the others." He lowered his voice. "His belongings went with him." Shaolin nodded. "Good. I've killed the other two brachiopods. Only one goal remains now: leave this place." His gaze swept the crowd. "But the danger isn't over. Beyond the gate of cognition, enemies are waiting to kill us." That very morning, he had revealed the existence of the pianist and the mysterious man to the villagers. The news felt like a lead weight on everyone's hearts. Whoever stepped through the gate of cognition would face a fight for life or death. Though passing through the gate could lead into a second reality, they had barely laid any foundation. Compared to seasoned practitioners, their gap was as vast as heaven and earth. "We can join forces and fight our way out together." Jiang Mi suddenly stood up, but few responded. He gave him a look. "Everything we do is to survive, not to die. Besides, there are children here. So what do you suggest?" Jiang Mi frowned. "Break out separately and run. Survivors meet at Yunzi City." "I can't accept that." Shaolin tapped the armrest and cut off the argument decisively. "We'll go with the second plan. They'll leave 1 hour ahead of you to see if I can handle them first. If you see me after you come out, it's safe. If not, run for your lives. Then I'm coming with you." Jiang Mi immediately volunteered. "No." Shaolin shook his head. "I'm strong, but if I can't win, they'll drop you and run." Jiang Mi looked awkward. Ning Su chuckled softly, and others quietly laughed. No one truly expected Shaolin to risk his life for them. They were all seasoned practitioners, not fools. The laughter faded. Shaolin said, "Let's start looking for the cube." "Where is it?" He asked. Shaolin looked up toward the fortress top. The neatly cut stone blocks slowly retracted like gears, revealing a hollow, deep, pyramidal structure cloaked in darkness where the firelight never reached. The nodes inside him twitched unrestfully. He whispered, "Phasing, release." As if a thin veil of fog was lifted, a dark golden cube appeared high above, then slowly began to fall. Everyone stared in disbelief. The key to leaving had been hanging right over their heads. Shaolin stood, silently telling himself, "It's time to uncover the secrets of the brachiopods and maybe find out exactly what that giant spider was looking for." He reached out, pressing his hand against the cube's surface. The block instantly hummed as it spun like a Rubik's cube. The lines swiftly snapped into place. The final pattern locked in, revealing the scene inside. There lay a massive, ancient skull, covered in deep green scales, rough twin horns sprouting from its forehead, with faint traces of a human face visible beneath. This was the skull of Yu Taizhou. Why was Yu Taizhou's severed head here? Shaolin could hardly believe his eyes. This dead silent space was originally a sealed memory of the past, nothing but lingering fragments of time. Yet he clearly saw that the severed head had once been hidden right at the center of the box. Why would the cephalopod creatures conceal it there? The only answer Shaolin could think of was that they didn't want anyone to know Yu Taizhou's head had fallen into their hands. This was tied to their greatest secret. But that raised more questions. What exactly were these cephalopods? And why were they so obsessed with one single head? He was completely at a loss. His thoughts were quickly pulled toward another clue: the giant spider. Zhao Ninji's judgment was evidently correct. The level 2 transcendent grade giant spider hadn't come here to slaughter, but to search for Yu Taizhou's head. It was deceived by the cephalopods, and, after failing to snatch the head, encountered a powerful transcendent and ultimately perished. Its lingering will formed an indelible memory imprint here. The cephalopods, fearing this memory would expose their secret, sowed chaos within the gate of cognition to cover up the truth. So who exactly was this giant spider? Was it truly dead? And why was it so fixated on that head? A cascade of questions churned in Shaolin's mind. He recalled the howl of the madman of destruction and the first time he saw that shattered outer shell. Could the giant spider have also been a transcendent from the research institute? Just then, a clear and graceful figure suddenly entered his memory, reminding him of Zhao Ningyue. What gave her the certainty that the spider was looking for something? Was it just intuition? His doubts swirled until a soft voice interrupted them. "Mr. Shaolin, are you all right?" Jiang Mi asked quietly. "Nothing." Shaolin shook his head. He knew the most urgent thing now was to leave. He gazed again at the floating phantom inside the box, took a deep breath, and slowly reached out. The moment his cold fingertips touched the illusion, a faint yet clear sigh sounded in his ear, gentle and calm. The next second, the cube seemed to vanish without a trace. Jiang Mi kept speaking, but Shaolin no longer heard her. The surrounding scenery blurred like a soaked painting, the colors bleeding, lines dissolving as the world slowly lost its shape. Suddenly, he realized he was undergoing an indescribable change, felt as if growing vast and immense, yet somehow unchanged in form. Looking down at his hands and body, there was no sign of becoming a giant. Closing his eyes to look inward, he tried to locate the unreal core inside him, but found it had vanished. How was that possible? Instinctively, he looked up. Above his head hovered a sphere like the depth of space, silently rotating with a motion so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. Its pitch-black surface shimmered with a dim yet dazzling iridescence, like an oil slick's refraction, but far more complex and brilliant than any color. The core had separated from his body, yet he felt no discomfort. Instead, it all seemed perfectly natural. His closed self could no longer contain such a vast essence, so that power was spilling into the world. Then, all his connected objects began to change. Shaolin was unable to witness the unfolding changes, as the nodes within him began to stir restlessly. The circular pattern formed by geometric shapes erupted again. Immediately, a line of cold characters appeared. Personnel entering secondary reality. Permission updated. ID, unknown. Access level, 2. Priority, highest. Deployable devices. Beam cannon strike. Class II shield. Class II melee weapons. Mind-reading matrix. Supernatural weapon Black Death Blade. High priority deployable private items. Black Umbrella self-named. Survival self-named. Tang Dao self-named. He raised his hand and pressed down. The floating geometric sphere recoiled like a tidal wave, retracting back inside him. At the same time, the chaotic colors around him rapidly faded away, leaving only an eerie crimson and chilling blue intertwined, as if the world itself was shrouded beneath a suffocating filter. When the scene finally stilled, the ancient battlefield emerged from the blood-red mist, the origin place of the Red Realm. Fragmented bones were strewn across all visible ground. Thousands of mummified corpses hung suspended in the dark red sky. Bright red moss slowly writhed over rotting war chariots. Short shrubs squeezed out from piles of corpses, their branches laden with fingers, eyeballs, and hearts that curled, spun, or twitched like half-dead insects. Further away, hundreds of towering totem poles rose from the ground, gigantic tree-like plants grown in the shape of stacked skeletons. They spewed the toxic blue plague. This was the secondary reality, a realm utterly unlike the human world. At its very center lay a colossal spider's massive body, resting quietly. It was not dead. Its carapace split open into a huge hollow maw. Here, it was completing its second transformation, destined to become even stronger. Yet no one knew where it would go next. You really did come out alive. The voice came from behind. Shaolin turned to see the pianist leaning on a cane, stepping slowly from one layer of reality to another. His white suit was immaculate, with a mocking smile curling his lips. Shaolin, you really are dangerous. Looks like killing you was the right choice. Shaolin's gaze grew icy. If you hadn't harmed Mr. Chiwu, we would at most be enemies. Now, you've become a target I must deal with myself. The pianist chuckled softly. You've only just crossed the threshold of secondary reality, and you already think you can win? Maybe I'm more dangerous than you realize, Shaolin said calmly. Perhaps, but you will still die without fail, the pianist replied coldly. Before the words had even fully landed, 3 figures shattered through the boundary, those 3 mysterious men who never spoke, their faces hard as stone, silently forming ranks. Shaolin knew their backgrounds well, and he understood how they operated. You really consider them your allies? Once this is done, they will just as surely kill you. The pianist shrugged, unconcerned. That's none of your worry. All I have to do is kill you. Killing you means my victory. Shaolin's tone was indifferent. Too bad they won't succeed in killing me. The pianist smiled lightly. Consider that your last words. Then, simultaneously, the 3 mysterious men launched their attack against Shaolin. The 3 mysterious figures raised their hands simultaneously, their movements eerily synchronized, as geometric formations appeared before them. The pianist's lips curled into a sinister smile, reminiscent of a final bow on stage. He waved at Shaolin, as if bidding farewell. The beams of light emitted from their combined formation. She had witnessed their power firsthand. They had forced back opponents many times stronger than himself, let alone Shaolin, who had just entered the secondary reality. Logically, this strike would have reduced Shaolin to ashes. Yet Shaolin remained calm to the point of cold detachment. In a low voice, he uttered 2 words, attack cancelled. At once, the geometric patterns dissolved silently, like chalk erased from a blackboard. The 3 mysterious figures were stunned into silence. In that instant, a higher priority command had overridden their attack, yet they didn't even know where the order had come from. Shaolin raised his hand and added coolly, requesting beam cannon strike. The geometric formation appeared again before him, identical in angle and brightness, taking the shape of a conical barrel aimed squarely at one of the mysterious men. The man's face instantly drained of color, terror replacing shock. He instinctively raised his hand, and a square light shield etched with intricate patterns flickered into being. Cancel. Shaolin gave the order once more. The shield vanished into thin air. A blazing, pure white column of light burst forth with overwhelming force, slicing through the man's chest. The searing energy nearly evaporated his upper body, reducing it to charred ash. This was the beam cannon strike. The formation served only as a channel. Once activated, a heavy beam of energy poured through not from their own abilities, but powered by higher dimensional firepower. The remaining two mysterious men stared in horror as their comrade was erased before their eyes, fury and fear swirling together. The second shouted fiercely and summoned two silver-white longswords, charging at Xiao Lin like a gale. Weapons cancelled. Before Head finished speaking, the two swords vanished without a trace. At the same time, a jet-black long knife materialized in his hand. An extraordinary weapon, the Black Death Blade. The blade, about a meter long, was coated in a viscous black substance like mud, covered in countless barnacle-like growths that radiated a nauseatingly salty stench. The black blade sliced through the air, tracing a dim crescent moon arc. The disarmed, mysterious man barely dodged, but the blade still left a fine scratch on his shoulder. Blackness flowed from the wound like ink dropping into clear water, spreading rapidly across his body. He collapsed to his knees, convulsed, and his breath stopped. Within moments, two of the mysterious men were dead. The last one spared no hesitation and fled. Eye of the deep space, Xiao Lin murmured inwardly. Then, a phenomenon so incredible even he struggled to believe it erupted. A roaring shockwave swept across the ruins. A massive shadow blotted out the sky. A huge, distorted entity descended. The satellite, originally only 15 meters long, now grew to over 150 meters, a monstrous behemoth. Its front split open to reveal a giant blood-red eye. Its midsection extended two pairs of gaunt, pale, yet steel-hard arms. The colossal being slammed down, supporting its twisted form on four arms. The giant eye suddenly shot a crimson beam, locking onto the fleeing man and pulling him into midair. In the red light, flesh peeled away like layers by intangible blades, turning to fine ash before being swallowed by the eye of the deep space. Having finished its devouring, the eye of the deep space leapt up suddenly, tearing through the sky and disappearing into the high atmosphere, leaving only a tearing roar echoing behind. Watching the receding monstrous silhouette, a chill crept up the back of Xiao Lin's neck. He knew full well that creature was a part of his own power, yet despite that understanding, the grotesque form and its horrific method of attack still sent shivers down his spine. It began to detach from its physical form, gradually becoming more like its own name. The pianist froze upright, eyes wide open, completely drained of any will to resist. The scene before him made him question if he was still dreaming. Those three mysterious figures, whom even he had avoided at all costs, were being slaughtered one by Xiao Lin as if they were mere livestock. See, I'm far more dangerous than you imagined. The black death blade in Xiao Lin's hand dripped with bloodstains. With a slight flick, its cold gleam shimmered. No, this can't be. The pianist's voice trembled, his face turning as pale as paper. You've only just set foot here today. How could you be this strong already? I don't owe you any explanation. Xiao Lin's gaze was indifferent. Prepare yourself to fight. Wait, give me a chance. The pianist stammered urgently. Hunting you down was my mistake, but we're not mortal enemies. Sometimes, even mortal enemies get mercy from me, but not you. Xiao Lin raised his other hand, a pure white tang, sword silently manifesting. If I don't kill you, I want to have peace of mind. Fine. The pianist clenched his back teeth, knowing there was no way out, and forced himself to go all in. Tapping his cane on the ground, a pristine white piano immediately floated before him. If Xiao Lin dared to underestimate him, perhaps there was still a chance. But just as the first streak of light from the musical notes began to coalesce, a massive red beam thundered down from the sky, sealing him in place. Escape? He couldn't even move a finger. Sorry, actually I lied to you. Xiao Lin smiled faintly. I never intended mercy, I only want your extraordinary power. Skin peeling, flesh splintering, bones shattering. The pianist turned to ashes in the red light. Deep within the clouds above, the massive figure of the deep space I swept past, then soared straight into the sky. Xiao Lin approached the white steel piano still spinning midair, gently touching its surface. The pianist's essence streamed into him nonstop. In an instant, the piano's body turned ink black, officially becoming part of his linked possessions. Meanwhile, in an unknown space, at the center of a trapezoidal platform, the head of Yu Taizhou floated silently. In place of his brain, thousands of thread-thin cables extended outward like a vast flood. Countless cephalopod-like creatures weaved through them, sharing information constantly. An illegal code has infiltrated our system and killed one of our own. The news spread instantly. Could be controlled by a transcendent. We must track that code. Tracking failed. The code shows as unknown, possibly non-existent. If the code doesn't exist, it can't access the system. That's the rule, but there's one exception. Yu Taizhou personally authorized it. All the cephalopod creatures turned their gaze to the floating head, which remained silent. Locate that individual. Unable to track. All traces wiped clean. Did Yu Taizhou do this again? Yes. Then the target must be eliminated. A distant rumbling suddenly echoed, shaking the entire space, but none of the creatures were distracted. Yu Taizhou's sentimentality is growing. We must suppress it, or he won't be able to serve us. If we kill that person, will it trigger an emotional backlash harmful to us? Or would driving him to despair make him easier to control? Countless analyses and calculations cycled endlessly among the cephalopods as they worked and pondered tirelessly without fatigue. The pianist's true ability wasn't simply playing the piano. Strictly speaking, it was resonance, and this resonance was incredibly broad. His performance could target the soul, the environment, or even history itself, and he could manipulate a single target remotely. When he first attacked Shaolin, he triggered the blue calamity in the wilderness through environmental resonance. When he killed Qinzongshan, he simultaneously manipulated both soul and environment, leaving them defenseless spectators to his power. As a fifth-generation transcendent, his strength was formidable, but not invincible when facing Qi Wu. The latter altered the battlefield, stifling his resonance abilities. At that moment, Shaolin began examining the other related items. Changes to the research lab couldn't be verified yet. He would have to investigate again once inside the dreamscape. The black umbrella's surface shimmered with an unusual glow, but its tentacles remained icy to the touch. When he snapped it open with a sharp crack, a torrential downpour immediately poured down, plunging the world into darkness. Through the rain, the outline of Satellite Town emerged. Rows of Victorian-style buildings lined the wet, quiet bluestone streets. But the town no longer felt peaceful as in memory. Endless rain drowned out all other sounds. Whispers clung to his ears like ghosts, and darkness swallowed everything within a meter's reach. Shadows and lethal intent hung everywhere. Standing alone, there was enough to send a chill deep into one's heart. The rainstorm. Shaolin closed the umbrella, and the entire scene faded away. Finally, he turned his attention to the metallic heart from Yin Xing. His understanding of the essence of survival was limited. He could only mimic transcendent organs with this device. Even if it changed, he might not notice. Likewise, he knew nothing of the pianist's actual piano. After all, the pianist didn't even play it himself. At the same time, inside the gate of cognition, the others were still waiting. What do you think Mr. Shaolin is doing right now? With his skills, getting out of this siege should be a breeze. That's good. I hope we'll see him again someday. You should say, I hope we even have him again, someone said with a bitter smile. They all knew they didn't possess Shaolin's strength. Facing four mature, second-degree reality transcendents, their only choice was to run. Time's almost up. Let's move. Hien stood up, scanning their faces. Once we leave the gate of cognition, scatter immediately. Run as fast as you can. No rescuing each other. No looking back. If possible, look after Ning Su. Everyone's gaze fell on Ning Su and the child in her arms, and they nodded to one another. Among us, maybe only half or fewer will make it out alive. If you regain your home, go back to it. If not, Mr. Shaolin said to rendezvous at Satellite Town. 15 people stood and formed a circle, placing their hands on the cubic box. In that instant, their forms were swallowed by blurry light and shadows. The cube vanished, and suddenly the ancient battlefield stretched out before them. Run! Someone shouted suddenly, but the call was abruptly cut off as if strangled mid-word. The air froze instantly, and everyone stood frozen in place. Underfoot stretched a pale gray plain paved with bleached bones, which clattered softly, yet sharply in the wind. Less than 10 meters away, a young man sat alone on the ground, propping himself up on his arms, gazing up at the blood-red sky as if counting the swirling clouds along the horizon. That man was Shaolin. Hearing the noise, he looked back, raising an eyebrow. Who just yelled run? You nearly scared my heart out. Only deathly silence answered him. Mr. Shaolin, those four, the transcendent ones? What happened to them? Hien swallowed nervously and asked cautiously. They're dead. Shaolin replied casually. Dead? How did they die? How else could they die? Probably just waited themselves to death outside. Shaolin glanced at him, his tone as indifferent as if discussing the weather. Hien was speechless, staring at the two bodies lying not far off, a cold dread rising in his chest. Oh, and you want to know how many I killed? They weren't as hard to handle as you think. Shaolin brushed dust off his pants, a faint, almost playful smile at the corner of his lips. I call for a ride. We'll head to Yunza City soon. And just like that, the crisis one they'd all braced to fight to the death ended in a muddled, anticlimactic way. The vehicle was sent by Blue Dragon Mining. Since Yunza City wasn't far away, the company only provided a single van with a slightly nervous-looking driver. The engine roaring, the van carried them off the bone-strewn wasteland. In the cramped compartment, these transcendent beings strapped for years in the gate of cognition still maintained an unusual calm. Whispering among themselves, they quietly planned where to go next. It turned out there were even more homeless people than Shaolin had imagined. If nowhere else works out, you can come to Satellite Town. That's my territory. Shaolin broke the silence. Satellite Town? Jiangmi adjusted her glasses, recalling, I've heard of it. Not bad. I've been there. There was a retired satellite standing in the town center. Oh, it's gone now. Shaolin cleared his throat. Gone. Stolen? Sort of, he scratched his head. That satellite, well, it's kind of following me around now. He looked a little embarrassed thinking about how had made off with their landmark. Jiangmi smiled softly. Sounds like a decent place. Since you run it, he'll go live there. The others in the van exchanged knowing looks, their relatives gone, their paths uncertain. Better to follow this inscrutable but dependable man than wander aimlessly. Is Mr. Chi also in Satellite Town? Hien suddenly recalled and asked. Yeah, he's recovering there. Hien nodded and then looked to Ning Su. He'll go to Satellite Town to check on my master first. You stay in Yunza City. After speaking, he turned forward. Mr. Shaolin, I don't plan to return to the House of Sages. Could you help me find a job? I have to start earning money for my family. Come work at Blue Dragon Mining. But don't expect a high salary, we're pretty broke ourselves, Shaolin teased. As long as I can afford milk powder and tuition fees, that's enough. Hien answered seriously. Ning Su, sitting beside him, smiled faintly. That much was easy enough to promise. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.